Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come.
Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. You do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. you had. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-foot scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
He's coming to those towns. Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no.
You have the Fool, the Wheel of Fortune, as well as the Sun. Okay. I'm seeing you trying something new, and I also see a lot of good luck, a lot of warmth here, a lot of good energy. There's a lot of red and yellow. I'm also hearing the word slacks. What?
How you doing, man? I'm sorry about yesterday.
My name is Poon. I'm from Thailand.
So how is it meeting Slacks in real life?
I mean, you could see his energy in the streams, but in real life, his energy is like way higher than you would expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, please introduce the winner! K-Pop, come on out! Come down!
It's been a blast. It's like one of the best weekends so far. I get to meet like everyone. I get to meet Slacks. I get to meet some of the talents. I get to be in one of the best tournaments I have been to. So yeah, it's a blast. If you have an opportunity to apply to one, just go for it. I mean, one day it could be you, like in my position, and it's gonna be like really great. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. I mean, like, it's been a blast this weekend, and I wouldn't have made it without like this sponsor and stuff. And yeah, if you have stuff from overseas you need to carry on and need to get delivered, just get it from here.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning! Welcome to another day of DreamLeague Season 22. And we have just about 6-7 days to go. We're day 9 at the moment. That also means that we're day 4 of stage 2 of groups, and that means if teams haven't started winning by now, they really should start today, otherwise it could be all over for them by the end of this week. We're gonna find out what's gonna happen today. A lot of Dota in store, so let's get started. like sometimes we take for granted the opening that our PogChamp pandas do for us, but I just want to shout you guys out because that was fantastic. Thank you, and I'm impressed every day. I'm sure Brian is as well.
I was honestly just thinking the exact same thing. I was just like, I don't know, it just hits different like first time of the day because over the course of it, you just get used to every single transition. But like, what a good way to start the day, you know?
Do you play an instrument?
Way back in the day.
It was the trumpet.
Yeah,
What's the trumpet?
I have absolute respect for what they can do because I have no idea how they do it. So.
High level of energy coming from our PogChamp pandas. And then we also have our commentary team on the
We're
couch.
here too.
Hey Shannon, how you doing?
Hi. I'm not wearing the jacket.
No, but you're wearing a nice hoodie.
I think of you every day now. I put on one of the 2 pieces of clothing that I brought on this 5-week trip that I'm on.
You only brought 2 things with long sleeves.
That's right. I don't own a long sleeve shirt actually.
Is that because you live in Arizona and everything's hot there all
That is
the
correct.
time?
If I wear a long sleeve shirt there, I sweat uncontrollably.
But you told me earlier this week that there are a couple of months in the year where it's cooler.
That's right.
That's right.
I don't go outside though, so it's the same temperature all year round for me.
What's the temperature you have your house set at?
I don't know the Celsius.
Okay, what's the Fahrenheit? We'll
All right,
translate
I
it.
keep my house at around 74, 75.
That's like 18, 19.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's
That's
good.
not warm at all. That's good level.
Yeah, I wear a t-shirt. I don't wear a hoodie ever, unless I'm going outside.
To be honest, when it's 18 degrees in my house, I am wearing probably...
Actually, no,
long
that's about
sleeves.
20, 21.
Oh, okay, then
Sorry,
I wouldn't wear t-shirts.
I was going to say, it's not that cold.
Yeah, 2021. Sorry.
Okay, that's
Good
pretty
try.
warm.
Just give me the Fahrenheit, I'll convert it. Then you're just off by like 3 degrees instantly.
It's morning. Okay.
What's the temperature in your house like, Sin? With your default temperature?
Just right.
What is it?
I don't remember.
What do you mean?
I don't know if I even know.
Do you remember anything in your
Yes.
life?
What do
Any
you
details?
mean? Of course you remember.
I don't know how warm our room is. It's good.
How is that even possible?
It's comfortable.
My heaters just have a dial. They
Yes.
don't have like a
So do mine.
temperature that you turn it to.
We don't have a thermostat. We're just turning up or down the heaters if we think it's too cold or too hot.
Yeah, that's
it.
what I do, yeah.
There's no thermostat
Very
in our
strange.
house. That's very normal, by the way.
I
That
have
is
to
standard.
set it at specific degrees.
Okay.
Which, by the way, gas prices were very high last year, so we had 16 Celsius. Translate that to Fahrenheit.
Damn. That's cold.
You had it at 16?
Yeah.
Yikes.
That's really cold.
Yeah, that's like 60. That's
No,
like,
we just wore comfy big sweaters.
I was going to say that's
You're indoors. You don't need to do that.
what about your hands when you're gaming? Like that's my concern.
Oh, that wasn't as big of an issue for me. I don't know.
You have a good
Oh.
circulation. And I have.
Yeah,
This is a really interesting conversation. I'm sure everybody's interested in it, but I have terrible circulation in my limbs.
This is
But I like to
actually.
keep it warm.
Do you do anything for that?
No.
That's probably
Well, I do
why.
this. That's as much.
That's good for circulation.
Yeah,
Specifically in the fingers only.
exactly.
Do you do things for circulation in their finger muscles?
He has to now.
For circulation in my fingers, not really.
I mean, it's a good thing to do. You know, you were a professional gamer. You should be doing something to.
I don't really think that was a thing back then. I don't know if it is now.
But
Like,
that's why you see players
I guess
with heat
you
packs
mean the
all the
heat
time.
packs and stuff?
Yeah.
I think when I was playing, that wasn't even really a thing.
Did you know that they have
if I remember
rechargeable
correctly.
ones
Like
now?
maybe I think toward
Very
the end,
interesting.
maybe it became the norm in some of the tournaments to provide that, but generally it wasn't really a thing.
I think most things in human history have like you take something goes wrong and then the people in the future know how to avoid it happening to them. We were the first generation of
Yeah, but now you know how to avoid it. Do you not use anything like that at home?
like a hand heater.
Yeah.
I use like a little machine that hand heats.
That like goes over your keyboard.
Yeah.
You know, back in the
Ooh.
day, because you said you're the first generation. That's incorrect. I'm the first generation.
Well, I was
esport
I was
gamer,
trying to resonate
BSJ.
with you two here.
You know what we used to do back in the day to prepare for LANs?
What?
You would go through very difficult training regimens where you would change the temp because we live in the United States. So we have air conditioning and heater all in one. Believe it or not, it's incredible technology. We would set it to be really hot, so we're sweating horribly, or really cold, and we would change chair height constantly. So we get used to
agree with
every
chair height.
condition.
Yeah.
Just in case, you never know when you show up to a LAN, you don't know what they're going to provide for you. It could be the most uncomfortable chair possible. You might have to stand. Who knows? Back then, it was the Wild West.
I think, the temperature...
Didn't work for me, though.
The temperature might be a little, too extreme, but the changing the chair heights and maybe using a different mouse or a different keyboard or just different chair, I think that's actually really valuable advice for any gamer because, yeah, you never know where you're going to sit down. I would love to hear the opinion on a more recent pro player because, you
How
know,
dare you, Schieber.
I think, Shannon, it was definitely more than a decade ago. But less than a decade ago, we had Koifa, professional player turned streamer. Koifa, did you catch any of the conversation regarding chair height? And good morning.
I caught it, yeah. I caught it. Hello. Morning.
So what's the deal? Did you ever practice with different chair heights? I bet that's not a question you thought you'd answer today.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting a standing desk, actually. Playing Dota while standing. I think that'd be kind of cool.
I have one. I
Have you
used
guys
it
done
for
that?
the first week.
I have the standing desk, but I can't actually play
All right.
during it.
I have a standing desk, and I will say that I haven't used it in a while, but that has nothing to do with Dota because my win rate with standing actually is higher than with sitting.
That's impressive.
But
Really? What's your sample size?
Like maybe 10 games?
Okay.
Maybe 15?
Statistically significant, I'm sure.
Damn.
Are you convinced, Koifa?
I'm convinced. I'll try it.
Koifa, I mean, with that, actually, you watch a lot of, like, you're official co-streamer for the ESL tournament. When you're watching games, wouldn't it be so cool if you were not just standing, but also walking? Because my standing desk win rate is not while standing, but it is while walking, because I have a walking pad under my standing desk.
You have a walking pad too? Oh my god. I'm down to get a walking pad, actually, while watching games. Sounds good.
Right?
Get some cardio in while you watch. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, there you go. And you can't; those things can't go too fast either because they're not allowed to legally. So they're good stuff out there. But we want to talk about a lot of things. Maybe walking and chair. It was not the planned content for this morning. Koifa, how are you doing?
That's a huge glass. Holy shit. That's insane.
That's the vased glass, isn't it?
Yeah, the Koifa vase. He has like an entire emote for this, I think.
That's about like 5 liters, and I drink it once per day.
Wow, that's nice.
5
There's
liters?
no way that's 5 liters, Koifa. You've been lying.
5 liters.
How small are your hands? That could be the reason.
No, they're pretty big, actually.
Those are some pretty big hands. He's a tall dude.
5 liters.
Anyways.
Koifa, I have a really important question for you.
Okay, shoot.
You've been on 2 teams with somebody on this panel. His name is Cinderin, in case you forgot.
Yes.
What was it like to play with the legend himself?
Playing with Cinderin.
This is how I wanted my morning to start.
Glasses, come on.
No, it was Cinder's a pretty good teammate, I would say. Cinderin, I mean, you were the captain, right, in all the teams I played with you. So
Yeah.
I generally had a sense of you trying to drive the team forward, which is always nice. And I think, yeah, you were very reasonable as a captain. Maybe a little too soft at times.
Softy.
You're not going to be like, this is how we do it, guys. You know, that's not Sundren's style. But yeah, no, it was good. Sundren was a good time.
Who was the least soft captain you ever played with?
The
Iron
least
Fist.
soft captain. I mean, I never played with Puppy, but least soft captain.
You played with a lot of captains or coach. You can go for coaches too.
I mean, me and Insania had like screaming battles as well at some point, like 2 or 3 of them. So,
wow.
Nah, but
who's the better
Insania is a very
screamer?
reasonable man. He's a very reasonable man. So, yeah, I don't think I ever had like a it's my way or the highway captain.
Right. Well, who's the biggest piece of shit you ever played with?
I have someone in mind, but I cannot say.
Man, I need to go through your history just to see what
Are
players you
they
played
still
with.
I have a guess. We can take it after
in
this.
professional Dota at the moment?
No, they're not.
Then why can't you say it?
It's just there may have been like almost a physical fight between 2 players in that team at some point. So yeah, that's kind of where you draw the line when it goes into almost a fist fight. You're like, what are we doing here, guys? What's happening?
Did you leave the team after that, or did everybody just continue playing?
No, we like straight up disbanded.
Oh
after.
wow, okay.
Okay, we're
We
gonna
lost
need
TI
some
qualifiers, I think,
disband
and then we disbanded.
history. Sunsman, you search it.
That's true. Let me look that up. Go ahead. Continue the conversation here.
We're playing Cluedo or what?
I'm thinking maybe Team Tinker. maybe?
Potentially.
Why are you pushing him so much?
That was oddly specific. We haven't done any research.
Anyways.
Anyways, no, I wanted to ask you about the co-stream you've been doing because I know you have guests on, but I don't know who, and I want to know who.
I mean, for this event, I just have the clowns on, like Charlie, Eki, Desire, Hobo Harry. I'm sure you guys know some of them. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the people I hang out with every day. I mean, last time when Seb didn't play, I had Seb on quite a bit. That was fun. So yeah.
And I also wanted to know, because I know that some days you stream for like 7-8 hours.
Yeah.
And some days it's a lot shorter. What's the schedule like?
Yeah, I mean, if it's just pubs, it's a grind, right?
Yeah.
When I play like 10 hours a day, that's like about 14, 15 pubs right now if you stream like 10, 11 hours. But yeah, the pubs get to you. They really do. So some days, you need a little break. And that's kind of what happens there. But yeah, no, it's chill.
I think I figured it out, by the way.
Oh.
The correct answer is Sir Action Slacks because he was on Arkosh. That was the last
That's true.
Nice, you got him.
Got him.
The physical altercation, that checks out.
Yeah, exactly.
The screaming battles.
Oh yeah, very toxic.
Oh god.
But what if you were to patch the game right now based on your pub / watching some of these tournaments? What would be the first order of business?
Buff Chen.
Yeah, remove Chen. This hero is broken. No, I'm actually pretty happy where the game is at right now. I would do something with the banner. I think the banner is just kind of a weird item. I feel like everyone just wants cheese, and banner is just like, yeah, let's just place it in the middle of the map, hope they don't destroy it. I don't know. Mage Slayer is nerfed. I think that was very good. Shiva is nerfed, was very good. Tinker is another hero, which is very good. I don't know, Nerf Huskar maybe. I think that might be good. Nerf Huskar, buff Lone Druid.
I was going to say Lone Druid. I was waiting for that.
We're moving in the right direction. I think that's about it, yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything is like too broken right now.
Okay, well, anytime somebody brings up banner, I have to piggyback. What would you change with it? Would it be, instead of a banner, something built into the barracks that you can't actually destroy?
I would make the area of effect bigger, so when you put it in base, it affects 2 lanes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That's OP.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah,
the banner's useless. I don't know.
Would you make the duration of the buff shorter with that?
What is it right now? Like 45 seconds?
5 minutes. Are you saying
the duration of the buff on the creeps, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
He's 45 seconds right now, yeah.
Yeah. No, I would keep it the same. I would just make it bigger. Make it bigger. Bigger is better.
But what if you could put it on a hero and carry it around with you, and then if you die, you drop the banner like a gem?
It's like capture the flag.
So you're carrying it with your team, and it doesn't expire. There's just one banner. Whoever kills the second Roche gets the first banner, and that's the one that's in the game, and it becomes capture the flag kind of thing. What do you think the banner should do? What would be fair? Also, what did you have for breakfast today? What do you think of the DAX stock market in the current state of the world?
There's some interesting ideas still, Cindy, huh? No, I don't like that idea.
Which one of them?
All of them. I had nothing for breakfast. Nothing. I woke up very early for this, so, no breakfast.
It's appreciated, and it's also 11 a.m. It's not that early.
Yeah, my sleep schedule right now is, a little different. So.
Are you still doing the night gymming, or?
I do, yeah. I go to bed very late right now.
I got one more question based on that, quite before we let you go, because I know that when you started streaming after being on Team Liquid, one of the things that you said you were looking forward to, is a structured day, and having structure in terms of being able to plan things, and like, okay, that's when I'm streaming, that's when I go gym, or swimming in that case was the case. Do you not do that anymore? Is the structure kind of fading, or is there still structure there?
It's sometimes the sleep schedule gets the better of you, and that's kind of the case right now. Where I used to go to sleep at like 1 a.m. and now it's rather like 3 or 4. So yeah, I still have like kind of a structure. Like I stream, and then like spend time in real life after stream, and go to the gym after at like 10. So there's still some structure, but yeah, it's a little different right now, I would say.
I mean, it's hard to not have structure or not go to bed early. Or it's hard to go to bed early if there's still games going on at like close to 1 a.m. I understand. This is very reasonable as we had.
Yeah, the games are really late right now.
Yeah.
Which is nice because, for all the North American viewers, they can still watch the games.
They can.
Which is nice.
All right, Koifa, we're going to let you go. Thank you for waking up early for us this morning. It is really appreciated.
No worries.
And what's your exact stream title? Where can people find you? And are you going to watch the games today?
I will watch, and they can find me over at twitch.tv/Koikva.
All right, make sure to head over
Don't need
there.
to specify how to spell that. People will get that first try.
Yeah.
It is literally how
in
you
the
think
name.
it's written. That's how it's written.
Yeah, just how you say it. Just how you say it.
I think people
Easy.
will know. Otherwise, I'm sure they can find it. Thank you, Koifa. Have a good morning, and I hope you have a good stream.
You two guys, see ya.
Let's see it.
Thank you.
I'm going to send my parents a text. Hey, if you want to watch the co-stream, just go to Koikva. All right, I will not send them a text.
No, you have to
That's
send them a voice.
I'll
message.
call them. I'll send them a voice message. Go to Twitch TV Koikva. They'll be like, okay.
That's exactly the way it's written, though. Koifa.
Completely. I'm pretty sure the way he came up with his... I think he said this before
Yeah,
an
he
interview.
rolled his
literally
hand,
just
like,
slapped his
on the
hand over the
keyboard,
keyboard and then he stuck with it.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's how he came up with his
Easy.
nickname.
If you need a new nickname, that's the way to do it.
Imagine if you do that, you hit no vowels.
Yeah.
You're screwed.
Yeah, he got a little bit lucky there. That's for sure. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's games because, as we said, they did go fairly late. We had 4 best of 3 series played yesterday, and
Oh, this was a good one.
to be fair, the first 3 all went a 2-0, and they were pretty one-sided. Some of these.
Yeah, the one on your screens right now, the Spirit against Falcons, I think was probably...
I mean, this was hype.
This game was extremely competitive. I would say both games in this series were very good. The level of play was super high from both teams. Falcons, like you said, do 2-0 this series, but I think for Spirit, it was very healthy to see what I would say is a clear improvement from the group stage where they were kind of shaky. I think these games, despite losing, they were quite good.
These are the two, in terms of how well they've played in this series, they played better than anybody else in the tournament so far. But there's still time.
Yeah, I really enjoy the post-game interviews where we get to ask, like, in this particular clip, I had asked Snake King, like, what his perspective from Team Falcons was in this fight, and their communication about, like, how to take these fights and these, like, very complex, convoluted late-game scenarios, and he was just like, yeah, we had a puck with a rapier and Ags, so he was yelling at us to just go in, so you just see, like, a Mirana blink in and cast nothing, but it was for the sake of giving, like, gem vision, so the puck could dish out the damage that the puck needed to do, so just stuff like that like, that's a insight that I've never really had in these games. So when you see these chaotic team fights, it's just cool.
Yeah, I love watching chaotic team fights. I love listening to commentators watching chaotic team fights as well. Hopefully we get some of that today, as we do have 4 best of 3 series coming your way as well. We can take a look at the scores first, for good order, making sure that you know where everybody is standing. And some teams are doing significantly better than others, as Falcons and Bedboom are both still undefeated in series. We have a couple of teams in the middle of the pack, and 1 team left without a single win to their name in terms of series. That could all change today, though, as I for example, I'm very excited about the Falcons versus Bedboom series today, because the 2 undefeated teams going head-to-head against each other. Yes, police! That's our second series of the day. We also have Extreme versus Aurora, and we close the day out with OG versus Shopify. But Sansvan Sindarin, first series of the day. Sansvan, what are you expecting from your series, Spirit Gaming?
Spirit 2-0.
Really?
Yeah. I think they've played... I mean, the problem with Spirit is they're kind of a bit shaky at times, but I feel like, we were talking about this as well, they lost 2-0 to Falcons, but they looked really good.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a series in this tournament where the loser felt like they played really well, and the other team just played slightly better. Whereas Gaiman are just all over the place.
They are a little bit
They
all
don't
over
feel like
the place.
themselves right now. We'll see if maybe Spirit lets Pango through.
Yeah, well, that would be the first team to do it, because
That's
I
right.
believe it's been banned, perma-banned against Game, and we will find that out if it's banned again very soon, because we're getting ready for our first series of the day. It's Gaming versus Spirit. For Gaming versus Spirit, we turn towards the experts. Me and Brian have joined the expert table here. We got Effie sitting with us and Purge, who is going to first tell us more about our upcoming series.
That's right, Cheever. The match that we get to watch is going to be Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators, which is really exciting because Team Spirit obviously won TI last year. Definitely one of the best teams in the world. Maybe not right now, though. Their last series was encouraging. As they talked about against Falcons, Team Spirit overperformed. In fact, they actually won both laning stages by, especially in a significant margin, I believe, in the first match. So we have a little graph here of those net worth advantages that they had. They had such a good laning stage. They put this into a gold lead, and eventually it kind of got taken away from them, unfortunately, due to team fights. Here's the first one here. Large gold advantage up until 20 minutes. It decreased a little bit until the 25-minute mark. That's where a really crucial team fight happened. And in the other match, it wasn't as much of an advantage, but beating the Falcons in lane is not easy in the slightest. So the fact that they were able to manage these gold advantages are really good for them. The moments that changed, though, were a lot of times Falcons anticipating where Team Spirit was going to go with their ganks and counteracting them. So we have a couple clips to show as well of that were really impactful here. In this case, big gold advantage for Team Spirit. They managed to catch collapse on the side of the engagement before the fight was supposed to start. Team Spirit tries to force it. They end up losing Yatoro here as he retreats with his BKB. So a very crucial moment here that despite gaining a big gold advantage, Team Falcons was able to out-team fight them. That doesn't happen often. Team Spirit's usually the team that ends up coming back from these crucial moments. But this is one of the coolest ones, I think. Batrider grabs the Sven here thinking like, oh, I'm going to grab him, my team's going to back me up. But Crit was just babying him, standing next to him, anticipating the need for counter-initiating the Batrider in this fight as well. Team Falcons just played it a little bit better here. So outmaneuvering when you have a gold advantage, getting outmaneuvered when you have a gold advantage, it does happen sometimes, but it's just so crucial that when you build that very difficult to build net worth advantage that you don't drop it later on in the fights. And unfortunately, it's really hard to do that against the best team in the tournament. Gaming Gladiators, amazing last year, but they're kind of on a similar page as Team Spirit. They're still good, but they're not as good as the Falcons or BetBoom. So we'll see who of these two teams ends up being better in this upcoming match.
We will see indeed. We also will see if milestones can be reached for our Wisdom Rune, sponsored by the US Air Force. We have got a milestone in the making for Ace. He has almost got 1,000 career wins, and the other two Danish players that already have done as Crit and No-Till, as you can see. But one more win will put them on that benchmark as well, Effie. This is the player that a lot of eyes are on. Yesterday, when they were doing well in their series, we saw Ace popping off on his Timbersaw. I think that's the best we've seen Ace look this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, his Timbersaw performance yesterday was really good. It was finally a moment where you thought to yourself, as a Gaming Gladiators fan or an Ace fan, he looks like himself. He is doing well on lane. He's transitioning that to oppression. He's playing very well around his team. He's farming aggressively, and that's the kind of playstyle that we've gotten used to seeing from Gaming Gladiators. And honestly, early on during Group Stage 1 and parts of Group Stage 2 so far, they just didn't have that mojo anymore, but it's really nice to see Ace finally hitting his groove back. This is a player that you typically look at when it comes to Gaming Gladiators. When they dominate, it's not just Quinn from the mid lane, it's always Ace who's topping the net worth. It's always Ace who enters them into the mid game, and that's really what they've been lacking. Yesterday, though, that was a step up from what we're used to seeing.
And that net worth is really impactful. When Gaming Gladiators played Falcons, for example, unlike Team Spirit, they didn't even gain a net worth advantage in their first match they played against Gladiators. The graph was just one-sided in Falcons' advantage. In Game 2, they got a really mild advantage, but not much. So in the past Ace used to consistently just be top net worth as off lane. Hasn't happened as much lately, so hopefully that he can continue performances like last time.
Yeah, historically, he's the one that gets targeted, and it's because that's what Gaiman relies on, is his momentum in the mid game and like what he does for the team and allowing them to group up. And in the past, it was always aura items, but now, like, I think the most signature hero for Ace so far this event has been Magnus. It just feels like he always gets that start. He can go the Blink Dagger, he can go Echo Saber, depending on like the pace of the game that they're looking to go. So I'm keeping an eye out for Ace Magnus.
Well, if you're keeping an eye out for Ace Magnus, we have to talk about the other team, because guess what, Team Spirit? I think they'll like to have a Magnus as well. We want to spotlight Collapse for this one, because Collapse, FE yesterday had fantastic games.
Yeah, so the results yesterday, in my opinion, do not reflect on Collapse's performance in particular. And Collapse is honestly one of the best offlaners in the world in terms of just initiation, picking and choosing his targets, and understanding where to be on the map. He's so top class in this that it's very hard to put it into words, because initially when he got famous in Dota, it was for his Mars. Before he was winning nonstop on these Magnuses during TI10, he was really famous because he was doing revolutionary things at the time that no one else was doing with Mars. He was cutting his way through tree lines with Quelling Blades, setting up for kills on opposite sides of the map while the rest of Team Spirit would be playing on the opposing side. And then he would just always have that +1 in Mira, and that's the playstyle that Team Spirit learned how to build around and how to play around. And we see that reflective of their performances, because Team Spirit have done the best in this tournament when Collapse is on one of his signature blink initiators and not one of these long drawn out fight type of guys like these Kunkas. No, when he's on his Marses and his Magnuses, these heroes that can take advantage of any hero that's out of position for 2 seconds, these heroes that can set up for a fight when his team is potentially playing from behind, that's where Team Spirit have excelled. And I think you showed us the stats yesterday, Brian. Do you remember?
It was before yesterday. He was 8-2 with point-click stuns and 1-7 without them. So it was pretty noticeable, your observation. Like, Mira was going purely off of like gut read and like seeing results across games, and I'm like, I'm gonna put a statistic to that one, and yeah, you couldn't have been more correct about that one.
Yeah, she talked about that a lot. That's amazing. That was so accurate.
Yeah, it's like something that's been the case for Team Spirit. They've just, like, we mentioned Ace as like Game and Gladiator's tempo setter. Collapse is just like the playstyle setter for these guys. Like, everything about what connects in team fights and enables them to be like the execution level team that they are starts with Collapse.
Yeah, and with that, I'm curious. We know that gaming has been hot and cold, and we know Team Spirit seems to be, well, even though again they lost the series yesterday, but you heard it from my panel that it didn't feel necessarily like they straight up lost. So are we just saying that this series, Purge Spirit should have the upper hand, or are we feeling like Gaiman is in the process of making a comeback?
I think they're both in the process of making a comeback in the scope of the tournament, but I do believe that Team Spirit is looking better than Game and Gladiators. But Gladiators has a lot of room to get back to their normal state. I think that they are clicking better as a team than they were at the start of the group stage. That seems clear to me. But I think Team Spirit's also leveling up. So I think Team Spirit is like a little hop away from being top 3 in the tournament.
Yeah.
And Gladiators is sitting like 4th or 5th right now. So but it could be an upset for sure.
It could be. We talked to Celery yesterday in the interview after they won the series, and he mentioned, Brian, that the drafts in the past, in 2023 gaming, when they were the best team in the world, they said they always won kind of from the draft, so they didn't really have to play from behind ever, and it was just easier to play, obviously, with the draft that you win. Have you felt like this tournament, their drafts have been the main issue, as if they have not properly figured out the meta as well as did it, for example, last year?
I guess, like, the one keynote I'd also like to highlight that Celery mentioned was, he said because of their drafts, there were games where they played a little bit sloppily, and
but they could get away with it.
Yeah, and so I wouldn't necessarily say like their drafts have like been glaringly a problem for me. I would just say that, like he mentioned, it's just been more even. Teams have kind of, this is also a little bit of a like a cookie cutter meta in regards to the start of the draft, like a lot of the 4 or 5 same heroes, and I think that makes it difficult to have a significant advantage in the draft. And so there are games where Gaiman convincingly has that 5k net worth lead that we see out of the laning stage every time, take one bad fight, and that execution is coming back to bite them. So one thing I'll say about Gaiman every time and time again is, if there are no fights going on the map, the net worth will slowly but surely, or sometimes fast, go in their favor. So especially against a team like Team Spirit, who's all about the collapse playmaking and really brawling nonstop, that the pace of the game, I think, like if we see a slower game, will favor Gaimin here.
Yeah, as we are in the draft, the Magnus has already been taken out, so keep our eyes on the Mars for now. And Timbersaw, of course, also removed. Gaimin will be on the Dire side for this one, Spirit on the Radiant side. First pick goes the way of Gaimin, and that is exactly why we see Team Spirit having a little bit more time for this last ban, because there's always the wondering, will they want to ban out a hero that they don't want Gaimin to pick, or they want to leave it in so that they have a chance to pick something else to counter it? That's, is it the Mars you think that they're they ban at the puck. Unusual. Also, first time for everything, Gaimin does not have Pango banned against them.
That's true.
Wow.
Is it first pick worthy?
That's the question.
No. But maybe Gaimin are first pick right now, so...
Gaming have been first picking Bat, Timber, Mag, basically.
Really?
I don't think you first pick Pango when you have like the Mars readily available to you in the pool.
They've only played it once, Gaimin, this entire tournament.
The Pango or Mars?
The Mars.
Okay.
That's the issue with teams that have players that don't like really strong meta heroes. They actually are at a slight draft disadvantage in that first phase, because instead of taking the most contested heroes, they'll just have to ban it out themselves or give it away. And we actually saw that with Team Spirit last year when they didn't play Broodmother, and when they were first picked, they still had to ban Broodmother, and they were wasting a first ban every single map they played. And eventually, when Brood finally got nerfed, they started winning again.
But also, the patch after, when Brood came back, we saw Collapse playing Brood sometimes. So one thing I'll say about Team Spirit, I was being a bit critical of the Lifestealer from Yatoro, because it's clearly not one of his signatures, but they will pick heroes that they know are good for the meta and good for the game. Like, I think that's the development they've had since that Broodmother patch, where, I'll be honest, like, why don't I see 50 Mars pubs from Ace, in his recent history? Like, I think this is something tend to be very stickler about for these players, is at the end of the day, like, this is, if it's the meta hero and you're in a tournament with a long drawn out, like, setup, like, what's the reasoning behind it? Like, in the long term, next time Mars rolls around, you're going to have the same problem if you don't take care of it now.
The hero's not going to just fall out of the meta and never come back as an offlaner. And this was an excuse maybe like 6-7 years ago. It's like, I just don't play that hero. But at this scale of play where players are so talented, like, they're all so good at Dota, they could learn to play any hero in any role, frankly, to its best ability. So he should be practicing it.
Yeah, that's a great thing that you guys brought up, because I remember we talked to Blitz in one of the Dream Leagues last year, and I think it was actually the start, and then he said, I think you asked him a question, Cheever, about his players learning heroes, and he said, well, my players are really good, so if they learn a hero, they learn it after playing 5 to 10 pubs, and then they'll be top tier at it. And I would assume the same thing applies to a player like Ace, who has won so many majors in the last year.
It is a different play style than his normal heroes by a little bit. He's that 3-3, like, slightly different offlaner, not as extreme as 3-3, but so it could be just like he can play it, but they don't like the play style as much. But it can farm a lot too, so I don't see why they never touch it, but it gets ignored.
Am I going to see a Collapse Mars second round?
At this point, it could be.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Thing is, they're not going to take Mars on GG, so, and if they're not banning it, that means it's definitely going to be picked up here by Team Spirit. And they also got a Grimstroke out of this first phase, which is going to be a very high value hero, especially if this Mars does come out. And the Soulbind is going to be very disruptive to the Spat Rider during these team fights.
Do you think also the Grimstroke will convince Gaming to not go for the Pango in this case? Is the Grimstroke alone enough to deal with it?
It definitely makes it very scary, because those mid-game team fights, it's going to be particularly disruptive. I mean, the Grimstroke is something Team Spirit has been picking often. They picked it twice against Aurora here. They played in both roles. It can be a little squishy to, like, dying to some carry finding him in late game fights, which is an issue sometimes. But whenever they have it in a duel lane, they just feel really confident with it, in my opinion.
Just enables the Collapse heroes at all times. Like, if you talk about a hero that enables an offlaner to, like, not go that second item BKB because the Inkswell shard buff, like, that's usually around the time where offlaners will build their first defensive item. Like, Grimstroke just really accelerates the pace of the game because of that.
This is very interesting that Team Spirit go for the double supports when they have a signature hero in the pool. And I wonder if this is actually scrim data that they've run the Mars versus Gaimin and they've presented a solution in the last couple of days. Because adding more priority to the Grimstroke makes sense because they've left Pango in the pool versus a Pango player. And the Shadow Demon also makes sense versus Batrider because you can just disrupt whoever gets lassoed. But I still feel like Spirit have taken Mars at every opportunity it's been given to them, and they're not doing it here.
Would you guys say that SD is a slight counter to Mars as well? That you can protect against Mars combo, and thus like them picking it says like, okay, you kind of have to take it, or we're gonna also we'll have Shadow Demon and Mars.
I've actually got a theory about all this. What if Team Spirit is thinking like the longer Mars is in the pool, that favors us, like going forward in the draft, and then on top of that, they're also in the first game of a best of 3, and they're saying, is Gaimin gonna pick this hero? Like, where is this hero gonna come out? How long are they willing to leave it in? And so the Gaimin now showing their cards like, okay, fine. Like, we called your bluff, like, game of chicken here. We'll pick the Mars.
This is a result, then, in your opinion, of it being a best of 3. So there's, you know, basically they're feeling each other out a little bit. Like, what do you do when I do this? Might be.
I'm happy to just see Ace play Mars.
Yeah.
Even if he sucks at it, we don't know yet. We've only seen him play it once. But even if he's not good at it, like, they have to be able to adjust and accommodate these meta heroes. You don't want to draft yourselves into a corner continuously because you refuse to play one of the top tier heroes of the past.
I got the data on it. He's out of all the pro games he's ever played, his Mars, he's played it like 12 times. He played it 6 days ago. But the time before that was like in 2012. Sorry, I just lost the page.
2012?
I'm sorry, 2022 in May was the last time he played it prior to that. So he played it 6 days ago.
Mars has definitely been meta between those two times.
He did do good 6 days ago. He went 9-3 and 16. It was against Heroic.
Okay.
And it was in DreamLeague.
The thing about a hero like Mars specifically, I trust Ace to own the laning phase. Like, this guy is a mechanically skilled player, but Mars is a hero that can have some crazy high impact later on based on ordering of spells, usage of spells, who you jump, all that kind of stuff. So, interesting pick coming out from Team Spirit, the PA. If it was in a pub, any other hands than Yatoro, I would be flaming my carry for this pick right now. But you have the Fan of Knives, which is the one break in the game that's really purchasable right now from the carry role. Nobody buying Silver Edge because it's just a bad item, and it utilizes the Grimstroke really well early. And wow, what a draft coming out from Team Spirit.
100% win rate hero right there.
Is it 1-0 or 2-0?
1-0.
Nice.
Guys, so I pulled up, before we go back to the PA conversation, I pulled up Ace's pub data. He's only played 18 matches in the last 8 days, 78% win rate, of course.
Of course.
So, of course it's Ace. He's played 3 Marses.
Okay.
3 Marses in the last 8 days. He has lost every time.
Really?
Wow.
Wait, he won 1 time, 4 Marses. No,
okay, what did he win with?
So he won with Mars 6 days ago, and then he lost 2 times. So he has a 33% win rate.
Okay, well, he is playing it a little. It's encouraging.
He also had Tofu and CY on his team when he won on Mars.
And that game didn't... Okay, so the thing I'm telling you is, when you look at certain heroes, it's like, are they going to lane it well, or are they going to play a late game well? And if it's an off-lane hero like Mars, I'm concerned about the late game. Like, if you don't have a ton of experience with this hero, that's when you're going to flounder a bit. And the game that he won ended at like 25 minutes. So.
I agree completely. I think if Gaming Gladiators are going to stomp the lanes, then we don't really have to worry about how much of a Mars player he is. But if they go late game versus a team like Team Spirit, who have near perfect teamfight execution, a lot of the times it's going to be quite scary, but let's just give it a shot. Let's believe in him. I love the Omni Knight with the PA. I think that Omni Knight versus Undying has always been really strong because it just, you just put your repel on somebody, they get a very strong buff because of all the little zombies, and they just beat people up.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that actually.
It's a collapse
every zombie.
Omni, right? Is that what we're looking at?
Almost certainly. Otherwise, it'd be a Laurel Omni. Yeah, probably not.
For every zombie, you get the
because it's like, what is it, 8 strength or something per...
Yeah.
The zombies would have to apply the slow to you, and then, you debuff that.
It's pretty reliable, I think so.
It's actually really nice.
Sounds very abusable, yeah.
Especially if you put this Omni Knight versus Undying on lane versus a Tombstone. It's quite cool. And also, it's just been a traditional hero with the PA because there are so many ways to protect and buff it. And I love what Brian said about it being the only purchasable break that feels good because Extreme Gaming had the same idea. And they played 3 PAs on Ame one day because they wanted to try it out. And it was versus Mars that gave them this idea. And it looked good in one of the games versus Mars, so it's doable.
It's one of the few carries I can get out of the arena as well.
I just love that your itemization can be flexible. It's like you can go traditional build, but if you're struggling a little bit late game, you just buy Revenant's Brooch, and now you open this like easy to apply damage that gives you another way to win fights in a straightforward way.
Yeah, Revenant's Brooch has actually changed itemization significantly. I think it's a reason we don't see items like AC ever. Like you just don't see these armor items in the late game because in the past you see PA, you see TB, you see these type of heroes and you're like, let's just get a bunch of armor and that hero's 100% physical damage and they won't be able to do anything about it. But suddenly you can shift it back to the Revenant's Brooch. So yeah, I think that giving PA, I saw the dagger clip, it like one-shot at a Mars, I think it was, where it's the Revenant's Brooch plus Rapier.
That's cool. Do you guys think that Gaming Gladiators have a means to address this late game PA? Because all they have is Lasso.
They need tempo. I think they need tempo. Like they went Lesh, like that's their answer. It's not 1-to-1, good against Shadow Demon, good against PA. But I think they're seeing like a lack of mid-game damage from Team Spirit right now. So they're thinking to aim for like a Sven or an Alchemist type hero that's just going to make it so the PA never really gets a chance to play the game that we're all afraid of.
Yeah, she's typically countered by like Magic Burst, and they've got that in spades right now, but if she's hard to catch in the fights, and if she has a BKB or is protected by Omni, then it's going to be really difficult, I feel like.
I just think this BKB PA is going to be really strong, especially with this Omni behind her. I don't think they're going to have viable solutions in the late game, and can they play the tempo that they need to play? Because their execution recently on Gaming has been sloppy. Because you're looking at this PA and she's going to have Inkspell on her with Grimstroke's Shard, and she's going to have Repel, and she's going to have 2 charges of Guardian Angel, potentially protecting her. And you're just dependent on this lasso to catch her when she's BKB'd. But because of Blur, it makes it hard to find her and see her in these team fights if you're a Bat Rider. It's a very difficult lasso target.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The Weaver helps make it harder for the Omni Knight to protect his supports, basically, because if Weaver hits that from a different angle, attacks Shadow Demon or Grimstroke, those heroes can't defend themselves as well. So that maybe would make it easier for them to then kill PA afterwards. It's one good thing.
I'm down for the Laurel Quap. Orchid Builder against the Weaver, Mobile against the other guys.
How about the Laurel?
Oh my god, that hero's still in the pool.
They needed this hero.
Yeah, why do you say that, Mira?
Because if they picked Queen of Pain, they would have had absolutely no team fight and absolutely no way to fight back when Gaming Gladiators 5-man. But now you have this Kunkka, you have this very stable mid laner who's, first of all, going to do well on lanes, going to be able to rotate, and he's going to provide you some means of counterplay when Gaming Gladiators well up, because you're going to have his boat, you're going to have the Torrent Storm, you're just going to have a mid laner that's not going to be one-sided like the Queen of Pain, who can only play on Orchid pickoffs and whatnot. Because you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket if you're Team Spirit.
They'll have double X marks the spot. Gotta watch out for that.
Oh shit. I will say that like their counterplay on Team Spirit is, there's a lot of it. You have the Shadow Demon Disrupt, you have the Omni Saves, you have the Kunkka, like X into catching you. So basically it's going to be how clean are Gaming Gladiators initiations, because if they don't start the fight with immediate pickoff, there's no running away from this team. You have PA, you have Kunkka, you have Shadow Demon ult. So I would say that it's all going to come down to those like 1 or 2 team fights, 12 to 20 minutes into the game, where like, is the map going to get blown wide open for Gaming? They get the first Aegis, Weaver gets control of the map, or is Team Spirit going to just slow down the bulldozer a little bit? I'm leaning towards Spirit, but what do you guys think?
I'm also leaning towards Spirit because I think that this PA, with all of the buffs and that BKB, is going to be really unstoppable later on in the games. Team Spirit just need to hold it out. And while Gaming Gladiators do have a little bit of tempo going their way with the Lushrak, I just don't think that they've been pulling it off the way that they need to. I think Ace's Mars is still a little bit of a question mark, so it's going to depend on how well they can choke out Team Spirit, but I haven't been seeing that too much from Gaming.
Yeah, I think if Team Spirit can do well or win the laning stage, they're going to have a really good game position because they don't have to worry as much about the team fight problem. They'll get to the BKB faster. And then if Gaming Gladiators win the laning stage, they should be able to set really good tempo and get a gold advantage and hopefully end the game at a reasonable time.
So Gaming is still a little bit on a timer. Not just
I would say so.
because we
Very much so
are
on the timeline.
curious about the Mars, but also just by nature of their whole game plan.
Yeah, I think it's similar. We saw like the Luna versus Sven from Spirit yesterday. I think Weaver against PA is not like individually a good matchup, but it's the tempo that they picked it for. So I think
Okay.
that's what Gaiman's committed to with that last pick.
All right, let's see if Gaming Gladiators can set a high tempo here in the first game of this best of 3 series as we're heading over to our commentary duo.
Well, we got some hype-ass matches today here at Dream League Season 22. Team Spirit versus Gaiman is the first best of 3. Suns fan here with Cinderin. So you're appropriately addressed with a t-shirt, wrinkled as always.
You like that?
You know, you have the most wrinkled clothing of anyone I know.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
legitimately. I forgot to tell you that.
Thank you so much.
The other 100 times that I've seen you with one.
It's rare that you compliment me. I appreciate that. Yeah, what a series and what a draft, right? So this game is obviously a bit of a grudge match at this point, right? Gaiman against Spirit. They played earlier this tournament where Gaiman won 2-0, but I feel like since that series, the teams have gone in a little bit of a different direction in terms of power level, where Gaiman Gladiators maybe have dropped off a little bit, where Spirit have definitely improved. However, toward the end of the series yesterday for Gaiman, they did start to look better against Aurora.
Yep.
So, you know, let's see what form they come in with. The draft, though, Spirit's lineup is literally how can we save each other as much as possible.
Yeah. Well, little miscommunication, but disruption onto Tofu.
They should be fine here. They just run away. But so you have a save on literally every hero on Spirit, arguably including PA, although she can only save herself. Even she has elusiveness in the lineup, right? So Grimstroke Shard, Kunkka with Boat, Shadow Demon Disruption, Omni Repel, like all of these things are going to make it difficult for Gaiman to initiate. And it seems like Spirit genuinely went in today with this as their mindset of what is broken in this patch. We've had patches in the past where teams would run double supports. It's kind of giving me, double save supports, that is. It's giving me flashbacks to, I want to say it was the Frankfurt Major, where OG were playing something like Wyvern every game plus another save support, and the Cold Embrace was just the spell. And it's interesting.
Funny that you remember the supports. I remember the cores. It was Tiny Alchemist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's interesting because patches have these phases where it's entirely possible that right now the way Spirit are drafting this is really, really good, and then in 2 days it might just be solved, right? But I'm personally kind of in the same boat when I see these games play, that I think saves are just really powerful. So I like the idea, but we'll see if they've gone a little bit too far, because too much of a good thing can be bad, right? Like this is
Yeah.
It's a lot of the same.
I mean, it's not just the saves coming out from Spirit, but they also pick up a couple of heroes we don't really see too often in the Omni and the PA.
Yep.
Omni, it's funny that we were talking about this. I was more shocked with the PA. You were more shocked with the Omni because I've cast a bunch of Omni in the previous tournament, but I guess it's only been picked 1 time this time around.
Yeah.
And then PA, I didn't get to cast any, and it's been picked 4 times, which isn't very much still. But the Omni, for me, the way that it's been played, it just feels very underwhelming, to the point where it feels like any other offlaner has been more effective. And I watched Spirit play this exact hero, where you go like this Echo Saber into Harpoon. It doesn't feel like the type of offlane that thrives in this patch as much for whatever reason. But I will say that the Guardian Angel being single target is a huge boost to like these single core that just want to rip you apart lineups, which the PA definitely serves the purpose of.
You could argue it's a little bit ironic to have Guardian Angel specifically for the hero in the game with the highest evasion, right?
I meant to say Repel, but both work.
Yeah, okay. So Repel on PA is obviously amazing. It's worth keeping in mind the duration of this is not as long as it used to be. It's 6 seconds only, and the cooldown's very long. So you're going to have it once in a fight. So you really got to make it work. I think it's 30-second cooldown on level 4. Yeah. 45 minus 5 per level. So it is a very... I think a big part of the reason Omni isn't so popular anymore is that his key role in pro Dota for a very long time was that second spell. Whether it was Heavenly Grace or Repel, this has always been the hero's bread and butter. So whenever that spell gets a longer cooldown, well, why would you pick it over any other enabling offlaner, right? And I guess to follow up on that, as far as Spirit goes, we've been talking about this. This team does very, very well when Collapse is playing initiators, when he can set the tempo of the game. Omni cannot do this in any build. They are very much reliant on Laurel making the moves. Maybe the supports plus PA can do it too. But
I think having the Kunkka mid does certainly help because it's almost like you're having an offlaner from the mid lane. And then the Omni is kind of this single target, almost like burst hero with that hammer of purity that he has. Now, I just feel like the hero is in a weird place because it has like this damage thing, but then also very utility-based spells around it.
Yeah.
Just, I feel like the identity of the hero is kind of just not there right now.
I think that's also a big part of the reason we barely ever see the hero as support, right? Because the reason it used to be a good support was exactly because you could go for that spell combo with the first 2 spells maxed out. Guardian Angel is obviously always going to be a great utility spell, but yeah, the cooldowns just kill it as a support. It's too long between when you can really help your cores.
What was his old passive called? I'm trying to remember. The slow.
Degen Aura?
Degen Aura. Oh, man. That's like the perfect description of every gamer.
That's every time I'm next to Jenkins, I'm like, yep, that's real life Omni Knight right there.
I miss it.
Yeah. And for a while, that was also his shard. And then they made Hammer of Purity.
What? Oh, yeah. The
Degen Aura was the shard.
Right.
After Hammer of Purity came out, Degen Aura was the shard a bit, and then now it's
Since we have a pause, might as well talk a bit more about this here. What do you think of the Hammer of Purity? I feel like that's the reason this hero has lost its identity to some degree.
Yeah. I know what they were trying to do, because they also want, like, I get the appeal of playing this hero as an attacking core and enabling that, but like you said, effectively, in most situations in the game, there are other choices for that are more appealing to the pros. It's probably also an attempt at making... I think in general, Valve over the last few years have tried to make more heroes flex, like where they have more options in the game, more build paths with talents and with items that have introduced new avenues for how to play your hero. But yeah, with the Hammer of Purity introduction and the rebalancing of the spells, effectively what you've kind of ended up doing is now turning it from... I almost think the hero is less flex than it used to be.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Can't really play support at all.
We used to see it on both 5 and 3, sometimes 2. I feel like the last year I have only seen this played as a 3.
I feel like somebody that is putting
really
in the
work out.
changes here at Valve with the Omni Knight misses the olden days, Synderen. Do you remember Dota 1?
Radiance SNY.
Radiance SNY mid Omni. It was really strong. And that's when SNY, of course, he had that slow, right? The Degen Aura, but then SNY also maimed. So an additional slow on top. That was pretty toxic for sure.
There's you know me with Dota. With patches I've generally been a fan of removing things and slowing things down and whatnot. One thing that they did remove that I actually talking about it kind of miss is actually maim on SNY.
I think so too.
I feel like the old SNY, but I think it was redesigned because at that time the maim was just too powerful. Like the slow was too impactful.
Not anymore.
In core matchups, but
I don't think it is anymore.
I think if you put it back in the game now, it wouldn't feel particularly...
The problem is it doesn't really fit with the SNY now. It would have to be on a different item, I think, right?
Well, if you let's say you just changed SNY to back how it used to be.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a need because I think they're actually in a good spot right now. But I do miss that mechanic. I agree.
And then there was on the tier 4 neutral item. What was it called?
There was a maim on a neutral item.
Yeah. Is there still, actually?
I don't think so. I don't remember this.
I need to check this.
Once you say the name, maybe it'll ring some bells as we're back into the game.
Yeah, the tier 4 neutral that had it was also removed. Wasn't it the sword, the triple... What's the sword called?
Trident?
No, what? Why can't I remember this?
Okay, go ahead and research that while we watch the laning stage here. So it'll be Laurel mid on the Kunkka versus Quinn's Leshrac. Leshrac with I think it was a 14 and 18 win rate. A little bit surprising. That's not a positive ratio, but of course Quinn one of the best Leshes in the game.
I found. I wasn't thinking the number wasn't high enough. It was penta-edged sword.
That maimed?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
But yeah, that one was also removed. So no memes. Okay, we're playing let's see how these lanes are going to go. As far as Gaming Gladiators go, the safe lane, dual lane, is very strong on paper. The Weaver Undying is a lane that's tough to play into for basically any strength offlaner. So you would expect Duracho to have a very good time here. Celery is just going to be in Collapse's face, and at that point you're mainly playing Weaver against the Shadow Demon. There is some potential pressure to put out on the Undying, but it's kind of tricky to do. Duracho just seems unkillable in this lane, right? Like, how are you ever killing Weaver with these two heroes?
Well, we've seen Duracho die when you've said that before,
Yeah,
so...
I'm just setting him up for failure here.
Yeah. But that's what makes him one of the most entertaining players in the scene. Almost like the Envy 50-50, except I think Envy won one major, right? I think, was it the Shanghai, perhaps?
You could say Duracho has won more majors.
Yes, I think so. But still only a B-tier carry, apparently.
Yeah, thanks, Ame.
Celerate still with plenty of mangoes to go. Duracho is going to get disrupted as Mira pretty low on mana as the Hammer of Purity comes down to collapse, but the Tombstone is placed and Duracho not able to deny it. So the money will go to Collapsing Company as Mira gets chased off of the lane for now.
Very decisive there from Mira. He instantly went on the Tombstone with Collapse. They had already pre-planned that. They were like, if he's tombs, we're just going to kill it right away with the Disruption Illusions and with the Omni. So that actually turned into a quite good trade for Spirit, taking advantage of when Weaver isn't Shukuchi, if you disrupt and he comes out, the Shukuchi will end. You don't have your escape tool available. So Stella replaced the Tombstone as a kind of a defensive, offensive hybrid measure in that situation. And they just immediately wiped it out. But still doing fine in that top lane. Yatoro!
Inkswell connection onto Tofu, and Yatoro finishes the job. That's first blood for him. Will it cost him his life? Ace trying to pursue further. Spear does connect in the end. Just for the damage aspect, that's all he needed. And Ace should be able to walk away scot-free, but still, first blood for Yatoro. They'll be pretty happy with that.
Yep. Miposhka hits the... I don't think he could have killed Ace even if that stroke hit. But yeah, Grimstroke PA is a special kind of lane, you know? It was popular for a while when PA was a bigger pick. It enables the aggression in the lane very much so. You just put Inkswell on PA, she blink strikes in and start slowing the target. You get that big stun in the burst. And against a lane like Bat Mars, if you find the right moment of opportunity, when, especially if Spear is on cooldown, the enemy team, the counterplay is only really a Flame Break. So if you find a way to walk in so you can Phantom Strike after the Flame Break, then you 100% stick on your target with that Inkswell.
Yeah, it's mid lane. Quinn sitting on 27 and 6. Laurel not too far behind, 27 and 0, so pretty much a wash. Slight advantage for Mr. Quinn as Mira is going to take a Tombstone slow, along with a Blood Grenade. Zombie still following. Celery continue to pursue as the Purification comes out from Collapse. Will help him walk away.
How come Duracho didn't want to chase that? I guess he was too vulnerable? Okay, he was too low. Fair enough. Thought he had a bit more in the tank than that, but couldn't pursue with the Tombstone, and that's another one kind of going to waste here. And I think worth keeping in mind in this game, the panel talked about this. Gaming Gladiator is honestly kind of on a timer in this one, as far as I'm concerned. I think the Radiant lineup becomes very difficult to deal with when PA gets maxed out with Repel on top and Inkswell. She is going to be absolutely terrifying in the late game. So if the lanes just float like this, I think Spirit should be pretty happy with this. If they can be even after 20 minutes and not have lost too much ground, too many towers, and the PA gets to play the map, then they will be cruising toward the type of game that they were hoping for when they picked the strategy.
And what about the late game matchup of the carries, PA versus Weaver? Weaver obviously very mobile based.
Yeah, it's mobile, and I think it's a bit deceptive nowadays how tanky Weaver can get with the right item build, but I don't see it holding a candle to the PA in late game. You're going to have to use an item slot on MKB or Bloodthorn, and Bloodthorn will not be reliable against Omni, so I think you have to get the MKB to hit the PA, and it's always, PA is such a special here in the late game, right? It's always just going to be these explosive bursts that even if Weaver is farmed, you can still get caught off guard and die.
Taro might be in some trouble in the bot lane. There was a third member of Gaiman shadowing here.
Yeah, Blur.
Yeah,
Very
Blur
good.
definitely helping out here. As Creep wave will be fortified for Gaimin. They want to continue to dive. Yeah. Full creep wave killed now. So Yatoro not able to get any of that. Might get a courier there on his way out.
And Spirit were trying to do something in mid, but Quinn isn't there.
Oh, double TP though from Spirit. X marks from Laurel onto Ace. The boat is coming for him. He's silenced as well from the Grimstroke. That'll lead to a nice pickoff for Mposhka. And a tombstone to boot. Yatoro, 150 gold. Man, those thing is worth so much money.
Yeah.
It's pretty absurd. That's top lane. Hammer of Purity's ready. Is Dyrachyo will pop the wand. Might not live through the day though. Tries to get the Shikuchi off, but it's just too much damage. Mira finds another kill to his name.
Yeah. When he's left alone, it's a different story. And if they catch him in a good disruption during Shikuchi, he can definitely be killed. So a couple of good moves here from Spirit. They're going to be happy to... Obviously, they don't know this, but Yatoro being top net worth at this point is basically the dream for PA. Quite infrequent that this hero manages to accomplish this in the first 10 minutes of the game, because it's not a particularly strong laner unless you have a great matchup.
There's no way he can die again. Dyrachyo. All right.
Oh, the misclick.
Yep, that is unfortunate for Mira. 3 stacks of Shadow Poison. We'll bring Dyrachyo quite low. Can he get a 4th? In the pit he goes. Like he'll be able to dodge it.
I'm positive he's dead if he disrupts him there. I think he lost... He might have lost vision of him slightly around the trees and ended up clicking on the Omni. So maybe it wasn't a target regardless, but...
Trying to go high ground. Yatoro. And Mposhka will find Celery. Inkswell only connects onto 1. Is now Mposhka on the run. The Stifling Dagger to try to slow it up. Nice Torrent with the boat coming as well. Celery taking the brunt of that damage, and it looks like Yatoro will finish him off. And Mposhka, 5 stacks, the sticky napalm. Laurel getting pursued by Quinn in the meantime. The Pulse Nova just ripping him a new one. The Fairy Fire won't be enough for him to survive, as now Yatoro blinks right out of the arena and dodges the spear as well, as he has a cornucopia into his eventual Battle Fury.
Yeah, a lot of rotation here from Gaimin. Not really the best payoff, but also not the worst. They do get the mid hero in this exchange, only losing a support. But again, got to keep in mind what type of heroes are involved in these plays. This is the bigger thing, though. Quinn will get the mid tower.
Oh, so close. Or to use time lapse as well.
Actually,
so
has to beat a base. Yeah,
forces Dyrachyo completely out of lane. He has to make the walk of shame.
So Quinn takes the mid tower, 4 points in Edict. He can really make quick work of those. Gonna start heading down to bottom, you would imagine. They want to get this tower together with potentially an arena play. 40 seconds the cooldown here if Spirit do try to defend. I feel like they probably won't, and Quinn can probably just take the tower from the tree line, honestly, with an Edict here. But he's looking for... He was maybe hoping to find the PA down here. We'll only find creeps. Yep, need to finish that one. All right, there we go. Tofu will continue the stacking. Big, fat stacks for Lesh. One of the best heroes in the game at taking this.
Radiant's bottom tower is
particularly the non-ancients.
Dyrachyo continuing to get gone on. We'll time lapse most of the damage off. Man, they are pressuring him so much this game, and that is going to lead to him having the lowest CS of any core in the game currently. And in terms of that hero and like the comeback potential, how would you say it rates?
Yeah, it doesn't play too well from behind, I would say. And there are some high-risk situations for Weaver in this game. X-Mark is a very good spell against this pick in particular in this game. Grimstroke Silence is a problem. So you do need to reach some sort of baseline of items to solve problems here, whether that's BKB or Manta, to have a way of breaking out of combos. And yeah, the more they pressure him, the slower that's going to come out, and the harder it will be for him to find a way into fights. The good news for Gaimin is that Lesh is doing very well, and we've seen Quinn take over games on this hero. In this tournament, we saw him pick it very early in the first phase in the beginning of the tournament without success, but now it's a later pick, so conditions should be better.
Tofu on the sideline has his lasso. Celery shadowing him under cover of smoke. But it looks like even with the rotation of Ace, it's been spotted out. So Spirit will back away completely. Collapse now. Feeling safe to go back into lane. Will continue to do his thing against Doraccio. He's getting closer to his eventual Echo Saber.
He's 3-0 and 3 build currently on the Omnis. No point repel. He's holding a skill point for either that or Guardian Angel, whichever one will be more relevant when a fight breaks out that he's a part of. But so far, Collapse has not moved. Literally just built a house in the top lane. Hammered in the nails himself, as a matter of fact.
Do you like the single target Guardian more than the old one?
Conceptually, or if I think it's better?
Either. Whatever's more interesting of an answer.
I think there was something about the old ult in the type of moments it could create in team fights where... But I understand why people might have thought it was either... I wouldn't necessarily say overpowered, but maybe uninteresting, because it didn't really have like the same skillful usage of targeting the right hero at the right time. It was just, okay, fight is breaking out, let me just pop this and make everyone physically invulnerable. Now that it has the 2 charges and you can select the targets, I think it leaves more option for higher skilled plays, timing. So I guess overall, I think this is a cooler ability actually as a single target from that perspective. How about you? Did you like the old one better?
No, I didn't like... Yeah, the
you
old
don't
one.
like either? Or
No, I think the new one's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it a lot more. As Quinn. Gonna find Yatoro here. Oh. Uses Pulse Nova. His Celery is the one found out, but Ace coming in to back him up. Miposhka gets a nice ink swell onto 2. Soulbind is there, but the lasso will find Mira. Arena comes in, deletes Miposhka and Mira. So 2 supports dead for Spirit.
Yeah, this Radiant lineup just can't teamfight without Kunkka right now. It's just absolutely no way, and he got cut off, so... Nice and easy for Gaiman. Obviously, Spirit want to buy time. This is a very nice Battle Fury timing from Yatoro here, 13 minutes.
Yep.
With the Treads and Raindrop to go, or to boot. It's going to be a bit of a game of...
Oh, is he gonna go eventual Phylactery or Conda? Is that actually the build on PA?
Conda?
He's getting Crystallis into BKB and then...
PA goes Conda? Maybe.
I mean, Stifling Dagger, why not?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you very easily activate it. It's just that, you know, arguably, in a lot of situations...
And they just increased the range of Stifling Dagger as well in this last letter patch.
But you can't crit 2 attacks at the same time. So PA will always lose value from buying Critical Strike because any attack that coup de grace procs, your whatever crit item you've bought cannot proc on the same swing. I don't know exactly how it works with pseudo-random distribution. I think if both crits proc, the bigger one is used and the other one is not counted, because it makes quite a big difference whether the other crit is wasted, you know what I mean?
Yeah, at least you know when you're critting with coup de grace now.
Yeah, that's true.
As Mira, he's going to get surrounded here. And we brought down again, this time by Ace. Doraccio looking to find somebody to pick off on the sidelines here. They're going to put a sentry down, X on top of him, but the rest of the reinforcements from Gaiman might force... Oh, actually, Collapse wants to fight. There's the Arena coming out. Doraccio just dies straight up to Collapse again. Double kill for Ace, though, as he finds yet another kill onto a support. And now Collapse being pursued. He's a piglet, and he will give the triple kill to Ace. So there were questions about whether Ace could play this hero. Seems to be doing quite well.
Yeah, I wonder why Gaiman have not been rating this hero higher, if it's some sort of... I don't feel like it's the shortcomings of the player. So it has to be either the scrims they played with that didn't really work out with how their playstyle goes usually, or... Because I don't think he feels uncomfortable on it. And so far in this game, he's playing completely fine. The reason it's a talking point is that it really stands out because, like, basically every other team in the tournament is first picking Mars.
Right.
They aren't, but based on this game so far and the previous game in the group stage that he played where he also did great,
Maybe they're playing the long game, you know?
Yeah.
So they can second phase pick it.
We were only pretending we don't play the first pick that every other team plays, and we're going to surprise you with that. I don't know. Good stuff from Gaiman, though. 3K lead. They are clearly showing good understanding of how this game is meant to be played for their lineup. This is exactly what they need to do. They need to group up, make smoke moves, take team fights, put the pressure on Spirit before their lineup comes online.
Maposhka gets off the silence. Inkswell to follow.
Should be okay.
And the Torrent. Lots of delay as Ace.
A very good smoke break there.
Will likely retreat now.
Is under attack.
Cayman would like to find any possible fight they can, so Spirit will try to play keep away, and when they do get found, they'll do their best to make a clean disengage. Straight up team fights are not really anything you're looking for until PA is online, which will take a bit of time. I don't think you can really change your PA build because you're playing with Omni, by the way. I just think the duration is too short on the repel to skip BKB. I think he's still going that. Wait, he's just going a value Crystallis, and then he's going
BKB.
BKB Deso.
Oh, he's going Deso after as well.
So
Interesting.
it doesn't look like he's upgrading the... maybe he's just... His quick buy is just every item he could possibly want, right? He also still has a Wraith Band.
Is there any other item other than Daedalus that Crystallis builds into these days? Celery evaporates to the damage from Spirit. Collapse is the one playing carry, it feels like.
He has a lot of burst now. He has the Shard. So Shard Echo is a massive single target burst that Omni can pull out, and you give him the Inkswell on top. Heroes can definitely die very quickly. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll defer to BSJ after this game on the panel to explain this PA build. I'm not really confident in judging why this is the right thing to do in this game or in general. But what I will say is that for basically, especially on the heroes that he's a master on, which PA is definitely one of them for Yatoro, this guy has, for a couple of years now, kind of been a genius on itemization in a lot of games. Like, just has made some really cool decisions in many a game we've seen of characteristic choices. So
yep. TP coming in though from the lash shot. Tofu just runs right into the PA, but gets off the lasso just in time. Quinn coming in, gets the split earth as well, but the boat might help out Yatoro, trying to get away. Not gonna happen. The arena already placed. One support TP'd out already. The rest of Spirit starting to melt. Spirit lose 3, and Collapse looks to be next. Just too much magic damage. As Gaiman, they lose their Mars, but that's it.
Ace with a great arena there. So PA finds the opening onto Bat and gets lassoed, and nobody can connect. So you're going to see it here. He's getting lassoed here. Mira gets blocked off. Kunkka gets walled off as well. Yatoro cannot connect with anyone, can't get saved. Omni's too far away. So Spirit not really in the right position, relatively speaking, with their heroes to help out the main one. And if PA is involved in a fight, you've got to be there with the other heroes to cover for her.
Yeah.
She's way too frail right now, so when she does want to fight, she's going to need help.
Yep, really needs that BKB or the repel.
Yeah.
That fight's totally different if the repel is on him. And just like that, Gaiman now open up a 6K lead.
PA is one of the comeback heroes of this game, one of the best ones when she suddenly hits critical mass. Spirit can definitely get there, but moments like those that Gaiman just found there are going to be massive. They keep looking for these team fights and finding them successfully. Things are going to be looking up for them. Quinn now with the Bloodstone. It's getting huge on the Lesh. All 3 cores on the side of Gaiman are having solid games. Considering Duracho had a tough time in lane and got pressured a lot, I think he's still looking fine. On the gold, he will be going for Gleipnir. Pretty standard item on the Weaver. Sets up Lesh really well.
Laurel about 1,300 from the Torrent Storm. And that's another spell that is desperately needed for Team Spirit to be able to fight. Actually a little surprised that they even wanted to fight. I mean, I know they have the Omni, maybe that's the reason why, but PA games, it's like 3rd item is when you start fighting, typically. It's typically like the Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, then fight. But
now his quick buy does have a point booster, so maybe Conda is...
Could be Ags as well, who knows?
Is there any reason to buy this Crystallis if you're not going to upgrade it? Because like we've seen in the past these weird builds on a hero like Gyro where you go the Crystallis early and you don't upgrade it for like 3 or 4 items. It's just a really nice farming item. I don't feel like that's what we're working with here with the PA. I feel like Conda is in the build.
Yeah, well, he gets crit and then he gets Ags, which helps him farm more with the crit, right? Whereas PA just going for defensive BKB first.
I don't know.
That's a little odd.
X mark.
X.
Duracho is trying to be cute.
Boat is going to hit. Do they have the burst? Absolutely. Dyrachyo doing Dyrachyo things.
He was trying to steal the Wisdom at minute 21 on Weaver, which is honestly pretty standard, but...
Maybe too standard.
I guess so. I mean, Spirit were definitely ready for it and anticipating this move, so they set up and get a big kill, and the Tormentor, the Team Spirit special.
All right,
They'll
cleanse
get the shard
for Sticky Napalm. And I don't think you can Dispel Decay, so is that it?
I guess Lightning Storm slow.
Yeah, technically true.
Dire's middle
I guess
tower
that's,
is under
yeah,
attack.
that's about
How
it.
does it work with Flame? I guess Flame Break's dot?
Yeah.
And slow as well? But I think you still take the full knockback. I don't think it works like a continuous instantly Dispel Stopper like having Demonic Purge against Force Staff. I don't think it's going to work that way. Roche will be claimed for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal. Denying an Aegis from a PA. Definitely something you want to do.
Dyrachyo TP top and
time lapse is back.
Had to lapse back. I mean, to be fair, it actually was a good time lapse because there was a Phantom's Embrace mid-air connecting on him, and that could have been his death. So he's gonna have to head back home. Weaver is one of the least punished heroes from having to go back to base. Obviously, you connect pretty fast with Shikushi, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, Torrent Storm now available for Laurel, and Miposhka. I believe, yeah, he had to purchase the shard, was waiting for the Tormentor just to see if he got the 50-50, but now he had that Inkswell upgrade. Torrent onto Lesh, and wow! Collapse comes in and two-shots him, essentially. Tofu looking for an opening, not going to find it. The Phantom has been embraced now upon him.
Yeah, he has the Whispers of the Dread on Omni Knight, which is quite the amp, you know?
That's true.
Considering all his spells are pure damage, then this is just another 10% on top.
Not bad.
Yeah, pretty nice. All right, so they just grab a quick Aegis there.
Phylactery. Is that a yeah? He's going Harpoon into Phylactery for collapse. Okay.
I guess Conda Omni is kind of good.
Yeah,
right?
I guess that is true. I never thought about that one.
Okay, so now PA has BKB. We'll see what the call is here from Yatoro. Is it going to be finishing the Conda or is it going to be Deso? It's got to be one or the other. He still has the Wraith Band and Quick Buy. Don't know. I don't understand.
Oh, because he doesn't want to he already shift clicked
Yeah, he
everything.
doesn't want to rearrange
Tofu
it.
Gets the opening onto the Conquer. There's the arena again, separating everyone else, but disruption to save just for the time being. Miposhka does end up falling as Laurel gets off that Torrent Storm finally with the Blade Mail, but not a whole lot of damage done. Good amount of CC though. 2 dead for Spirit as now they try to get the hell out of dodge. Oh, Spear actually misses onto Yatoro, but can he find a target to actually... No, he's going to try to TP instead. Is successful.
I feel like most players in the world would have BKB TP'd there. But he recognized that it wasn't necessary. Really wants to preserve those charges. And this was another fight where Gaimin just... I mean, they just had more numbers, right? PA wasn't there at the beginning of this fight. He was off farming, and the fight breaks out. It was a very quick counterplay to the lasso with the repel, but Hero still gets pulled in and they don't really get to stabilize. Laurel gets put in a very awkward spot, can't really get out. Just cast all his spells and then dies, all right?
Tofu
Big damage.
feeling the wrath of collapse, but he's tanky enough to survive it.
That's a kill with a Conda, I guess.
Might be a kill with just the Phylactery. Wait, does he have the Phylactery already?
No.
Yeah. As Lar will be going for his tidal wave now. And like you said, Dyrachyo has to itemize with that MKB next. That'll be a pretty big power spike for Gaimin. As Quinn working on the BKB. A damage rune as well, so extra spell amp. As, oh, Mira. Okay, well, he's a long ways away, but has his sights set on an Aghanim Scepter. The break specifically for Mars, I suppose, but just extra charge is always good.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Oh, I think I get it now. Okay.
Hold on. Lasso. Grim is dead. Go ahead. What do you understand now, Synderen?
All right, so Yatoro had the Wraith Band in the quick buy because he wanted to not finish it until minute 25. That's when it's worth enough for him to put the goal. He built the Wraith Band now. So he had to circle it the entire game until minute 25, and then he bought Wraith Band at that point.
Okay.
To maximize, to get that double value. Usually you just buy it anyway, because then you have a Wraith Band and then it doubles up.
Yeah.
But there might be some sort of missing timing on earlier items by buying the Wraith Bands too early. because then you get a later BKB, for example. But now the Wraith Band is just too good to not have. Still looking for the Crystallis explanation, because now he is going for the Deso. So that one is still a bit of a mystery. If you bought Conda now, I would get it, but I think... Is the Crystallis really worth its weight in gold for a PA farming? He must think it is.
Yeah, I would think so. As Dyrachyo throwing out a random swarm. Gives some vision here. 7k lead for Gaimin. Yatoro on the hunt, but not done with his Deso yet.
That's level 18 though, so that's a big power spike for this hero. Massive crit.
I do feel like they maybe play a little bit passive until this Deso's online. It's not really that far away.
Oh, he just PP'd away.
Tofu initiation, yeah, without their PA, this is going to be a disaster for Team Spirit. They lose both supports. Tidal Wave will keep Laurel safe along with the boat. And Collapse was there as well, but the Gleipnir from Dyrachyo into the arena. Laurel is dead and Collapse completely surrounded. I'm not sure if they spotted the TP for Yatoro, but that was perfect timing for Gaimin.
Genuinely, absolutely perfect timing. The moment he left, they just get this kill. Just super nice. The ward here, giving them the information, and Spirit get caught completely off guard. I gotta say, Gaimin's play this game has been very... Compared to, again, we saw them warming up yesterday a bit against Aurora. I feel like it's been more structured. It's been more like we're used to seeing from them. They're playing tighter together. They're making better team moves. And it's paying off big time so far in this game. 11k up now. This bottom tier 2 is probably falling to Quinn as well. There is a glyph, but I think they're not going to use it here. So they get 2 towers with this move as well.
Yeah.
Quinn now going to finish his BKB. We got the BKB 8-seconder on Mars. And Weaver is not going to buy one. I was looking if they had a triple BKB timing coming out, but Dyrachyo will be going for the MKB, which is very standard against PA. That's a solution there. They have the gem on the bat. They just have all the tools they need and just keep playing and controlling the map against Spirit. And we've been talking a lot about this PA and her comeback potential. This is when it needs to start happening for Spirit if they want to have a chance in this game. We'll get the Glass Cannon Nemesis Curse here. So tons of damage on the PA now. With that plus Deso.
Yep, Tofu. He's been the one starting every single fight as of late as, oh, Celery gets deleted.
All right.
Okay, that's one way to show off your Deso. Time-lapse used now on Dyrachyo. Tier 1 tower will go the way of Spirit, and you're right, this is when the team up, the 5-man potentially for Spirit will come through.
Can we get a replay on that on Dying Kill in slow-mo?
You mean the missed kill?
Wait, was it not on...
I don't think it was on camera.
Okay, because he died... He died so fast, I don't actually know where the damage came from in that. I guess it was fight recap as well. Okay, so Omni... Oh, he was disseminated too. So Omni disseminate and 1 Phantom Strike was it. Just got blown up.
That'll do it. Conda not too far away. Get to see that stifling dagger. Conda!
I will say, this 9k lead, most of the games we've cast in this tournament, I feel like this lead would have been more important than it is this game.
Yes, it does not. I mean, Gaimin are definitely ahead, but it does not feel like this is insurmountable at all for Spirit.
It's by the nature of Spirit's lineup being so different from what's meta right now.
Surprised they haven't gone for Roche, though.
Well, he isn't up.
Yes, it is.
No.
What do you mean, no?
He can respawn in 10 seconds.
What? Wait, your computer actually shows something different than what I'm watching on production. Interesting. That's so weird. Okay, it's spawning
am I watching on delay?
No, it says now it's spawning in 12. Wow,
like, I could have sworn I was in the game. You really psyched me out there. I'm like, okay.
That is so weird.
I've had some weird moments the last couple of days, as you can attest to off camera, where I'm like,
yes. You've been quite aloof.
You're actually gaslighting me now. I was like, okay, am I even watching the right game?
We just see a bug.
Okay.
Roche is now up.
Okay.
In case you're wondering.
All right, so now they can go for Roche. He's bottom.
Yep.
For the next 4.5 minutes, and Gaimin, you would imagine, would like to do this as soon as possible. Take the possibility away from Yatoro and get it on their Lesh.
He's 400 from Conda.
Yep. Very curious to see how big of a difference that makes. It has to be huge, the burst that this hero can output with Conda. So
it's not just Stifling Dagger. Like, it provides a slow for Phantom Strike, if you think about it as well, which is kind of cool. So you don't have to open with Stifling. In fact, I wonder which one procs first. If you throw a Stifling Dagger and then Phantom Strike, but the Phantom Strike hits first after casting a second, which procs? I think it's the Phantom Strike.
I would think so too.
Tofu trying to go for the opening. He does get the lasso. That is the deletion of Maposhka right off the bat. Yatoro popping the BKB, focusing on Quinn, but he's just melting. Absolutely melting. It's way too much damage from Gaiman. And just like that, it's 4 dead. All right. Well, I don't think Kondo would have made much of a difference there anyway.
Well, he has it.
Oh, okay. It made no difference there anyway.
It's another 5v4. I feel like every move Gaming Gladiators find a big team fight, there's always one hero missing on Spirit. They didn't have Kunkka there. He was already bottom. Like, you can't fight without this hero. You need that disruption from the Ghost Ship and the Torrent Storm. You need to make it difficult for Gaiman to initiate. They just run them down. They pop their BKBs, just run in and kill everyone. Yatoro cannot stand his ground against this amount of damage. He needs the mitigation from the ship, and he needs the Torrent Storm too, and the Tidal Wave to just break up the fight a little bit to give him space. Gaming Gladiators is so quick to just find the right moves, and obviously going to claim the grand prize here in the Roche. They will get the banner.
Hell yeah.
We love our banners.
All right, let's shame whoever uses it right away. It'll be Celery, usually reserved for the position 5.
At this point, I think no team can use this in a way that you appreciate aside from saving it. Like, literally, if anybody uses this item before Rax, you're going to be like, that was bad.
That's right. That is correct. Well, no. Okay, if they're going to push, even without Rax, and they want to put it down behind them, that's okay.
All right.
I wouldn't say that's ideal, but it's okay.
So same lane as they're in.
Same lane, but
okay.
Otherwise, I think you wait for barracks, yeah.
All right.
I mean...
There it is.
Oh my God. All right, so I'm going to vomit in my mouth here. That's what that sound was. Just awful.
Oh God, you love this. You love the banner so much.
Naposhka, he'll be able to dispel. But Dyrachyo, he's not stopping. He is Dyrachyo after all.
It's the Guardian Angel forced. Quite nice.
The tier 2 tower will go the way of Gaiman, and they can steal the Tormi if they want. Tofu, honestly, as well as Ace has played, Tofu has been the initiator this game. Yeah. He has been the MVP by far. And they will get the Tormi. And Seller will get the grab ally, everyone's favorite.
It's very good against Kunkka.
Yeah, that is true.
And killing the Tombstone for PA is actually not that easy, because sure, you might have a couple of fast attacks with the Phantom Strike, but you really don't want to spend your fight on that.
No.
This is a hero that needs to jump and kill targets fast, not stand around hitting a random tomb. So I think the grab ally is actually very reliable and very safe this game to use.
Unless Kondo one-shots you.
Sure. But then, yeah. I mean, what can you do at that point, right? Mira will get caught.
He has died.
Yes.
And the AoE with the Bloodstone is so noticeable. As Tofu again finding a pickoff. Second support for Spirit dead. Laurel just trying to run away from zombies and bugs. Pops the blade mail. Dyrachyo can just time-lapse it off. He will live, though. As Dyrachyo with a 34-minute BKB. Very late, actually. He has so many items. Yeah. Hasn't needed it yet.
I really like that he didn't buy it until now. I think it's good.
And Ace is going to get initiated by Yatoro. Will end up forcing out the BKB, but Dyrachyo is the one hitting the buildings.
Ah, yes, the X-Mark PA combo that we've all come to know and love. You just X, she jumps in with Konda, try to burst someone, and then pull her back.
Yeah, it just hasn't worked out yet for Spirit.
It's kind of
like
back
there's
to...
usually this power spike that happens. Like, it's very noticeable, but...
Oh, Dyrachyo.
Been the case. He's gonna get disrupted.
Yes, BKB and Aegis.
Yes, he does. And he's standing his ground. Will time-lapse as the arena onto 4 heroes. Boat is coming, though, to provide a little bit of a buff. Torrent Storm. Pretty good crowd control here.
It only gives them 1 kill, that arena, but it forces every BKB out of Spirit. So that is still a very nice spellcast from Ace.
Gaiman 22k lead now.
And I guess it comes back to what we talked about earlier. Does Team Spirit have too much of the same thing? Like, are they a little bit too heavily invested into this kind of saving stuff instead of having a little more teamfight control and catch?
Yeah.
Because Gaming are just picking them apart.
Oh, that X was not very far away.
All right, that is...
Yatoro gets punished as a result.
Wow, that is so disappointing.
And now after yesterday's game, Spirit playing so well, not the greatest coordination on that one.
I mean, not just that. I was just also hoping to see like some sort of cool team fight, right? But now we don't even get that.
Yeah.
Just gets stolen away. Tofu with another great catch. And Spirit, yeah. This is not really, in my opinion, indicative of what we saw from the teams yesterday. I would say Gaming doing better and Spirit doing worse.
Yeah, they get one set of racks. As Collapse being pursued now by Tofu. Soulbind is applied, but Team Spirit are just on the run. They lose Collapse, Tidal Wave, all of this work to try to get the support Batrider, but Ace is there to try to assist. They will end up taking out Tofu. Lara with the BKB, Blade Mail as well. Inside the arena, will be able to walk back to the fountain, but he'll lose Miposhka in the process. As Doraccio looking to finish off the rest of Spirit, and he does. The Aegis is consumed, Ace getting taken out by the fountain. This doesn't feel like the one game that we watched with Doraccio. Who was it actually that got pulled into the fountain?
BZM.
That was BZM, yeah. But Doraccio did something. That was the Alk play. Nothing similar to that here happening.
This fountain dive I also really like because they used arena, so you're protected from the fountain during that duration, and they stayed within the boundaries, so they could find the Kunkka kill. Burn their Aegis and that's fine.
Gleipnir on 2, Doraccio looking to finish off the barracks as the mega creeps come in, and Quinn looking to finish the job of... Oh, nice. Yeah, the time-lapse instant silence afterwards, so that leads to Doraccio's death. And he is dead for 80 seconds without buyback. Not that he'll need it. As Spirit are going to have to try to contest with these mega creeps. Damage rune spotted top, but that'll go to the way of Gaiman.
Ah yes, that Undying with damage rune. So nice.
That's a good one.
Can decay for another 5 damage. Can hit those creeps. Had to take it, it was expiring. So, and we'll get a less interesting rune with the illusion.
I feel like once you get the, I mean, I know it's not that big of a deal here, but once you get that Bloodstone on the Lesh, don't you just get Shard? Isn't that just absurd?
It really depends what type of fights you're taking. The Shard is primarily good in static defensive fights, and it doesn't really feel like that's the type of fights you're going to have against Spirit this game, right? Like the fights are very mobile, they're very quick.
Yeah.
Love the AC on him, by the way, against the PA.
Yep.
Opting to go for that because Mars went Shivas.
Don't think we're going to get to the point where we see the double Conda surprise from Collapse. But I was looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, the only hope right now for Spirit is getting a Rapier. I think that's what can salvage this game somehow. Yatoro getting a Rapier, finding some insane fights, but he's quite far off it. He bought the Basher first.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to try to get back in the game. And I assume you just drop your backpack, your treads, which means you might as well sell it to finish off the Rapier if you get close enough, but he's still, like you said, very far away.
Collapse.
Being pursued. Tofu.
Oh
boy. Lasso again. Why not? One more for the road, as Tofu has just completely dominated this game number 1.
Yeah, look at his net worth, actually.
And this was a first pick Batrider.
Yeah, almost that's the same as the enemy mid at this point.
First pick
crushing
Batrider
it.
into a Grimstroke first pick, which is looked at as a counter. Oh, he'll be spotted in the trees and will finally be punished for his transgressions. It's a 1-for-1 technically. The Torrent Storm came out as well, but not really catching anyone. As Yatoro can't even finish one component yet of that Divine. But maybe with the Batrider dying, this will delay things. As Roche, it's also a late timer, so 2-minute Roche means 2 more minutes potentially of Spirit being able to try to get this Divine. Unless you think Game will want to push without that.
Yeah, true. I guess from their perspective, I don't know how scary this rapier really is if you have Aegis. It's their only chance, right? So considering that, maybe going high ground before the Aegis to not give PA this option is an interesting idea. I don't know if there's any communication about that, if they're considering that as the risk of the game. But the way I see it, this is the only solution for Spirit. But of course, if you rush in a little bit too early and you give PA a decent fight before you have Aegis, then she gets the rapier from the fight. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, can get the Sacred Relic now.
Yeah, he did still the treads, as you said. So
all right. Not too far then.
It will be there in time for this fight. Okay, maybe we do still get the team fight. I feel like we got robbed off.
Robbed of?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they got X marked in base and just died instantly.
Yeah,
and they lost the whole base.
It's been pretty underwhelming.
Does he have it now? There we go. Almost.
And how close is Collapse to the continent? Because of course that's very important.
One more wave.
Finish that off. He's still a bit of ways. Yeah.
They're both close to these items.
Bracer if you need. Yeah, the creeps are coming.
Who's that Aether lens for?
Grim.
Grim with the lens, okay. Soul, well, never mind, he doesn't have, yeah, okay. So, what's the dream fight? You want to soulbind 2 heroes that then get daggered with the rapier?
I mean, that's the thing that's kind of interesting, because I was thinking...
Oh, he's getting 25 talent from this?
Okay.
It's close, he got it.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, which one is he taking?
Triple Stifle.
I like it. Which one gets, well, I guess the one you target gets the con.
Yeah. But if you have Soulbind on 2 heroes, he can now throw 6 daggers.
That's nice. All right, it's going to be against the Aegis on Dyrachyo. The banner, which will be wasted as all. Actually, no, it's going to be Gaben creeps.
You can't really waste it here.
Well, you can if you put it right in front of the enemies and they kill it.
Yeah.
Which we have seen.
Well, they could use it to get. They could use it as a distraction with Tombstone.
Are scanning.
Yes.
What if you could put the banner down and then it could jump into the Tombstone?
Yeah, that's a really cool mechanic.
Grab banner. A new ability.
I like it.
Collapse.
Yeah, Tofu. He's seemed to be the one starting every single fight. Collapse is going to show himself. Gets lassoed. Oh, the Inkswell actually cancels it instantly. Arena coming in from Ace, but the disruption is going to slow it down a bit. Yotaro's who we're watching. That is who has the Divine Rapier right now. Focusing onto the Batrider. Gets him. Has that BKB. Will have the Phantom Strike back to base. Gleipnir coming. Look at that stifling dagger just one-shotting there. Mars is dead. Dyrachyo, no more Aegis to work with. Has to use Timeless, but now he's silenced. He gets destroyed. Triple kill for Yotaro. It's not over yet, says Spirit. Quinn gonna get X now. Torrent does connect as Tofu bought back in the game. Reconnects now with the Lesh. And Yotaro, yeah, you have to worry about your base. The Ancient is fully exposed. No more tower to work with, so no chase potential here from Spirit, but they certainly defend, and those are Gaben creeps, ladies and gentlemen. The Gaben creeps have come. Look at those Chads. My goodness. They're huge. They're heroes.
PA is
oh, God.
PA is struggling with this one. How is she going to wave clear that? Okay, that was step 1 of many for Spirit.
Abyssal now.
Yeah,
Yotaro's,
Abyssal.
The only thing he's really missing is Ags and Shard.
Yep. You could argue
the banner
he would
has
like
died,
to.
everyone.
You could argue he would like to have a nullifier to swap in for his Battle Fury in the fights, maybe, but it's like.
Sorry, a what?
A nullifier.
Oh, right.
But I don't know if he's going to want to even swap out the Battle Fury for a moment, because if he gets any good cleave on 2 heroes, that has mega value. I'm not sure. And with the Abyssal, he can probably jump and kill the Bat, because in this fight, he jumped the Bat and he instantly Ghost Sceptered and delayed the death.
Yeah.
Actually, he didn't even die. It was his teammates that ended up dying, I believe. No, or did he get Tofu?
I think something we've learned here today is that...
He did get Tofu. Tofu bought back.
You just need 6 items on PA. Then you can start fighting.
I mean, the thing about moments like this is that you get to see how Spirit's lineup works. It's just that Gaimin really played a great mid-game to put Spirit so much on the back foot. If you imagine this game state where they have just like 1 lane of barracks left, I think Spirit would actually be in a pretty good spot 25k down. But the Megas just makes a huge difference for their access to the map. And next upcoming fight, I don't think Tofu is going to make the same mistake of jumping the Omni. Collapse was literally AFK, just hoping to get jumped so Mira could save him.
It was
or
a
the
trap,
Grim.
yeah.
And this is obviously what their lineup has that we've talked about. They have all this save if they're in position, and you're not going to be out of position in your own base to help each other very often.
Quinn now with the Arcane Blink. I guess boots can turn into something else, but you do need move speed, so
yeah,
maybe just wait for those 60-minute items, get the force boots, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he needs. Still a ways away from that as an Eon disc for Dyrachyo. Okay, that's one way to mitigate dying.
Would make the nullifier even better now for PA.
Yeah,
but I don't think he's going to buy it before he gets Ags and Shard, as you said.
Yeah, the Ags is extremely good.
Oh, Quinn hasn't died. I didn't even realize that.
Huh.
He's deathless in the game with the second lowest death count being 3 on the Undying, ironically.
Ancient is exposed, so one slip up from Spirit, and the game can be over. And Gaimin, they're posturing as if they want to fight. Tofu, again, tries for the initiation, but Spirit ready. Boat's coming. Oh, the Tidal Wave brings the Bat Rider up to the high ground. Another Stifling Dagger for the road. Grab Ally will save him for the time being. And it looks like it'll be enough for him to eventually get away. Although Yatoro looking for the Stifling. Pops the Eon.
Nice, he's just laughing on the camera.
Like, nice pickup, bro.
Yeah, if you want that disc to work, you can't be the one pushing the wave. That's just not a thing.
Yeah, for sure. This game in. Don't want to enter without some sort of... Oh my god, that is so filthy. And Yatoro working on an eventual second Rapier, but...
I don't think a lot of people missed the patch where PA was a first pick. That was...
That's hard to finish.
Wait, did he just one-shot a Mega Creep without critting? With the Conda? It's actually strong enough.
Oh, that is a crit.
Well, it didn't critically strike. It was just a Conda bonus.
Which is a crit.
Well...
Yep.
Okay, sure.
Anything to say for yourself as Lasso? This time they're not ready. The Inkswell finally comes out. There's the Guardian Angel as well. Laurel's in a lot of trouble. He's going to use the Tidal Wave and the boat as well. He's super fast. Will be get back to base, collapse inside of the arena. Will also be able to walk away.
Okay.
Good attempt from Gaimin, but...
Yeah, that was close.
Spirit survived with all 5.
They got off the initial save and then he instantly Guardian Angels and repels himself and just runs out.
Yeah, in terms of
was
Team
that
Spirit...
a second Rapier? Did I see that right? Yatoro bought a second Rapier on the Courier?
Did he?
It's flying in from the east, I think?
Okay, what are you replacing then?
Ooh.
Or is this just if he dies and bite? Okay, no.
Wait, what did he just have in this slot? Deso.
Okay, so no more Deso. Okay.
Well, his crits are going to be about 4,500.
Yeah, Tofu, another attempt. This time it looks like it might be enough. Disruption on self as Mira will likely fall. I would think. Repel, not quite enough. Soulbind onto a couple of heroes.
Daggers. Holy shit!
Quinn almost dead. Finally goes down for the first time as Yatoro is ripping through everybody. Tofu looks to be next on the list as Collapse going in deep on top of Celery. Tidal Wave back into the arms of Laurel. And that is the 4th dead for Gaimin as they cannot
honestly,
get high ground. And there's a damage rune top if they spot this, Cinderin. 30 seconds to get it.
This lineup's so fucking stupid.
Dyrachyo. Not going to be spotted here. He's going to be able to grab the damage rune instead.
It's like Gaimin kind of, they have to initiate somehow, right, in order to end, or they're just going to get poked by daggers. No matter who they jump on, there's like 3 different heroes ready to save each other. And as soon as they jump that guy, they're showing themselves, and PA can start throwing daggers. Any Soulbind, those 2 heroes, you keep the vision.
Yeah.
You just spam daggers. Eventually, you're going to get crits, and they're all triple stiflings flying out from both targets.
Chonk,
it's dirty.
Chonk, chonk. Fortification is popped.
Dirty.
They still have a tier 1 bottom, by the way, and all the tier 2s remain. Yatoro. There's the repel. He actually pops the BKB, gets the bash! Dyrachyo is dead!
No buyback.
No buyback! Oh my goodness! That was, well, I was going to say unexpected, but it is Dyrachyo, so kind of expected, for being honest. But Team Spirit fully back in this game despite being down Mega Creeps. You can see Dyrachyo's like, not again. Not again. And now the high ground attempt from Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under
Collapse is going to be the one frontlining. Ace, the only one alive. Quinn will now follow suit. He's only, yeah, it's true. He's only 80 gold from buyback, so Team Spirit won't be able to take full advantage of this.
I will say Gaben never lost faith. He gave Spirit 2% to win this game for a while.
are scanning.
Now he's giving them 21.
Okay. Do you feel like that's accurate?
I think it's 50-50, if not. I mean,
wow. He's actually continuing to upgrade.
He's got the brooch now as well instead of Battle Fury.
Okay.
Oh dear. Yeah, these daggers are just flat out just gonna one-shot people.
So he
one-shot course.
He has the Battle Fury in his backpack still, which I'm sure he's keeping for creep pushing.
Yeah, he needs it to clear waves. Oh well, needs. I mean, he still has triple dagger, which does a pretty good job. But yeah, this is
wow.
This is reaching crazy territory now. I don't know what percentage I would give for the teams. I think this is one of those games where it's like impossible to really say, because it's a matter of can you kill your Toro one time, right?
Yeah.
You ever get the PA?
He has no buyback, so.
You catch the PA and kill her, the game's over. Any other thing happening almost feels Spirit favored. But Gaiman are going to have the Aegis every time it's there. So they will have that advantage heading into the high ground.
I know that this brooch is good. I'm still surprised he didn't prioritize an Ags. He gets the shard. I don't know if he bought that or if that was from Tormy, but so finally has what is it called? The Fan of Knives. But the Ags is crazy. You get a kill, all your spells are reset. This has to be the next one, surely. I mean, he's running out of inventory space. Actually, he's backpacking the BKB for the Battle Fury right now.
Yep.
And Gaiman, they'll just have to wait for the Roche, and Spirit might just give it up again.
Oh yeah, they're not coming out there. Like, Gaiman will have the Roche every time. The question is if it's going to matter. Because the way the fights are happening, it doesn't really seem to be important that there's an Aegis with how it's gone so far. I don't know.
You know, if they had kept all their banners Cinder for this moment, they could put it in all 3 lanes. 3 Gaben creep lanes. It's difficult.
Oh, it always comes back to the banner, doesn't it? That's always that. Okay, is there any tier 5 neutrals that could help?
Help Gaiman?
Yeah. So, because I'm starting to look at. We're starting to dig a little bit deep
What's
here.
that Blade Mail esque one? Arcanist armor.
Yeah. So Arcanist armor could be something.
Mirror shield.
Multiple Books of the Dead, maybe.
Mirror shield will only reflect stifling from the hero it's attacking, so it's not like it's going to do much to. I mean, I guess it does block the stifling.
Okay, hear me out.
Yes.
You do the surprise play that Yatoro doesn't see coming at all. You get unwavering condition for when he uses his brooch. And then you take no damage from the tap.
There you go.
Because it's magic damage when you have the brooch activated.
All you have to do is toggle it off and then you're countered. Very cool.
Yeah.
Wind Waker now.
What else would be good for them? I mean, I guess Mirror Shield. Then you reflect the daggers. They're obviously not going to crit on PA
Yeah,
for
we
her
literally
damage.
had this discussion.
But
already talked about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything else really.
I mean, the Wind Wakers. Okay, this is crazy. I know. If you can somehow force fortification, just go all in on like these Wind Wakers, Diabolic Edict with the 25 talent. Which did he take that talent on Lesh?
No. Took the other one.
Okay, well you got to get level 30 now.
Okay. I mean, you can laugh all you want. It's not like Spirit are going to end the game right now.
But
so you
I
can
feel like
play
an
for
all-in play on this Ancient with Wind Wakers maybe is the best bet.
Yeah.
But I feel like playing it straight up is Spirit are just winning these fights.
It's just I don't even know if you can kill the throne fast enough. Like if you pop Edict with Refresher and the level 30 talent, and then you spam Wind Wakers on Lesh. I don't know.
That's a lot of damage.
It is. It's not enough though. I mean, the
because
Ancient has been buffed sometimes. With
I think. I mean, the issue is it's going to be shared by whatever units are by anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if let's say there's backdoor protection and Lesh has those.
Yeah.
Has that? Can he solo it?
No.
Still not enough? You sure?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Pretty sure he can. I don't even think it's close, actually.
Okay.
But
thanks.
Asked your question, you got your answer. What do you want? Okay, Gaming back to 20k lead. They got the nth Roche.
Yeah,
here.
so Aegis, I'm guessing it was the banner and Refresher Shard, I believe? Question mark?
Yep, there's a shard on Mars.
Okay.
I mean, look at how Gaming are placing their heroes. This is not normal in a 56-minute game, okay? This is where the teams are playing tight together, making smoke moves, looking for team fights.
Yeah.
But Gaming are just going to be like, okay, Spirit, you know what? We'll just farm everything.
So late game scenarios like this, you start thinking of things outside the box. By the way, Yatoro's close to buyback, but I mean, if he dies, the Divine's dropping. It's likely going to be over anyway. But now, from Gaming's perspective, oh, Yatoro?
Celery's dead.
Celery, goodbye, sir. Nice knowing you. That was a hero. He's now dead.
God.
But trying to force them out of their base, because they have to leave their base in some capacity to get these tier 5 neutrals eventually.
Yep.
Right? But, I mean, one issue for a game is the map is so huge now that over time they will be able to get it just through a couple camps that they have easy access to. But that at least was the old strat, to try to force the opponents out, because then you have the tier 5 neutral advantage.
I think Yatoro has enough of a bank at minute 60 that he could buy a Midas, maybe. And then he can just go and Midas the neutrals to get a guaranteed neutral.
What about
drop.
the Refresher to get the second one real quick?
Yeah, maybe not. Actually, you know what? He doesn't have Ags yet. He won't be able to afford it. If he wants to get that, then he can also get a Midas to get neutral items.
Yes.
But at the same time, I feel like this part of the map should be accessible for Spirit in 3 minutes. I think it's difficult for Gaming to lock this one down. Their own safe triangle.
Yeah, but they could set up a trap potentially if they want to force them to fight outside the base. But then,
yeah, they could.
It's a lot of metagaming with this.
The thing about this is, compared to a lot of late game scenarios, the teams actually get a lot of time to think here. Because usually it's a lot more heated with fights coming up. Tofu is, ooh, okay. He was off to the left there, but he did back off in time before he got spotted by Collapse. When you have this much time to think it over, you're more likely to come up with creative solutions than in games where, you know, there's a fight happening every 2 minutes. You need to prepare for that.
Yeah.
So maybe we're going to see some cool creative ideas here.
Well, there's a Lincoln's on... How long has Duracho had Lincoln's? Has it been a while?
I've lost track of
same
item builds in this game.
Well, they're going to have 2 Lincolns pretty soon. That will help for Stifling Dagger.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so weird to say, but that actually is worth it, probably.
Yep, it is.
But
That's
it is
why
a
you're
short
buying it.
cooldown, so...
Correct me if I'm wrong. If you have Lincoln's and Mirror Shield, does it proc both at the same time?
I don't think it does.
It does not.
I don't know what it prioritizes, though.
So you want as many Mirror Shields as possible, and you want Lincoln's on your heroes, I guess.
Aegis is gone, which means a smoke coming out from Spirit. And Tofu is going to leave a trail here. Has a lot of Lotus. Lotus is available to make that
Very
block of
fast,
cheese.
That's
Be
another
going
Lincoln.
for it, though.
Is Celery also buying Lincolns? Yes. So 1, 2, 3. Mars is queuing one up. 4, and Lesh. Okay, they want all 5.
8 out of 10 people have buyback.
This is the solution that Gaiman have come up with so far, is 5 Lincolns and tier 5 neutrals.
Yes.
Blade Mail, yeah? You never know.
Yeah. The Blade Mail is a thing, for sure. That's why I brought up the Arcanist armor, but I don't know if it's going to have nearly the same type of effect.
Well, considering how many daggers you throw out and that the Arcanist armor gives AoE reflect, right? It's...
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
maybe it is better than I think.
Let me quickly see
Both
here.
teams smoked up. Oh, we might have a collision here. Nope, time lapse already used by Duracho. If you want to fight without that, pretty important spell. As the tier 5 neutrals are dropping. Mirror Shield for Ace.
That's good. That's 1.
Deso.
boy.
All right, he stole his Deso. Now he gets the Stygian. There's the force boost we were talking about for Quinn.
Yep.
So far, everyone's getting what they want, I would think.
Yeah, he frees up a slot for his own Lincolns now with the Force Boots.
There's the...
Oh, it will be Collapse or Laurel buying it, actually.
All right. Apex, it's okay. Probably some better choices that he just didn't have. Another Midas comes out. All right.
Okay, so the one guy I said might buy it has
Seer Stone.
2 friends do it for him.
You know what's funny is Seer Stone would have been pretty freaking good for Yatoro. What do you think? I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, I know.
That actually would have been good. But, I mean, who can say no to more damage?
Wait, he's saving a rapier in base now, right? He actually swapped out, so he only
he's
has
just
1.
not going Axe at all. Okay, now he is.
Yeah, so he put 1 rapier in the fountain so he can buy back and have it. He feels like he has enough damage that he doesn't need both of them.
Yeah, I would.
Or maybe he's going to swap it in when he feels like the fight is coming, then he's swapping the Battle Fear out again. He just has that for convenience. I'm guessing. I don't know. It's
the ultimate play here for Gaiman is to get Batrider, come around the south side of the map, and with a smoke, go into the fountain and pick up the rapier.
Yeah.
And the way that you force them out of their fountain is with the banner. Exactly.
Yeah.
Banner.
Oh.
Okay, another Mirror Shield, another Force Boot.
Yeah.
Giant's Ring. Interesting.
Yeah, more health for Weaver. Weaver looks... My god, this hero in big version is just terrifying.
Yeah, I've seen some cockroaches that big before.
Yeah.
All right, well now, just being able to Shikuchi away through terrain with more HP to boot.
We should mention as well, Miposhka grabbed the Book of Shadows, so now they have 7 saves instead of 6.
Yeah, Book of Shadows is maybe the
handy.
hardest item to cast, as in commentate, because it's really hard to notice sometimes. As we're at 62 minutes, so there wasn't really any denial of the tier 5s.
Yep.
As Gaiman probably waiting for... Wait, is the Roche actually up? Oh, it actually is. On both of our screens. Okay. I had to double check.
This is so funny. Now they both buy 60-minute Midases, and now they're keeping them.
They're keeping them.
Yeah. Because nothing is happening, so it's more GPM.
So Refresher Shard was still on Ace, by the way, and there's another one on Roche, so they can really try to go ham here.
Yeah. Are we going to see...
we're going to see 2 banners, at least.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we going to see the next level play of buying 5 Refresher Orbs to refresh your Lincolns?
That's a good question. I'm surprised we haven't gotten to that point for the PA with the Refresher. But then again, it is about the Divines, and if you lose them, and who cares about the rest? Okay, Aegis again for Duraccio. Another Refresher Shard. Another banner, as Yatoro finally has an Aghanim Scepter. Does he have enough to actually consume it, though? I think it's just the regular Ags for now. Yeah, he needs another 1,800. Oh, that is the Blessing. Okay, so it is ready to be consumed. All right, can you get any stronger than this? Maybe a Backpack Refresher for the BKB?
Or another question, can you be a stronger late-game hero than this?
Yes, you get level 30.
Okay, true. He can get his level 30 talent, but who can hold a candle to this? Maybe a full-on maxed-out Faceless Void with Refresher, but it's like...
It's dependent on the ult, I feel like, right?
Yeah, it's all... This matchup obviously isn't in this game, but we had this meta where when PA was a top-tier pick, teams would try to counterpick it with Void, because he's like the only carry that can truly lock you down.
Yeah.
And then it became a game of chicken of who shows first.
Yeah.
Void could never show because he would just get dagger spammed, and PA could never show because then she would get chronoed. And it ended up being PA favorite as a matchup because, you know, she has more range. So you're just standing behind the fight, throwing out daggers, and then avoiding getting caught.
And that was before this patch where they increased the range of Stifling Dagger.
And gave Conda to her. She didn't use
That's
it
right.
as well.
See how much damage he's doing with these crits. It's still, like we said, only the one Divine, since the other one's at the base. But now that he has buyback.
Do you think food's here yet?
That's a good question, Cinderin. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Gonna need a bucket here pretty soon to relieve ourselves.
Nice, 17 beetles.
So here's the real question, though. So Spirit, they want Gaiman to come to them. Gaiman, they don't have the 5 buybacks yet, but they're pretty close. What do Gaiman wait for? Like, I feel like with this Aegis, you have to try.
I
Or are they waiting for the tier 6 neutrals?
Could wait for a third banner.
Unironically, yeah.
Unironically, you could wait for a third banner.
Yeah. Okay.
You pop a banner in all 3 lanes, you push in, you use Glyph, you do whatever you can to make some sort of organized attack into the enemy base that they overwhelms them.
Can't believe we're still talking about the banner. It's a good idea. Many of Grimstroke's wives have been killed. 7 to be exact. His wife was hideous.
It's the same one. It just keeps coming back.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, he didn't have 7 wives.
Yeah, that's, okay.
The same wife died 7 times. Sorry.
Yeah. There's a technical difference there.
Yeah, that is true. He was a monogamist, as far as we know. The average time of Roche has changed, but don't worry, everybody. I already won the bet. We'll be taken out to a nice dinner.
No, actually, what we forgot to say in the fine print was it needed to be the final time of the tournament.
Nope, too late for that one. And yeah, it looks like Yotaro is going for the refresher next. Does the Tormentor get stronger?
Yeah.
As it's just for gold now. So every single player has buyback. And eventually, this game will get super crazy. Is PA... No, PA's still not level 30 yet. Holy shit! 16,000 gold on just bounty. I mean, that's the other thing. I don't think we have one of the... What is that tier 5 that gives the bounty? We didn't have any of those.
Yeah, Pirate Hat. Nobody took that.
Normally, like, especially with a game like this that's an actual stalemate, that... I mean, does more gold even matter? Maybe not. 75-minute game.
Nice graphic. Can we just keep that up there as a timer? I feel like it's like New Year's Eve and we're just counting down.
That's right.
All right, say it with me, Shannon. 8-13. 8-12.
No.
8-11.
Not doing that.
How long do you think they would let us go production before they told us to stop? If we started now...
Yeah, they would just mute us without telling us and we'd keep counting.
Mute it on the stream. We're just sitting here counting to ourselves, clapping our little hands. Yay, let's go.
That's when you know insanity has taken us.
Oh, it's way too late for that.
50 gold away from buyback now on Collapse. So spending a little bit too much. Yotaro, X'd. Okay. How long do we have on the Aegis now? Maybe they are waiting for that third banner. Yeah, it's only 10 seconds, so...
Worth keeping in mind about the Seer Stone is they can use that to assassinate people with, right? Like they tried there. They used the Seer Stone for the vision so that they can go and throw daggers.
Yeah.
He didn't find anyone with that
true.
one,
I thought you were going to say Seer Stone makes the Roshan's banner even more global.
No, actually not a joke that time.
Yeah, okay.
The joke is Quinn's current stash of gold.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
We'll have the Ag soon, so Nihilism. Another Midas for Mira. They have 3 Midases purchased post 60 minutes. Has that ever happened? Like, literally, has that ever happened?
I don't think
That's absurd. Wait, what is the reason for it, though?
They need to get gold.
They're so loaded. I guess he has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah. PA buys Blink.
But
classic.
But the Midas, like, how long does that take to pay off? Like, how long do they think this game is going? Do they have their portable toilets ready to go or something? Something I don't know?
It's always toilets with you, isn't it?
No. You need to pay attention more, Cinder, and I have other things to say.
Okay.
Straight to the bottom.
I dare you, say something that doesn't have to do with toilets.
Doraccio.
Well, it took you a full 3 seconds. You really had to think about it. Well, I gotta make sure this one is
That was tough. Depending, I mean, if you ask Ame, then maybe that is toilet related as well.
I was gonna say, are you sure?
Oh, God.
All right, well.
What is he buying with the Eagle song? Is that a Swift Blink?
I guess so, and that's also what Yotaro was going, I think. Did he finish it yet? No, he is buying that.
He's still not level 30 on Yotaro. He's getting there, though.
He's close, yeah. Yeah, creeps just don't give that much experience.
So wait, what are you... So, does the Blink replace Battle Fury, then? I guess? What? When are you using this?
I don't know.
Like, the Ags only works, like, when you get a kill, it refreshes your, not your items.
Yeah,
it's just your abilities.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, I don't know. He's probably like, I have so much gold, I have to buy something to keep morale high for my team.
Why wouldn't you just get Moonshard?
I'm scaling, guys.
Isn't Moonshard? I mean, it's not that good on PA, I guess, but
it's better than nothing.
Yeah, it's better than nothing.
Yeah, so he must think there's a way of using this.
Soracchio, he wants to join the Divine Party.
Maybe... Okay, I have an idea. He's getting this so that they can X-mark him and use Seer Stone, and he can reach in further to throw the daggers.
Okay.
That's probably the idea. Just more reach.
I'm into that.
That's got to be it, right?
Toro about to hit level 30, not waiting for it.
Spirit are out at the river.
That will be his final power spike, I would hope. As,
I feel
there's 2 members on Gaiman that are level 30 now. You got to be careful. The Ancient.
Imagine banners here.
There's 2 seats. Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
Okay, 3 banners, and you use them with the Siege Wave.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. You have to do it on this.
The Siege Creeps are not so tanky, though. They don't get the Mega Creep bonus, right? So they still die pretty fast.
Yeah, the Mega Creep, they do get buffed by the banner.
Yeah.
Okay, Divine number 1 for Gaiman.
Yeah.
He does not have buyback. That is true. That is accurate.
He feels very safe out here, though.
Yeah, well.
It's not...
He's shown the propensity to die, though. So, you know, as there's a level 30 for Yatoro. This, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is as strong as he can get. Does he have a refresher backpack?
No.
Maybe that's the next. Okay, there's one more power spike. Then there's the Moonshard, of course, after that. And then there's Roshan Banner for your team. And speaking of which, Roshan Banner number 3 will come for Gaiman. And surely this will do it, Cinderin.
Clueless.
Surely this will be the time. Watch them put all 3 in the same lane and it doesn't stack. That will make me cry.
I'm just trying to imagine playing this game. like, what the... It's so... Neither team is... I mean, you have some experience with somewhat similar situations, but you can bet that neither team has ever played a game like this before.
Probably not.
So...
Oh, a Divine now for Ace. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to get Divine, then he's going to get, I guess, the Brooch.
Yep, that's one way to try to counteract this. What would you put the percentages at for this game?
I have no clue. Like, genuinely no idea.
Well, Gaben says 10% for Spirit.
Yeah, it feels like it's
Does not
more than
feel
that,
accurate.
but
yeah.
it
It feels to me like...
Gaben has no frame of reference for this, so he can't put an accurate percentage on it, right? There's not been enough games of this type.
Does it feel like Gaiman have the advantage right now? The Mega Creeps are the one thing that I think is giving them a slight advantage. And then, of course, the triple banner surprise.
I mean, the team that can farm the entirety of the map and doesn't have to do anything is obviously always going to be the favored team. But yeah, I see the support net worths here highlighted. That's the entire lead, is the difference in support net worth. This is, I want to go out on a limb and say this is the highest net worth an Undying has ever had aside from BetBoom.
Aside from BetBoom, yeah, that's probably right.
It's got to be right. Like it might even be the highest, including BetBoom.
Has the backpack BKB?
I'm not sure. Nah, that Toronto game where he got like 10k late game, I think he had more net worth.
Yeah, but he's basically a core. That's a mid laner trying to play support, you know.
Okay, I will say this though. I think this is the highest CS on a support Undying I've seen.
What is he at, 250?
This hero does not kill creeps. 250. But, you know, like, you're going to have the whole map. We're going to break some records today, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, something will be broken.
Yep. One of these team's spirits will be broken.
Oh, wow, that's so good. Keep them coming.
Yep.
Lacoste would be proud.
I didn't even think of Team Spirit when I said it, but I thought about it while I was saying. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me.
Yep.
It's all that matters is that it makes sense to us.
As you can tell, Cinderin's getting quite delusional here.
I think delirious is the word.
Delirious, that's what I meant. But I said the other word. You get it?
Yeah, that's a good one. My cost would have loved that one. You're so delusional.
Well, I was technically correct too, though. You know, you are quite delusional. As it looks like, I'm going to go on a limb and say this will be the longest match of the
5,
tournament.
4,
3, 2, 1.
Nothing has changed in the last 10 minutes.
That's right.
It's the same game.
That is correct.
Okay, Gaiman.
Are they waiting for 4 banners, perhaps?
Is there a punishment in the rules for keeping the tournament hostage? Like, this is a situation. What does the tournament organizer do if both teams just don't end? What if they're like, this is funny, let's play for 5 hours and ruin the schedule?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? Just purely hypothetical. If the players think this is funny,
yeah,
and they
10
just
hour
want
game. Oh my God, we're gonna see it. We're gonna see block of cheese. Roche has to be dire side. You get block. Oh my God. All right. That is the next power spike of the game, everybody, is block of cheese. Who do you put it on, though?
That 500 health is going to make a big difference.
I don't care. It's cool, okay?
His courier with 20 lotuses on it died.
Yeah, but he'll get it eventually. I mean, you don't have cheese anyway. They've been killing the Radiant Roche constantly, which is just these freaking banners.
Oh, wait, what's this?
Oh. Wait,
a connection point? Who? Okay, Helm of the Dominator from Omni Knight. Denies Wisdom Rune. Okay.
Oh, is this going to be...
They can travel on this and maybe backstab someone who's farming.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of a Gaiman type play, you would think, though. But then again, how do you sneak in when the entire enemy team is in their base at all times?
What do you think this creep did for a living before it got drafted into the army?
I mean, it definitely has a pact with Satan.
Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
I feel like the way it was walking gave me a business vibe. It was walking like it had a suitcase.
Okay, very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, it's...
Thanks for talking out loud.
Yeah. It's the voices in my head, Shen, and I have to release them.
It's okay. I understand.
I'm being a bit delusional. Hey! Collapse!
All right. Oh my God! I didn't realize he owns the Tormentor so hard.
Well, Omni can solo this.
Very nice. Very nice gold.
Without even taking damage, because you don't take pure damage during Repel. And
very cool.
Tormentor reflects damage of the same type. Oh, he also has 6,200 health. That's quite a lot of health on an Omni Knight.
He could get girthier, I think.
I love that Apex.
He's going to be going for the Helm of the Overlord.
It's so funny to look at the comparison of the cameras. Like, Team Spirit are just all smiles. Just like... They're just chilling, you know? This
Tormentor number 10.
It's like they're... Oh, no.
All right, we're approaching the 80-minute mark. How is that block of cheese coming along?
There has not been a fight since they got tier 5 neutrals. We were theorizing that as an opening to end the game, right?
That's right.
Never mind, the observers are right. There was a courier kill.
Okay.
There has been a fight.
What would you add to the video game here called Dota 2 if tier 5s aren't enough to end the game?
Wait,
remember back in the day when the map started to fall apart, like Darkseers would be on fire?
Mm-hmm. It might be
I think
time
like
for
an
that.
Armageddon type event at 80 minutes would be nice.
I mean, we did talk about this, I want to say a couple of TIs ago, the 6th Roche.
Okay. Yatoro gonna use the boost of travel. He gets the tower. All right, there's been a fight. Tower 0, Yatoro 1.
Stupid. I can't. He even only did it with 1 rapier, so he can do it faster than that.
Hey, they're having fun.
What should it be? 6th Roche should drop Ion Cannon Beacon.
Okay, and what does the Ion Cannon Beacon do?
You place it, and then 10 seconds later, an Ion Cannon strikes.
Uh-huh.
And if it's like the end of the campaign in the first Command and Conquer, you could choose any big monument in the world and destroy it if you win the campaign as Nod.
Okay, what's the monument in this game?
The Radiant Ancient.
Oh, the Ancient itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's literally a game winner.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, that sounds really cool. That'd be really handy right now.
That would end the game.
Yeah, that is
I think.
true. Illusion. All right, 30K lead for Gaiman. Not that that matters at all. Just have to think of something to say here because literally nothing's happening.
Well, they just took a tower.
He doesn't have Conda.
On Spirit.
It's in his backpack.
Oh.
No boots of travel either.
What is your
Has the Moon Shard consumed, by the way. So now I think we can safely... No, he still doesn't have Refresher, though, Cinder. Still can get stronger.
When is the last time you've seen a late game situation where one carry just walks out on the map completely alone and just starts farming waves?
He's so slow.
Blur is...
There we go.
He does not have the information to do this, but...
Well, he's getting bored. I think that's what Gaiman is trying to do. Is trying to force them out of the base out of pure boredom. They know that all these players have ADHD, as does most people that play this game. Refresher on Undying. Okay.
Yep.
Wait, does he have the talent? Oh, of course he does. He's very
almost
high
level 30.
So you can have 3 tombstones then.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question. If you die with Aegis, does it drop tombstone? We've never seen Aegis on Undying. You can have 4 tombstones if that works, right?
I think that...
I would say it does not
count.
I would say no, but you never know. Maybe no one's ever tried it.
Oh, Roche is up soon.
Yeah, they needed to go to the Radiant side. You guys need block of cheese. Come on now. Or sorry, Dire side. Who had the more Lotuses to come? Okay, Celery, just collecting them. Wait, where's the other stack of 20 that we saw?
It was on his courier earlier. I think his courier has them, no? You put them in base? Yeah, they're there.
Okay. That only shows 1.
Yeah, it's 20.
Is that actually a stack?
It's 20.
Okay. Surely you wait. If you're going to have that many Lotuses for literally no reason other than making block of cheese, you need the cheese. That's a very important part of the recipe. Roshan up in a minute.
Just see Celery scratching his head. It's like, I don't know what to
do. It's 2 minutes and 41 seconds until
Larl
nighttime.
actually showed a little bit outside of base, but... Okay. Whoa.
They're close. Larl, he's in the tree line. Dyrachyo can run through trees. Gets 1 right click off the Eon. This is proc. The most exciting thing that's happened in the last 30 minutes. Holy shit. Someone did damage to another hero. Can you believe it? Cinderin. Oh my god, my heart is beating so fast after that one.
I need to collect myself for a moment.
Okay, 40 seconds till Roche.
Okay.
Please wait till nighttime. Before I die, which might be during this game, how long this is going, I need to see block of cheese. Has to happen. I'm begging you. Oh, Yatoro. He's going to cut the waves. He's playing really risky. Really risky, all right? They should, I mean, they obviously can't see him, but
Radiant are scanning.
Scan out from Yatoro. He's just going for creep kills. Okay, the courier, so now they know he's in the south. Yatoro will blink TP. More exciting gameplay. Please wait. Why? What are you doing? You need 4 banners? Are you going to use these goddamn items? For God's sake, they literally haven't used Refresher Shard, Aegis, or the goddamn banner, man. Holy shit. 4 banners. This is the first time ever.
Okay, what?
At least they're saving them, but that is what I told them to do.
All right, here's an idea. What if you put all of the banners around the throne or the ancient, and then you attack, and Yatoro's going to misclick the banner instead of heroes because it just takes up, it's just clutter. They're going to use it as clutter.
Okay. That's a great strategy. I feel like the strategies are getting worse and worse over time. All right, are they placing?
They're preparing the banners. They swapped them in, right?
Okay, here we go.
It's actually, is it time?
Here we go. Aegis number 8.
Yep.
That's the magic number.
Do they only have 3 banners? Didn't they have 4?
I thought they had 4. Maybe they use 1 because it's very habitual for pro players
they placed
to just
2 there.
waste them.
1 top, 1 bottom.
Okay, here we go. Banners are placed. Game in. Gonna go high ground.
The thing
Spirit.
is, you're essentially telling Spirit we're actually going to push now.
That's right.
So you can't really surprise them now.
It's not a surprise because the Gaben creeps are just, look at them. They're massive. Okay. Good Lord. And they get destroyed so easily by PA. Okay, the opener, Dyrachyo walks in with the link. Is going for the H. Is going to force out the fortification. He's dead just like that. That is life number 1. Bone is coming for you. He's going to get bashed up and killed. He has buyback. Look at Gaiman run away in fear. They forget that PA can one-shot heroes.
Oh my
But the
God,
important thing is Spirit did not use the fortification, so this game can extend again until the next Roche.
Okay, the thing that is the funniest about this is you have 30 minutes to plan this attack, and this is what they came up with.
All right, guys, let's
place
Lincolns.
Let's place 3 banners, and Weaver goes and solo hits Throne. It will work.
You know, this might be
Trust me.
This might be just Gaiman GGing out before there's even a fight. I think they're just sick and tired of this. It's time. And Toro getting stronger with each. Oh, accelerate. Damage rune. Damage. Okay, again, has to take it because they find it with 2 seconds left before it resets.
Okay.
Accelerate with that damage. Okay, Lincoln's. Oh, that was the mirror shield, in fact.
Oh, the banner.
Uh-oh, banner number 1 is destroyed.
Nice last hit from Collapse.
Oh boy, that is rough for Gaiman. Now time to protect the other banner. As Laurel will defend against the Gaiman creeps. Look, he actually doesn't do very much. It's just PA. And back to the stalemate, which everyone was hoping for. Can we make this an hour-and-a-half match?
I have cast this video game for like 15 years.
Uh-huh.
I have never seen a situation like this in 15 years.
Where no one on one team just doesn't want to end.
No, it's not that, because there's been situations like this where one team has megas and it's difficult to push into or whatever.
Yeah.
But these last 30 minutes, the way this is reminding me of the game that OD got his breakthrough on, where he was casting with Purge. I think it was Scary Faces against Cloud9.
Yeah.
The longest game in the history of Dota, where one team was defending with, I think it was Zeus Sniper, and the other team just couldn't pierce it, and they kept trying. But Dota has changed a lot since then. Like, all of the tools that the winning team has to try to end the game not being enough, I've just never seen anything like this. It just seems like it genuinely doesn't matter what Gaming Gladiators do. They cannot even access the base.
They did a little damage to the Ancient, but it has healed. And I think they were trying to just force out Fortification. I think that's the biggest thing. And the all chat coming. Yeah, that's a good question, Mira. Maybe if they leave the goddamn base. I genuinely think Spirit have the advantage. I feel like this is flip-flopped. That they are way in the lead. It's just they can't really get to the other side of the map as easily without getting some hero kills first. But head-to-head matchup, it's not close right now. And the question is, how long does Gaiman wait? How much stronger can they even get? Like other... Okay, hold that thought. Probably a very important thought here. 88 minutes, 22 seconds. Smoke now from Spirit.
Do you think ESL would have a problem with it if we looked up our outline for the podcast and we just started doing it now? We didn't do one this week.
We might as well. Yeah, that's true.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Toro.
We're meant to have a guest episode. Maybe we can bring them on.
Yeah, let's get Ted. I mean, it's probably the night shift already.
Yeah.
Bring on Ted. Shout out to Pyrian Flags.
Yeah. Sure, he would love to come in and do a little 2-hour talk over this next 2 hours coming up.
All right, Spirit kind of show themselves a bit. They leave for about 30 seconds out of their base and now back to their home. Toro is forced to push out the waves. Has Gaiman got every single Roche?
Yeah.
I think so, right? And how many would you say it's been? Like 8? 7?
7?
Okay, let's just say it's 7.
8? It might be 8.
Okay, whatever the number is, this could end up being the most Roches killed for a team when losing. Would you say that that is a relatively accurate statement?
I think Cloud9 lost the game where they had the 3.5 hours game.
So that wasn't like a Roche was split between the two?
I don't think so. I think Cloud9 kept getting the Roche for like 2 hours straight and they didn't win.
Okay.
So I think we've got some ground to cover. There's time. Don't worry.
I could see this game going another couple hours. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this podcast, episode 223. Just made that number up. I have no idea what we're on. Too many, some would say. Crimson Guard, a 90-minute Crimson for Laurel. Okay, that's feels like that's a I'm gonna pop it and then backpack it. I'm not sure how much difference that's gonna make though at this stage of the game.
Yeah, hello?
Midas is in the backpack.
Is this room service? Could I get an amaretto sour, please? Thank you.
Hey, make it 2. What are you doing?
Sorry, can we have 2?
No egg. Yatoro, okay, X marks.
No egg.
Into the base. Can he get the range racks? Yes! Woo! That's something. This is this is actually hilarious, man. There's the creep. Can they find it?
Oh no, he found it.
Dyrachyo finds Carry the Centaur.
Oh, Carry.
That's very sad.
We'll remember Carry forever. Carry really a true Radiant hero. Never forgotten. Never known either, actually.
Yeah, nobody cares. All right, so Gaiman just waiting for the next 3 banners, I think. Now that they got that practice run out of the way, I think the next execution is going to be much smoother. As we're 30 seconds away from Roche number... he should have a number by him when you click him, I feel like, for situations like this. Wait, what is Yatoro building? What is that? Is that a refresher? So finally, his final power spike, his final form, the refresher.
I don't know if that's better than more rapiers for his buyback. I feel like he should have... How many does he have right now? Does he only have 2?
Probably.
He only has 1 spare lying in base.
Yeah. Oh, wait. How did they get a Roshan? How did they get one?
Wait, so that was that 4th banner we were talking about, but it wasn't that...
How did they get it, though?
Did they steal it with a courier? Wait, I have no idea how this happened.
I mean, we've seen a lot of pros just leave it on the ground because they find it to be quite useless.
Maybe Gaming Gladiators misunderstood you need to drop the banner, and they just put it on the ground as an item for the enemy team.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that's how you drop it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably need a tutorial on how to use that thing. All right, so what ags are we missing here? Maposhka doesn't have his. Collapse doesn't have his. Wait, what is Omni Knight ags? Is it just the global guard? Yeah. 1 extra charge and global cast.
Yeah, you don't have the one that you can use on the Ancient anymore. The old one used to give buildings physical immunity.
That would be very helpful here.
Well, would it matter?
Yeah, it's a second fort. Of course it would.
I know, it's just they don't have to use 1, so...
That is true.
All right.
Roche is alive. He's roaring as he dies for the 20th time in this game. Another banner. It's been Radiant every single time, I feel like. Maybe not the first one.
You know what this reminds me of? This might be like OpenAI's training montage when it was learning the game. If the AI doesn't know what the win condition is, it's maybe just going to play the map and be like, oh, it knows gold is good, so I will just farm and just keep getting gold. The enemy team isn't stopping me from getting gold, which is good, so I will keep doing the good thing.
Oh, here we go again.
Tier 2 top.
What? Soro?
Tier 2 top!
He's hitting something. There we go. It's okay.
Oh!
Close
He
the
needs
back
the
door.
second rapier.
No, he needs a refresher for the boots of travel.
Oh, he had the second rapier. It wasn't enough. He has a Deso now.
Yeah.
Okay, he bought a Deso. He's sold it again.
Don't you just refresh here? I'm not even kidding.
Refresh what?
Your TP. Go again.
Well, yeah, if you do it fast enough, the tower doesn't heal up. That's true.
It has fully healed, though. Very sad indeed. As Gaiman are smoking. Okay, they're trying to do something now, other than farm and collect Aegises. It's like there's a challenge that we don't know about. Oh, Dyrachyo sneaking into the base. Okay, this is an interesting strategy. Like this.
All right, the backstab.
All right, they're going for the backstab. Refresher already used. Trying to focus everything on the Ancient. It's not even going to be fortified yet. The Divine Rapier is on the Mars. He will... Waning ripped himself. That doesn't make any sense. This is too chaotic. Cinder it. Tornstorm goes out. The Ancient is really low. Fortification already used. There's a Rampage for Yatoro. They kill the Tombstone. They kill every hero from Gaiman. But the fortification is down. Does Gaiman fully buy back now and try to finish this?
Okay, I'm with you now.
It's the only way.
Now the old Omni Axe would actually be huge.
Yes.
Now it finally happened. And Gaming were kind of semi-committing to this in the sense that it was only Quinn buying back.
Oh, Yatoro. Okay, very important objective there.
That was a really good attempt. They caught Spirit off guard a little bit. They weren't fully ready for that attack, but they still managed to respond in time.
Don't you think?
If you do this right away again...
Yeah, exactly. Then you win.
Can Spirit even stop this if they do it right away now? buy back everyone,
Maybe they're
go
trying
to a
to-
side lane.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can also wait for the respawns to come through and then have all the buybacks for the next attempt because the glyph cooldown is long enough, right?
Yeah.
So I guess maybe this is a better way of doing it, but obviously it's under the condition that Yatoro doesn't force your buybacks now, which I think he will.
Oh, here come the buybacks. They're
Oh, there they
fast
are.
TPing to the base. Dyrachyo is there. Finally, the misery ends. Gaimin wins. Game number 1. Believe it or fucking not, that's game 1. Jesus H. What a game of Dota we experienced. I have nothing to say. Cinderin?
Well, that was a sick game. Back to the panel.
Well, not quite ready yet, Cinderin. They probably went to go get a meal, chilling out. As Gaimin, they finally get it, Cinderin. They finally figure it out. It's all about the Ancient. It's not about killing the heroes. Their first attempt with the 3 banners just went horribly wrong. But through the little pathway in the north of Spirit's base was apparently the winning formula. As we see, the fact that you lose the game with 4 rapiers in your inventory is incredible.
Yeah.
And let's go to the panel.
Yeah.
I have nothing to
How about that?
If only Collapse had an Aghanim Scepter, maybe. There's so much to talk about in this game. What a strange game. Minute 37, Gaming Gladiators get Mega Creeps, and they finish at minute 95. So that is quite the feat. The first thing I want to do is solve the mystery. How did Team Spirit get the banner and get a refresher shard without ever taking a Roshan? And we do have the answer. Brian, will you be so kind as to share your wisdom?
So a long time ago, they actually made it so couriers don't get vision in the pit for this exact reason of scouting Roche. But with the Seer Stone scan for vision, Team Spirit was utilizing that to send their fortified couriers in during the Roche taking from Gaimin. So keep that in mind, guys.
That was 2 Roshans ago.
Yes,
or 3
Seer
Roshans.
Stone plus Courier Fort, you can steal stuff that isn't the Aegis. So that probably was why the game went even longer than it should have, because, that extra refresher shard for backpacking it and everything made all the difference. Mira?
Good game?
Yes.
No, okay. There's a lot to talk about here. I mean, obviously, there was this threat of PA, right? Gaimin could not enter Team Spirit's space, and it was about how their approach to ending the game would be. Whereas for Spirit, I feel like they were playing in a way that, honestly, they didn't necessarily have to after some point. I mean, maybe because of their itemization, I do think it was creative to get the Helm Dom and try to send the creep out to snipe towers, snipe buildings, maybe try to get a Rax or 2 that way. I don't think that was a bad idea at all, but I feel like at some point Spirit could have just tried to play on the map more. I mean, the reason why they were stuck in base was because only 2 heroes on Team Spirit could wave clear.
Mm-hmm.
The supports in Shadow Demon and Grimstroke cannot wave clear Mega Creep banners. They cannot. It's only Kunkka and PA that are easily clearing these waves. And I think in retrospect, if you look at that, if maybe Omni Knight had itemized for wave clear, had either gone Mjolnir or Battle Fury with the bots too, then if you're Spirit, you can send out a couple of heroes on the map, try to play for these XPA into snipe builds, where you're actually looking for heroes and you're not just sitting in your base thinking that you're going to out-endure the enemy team, because maybe it would have worked. Maybe a lot of teams would have just gotten bored and ran down and die-backed or something, but Gaimin got creative towards the end. They were thinking about how to win, and eventually they did manage to just run down the throne a couple of times, but I feel like Spirit also could have tried something different. I mean, watching them sit in base for that long was so disappointing. Their PA was so strong. I think if you just itemize a little bit differently on Omni Knight, where he could be the guy holding the base, you get an Ags at some point, so even if you're busy defending creeps, you can Ags the PA. Then you can just bots 2 on the PA after you wave clear a couple of waves. That's my take.
The biggest thing about all of this is I agree with you. I feel like Team Spirit didn't actually construct any way of planning to win this game eventually. And the lack of Ags on Omni, if you're going to defend your base, is really strange. But PA. Okay, if you're TPing to a creep wave or to a creep, you need to be able to blink strike the enemy creep wave for the attack speed buff. He has literally no attack speed items, so they're not backdooring these towers because he's not blinking on creep waves. There's these little things that I'm choosing to nitpick for no reason.
As a carry player,
it bothers me
No,
that they didn't time it with the creep waves.
Yeah, but you're nitpicking because we just watched a very long game where it felt like... So I understand why Gaiman took longer because they were walking into Spirit's base and getting one shot. They had to formulate... We were theory crafting so many things. We're like, okay, 5 Aeon discs.
And Lincoln Spheres.
5 Lincoln Spheres.
And Refresher.
And then a couple of hexes. That way, you have 8 seconds. You survive 2 dagger barrages because one procs your Lincolns, the other procs your Aeon disc. And then you try to lasso the support heroes. You hex the ones who can save it. We were making things up, but that was improbable. Probably the only way to win that game on Gaiman was just running down the throne, like throwing your bodies the way that they did. So Spirit had to think of ways to actually end the game because it felt like, oh, we could just stay here forever. But then what? Like, what's your next step? I feel like the next step wasn't there.
I will say I was incredibly amused. First of all, I was incredibly amused by the commentary team. Thank you, Sunfun and Sinner, and that was top tier.
That was fantastic.
Second, that it took them 95 minutes, Gaming Gladiators, to come up with the plan where they eventually won the game. But I was mostly amused by the first attempt. They spent 30 minutes for the Rusher to go in by himself and just die 2 times in a row.
I think his idea
without
was
anyone backing him up.
He had Giant's Ring, so I think he was theoretically going to get inside of the throne, which is what he did on the last attempt. But he didn't actually go for that, so I don't know. But
maybe he was probably just trying to get the fortification up, but he just didn't do enough damage, and he died so fast.
That's true. I think it's one of those, like, the comic book meme thing of the template of, like, the company meeting around the table, and then the one guy saying, why don't we just backdoor it all together? And then they, like, throw him out the window. And then they finally decide, like, 30 minutes later that that's, like, what they're supposed to do.
There is a lot to break down for this game, and obviously we, unfortunately, or fortunately, however way we look at it, we don't have time to break every little thing down that we saw in that game. But what we do have time for is to see what Purge shows for the head-to-head matchup.
Hi guys, before there were any Divine Rapiers in this game, there was actually a regular Dota game, and that's what I wanted to highlight because we talked a lot about Ace playing Mars this game. I know, again, not something we focused on the last 40 minutes, but very important here because he had a very good performance on the Mars. His first game in the last 6 days, but before that it had been over a year or 2 since he had last played Mars professionally. And he had a really solid performance in this game. On the other side, Team Spirit had an offlane Omni-Knight, which is a weird, non-standard offlane who has a lot of single target physical damage. We do see that reflected well in the hero damage numbers, but Omni does not provide as much disable or team fight. So we can have 2 example clips here of what the 2 heroes accomplished in terms of their impact. Here's the burst damage that Omni provides. He's tanky, he jumps and he gets kills. Just a ton of single target damage between his right click from the shard and his other ability. And on the other side, here's Mars. Ace rotating at a perfect time to get a great arena, to disable heroes, to deal damage, to tank damage. There's a lot of really strong things that Mars does in addition to his strong laning stage that Ace did, frankly, quite perfectly. He had a couple missed spells occasionally, but in all these clips here, perfect, excellent performance. Looks like he's been playing the hero for forever. So this was the aspect that led to Gaming Gladiators being pretty darn far ahead and getting to the point where the only thing that could save Team Spirit was Divine Rapiers. And that did save them. But it forced them to be behind to get to that point where they're in the base landing the triple daggers. So I just wanted to give Ace the credit that he deserved to get the game to that point. He did great.
He did great. And with that also, I mean, as we talked about before, that was his 1000th win in his competitive career. So that is quite the 1000th game.
Good for him. That's actually an amazing milestone. Like, this is the game. Although now I'm thinking about what if he turns on his shield? Can you eat the daggers? I guess you can because it's not an auto attack. I just thought it'd be funny to eat like 6 daggers on your shield with Blade Mail, and you'd explode, but so would you, Toro. You can't do that. It's not an attack. It doesn't count.
Would be nice.
Would have been cool.
Before the game started, we talked a lot about the offlaners, right? Because they are for both teams the cornerstones, and we did talk about before the Omni-Knight was picked. We talked about how Collapse was generally like Ace is the tempo setter, Collapse is the play setter, like determines the game style. How do you feel like his hero choice impacted not the later stages of the game, not buying Ags or whatnot, but like the first 37 minutes before Mega Creeps.
Are you talking about Collapse?
Yeah, Collapse.
How did his impact? I mean, he was very safe in his lane, which was good. He gave threat impact. He made Dyrachyo have a worse game for sure. And then later on, he protected some of his cores in fights. But the problem is that the team fight impact that Mars had was just way better. That was very clear throughout the game. It was like, oh, team fight still is a huge deal. That's why Gaming Gladiators keeps winning these fights. So Omni does powerful things for sure. And I'm sure if we go back and watch some of those like moments where it was crazy team fights around the throne, I'm sure Collapse was instrumental to bursting some of the heroes to like half before PA just kind of like accidentally threw a dagger to the right at 90 degrees and killed the guy. But like he was, I'm sure he mattered for sure. But I agree. I would have liked to see an Ags on him. I just don't think he thought of it. And maybe it doesn't work on buildings or something. I know they changed it recently. I'd have to double check, but.
Well, maybe we can check, but at the same time, I don't know if we'll have a game like that again. But if we do, perhaps we'll see it right now, because both of these two teams are going head-to-head again. Get ready for game number 2. the potential 12 games today. Yes, that's right. We have 4 best of 3s. The first game of the day lasted 95 minutes. 8th longest game in the last 3 years, in case anybody was wondering.
It was.
You were. Yeah.
What about 4 years?
Well, I know that it was the 23rd longest game in the last 8 years. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. Our guitarist is singing.
He's deflecting and dodging the question.
No, I
said 4 years and you changed it to 8.
I did
Just divide that number by half. That should
Okay,
give you
so
the
it's the
answer.
12th.
What about in the last 2.5 years?
Probably 8th. I don't know, okay? It was a very long game, and we watched a lot of fun Dota with a lot of long periods in between. I think that's the best way to describe this. And the question that is on everybody's mind, does anybody get tilted from a game like that? Or what are the lessons learned, and how can we prevent ourselves from going for that long again? Or maybe the teams are on a high and they want to go back and do it again.
Shiva, I think Suns fan got tilted. That was pretty clear.
Yeah, but I think that's a fun aspect of a game like that.
I think everyone enjoyed that tilt.
Yeah, that's a positive thing. We
was
could do
good.
that again.
Yeah, no blocks of cheese still.
Yeah, but that's because they keep doing Radiant Roche.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have changed, like because when Roche respawns, you know, it's around 10 minutes that he respawns.
Yeah.
So it's like once they hit that first Radiant, they're like, well, we just got to do this the second it's
If you
up.
wanna be-
We can't let them get it.
If you want to be as efficient as possible, you got to do it when it's up, and that will mean that you will mostly always have the same night-daytime type of thing, unless you get unlucky/lucky. That is possible. Also, that's the most valuable 60-minute Midas I have seen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
That was lovely.
I would really like to see, I think this is a very fair buff. I know Roche items are generally too strong if they drop early, but let's say if it's the 4th or the 5th Roche that it also drops a cheese on the Radiant side. I would be down for that.
You can also do like the 5th, 6th, 7th. You know.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Or you shake it up
Once
like
you're
now.
that deep into the game, it will take circumstances like that and not and allow the block of cheese that there's not enough of. Easy fix.
Or maybe from minute 60 onwards, it will be random.
Or
Whether there's a
maybe,
cheese.
Or you get both.
or maybe Team Spirit don't play like cowards and leave their base.
Fighting words.
To be honest, I'm
They're
on board
cowards.
with that one as well.
Their couriers left.
Honestly, that was cowardly gameplay. That was like full defense, no plan of offense there.
They got what, 3 buildings?
They did.
Denied
Well,
a wisdom
we
room.
also learned that Omni-Ags no longer targets buildings. It was never in the change logs. I confirmed that. It just, when it changed a single target, apparently it doesn't work on buildings. So that was not an option.
That was not an option. I will say that one strong part for Team Spirit as to potentially why they never left the base was that they didn't have the easiest way of initiating, which they fixed with their first pick, a Centaur. Surely,
But they
can
had
initiate.
they had like X. They had X on PA with the Abyssal Strike, and they're gonna one-shot several targets, and they could just X back, re-engage, things like that. The problem was wave clear. They just didn't have the wave clear to send their 2 cores in Kunk and PA outside the base. So I feel like they should have itemized to correct that, but I already harped on that point in the post-game panel.
It's
Anyway, the game is like over. I just wonder about the mental state right now because Gaiman got the win, but that should feel like a win anyway, even though they weren't exhausted because they played their lineup really well and they played on their tempo and they did get mega creeps before PA was strong, so they should feel like they accomplished what their draft needed to accomplish.
Yeah, it would have been very tilting if that long stretch out happens and Gladiators still lose. That would have been like watching Quinn's reaction, like where he said "let's go" very emphatically. That was the moment that's like, okay, the stress is really, we got what we deserved. They worked really hard for that.
They did for sure. It was toppable from even from a distance. So we're in the draft for game 2. We got the Centaur for Team Spirit, first pick Dyer, and we have got the Undying for Gaming Gladiators. Of course, they had an Undying in the previous game as well, but they didn't pick it until like super later on. They prioritized it pretty early on right now. Is that because of the Centaur? Is that like a counter somewhere?
I mean, it's lowering his HP, which is slightly good in 2 ways. I mean, I don't know if these matter that much, but lowers his base damage, obviously, and it's lowering his max HP, which means that if he does do double edge, he's closer to death when he trades. So that could be like one small advantage for lane stuff.
I mean, a lot of it is the heroes that pair with Undying are also good against Centaur usually, like these like Terror Blades, high physical damage TAs. They ban the Terror Blade, so like it's just setting you up to win your safe lane. And we've seen these Centaurs get first picked and they're just like #1 net worth at 10 minutes. That's happened multiple times with multiple different players, so it's not like just one guy that's a god at Centaur. So I think targeting this hero's early game is really important. This is a really greedy offlaner in the sense that he goes like phase veil into blink, but he doesn't really move until he gets the blink. So if you can make that blink timing, 4 or 5 minutes later just by shutting down his laning phase, then suddenly that kind of negates the hero's impact entirely. It turns into a global ult save at that point.
And also, like, you just come off of a win with this hero. It felt good to play. I mean, obviously before they had the PA situation, TM. But before that, the Undying did its job and it helped them play their tempo lineup that finally looked like made sense for gaming again.
I like the Grim pick because it's also a deny pick. Team Spirit's been picking it a lot. I know they lost last game, but they've been having a lot of success with it. Goes well with Centaur, enables it. So what is Team Spirit's option? Because Shadow Demon Grim being taken out, both these heroes pair insanely well with Centaur. What would you pick for here, Mira, if you were Mira?
Mirana, probably. Just so they could have that arrow into Sunstun. Mirana's in a high-value hero. She can also just leap, kill the Tombstone with the bonus attack speed.
That's a good point. And Grim ulti pretty effective against Centaur offensively too, because if he's usually the guy going in first, but if you link him to some guy that wants to escape at the same time, you get a disjoint basically, and negates Stampede's value a bit.
You could also hoodwink, but I think Mirana's Moonlight Shadow is just such a good tool when you're a team like Team Spirit, who often depends on disengaging and taking these longer fights.
They're taking their time. This is almost all of Team Spirit's bonus time, and it is the Enchantress.
Really?
Now, we talked to Celery yesterday about Enchantress, and he knew her win-loss rate exactly, and he's like, that hero, there's just so many heroes that do more than her now in the laning stage.
I believe it's the Dispel on Inkspell.
Yeah, being able to end that spell the second it gets cast is really effective, because that's usually what people max out, and once you get the shard, it's an even better counter, right? Because then you don't get to hold on to it until the powerful stun comes. You just deal with it instantly.
But I do feel like the Inkspell Dispel is only nice for the laning stage, but later on, if you're pairing Inkspell with like some Blink Initiator, you're bursting these heroes before you can even Dispel the Inkspell.
There's Line is one of the other picks that they've grabbed before when they opened with Centaur. The other was Techies. I guess they think Line looks a little bit safer. So that's probably their 3-4 lineup. The Centaur Line is my guess.
Yeah, it's a lot of follow-up damage and also extra disable. So once Centaur goes in on this target, they can just really single target burst it because they're going to have the Enchantress impetusing it. They're going to have this follow-up Finger of Death. So whichever target Spirit chooses to go on should die because there's not really that much save on GG. Like, sure, Grim can buy the shard later and there's grab ally, but those are shard-dependent spells and they're not going to happen fast enough.
The Inkswell target for Gaiman. Pretty classic, double primal ult, but you also have to remember that his charge gets purged, so if he's like charge Inkswelled, the Enchantress is in that position to push that one button, could spell the end of their aggression, so it's just something where it's all going to be about who sees who. Troll Warlord, is OD an option for Laurel? That's not a hero I think of when I think of Laurel. I do think of Puck though, and they have absolutely no stuns that will reliably hit Puck, so almost certainly going to see a Puck.
10 seconds remaining.
Anything else you guys see? Is there a Yatoro hero that we'd want to see? Maybe like Morphling or something?
I just think Team Spirit so many times, I believe, has had Troll and got OD'd afterwards that maybe they just want to do it back, but they went for the Morph instead and preferred to pick up that one rather than securing a Puck or an OD in this phase.
Yeah, there's not too many good carry-to-carry matchups against Troll, but Morphling is one of them, so I think that's why they elected to go for it. Also, the lack of stuns being good against Puck, or good for Puck, is also the same for Morph.
It's also good on lane versus Primal because it has really high base damage. It should be able to see us very comfortably after a couple of levels, and every time Primal goes in, just disengage with Waveform. Like, there's no counterplay to Waveform on the side of Gaiman. I mean, maybe if you get the Phantom's Embrace silence from Tofu before Morphling can Waveform away, sure, but after that, he should be relatively untouchable on this lane.
And he's very good at like killing the backline supports too. We all know that Yatoro likes buying Conda, so can't get away from the playstyle. It'll work good against Grimstroke or Undying if he can find them. So
he also hits Tombstone, which is really important because like Lion and Enchantress are not going to hit Tombstone comfortably without getting jumped on by Primal Beast.
He also makes his own tombstone if he so wishes.
That is true.
He can literally grab himself if he wants to.
Grab
with shard.
ally.
Yeah, with shard, take the tombstone.
And then he comes out and he's like tombstone water.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to touch him. It's gross.
Exactly. That is gross.
Doesn't Team Spirit's draft just feel very single targety the same way that last draft did? The reason why I was kind of happy to see it on Team Spirit was because it felt like Gaming Gladiators were not in top form and they haven't been effectively using their tempo or snowballing the way that they used to. But in the game one, you know, before the PA story happened, they hit their draft timing really well.
Yeah, it is very single target heavy. I think both sides are kind of that way right now. I think both safe lanes are really strong. Like Enchantress counters the Grim 4, and then Undying counters the Centaur, and Trolls was historically one of the best laners, and I don't think Lion like drastically swings that one way or the other. So I'm gonna be looking at like how Collapse and Ace managed to have impact in this game. You know, I say this, and then there's gonna be like number 1 net worth, number 1 and 2 at like minute 10, but I would be surprised if the offlaners have a good start here.
An interesting thing to note is they prioritize the Morphling over the Puck that Brian was talking about, because now they can't pick Puck anymore because they don't have bans to protect it. I mean, if they do, they kind of like telegraph it too much, but because Gaming Gladiators have overall last pick, if they Puck, they can just Sniper or Huskar. So they just have to remove the Puck from the equation entirely. And they do it by banning it themselves because they can't pick it.
So what's left for them? Because there is obviously the chance that Primal Beast maybe gets rotated, so they got to cover for that as well, but they will be counterpicked on overall last for Gaming Gladiators.
And they have to be concerned about the Huskar, so no hero they pick can be melee.
Razor?
Okay. That's actually reasonable. That's like another way to... It's like a pseudo OD in the sense that you're meant to link the troll and remove his impact in the game.
Yeah, and he's like the main damage source on their team right now, so if they can get a good static link on him, it would be really good for their fights.
And it can lane into Huskar, so they wouldn't have to worry about getting Huskar cheesed on this last pick by GG.
I like the Puck ban then, all things considered. So you got to think of mobile heroes, but you also have Lion against you, so Quinn... He seems like the kind of guy to just pick Quap or something that just wins the lane against Razor. Lina.
What about like
Lina.
Void Spirit, maybe?
Tough to play melee guys versus Razor.
Yeah, pre-6, I suppose, would be really hard.
It would be good for the game, though, and they've, like, every time they've picked him Void Spirit, his lane's been meh, but he ends up carrying, so...
Did you say Quap yet?
Yeah, I said Quap. That's, like, the number 1 that comes to mind when I see Razor. I don't like the Linas. I don't like the heroes that, like, outrange Razor just because they have Centaur. Like, naturally, we even asked Snaking why they last picked Amar Centaur the other day, and it was because they saw Lina and they needed a way to catch her, so...
What about Zeus?
Oh, yeah, Zeus, yeah.
Does Quinn like his Zeus?
Yeah, Quinn picked Zeus.
He played it...
Already.
Let me check.
I think twice.
The only downside is you maybe get zapped
50%.
a lot if he has passive, but that's if you target him directly, I suppose.
Yeah, you just target the creeps.
Yeah.
I'd be down for Zeus.
Well, a couple seconds. It will still be the Lina despite the Centaur on the other side.
Yeah, at that point, it's going to come down to, like, you picked this Lina so that you're doubling down on the fact that your safe lane should win, and, you know, now you want to win 2 lanes out of 3, and the tempo they're going to get out of that. So similar story to game 1.
And I think it's a good Lina pick because if they win their lanes, they should just be able to play around it. Like, they can have this Undying and the Scrim playing around mid, which is what Gaimin are famous for in the first place. And they're going to have the burst damage early on to kill Morphlings. So when they do choose to try to pressure the Morphling, they will be able to, you know, just nuke it down with Laguna Blade and whatnot. Later on, though, as the game progresses, it's going to get scarier for the Lina because they're going to have repositioning tools, they're going to have magic resistance, they're going to have a means to get on top of her with double blink from the Lion and the Centaur. But before that, if Gaimin can do their win lanes and to choke them out, they should be fine.
Do you guys think that the Lina's going to go physical still? Like that hybrid, like, Gleipnir right-click thing? Or do you think it's worth going magic because you have a Grimstroke?
It's a good question. That definitely
double blast him.
Yeah, definitely tilts the scale a little bit. I think we could see either. It might even be based on like how his lane goes, sort of deal. We saw Laro go like a 1-1-4 build. I don't think he's going to do that in terms of skills. I think he'll go for the 4-1-1 like classic, at least early game nuking Lina. But I think like what Mira said about like pressuring the morph and all that, I think it's going to be difficult for either side because the safe lanes are so set up for success to pressure the carries. So I think we're going to see pretty early 3-man versus 3-man, like 6 minutes mid.
to heavily swing like which way that mid matchup's gonna go. And I think it's both teams. Like Centaur doesn't want you ganking for him when he's got an Undying against him. Morphling's gonna be nigh unpressurable. I think that he's gonna go for that Lincoln's Kana build on Morph, which is a bit slow. So yeah, it all boils down to can Laurel survive like the first 10 minutes, I think.
I think I like the Gladiators draft better. Just better team fight. It looks a little bit more cohesive. The Razor might fit in weird, so that's why I think Cliff's gonna win.
I like the Razor, but I agree that I like Gladiators draft more just because it just like looks better overall. They have really good matchups and their lanes are very strong. Also, they're not tilted, I believe, the same way that Spirit are tilted from the last game. And I think that does factor into a best of 3 series when you lose a 95-minute game. So I'll go for Gaimin too.
Well, let's see if Gaimin can get their first 2-0, would it be? Or did they 2-0'd yesterday as well? Let's see if Gaimin can get their second 2-0 of this second group stage here at Dream League, as we're finding out if Sunsfan and Synneren are well rested after that first game.
Okay, so game number 2 starts out with a bang as Tofu is going to pop the Fairy Fire to actually survive. Sunsfan here with Synderen. Ace, Inkswell applied. Don't think they're going to continue on here, so no actual first blood. And I have a confession, Synderen. You're going to feel disgusted with me when I tell you this.
Okay.
That last game?
Yeah.
I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Why?
I'm not surprised. You love late game.
Yeah, but that
You
was a
love
weird
crazy
one.
stuff.
That
You
was a
love-
weird one.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously very dragged out, but it also gives you a lot of time to think about, you know, movies. So
Maybe that is. I never really thought about why I like late game, but more time to talk and Pale. From Mira onto 2, but Gaimin will secure the bounty rune there.
You also have another very disgusting confession to make.
Okay, and that is?
You think tea is disgusting.
Oh yeah, I hate it.
You think it tastes like dirty water.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
Well, you still got yourself a cup to recover after that first game. I will be enjoying mine while you will try to keep it in.
So tea for me is something, it's almost like medicine. If I have a sore throat or if I shoutcast a 90-minute ridiculous game, then yeah, I'm going to drink tea. I'm not going to enjoy it, of course, but it's needed in my life.
It's a very unpopular opinion. I'm gonna go and say.
I don't know. It depends on the region, probably.
Dyrachyo, big damage here.
Yep, blood grenade now.
He's actually dead.
He's going to be able to get the first blood on the Mira, though. Or Celery does, at least. And Collapse will get the trade. As the Inkswell top will hit onto Miposhka with the blood grenade to follow. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire along with his healing attendants. But one more right click should do. Not even needed, in fact. Tofu will grab the kill. Was that with the blood grenade?
No, it was an attack.
Oh, wasn't I? Wow, my vision might be going after that game of 0 action for 30 straight minutes at one point.
Oh, they put carrots in your tea.
Yeah, carrots are good for vision. Good one, Synderen.
Yep, that's a very good,
really
good urban myth.
Really funny joke you just made. Keep it up.
It's also good for your sense of humor.
Yeah. Okay. Believe that when I see it. So yeah, looking at these lineups, we get to see the Troll Warlord, which Dyrachyo is playing, and this is... We have seen some disastrous moments from Troll.
Yeah.
We've seen some disastrous moments from Dyrachyo, so maybe they cancel each other out, actually. As the host stomp comes from Collapse into the double edge. Tombstone is placed, and speaking of disastrous moments, Dyrachyo, one more double edge coming from Collapse. It's not quite enough, though. And Dyrachyo now turn his sights onto the Centaur, gets the Whirling Axes for the slow.
Anybody want to hit creeps, guys?
The supports are having a 1v1 battle for the ages. Dyrachyo will have to go all the way around. He's going to miss a good amount of XP here.
Dyrachyo has nothing.
That's a bad start.
So they get this 1-for-1 trade on kills where the first blood goes Gaimin's way, and usually it'd be like, okay, that's quite good for Gaimin, but you got the first blood on Undying, and Troll lost so much experience. So, and this wave, he's going to get just a couple of CS, so you see Dyrachyo is sitting on 4-0 against Centaur's 8-1. It isn't like a completely disastrous scoreline, but Troll as a hero doesn't... He's not that strong in the first, like right in the beginning if he's playing against a lane that has a lot of pressure potential, which is what Lion and Centaur have. So they're going to keep trying to get up close and personal and get all their spells off whenever they can to not let him stabilize.
Mid lane, Quinn sitting on 13 and 4 with Laurel on 11 and 1. Not the most common mid. We have seen some people flex this, especially Falcons, all around them. Oh, Yotaro gets taken out by Tofu. Wow.
Oh, did he
caught
actually?
on high agility there.
Yeah, he might have Stroke of Fate caught him during the morph down.
Yeah, good snipe out. All right, that evens up the carries then. As, I mean, if you look at it right now, Dyrachio's sitting on 10 and 1. Yotaro 16 and 3, so still advantage for Spirit. But yeah, the Troll Warlord versus the Razor. I know they're not matching up against each other now. These used to be the old school counter to Razor.
Yep.
So now not
Troll.
only, or yeah, to Troll, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Not only do you kite the Troll, but now you can steal damage from the Troll as well.
Yeah. It's not going to be the easiest matchup for Dyrachio, the game itself, that's for sure. To add insult to injury, the Razor will even have Stampede, so makes it very easy to stay on target with the static link.
Yeah, does that make you favor Spirit?
I think that Lina could potentially just have a total pop-off game here, so I think it's kind of close. I think you can salvage the problems that Troll is going to have through the other two cores being good. I also think it's a great primal game. So Game and have tools to not rely fully on this Troll.
Oh, they spot Celery outside the lane to try to kill a courier and try to pull a fast one on Dyrachio. He's gonna live as Celery puts down the Tombstone. Dyrachio can't really help out that much, as the Tombstone will be cleaned up by Collapse, so 125 gold his way. Meanwhile, mid lane, Dyrachio ends up dying anyway, and mid lane, Quinn gets ganked with the help of Miposhka.
How on earth was that Earth Spike in range? That must have been...
That's Lion for you.
I'm gonna say that was within 5 of max range. That was like stupidly close to not being in range, so nicely done there by Mira, knowing the perfect ranges. And yeah, they will lose their Lina mid to the Ench rotation, which is obviously very big for Spirit. I think if they could do this once more, they would love to. You could see Miposhka's even sticking around. They're going to scan him out. Quinn has a feeling that this wasn't the only time he's going to have visitors. And keep in mind, Quinn has skills like this. 302. He doesn't have the stun.
Oh, that's true.
So he can't actually create distance to Ench and her creep. So...
It is interesting.
Quite interesting. I feel like this is an odd choice to not get the value point and stun.
He's sitting on the high ground waiting, gets the Impale off, but they're going to turn their sights onto the Enchantress instead. Laurel coming in. Oh, it's going to be disrupted by Ace a bit, as Gaiman trying to turn this around now. Quinn still relatively low. Mira with another Impale, and that is the death of Quinn. And now Miposhka likely next target. Nowhere to really go. And eventually brought down by Tofu. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, but again, favor to Spirit. So
how often do you see this many heroes there minute 5?
after last game, nothing's going to surprise me, I think. But that's the second death of Lina, who you said is important for him to pop off.
Yeah.
Right, he still has pretty high CS, but
I think the actually bigger than the trade itself was the fact that Ace had to join that. So Yotaro got 2 or 3 full free waves top in the meantime. I think that was the biggest swing for this.
Yeah, Mira, ooh, hoof stomp. Nicely done from Collapse
here,
on the boat. Celery and company will be able to finish the job and now turn their sights onto the big fat half horse, half man. TP coming in though. And it is Laurel, gets off a plasma field, just barely clips Celery into a double edge as well. Hoof stomp and right clicks. Well, Laurel with his another good rotation here overall. And with all these rotations, it means that this lane especially, just left to their own devices.
Yeah, Yotoro's way ahead now on CS. The one hero from the top lane that didn't move for a long time.
He's going to take some onslaught trample damage, but we'll brush it off as is the usual for Morphling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is Dyrachio going for the same build as always? Will be a Battle Fury. So we've seen Maelstrom this tournament, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But it's been mostly Battle Fury, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see what he wants to go after the fact, but it's always just such a weird, I'm struggling to see, like from a troll's perspective, when you're ahead, it's one thing, but if it's an even game or you're behind, just kiting this hero just doesn't even feel difficult.
Radiant are scanning.
As a troll, what can you do? Or is it mostly on your supports to try to mitigate some of that?
I'd say it's mostly on the supports. Like, troll is always going to be a very team-dependent hero. You can buy items that can help you keep heroes in place or help catching up to them, like Abyssal, but yeah, at the end of the day, most of the time it is whether your teammates lock him down or not.
And the supports coupling up against Collapse. We're going to force a TP, but it is canceled from Spirit. Mira left without that. Stampede being used. Quinn, is this your third death? No, he's able to TP. No stun to come. So his first getaway. But bottom net worth from all the cores on Quinn Lina.
Yeah, they're really targeting him.
This is a hero that can come back, though, for sure.
It can, but looking at the macro... Oh, hang on. Miposhka's...
Okay, he's going to get off his heal. This will be a difficult kill. Impale will keep Quinn in his tracks as the tier 1 tower at half HP. They don't have the siege or anything, so just going to be a little residual damage now.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, so Lina is a hero that can come back, but I think in the style of game and the way Gaimin have drafted this, I think they were... Consider this was their last pick, right? They want to win this lane. They want Lina to snowball and perform a task in the game that Troll can't.
Dyrachyo getting gone on. Hoof Stomp will cancel the TP. Dyrachyo, well, he does have his ult. Might have to, can't use it. Wouldn't have really mattered too much, as no TPs were coming anyway.
Pop his ult off and hit for 5 damage when he's all his damage drained.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a problem all game long, it feels like, as Ace with the onslaught, but you see the attribute shift was already there. I don't think they have enough damage to rip through Yutoro. So attempt denied from Gaimin.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's
attack.
only level 2 shift, and it's still good enough for that. It's such a crazy ability.
Well, definitely one of the hardest abilities to balance in the game, I would think.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are
As the mid tower being sieged again, but will remain alive for the time being. And I mean, I know the panel kind of talked about it, but we haven't gotten a chance. One of my favorite discussions, other than the Roshan banner, is Enchantress's horrific win rate.
Yep.
Miposhka just doesn't care, though. He will pick this regardless, and he's probably one of the few wins left to her name.
Yeah. It's 3 and 13, I think they said, right?
Yeah.
Not great.
I mean, he's one of the notorious Ench players that will end up with just ridiculous farm, turns into a core, and then still lose because the hero's just having a lot of struggles right now. Quinn will take a stampede into double stun and death. As the troll came in to try to counteract that, was a little bit late. And now Dyrachyo, he's going to get potentially turned on. Will be forced back and just takes heavy damage instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ace not opting to buy the Helm of Iron Will yet. Interesting. Maybe he just wants to buy the item straight up.
Yeah, what's he...
Maybe going for Blink, actually.
Is he debating buying Blade Mail?
I mean, regardless, would you just buy the components then?
Yeah, but maybe it's one of those situations where you're not... Okay.
Okay. Right. Good discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, but sometimes you can have the gold for one component for an item, but if you're not fully certain that it's the build you want to go for, you keep your options open for a bit.
Quinn TPing in, gets the LSA into the Laguna, but the onslaught is stopped in its tracks. Miposhka will likely pay the price. Tombstone placed on the high ground. We'll see if Spirits still want to fight. Plasma Field hitting several heroes. Tofu's going to take a tumble, and the finger onto Quinn. Might be able to walk away this time. Yutoro's trying to hunt him out. Adaptive Strike hits him, and down goes Quinn again.
Oh, wait, what did...
As Ace completely surrounded. He'll take out Lion. He's going to get enchanted now and eventually brought down. So a 3-for-1 for Spirit, and it's not over yet. Collapse continuing on. Hoof Stomp is there. Just needs to get out of range of Celery, and he does so. Triple kill for Laurel. 4 dead for Gaimin in that engagement. They only lose Mira.
What a heads-up play from Spirit to dive that into the Tombstone. Like, I think a lot of people there will, a lot of teams will back off because that Tombstone is a huge problem, but they just recognize that they're strong enough to commit for this. And again, they isolate Quinn's Lina just having absolutely no game 4,000 on the net worth compared to the 6.4k of Razor who he counterpicked it into.
Yeah. This one is getting out of hand.
It's getting out of hand, but it has Ench, so Gaiman are doing just fine.
Yeah.
Surely
the numbers don't lie.
Surely the Ench win rate is accurate for her impact.
Is under attack.
It might be.
So generally speaking,
just to be clear, it's not just 3 and 13. The last tournament was also around 11% winner with a lot of games. As Quinn, another death to his name, double edge. LSA will hit though, but the impale from Mira, my goodness, is that
Collapse
5
almost
deaths?
soloed him.
0, 5, and 1 for Quinn. This is his roughest game of the tournament for sure.
Yeah.
Celery stopped in his tracks as well, and another kill for Team Spirit.
I think Spirit wants to show Gladiators how you end the games in under an hour here.
Yeah.
That seems to be the vibe I'm getting is, all right, guys, that was a long game. Let's just show them we're better. Just absolutely running them over, literally even with the Centaur. And there's another nice Earth Spike there from Mira.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's I think that's a despair emote.
Yeah, he can use that for his Twitch channel.
Yep.
All right, so they're going to TP bottom. I mean, they need to get something going here.
Yeah.
Feels like Quinn's game is just done for now. But the Troll isn't really a hero that can participate that fast, especially with the build-up that is required with Battle Fury into... I mean, if you really want to get involved right away, it's got to be BKB's second item then.
Yeah. This is why the pairing of Troll Lina, I think, is very high risk, is if Lina's lane and Lina's game goes poorly, you have no recovery strategy available except playing around your offlaner. Lina is not the type of hero that will, all right, I struggled a little bit in lane, now I'm going to show up and make some moves to recover myself. She's going to largely rely on her teammates giving her setups, and there's nobody who can do it. So, yeah, it is very tough. They're going to try to find a way back in here. Ace.
Yeah, trying to go on top of Laurel. He has the damage rune there. Pulverize not going to be able to be cast because of the stun. And that'll break things up, so Gaiman just can't get anything going here. Even the tombstone was placed. Yeah, Ace, I was going to say maybe he just needs to get the fast BKB as well to get things started.
Yeah, you put ink on him, he BKBs, he charges in, you try to build the fight from there.
Oh my goodness. Quinn dies again. Spirit just have his number.
Right, so
they're gonna smoke.
As you said, stats don't lie, right? So
yeah,
probably you should just keep the camera on Lina. She's the most probable death.
Tofu gonna be spotted and destroyed.
Like, what do you do if you're gaming here? Like, your support duo is not initiators. Your support duo are follow-up and control in the team fights. Your Primal Beast does not have a blink, so he can't go in without, you know, some sort of counterplay being available. And your mid and your carry can't start anything.
Yeah.
So you probably have to just, like, yeah, that's good. Let's do that.
Lina cam?
Yep. Keep the Lina cam up. It's just a matter of time. You know it's coming.
Oh, Pine Cones, is it killing? No. Quinn will survive the onslaught.
You probably have to just keep, like, you have to keep farming. Usually in situations like this, I'm a big proponent of, you know, YOLO, take a risk, try to find a play. If you can come back with that, that's great. Otherwise, you know, the game would have gone the same way either way. But I don't think those plays exist. So you probably have to keep trying to farm in and split.
You know, the panel, we're talking about how Spirit might be tilted. I was actually thinking the opposite.
Yeah.
Because it felt like Spirit...
They were all smiles.
They were having fun. I mean, they were at the disadvantage, and that was a demoralizing win for Gaiman, I would say. Like, genuinely.
I kind of would
like, you feel bad winning that game.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Radiant's top tower
I think they were disappointed in themselves that it took them so long to find the solution for that and that they couldn't...
Not saying that has anything to do with this game, necessarily, but that is, you know, it's a factor, I'm sure. Collapse. Oh, he's going to be spotted. Silenced up, but Gaiman can't really do much. Not without a BKB on somebody. As the tier 2 tower will take a little tickle. And
so
Celery's
Celery.
dead. There we go. Good job from the camera people.
That was a good mercy killing from Yatoro. I think Celery didn't even get to notice that he was dying, so
yeah,
it's very good. Literally just got one-shot comboed with Waveform Adaptive Strike.
Oh, Miposhka, is this where it begins, Cinderin? The win rate?
Radiant's top tower.
They use the Stampede to get away, and now the focus is on Ace. Stuns are coming out. They don't have enough damage here. Now Laurel is showing up. It's off the plasma field as Ace continue to be slowed. Finger of Death. Down goes Ace eventually. As Quinn misses the LSA, Soulbind is there. Quinn will die shortly after, of course, as is his tradition for this game. Dyrachyo trying to kill off Lion. He'll get that one, but now completely surrounded. As the buyback coming out from Ace, his Collapse will die. Laurel looks to be next. A nice cancel the TP from Ace. Should lead to the kill, you would think, as Dyrachyo gets off his ult, but not able to get any meaningful kill here. But they do get 3 overall. Does game, and it cost him some buybacks.
Poor Dyrachyo, man. He ults the Ench and obviously doesn't have the best attack speed. He hits her 3 times, and the next swing after she TPs out is a net on a zombie. So he would have got her there with another almost no time left. Yeah, I mean, this was an extremely deep dive from Spirit. They're clearly feeling themselves and they're far ahead, but this punish from Gaimin is actually not too bad. The end result here is a decent swing in their favor because of how far behind they are. These kills that they find on Laurel and Collapse are worth a lot of gold. Let's cut the leads down to 7. In the middle of that fight, it was 12.
Yeah.
Yatoro showed up very late. Worth keeping in mind, this was effectively, for the most part, a 4v5, so not exactly inspiring stuff from Gaming Gladiators, but they at least stay alive in the game. Yatoro will get the Conda soon, then we'll see how inspiring this can get when he starts Waveform one-shotting your Lina.
Well, she's not worth very much right now, so maybe not the worst thing. Maybe just switch roles. Ench, that's not even on your team. Undying. Core.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We have proof on tape that he also gets one shot. So don't think that would go much better.
But he farms so fast with that decay, Cinderin.
That's true. Last game he had like 300 CS.
Yeah. Which is impressive until you look at how long the game was.
It was still impressive, honestly. Because he's undying.
This is true. Miposhka working on a Vlad's as he's going to get initiated on. Ace, Pulverize, Inkswell. That's how it begins, Cinderin. You gotta believe in gaming. You gotta believe in the numbers.
Uh-oh, Enchantress.
Oh, look at the odds here.
I don't think they're live, are they?
I would assume they are.
Or are they delayed? I'm actually unsure if these are fully live or...
Time to bet.
Don't remember.
Quinn. Trying to avoid getting to double-digit deaths this game. Has 7 so far. Dyrachyo is found in his own triangle. Who would have thought? Soulbind is there as they take out the troll.
Oh my god.
Phylactery Adaptive Strike into Finger. Collapse going in pretty deep. Takes a Laguna from Quinn, getting a lot of nice right clicks from the low ground, but you can see Yatoro just coming in to finish off pretty much everybody else. Triple kill for him.
And only this city isn't big enough for both of our tombstones. And Yatoro's will be the one that's left as he swings his Morphling shotgun around.
Yeah, the shotgun really hurts these days.
Yep.
Okay, well.
That should be the stolen Tormentor. Will go the way of Mira. I've heard the shard's pretty good.
They did nerf it dramatically, though.
It is still great. But less... now it's... Okay, I was going to say now it's not stupid, but I don't know if I can stand by that. Now it's not as stupid.
Okay, it was S double plus tier, as the great Kezu would say before.
S
now,
double plus?
Yeah, now is it S?
Maybe not even. No, we'll have to see it.
So A. Okay. When you're making a tier list, do you have E as an option?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't skip E?
No, I think I would do all the letters.
Okay. I had this discussion with Kezu. It was very heated.
Okay.
We almost came to blows.
All right. What was the...
Well, you know, the U.S. education system and whatnot. I'll just preface it with that.
You have one of those?
We skip E, generally.
Okay.
So if you're going to have S tier, that's, you know, Up to you. Then there's A, B, C, D. You skip E, and there's always an F. Because F is for failure.
Yeah.
Or the effing worst. Right?
The failuring worst.
That's right.
Yep. So, Yatoro is pretty farmed, don't you think?
No.
All right. His tea is quite good, actually.
Getting close. Getting close to his BKB.
You should have a sip. You can really...
I had some already.
We had a little bit of honey in there. You can really... It's like nicely infused. It's very pleasant.
At least something here is pleasant.
Shout out to Kelly. That's a wonderful tea.
Absolutely. Well, shout out to her for making tea, of course. We appreciate her. It's not her fault that tea is just not a good thing.
And she even had the presence of mind to put my lunch in the fridge during that last game. I don't know how well she understands Dota, but she probably had the read that that was going to take a while.
That's right. Good call.
So, yep. Very nice.
First
Aegis for Yatoro.
10 Roches here. Go to...
Don't you fucking start. There is no way. Oh, no.
Never say never.
All right. Over, under 35 minutes.
35?
Yeah.
I'm going to say under.
Okay.
But the patch has surprised me.
All right, calm down, production. I'm pretty sure we're safe on this one. Pretty sure.
The patch has certainly delivered some late game scenarios, I will say that.
I mean...
It is hard to go high ground. But
Gaming will have this... I mean, there's some soulbind stuff going on, right? On defense. You could find a couple of nice combos. Oh, Ace. Very close to seeing collapse there in time with the Inkswell. That would have been a kill. He was completely alone up there, but barely getting out.
Now, if I truly believe that the Enchantress is cursed, then I would have said over. So maybe I believe this hero is still good. Somehow. As a BKB now from Yatoro.
Well, it is worth keeping in mind that in Dota, if a hero has a deviation away from 50% of like more than 5 in pubs, it's a very good sign that it's, you know, very good or very bad. Like a win rate that far away from 50% is quite significant. So 3 and 13 for Ench, I refuse to believe is an accurate representation of this hero's potential in the game.
Really?
That's just absolute.
I mean, you could, like I said, you could say it's small sample size, but at the BetBoom tournament, it was just as bad with more games played. It was picked all the time.
Yeah, it's still kind of unbelievable to me that a hero would be a 20%er in pro games.
Yatoro gonna get some help from Mira. Going in for the shotgun, but
nice
Quinn
Glimmer.
Glimmer will keep him alive. As Sriracha goes in with his BKB, Mira's the first to fall.
This
now
is really
Spirit
good for gaming.
Disengage with the Stampede. LSA connects onto the Enchantress. That might be the death of Miposhka. Eventually they do bring her down. Still Aegis intact though for Spirit. As the high ground defense is successful despite losing the tier 3.
That was a very nice defensive Glimmer onto Quinn. The initial play from the Lion didn't really work out. Probably was Ench's call to go in, since it failed. Said Mira, go jump, and Mira jumped. Mira should not have jumped. Without that clutch Glimmer, I think Quinn gets bursted by the Morphling, and that just could have been the end of that lane. So, very important to keep this Lina alive and protect her at all costs right now for Gaiman.
Yeah, for as many deaths that Quinn has had, net worth is not that far off.
It's still, you're 3k behind Razor and your Lina. It's pretty bad, but yeah.
It feels like it
could
should
have
be
absolutely been worse. You're very right about that.
Nice nice impale from Mira. Tofu's dead. And it looks like Ace is next. Konda.
Oh, I like this dagger a lot. I really, really like this from Yatoro. I think this is the perfect call to get dagger now. The thing that you can appreciate in this game is that Yatoro can kill any support instantly. So as long as he can get on top of them and get vision, he can just blast the support and waveform out, and there's like minimal risk. He even has the BKB to cover him. So just get in there, kill the Grim, or kill the Undying, and start the fight that way. Of course, if you can kill Lina, even better, but I like this approach a lot from him. It shows like a lot of confidence in his position, that he can finish this right here and now. Because if you're not going to put this to use in the coming fight, then you would have been better off just getting a stat item, right? This is very decisive as far as itemization goes. We'll start knocking on the top lane as well. Tofu.
Yep, tier 2 taken out swiftly. Yatoro was in their base briefly. And looks like
Oh, Dyrachyo.
Okay, BKB TP will be fine.
Good reaction. Yeah. Gets the tower, forces rotation, gets out safely.
Here, oh, the double impale. Adaptive strike, Conda. Yatoro. One more for the road for Quinn. That's 9 deaths.
Just something about yelling that like that. That's really funny to me.
What?
Conda! It's reminding me of something, but I don't know what it is. Conda.
I don't know either.
Ah, damn, I was hoping you could tell me.
I would never copy anything. I'm truly unique. Yatoro.
Kobe.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. It took a moment. We got there. All right, mid tower's dead. Now, how will Ench fuck this up?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
About to find out.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's truly it's like hidden code in the game. If this game does not go their way. Gaben put something in there.
So Yatoro is vulnerable. But he has both BKB and Lincoln, so it's not going to be easy. He's still going to show Gaming Gladiators respect here and back off.
Yeah. Gotta wait for that second rush.
Could go for smoke here, Spirit, potentially, and try to get a surprise jump, but they're instead going to split off and farm a little bit. Do we have any big items coming up that would change things for either side? Doesn't quite look like anyone on the side of Spirit or close to anything. On Gaiman, Scotty for Troll is around the corner. And Lena Gleipnir, not too... I guess that's still kind of far off. No, actually, never mind. He just needs like 500.
Dire are scanning.
Or 700, looks like. So.
All right, smoke from Gaiman. They want to take the fight to Spirit.
Radiant are scanning.
Nowhere near them yet, but Spirit are showing in some capacity towards the bottom lane. Toro cleans up one wave.
It has to be one of the best taunts in the game.
The Morphling?
Yeah. Isn't that really cool? I like that one.
I didn't even see it.
He turns into a shotgun and fires a shot.
Oh, yeah. That one's good.
I like that. I like the ones that are topical to what the heroes are known for.
Yeah, just like Bane. The cheese?
Yeah, he's known as a cheese pick.
That's right.
That's not right. Alright, Yatoro canceling his TP.
Okay.
They're sticking around the neighborhood. They have Miro out on a bit of a scouting mission.
Stop talking into your mug. It makes it sound weird.
Hello.
Yep, there you go.
Alright, Spirit of Smoke.
You should. That's pretty nice.
This is your captain speaking.
A good radio voice. You have a radio face, so might as well use it.
Okay, that's just fucking uncalled for. What in the world? I didn't show up at work today to be insulted.
Sorry about that. Shiva's almost there for collapse. Dyrachyo was showing the bot lane, but you can see Spirit are mid.
Thinking about it again.
Yeah, they're going lane by lane. No racks yet, but they want to get the towers first. Collecting the Pokemon, as it were. Waveform into the blink. Quinn takes a little adaptive strike for the road as Ace will pop the BKB. They get the Lincolns off, but you can see the attribute shift is already the LSA onto 2. Miro was just trying to save him, but will die instead. And Laurel with the Plasma Field will try to slow them down.
This is a lot of commitment from Gaming already. They need to be careful not to overextend here. Spirit still have their stuff.
Yeah, Of Stomp is there to start things out. The buyback from Mira as well. Laguna Blade comes out and does literally no damage. As Celery in the midst of things. Nice onslaught from Ace. Collapse getting really low. Dyrachyo's going to pop his ult and focus onto the Razor, but you can see the Static Link is doing work. Double kill for Laurel. Eventually, he'll get that double kill as Quinn and Tofu, the only survivors. Now Spirit onto the high ground. They go. They want to chase this. Looking for the adaptive. There's the blink. Shotgun to the face. Double kill for Yatoro now, right in the base of Dyrachyo. Static Link, he's walking the dog with that shard. Onslaught comes in. Laurel getting really low to the trample. Finally does drop along with Miposhka. So it does require 2 buybacks from Gaiman to get something out of it. Team Spirit, we're going to have to run. Mira thinking he's invulnerable. That's last patch. Let's read the patch notes here.
Could you imagine if you're untargetable during monitoring? Oh my god. That'll be something. All right, well, Gaiman, they start off the fight killing off the Lion, but they had to use so many resources on it, and then when they chased out into the open, Spirit recognized correctly that they have the turnaround potential there. And they do get a good fight. Then they maybe themselves in turn overextend a little bit. But honestly, with the buybacks that they forced, I think this is okay. You still kept your Morphling alive, which is the biggest thing. Yatoro 8-1 this game. Butterfly completed.
Oh,
now we're
yeah.
looking for Swift Blink.
Nice and juicy.
Yeah. And he did react in time on the initiation. Gaimin were trying to catch him off guard before he got shift off, but they have to get through the Lincolns first, and it just takes that extra quarter of a second, which is enough.
They scan the Roche pit, so they think they're doing it.
Celery.
Not up yet, though. Celery gets initiated, gets, okay. Some help there from Tofu. Silence. They pop the Lincolns, but Ace already used the Pulverize. Onslaught onto Collapse, trying to find this kill, but the Hoof Stomp will keep him in his tracks. Eventually slowed by the Scotty from Duracho. Now he can force himself onto the half horse. And we'll get the kill as a result. Gleipnir onto 2. Oh, actually Yatoro getting pretty low. Has to pop the BKB as Laurel coming in with the Plasma. Yatoro just shotgunning from afar. Another Laguna Blade onto a BKB target. Miposhka eventually should go down to the right clicks, you would think, but now the focus is on to the cores. Pulverize onto the Razor now. He will take a tumble as Yatoro trying to find something out of this fight, but the Soul Rip keeping Tofu alive. Yatoro is taking so much damage from these right clicks from Quinn. He will get taken out along with the Lion. And just like that,
does it again.
Team wipe Gaimin Gladiators.
Maybe it just is cursed. This has nothing to do with Ench. But the team that hero is on just has to mess up somehow.
All right.
How on
we got
earth
ourselves a game here.
do they get themselves in that situation? So, to give some context, the start on this jump on Celery, Collapse actually made... This is a very unique problem that Centaur has as the only hero in Dota. If you start Hoof Stomp and then use an item...
I hate that, yeah.
You cancel Hoof Stomp.
Yeah.
So he went for the Blink Stomp on the Undying, and he wanted to use Shiva's instantly after.
Yeah.
What ended up happening was he interrupted his Hoof Stomp cast, used the Shiva, and then he Hoof Stomped after. And that meant that Undying reacted and time got Glimmer off. So that play failed. He's now stuck in no man's land on Centaur. He kind of gets run down by Gaimin Gladiators' heroes, and then Spirit come in one by one to try to help him. And they get a total disaster out of this. They could have cut their Centaur and been like, okay, shit happens, you messed up. But instead they brute force this fight, and effectively, now this game is blown wide open.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Literally
I can't believe it. I can't believe this ended up happening. Again.
Gaimin, the comeback kings. Ace. They're gonna find Mira very easily. They get the tier 1 tower. Now there's an MKB for Quinn.
Claims like that should make you feel right at home.
Miposhka, man, they are just hemorrhaging heroes here. Stampede just for the Enchantress to get away, despite her being cursed. Don't they know?
Yeah, I think you should offer her up.
Yeah. Quinn has died 10 times, by the way. I missed that. So he hit the double-digit mark, but now he's starting to rack up them kills.
Yep.
5 and 10.
He's ahead of Razor.
Yeah,
in
top
net worth.
3 net worth. That rubber band mechanic, pretty damn strong. Mario Kart would be proud. Nintendo smiling from afar.
Nintendo don't like that because, first of all, this is an esport, which they're a very big opponent of.
That's true.
And secondly, we're referencing them in another game, which their lawsuit team absolutely loves. So I think that was about as bad as that could have been
All right,
for Nintendo.
sorry about that. Game very even now. Still with 3 minutes on this Aegis, so plenty of time as Duracho will be going for an MKB as well, so the Butterfly will effectively be countered.
Yeah, Spirit just... They're definitely still in an okay position, right? But considering they were absolutely crushing it a moment ago, now this gets interesting, because now they actually need to execute the fights quite a bit better. I still think they're in a solid spot to win, but...
Duracho's level 25, by the way. Seems really fast.
Yep.
Really fast. Okay. Miposhka curse still.
That was good, though.
That's the sacrifice of the Tormentor they needed.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Now, Yatoro will get a shard, so he can use Attribute Shift while stunned.
Quinn with the Ancient Guardian now. So 100 damage when semi-close to the Ancient. Duracho was hitting the tower. Laurel trying to walk the dog. Hoof Stomp, okay, they have the damage. Duracho gets off his ult though. Now the Pulverize onto 2. Into the double Laguna Blade. Down goes Collapse. As Dyrachyo resetting now onto the towers. I literally cannot believe they might get barracks here. As Gaiman with a massive comeback. Another adaptive strike play, the Conda. 50 seconds of no collapse. That means you have to give this up. And
they could take more than this. They still have Aegis.
Absolutely. No reason to stop now.
You're going to have Troll ult again when Centaur's up. This cooldown is not particularly long. Yeah, and you have an Arcane Rune running on the Lina, so just keep spamming out those spells. Laguna will be ready again already.
Yeah, and I think they now probably realize there's no buyback onto this Centaur. So second set of racks might be offered up, but Spirit trying to delay as long as possible. Inkswell onto Quinn. They're taking pop shots. Now that it's getting kind of close to Centaur respawning, they will back away. Now it's a full reset, so they get the tier 3 mid and a full set of racks bot. And now they'll likely clean up the tier 2 in the top lane. It's such a strange series.
Yeah, this has been one of a kind, really. They're waiting for Yatoro. Will be wise to blink out instantly here. Even using the Trickster Cloak for complete protection. But, despite that... he thought he was being charged, actually. Ace was going the wrong way, but Yatoro can't see him in the fog, so...
Yeah.
Worried about getting jumped on there, will pop the BKB, and this opens up mid for Gaiman.
Yeah, for sure. Still 25 seconds on the Aegis. As the hoof stomp comes in, he cancels it again, actually, because of the Shivas. Valve needs to fix that immediately. Dyrachyo, Static Link was applied to him for a bit. It's now going to reset as Stampede is used defensively, not to reaggress.
Gaiman themselves didn't get too much out of that either, though.
Man, for somebody that plays so much center, I'm surprised he doesn't know that. Or it's just the muscle memory.
Yeah,
too strong.
It's because on literally every other hero in the game, if you start casting a spell and then use an item, you use them in succession. But Centaur is just different.
Yeah, he is. You're right. He's half man, half horse.
Yep. All right, Gaiman are not going to commit.
All right. Gaiman now with a 3K lead. 1 Rack's advantage.
I mean, look at this win expectancy graph. That is... that is something. These last 5 minutes for Spirit.
That one
tragic.
Fight, man, the Enchantress curse is strong.
Yeah, I mean, now that I see a game like this, if this is what happens every time, I get it. Like, no hero is going to have a good win rate if it gets 80% chance to win and then loses every time.
That's right.
But how is this Ench's fault? I don't get it. What did she do? What has this hero done wrong?
It's probably something to do with the lore.
I guess so.
This Gaiman will now group up to take their Tormy. And the 3 lowest levels in the game are on Spirit right now. Celery will get Grab Ally. How does that work with Static Link?
I was just going to say, I don't think it removes it. Static Link kind of is unique in the sense that it pierces through even hidden status. So you use it on Puck, and Puck phase shifts, it stays. If you get Astral, it stays. So I would imagine that the Tombstone, it will also keep running. Obviously, you can't attack the hero while it's in the Tombstone, but you can still drain the damage. So using that on Dyrachyo probably wouldn't be wise. Because despite removing the attacks on him, you'd rather he doesn't get drained, so it's better for him to just get away or commit while the damage is being drained, so he's actually doing something.
Ace will be going for Lincolns now.
Yep, 200 away.
As Gaiman likely we're just waiting for the next Roche. Yeah, that one fight that led into the eventual Roche for Gaiman, that is one of the biggest surprise fights of the tournament, I would say. Just flipping this game completely upside down when it looked like Spirit were... We were talking about, will they win before or after 35 minutes?
Yes, you're right. You were, that was a really bad prediction from you.
That's right. Should have gone with my gut, Enchantress hater.
Just never bet on Edge.
Toro TPing top as the rest are coming from below. The Rock is going to get the tower for free. Toro.
You can't link him with Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus and Lincoln's applied. So now, no towers protecting top or middle. As Ace will onslaught and then cancel it after one movement, one unit of movement. So from Spirit, what can they do? I would assume they need to contest Roche when it comes.
I still think the approach for them in fight should be to see if they can find an avenue to burst supports. The best chance I see for them is to insta-kill Grim with Morph. He has the damage to do it if he sees him. It's all about getting information. Obviously, Tofu has impeccable positioning in basically every game we see him in, but that will generally sometimes be a moment of vulnerability, or maybe Centaur can start something by, you know, he goes in, Grimstroke shows up to try to save the target by putting Inkswell on them, and that's where you just blink, one-shot him with Morph and blow the fight open that way. I definitely think if they start going on cores, the fights are going to be really hard. They can't kill the troll within the time frame that they need to. The Primal Beast is too tanky at this point. Lina doesn't seem like a realistic target in the same way either, because she's not going to die as fast as the supports are, and she has the protection of Undying and Grim with a lot of utility items. Whether they fight for Roche or not, I think is... I would think they should. I think it's definitely doable. You can win that fight in this game state.
Yeah, neither team have like crazy AoE. I mean, the Tombstone's probably the best spell in the Roche area, but
yeah,
it's not like we're talking about a black hole or anything like that. Spirit. I mean, Yotoro's still top net worth in the game. Feels like even with this item buildup, he has definitely dropped off. Like, the Conda is not one-shotting anymore, Cinderin. It's the Enchantress Curse again. Just being near Maposhka.
It's the degen aura. But Ench has it now. And it degens your own team.
All right, Roche number 2.
Yep. Gaming Gladiators. Hopefully they don't get PTSD from picking up this banner.
There's a correct usage of this, and it's bottom lane when you're ready to push. Okay. They already put it somewhere.
Copy that.
Where did they put it?
They're putting it bottom now.
Did they?
Yep, there it is.
Okay, good job gaming. They're learning. They learned from last game after collecting 3.
They got enough sample size in
to
come to a conclusion.
I would agree. Laurel, thinking about fighting here. He's going to be spotted. Onslaught's coming. Duraccio already getting a little bit low. Shiva's connects onto 3 heroes for Ace. Lincoln's is popped. As Laurel gets off the static link, the stun, burst damage on Duraccio. He's dead, number 1. That's the Aegis already consumed. Now he'll pop the BKB and immediately use his ult. It's going to be on the Laurel for now. Now he's chasing the heroes. He's all alone in a 1 versus 3, following the Stampede targets. Used all his spells. He does survive, but nothing really gained here.
That was not the best use of the Aegis.
Hey, these are the creeps, though. These are the banner creeps.
They weren't really in position to save him. I feel like that was a bit disconnected from gaming. The supports that are meant to protect Troll when he gets hard committed on were way too far behind in the back. And I understand why they are, because I think they need to cover Lina more than the Troll, but then it's on Duraccio to not go that YOLO in front of everyone else. He's a Troll. He's going to get kited. He can't just stick on a target like that and expect anything to come off it. He needs the teammates to set him up for success, and that's going to be the end of that. Didn't really accomplish much. With the Lincolns now, that's going to help. I understand why he felt confident, because the moment the static link goes out in the Primal, he's like, okay, this is my chance. Now it won't be on me. But yeah, the teammates were not in position to allow him to kill anything. Laurel is very tanky. Even if he doesn't link up the Troll, he still has 40 armor you need to chew through. He has the evasion of the Halberd. Even though you have MKB, you're still going to miss a little bit. Rattle Cage is quite an item on Razor, I have to say.
Yeah,
it's really good.
I feel like it was designed around him, honestly. It kind of looks like his chess piece.
True.
All right. I mean, they don't have Aegis, but Gaimin don't want to wait around like they did last game. A lot of reflections. Duraccio just going to dodge the Impale as the Adaptive Strike is going to proc on Yatoro to take off the Lincolns. And Gaiman just posturing a bit, trying to figure out what avenue is best for them to work through. Without the Aegis, it's a bit scary. I mean, one misstep and Spirit can just be back in this game again. I mean, they are in this game, I guess. But definite advantage Gaiman for now. Oh, I was thinking maybe Ags this game for Tofu, but he's not going to be getting to that. It looks like it will be a Blink instead. I mean, the Morph Illusion, I mean, there's not many better heroes in the game to get an illusion of.
No, that one is quite crazy. Luna probably the single best.
Yeah.
But Morph is definitely up there. Yeah, maybe he thinks it's too difficult to use it without having a Blink or Lens, so he would rather get the dagger to make sure that he can use all his other spells and that he can also easily connect with
Yeah, and he needs to proc the Lincolns, and it's not like Yatoro is just standing there.
Yeah, it's not really giving them many moments of opportunity. There's a shard for Quinn. Not so important on the right-click Lina, of course, but it adds up.
Okay, smoke.
Smoke on smoke.
Collapse on the low ground. Smoke will pop. There's the Shiva's going to give some vision. Collapse can take a pulverize. LSA is there as well. Dyrachyo taking some damage from afar. Not able to get their initial target as Quinn pops his BKB. See the impetuses going wild. The Soulbind already used, but Spirit will retreat for the time being. Both sides kind of resetting as Gaiman want to pursue. Ace with the Ink Swell. Is it going to hit on anyone? No. Onslaught won't find a catch either.
Yeah. Seems like Centaur is not the hero they want to start on. It's too difficult. Collapse, I think, got lotused by Miposhka there. No, it wasn't Miposhka. He was he actually not lotused? Am I seeing things? I thought they could have pulverized him then, but... Huh. Alright. Maybe they just didn't connect the right heroes at the right time. I was expecting that to go better for Gaiman when they found the first target. They didn't have enough in the tank. He just Ghost Sceptered, and then they kind of moved on.
Yep. Only 10 minutes away from Tier 5, Syndra, just letting you know. Heads up.
Yep. Yeah. You guys think you're so funny. It's never going to happen. I know I said it. We're halfway, okay? We're halfway.
If it happens 2 games in a row, I quit.
And the
Collapse
ski is
the
also
high ground
cold.
defense. Dyrachyo has everything applied to him now. It's starting to get reflected.
Okay, any more?
Yeah, I think they like seeing their own spells on themselves as Mira will die first, buys back instantly. Tofu's going to get taken out pretty swiftly, though, as Laurel continuing on to Quinn. That seems to be his focus, but Dyrachyo is the real target. Pops the BKB, still has the ult to work with, but will BKB TP out now that they've lost Quinn? So 3 dead for Gaiman. Successful defense from Spirit. And it looks like the next Roche is the next fight.
Yeah, Mira got blasted, but Gaming Gladiators commit a lot, and they get into an awkward position where the counterplays are available for Spirit. They kind of run them down one by one. Morphling gets to target select. And as you mentioned, Troll couldn't really enter that fight confidently, so they didn't get much value out of Dyrachyo's massive net worth in this exchange. So I think Spirit going to be pretty happy with that one. Obviously now Mira without buyback. If he gets killed later on, that could be crucial. But let's see how much they can get the other way. They're obviously going to push out all the lanes here as much as possible. Knocking on the front door. There are buybacks on Lina as well as on Dying.
Yep. The tower taken out. The fortification. I think they used that before or after the tower died.
Oh my god, this Troll form morph.
That is pretty dirty.
Yeah.
So Seterax now for Spirit as they go to the bot lane. There are 2 buybacks like you said, but they're just going to give up 2 lanes now. And Spirit now with the barracks advantage as they're going to run into a damage rune as well, by the way. And that is just filth incarnate on the Morphling as a refresher already for Dyrachyo. Wow.
So in Ench's 3 and 13 scoreline,
yep,
are the 3 wins where she gets Rexed against and then miraculously comes back again?
I don't know.
Or does the hero once in a while actually win the way it's supposed to by, you know, snowballing an early game and then crushing the game?
I couldn't tell. I can't remember the last time I've I've seen a game where she wins.
Okay.
I just remember
Just
a lot
curious.
of like extreme late game scenarios with tier 5 items on the inch. Seems to go late for her. Smoke now from Spirit. And Roche will be up in 4 seconds.
Oh.
Super fast timer.
It's a quick one. It's going to be bottom. Spirit obviously have no idea that it's up. Otherwise, they might just be smoking over there right now. But they're trying to go for an initiation surprise here.
And broadcaster tools opened in a panic. The grab ally is used. Needs to jump out soon. The LSA is going to connect onto the Morphling. Pulverized to follow. This is with the 25 talent. Down goes Yatoro. Has his buyback as the double Pulverized now. This time reserved for the Centaur. And Collapse is dead in addition. So 2 dead for Spirit. Both have buyback, and let's see if Gaiman will go for that Roche.
The way you win fights in this game is by getting your support killed first, and then you counter go. Seems to be the winning strategy. This is going to cost Spirit dearly. They have to buy back both cores, I think.
They buy back on 1.
Yeah, maybe they're going to see if they can... I think they want the Morph buyback to be a surprise and try to fake...
Yeah.
There's 2 possibilities here for Gaming, obviously. Either Morph is holding it. If he doesn't have it, they can get Megas. But if he does have it, Spirit want them to think there's a chance he doesn't so that they can make a surprise play in the middle of a jump.
Yeah, he does not get impaled. That's going to be a second set. Oh, I say that too soon. Fortification comes out last moment for Spirit. So Gaiman with a soft reset. Ace. Inkswell, not in range. There's the Sheep. There's the buyback from Yatoro as Collapse with a really deep initiation onto the backline. Beautiful Impale comes out as well. Quinn gets 4 staff. Is he going to survive those? Dyrachio gets off his ult with the Pulverize right next to him. Maposhka getting extremely low, but the Troll is dead. Another beautiful Impale from Mira as they'll find Ace without buyback. And Tofu, is he going to get spotted? Absolutely. He is burst out into a pulp. We'll have his buyback intact, though.
Oh, boy. Now Roche is going to be
away.
top, and they're going to get this Aegis on their Morph. This was something Gaiman could have chosen. They could have gone for the Roche if they wanted to.
Hey, would you look at that? No banner this time. Aghanim Scepter will drop instead.
You mean cheese?
Isn't this the 3rd?
Well, yeah, but it's not dropping instead of the banner.
Yep, that's true. Cheese. Sorry, I'm just so used to the banner being so strong in these games.
How many, if you had to guess, how big a percentage of Roche kills do you think have been bottom in this tournament? I feel like it's been way more daytime Roches than nighttime Roches
today has
that
been
we've
like
cast.
90%. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, today is obviously extreme, but I feel like we see so many banners comparatively, which is interesting because you would think instinctively that roaching at nighttime might be easier. Okay.
Gonna need to defend this.
Yep, here comes Lion.
Quinn is on the outskirts. Gleipnir. LSA is gonna be dodged out. He gets the range Rex. Can he get out with his life? Mira will pop the Lincolns, but the BKB TP Quinn is out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, or top lane, I should say, Yatoro is left uncontested. They're gonna have to do something about this. We'll blink out with that buyback coming out from Dyrachio. 4 minutes away from the dream. 2 times in a row. This one a lot closer in terms of like the buildings.
This one could easily be Megas versus Megas. That's a very likely outcome.
Then it comes down to who gets the banner for Gabens.
It always comes back to Gaben, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Invisibility.
I don't know what odds I would have given you 20 minutes into this game that this was not going to go an hour, but my goodness, here we are.
Round number 2, ladies and gentlemen. You guys ready for a long-ass game? Let's see the I want to see Megas versus Megas. That would be cool.
If Spirit win this game, I'm pretty sure the casters that have the night shift tonight are going to be traveling back with the sun up again. When does it rise here? At this point?
I don't know.
Oh, like 4 to 5, I guess, at this point, maybe.
Yeah.
That could happen. We're
the late one.
we're behind schedule with 2 games, I think, aren't we? Or are we on time? When's the next series supposed to start? Yeah, the next series is supposed to start in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I think so.
Aghanim Scepter for Troll.
Yep.
So obviously the Whirling Death will be a lot lower cooldown, but what do you dispel here? Is anything meaningful? You take off Enchant on yourself, and I think that's, I guess, the slow from Adaptive Strike. And then in terms of what you dispel from them...
Yeah, that's much more impactful, right? You can remove Ghost Scepter on Lion, Ghost Scepter on Centaur.
Okay.
I guess that's the main thing. But those are, I mean, obviously for Troll, that's huge, right?
Yep. Oh,
they caught him!
Jotaro gets caught off guard. Pulverize is there. That's death number 1. That's a cart! Centaur cart was used. Not able to find a connection onto the Morphling, probably because he's water. Soulbind onto 2. Yotaro is dead for 2 minutes.
How do they kill him
The trap was set from
twice?
Gaimin, and it was very successful, but now Spirit know that they have to fight because they will not have their Morphling for quite a while. Ace taking a ton of impetus damage. Laurel has to pop his BKB, but he's getting rooted up. The disarm onto Duraccio is not going to be enough to prevent the kill out onto the Razor, who now buys back. Leifnir onto the Centaur. He'll use his card. Warhorse activated to run away. And Collapse will be fine as a result. The Cursed Child, a.k.a. Enchantress, left all alone, will die and buy back instantly. This is a 4v5, and they know that Morphling does not have buyback.
How do they just kill him twice like that with no response? Like, they literally just went for 1 pulverized kill into a fresh pulverized kill.
They had faith in the cart, Cinderin.
Oh.
It's sorely disappointed.
My goodness. I mean, first of all, the first kill from Gaimin is super good, because the time that they had to react to him waveforming in, that was an instant counterplay coming out from the whole team. They knew what they wanted to do. But man.
All right, onto the high ground. Gaimin goes. Maposhka will have to watch as Mira gets pulverized. Soulbind not going to really do much, but it matters not. They're just going to focus on the tier 4s. 2 dead for Spirit. It's a 3 versus 5. Enchantress win rate surely making sense now. Now you believe, Cinderin. The tier 4 is falling. Collapse gets a nice host stomp onto 2. Laurel is there as well. Tofu's going to be taken out. The Warhorse being used. Razor inside the cart, but the Ancient fully exposed. Game 2 also goes to Gaimin Gladiators. Wow.
What a roller coaster this late game was. That I don't know, man. I find it hard to understand some of these situations, how they go the way that they do. Like, obviously, with the spectator point of view and everything, it's a totally different experience being there in the situation as the team, but for Spirit to have this enormous lead, drop it on the ground, Gaimin to come back in the way that they did, then they almost throw it all away, giving Spirit the Aegis, which then turns out to be irrelevant. Like, there's just so many things that happened back-to-back in this game that I feel like did not go according to plan for either team. But somehow Gaimin Gladiators will clutch it out. And for me, these pulverizes from Ace have to be the ultimate game decider here and the difference maker, both when they were ahead and behind. The stable Rock does it again.
Yeah, Ace played out of his mind. Once he got that refresher, it just felt like they couldn't touch him anymore. Just a double BKB, double pulverize, double everything. And, I mean, that 1 kill on Yotaro there, pretty damn clutch from Gaimin. The bait and switch, as it were, as Gaimin take this 2-0 in maybe the weirdest series that we've cast in quite some time. Studio, take it away.
What are you talking about, Sunsfan? I knew this was going to happen all along. This was all planned, 2-0. Everybody's going to look at the scores at the end of the group stage and see that Gaming 2-0 Team Spirit, and they then know the exact story of this game, surely. Now, this game 2 was, well, it almost was as crazy as game 1 in the making in terms of the high ground defenses. I'm joined by BSJ and by Effie, and these high ground defenses, Brian, they were madness. It was Team Spirit that I thought was going to win this one.
Yeah, if you told me Quinn was going to start the game like 1-9 and then win, that's just not the novel I was writing for this one. Mira?
Yeah, I mean, that highlight we just saw where the killing Yotaro there, was that kind of... I guess you have to try plays like that, but I feel like that could have been much better executed, obviously, without the Morphling dying back. But Yeah, Gaming Gladiators played really well. Well, not at the start of the game, let's be honest here. The laning stage was abysmal, but they capitalized on the windows of opportunity that Spirit gave them really nicely. Like every time there was an overextension, they used their buybacks incredibly well in the early game, even though they had no resources at all. There was this one really good tombstone behind the tier 2 tower early on that they got a couple of buybacks off, got whatever kills they could. When there were high ground pushes and they would hold them off slightly, they wouldn't get away with anything but like a support kill, but that's still something. And then ultimately that final base dive, that base dive that Spirit did in the middle of the game that they just bought back and got kills off of was kind of a mistake by Spirit, but Gaming capitalized on it the way that they needed to. And yeah, it took them into the late game where it felt like more even footing because Lina actually had a game to play.
Yeah, it's cool to see Gaming win this way, I'll be honest. Like, I think they've been a little bit off their game this entire tournament. And after game 1 going the way it did, we mentioned that we thought it was more likely Team Spirit was tilted from that one, but it's also like, I think it could easily be one of those games where series where a lot of teams like are in this spot where they're down 10K game 2, and it's like we worked so hard for our win, and now we're just getting raffle stomped and kind of give up mentally. So I'll say their mental fortitude impressed me more so than anything else this series.
I think, this is obviously the result is great, but I also feel like maybe the first game kind of, snapped the mental state of gaming into gear where they are able to take games like this second one and win them, Effie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so long as you have the presence of mind to take every opportunity that you're given, which they did, you'd never know what sequence events will happen next in Dota. Like anything at any point could become a win because not everybody plays perfectly. So that base dive that I mentioned, afterwards they ran into the Roche area to secure it and they found Collapse by himself, which is why they were able to win that fight and take Roche. They found Collapse by himself, and then Spirit chose to fight even after Collapse was dead. They ran in because they assumed that Gaimin should be so behind in net worth that even without their Centaur, they would be able to win the fight. But they didn't, right? They didn't win that fight. They got the Aegis off of that, and the game changed entirely. And maybe if they had crumbled the way that you mentioned, Cheever, they wouldn't have found that opportunity, or they wouldn't have had the confidence to go so far out into the map and find that lone primal beast.
Yeah, the comeback potential for both these squads, because even after the fight that you mentioned, I feel like there were 2 back and forths, big fights again, where either team could have taken it. Of course, it is Gaimin that taken it in the end. But what causes a game to be like this in the sense, Brian, where both of these teams at some point in the game thought, hey, we can go high ground, we are stronger, but then both of the times it's not the case.
I just think both teams have a lot of counterplay, and the way Team Spirit itemized originally was even Yatura's like Conda Blink, so he's all about Lion going in, Centaur going in, bursting, and if you just manage to live with like a sliver of HP on a hero like Troll Warlord or Lina BKBing and turning it, you have Undying, Tombstone, you have the Primal Beast to like chase you down. It's like there was just a lot of punish, I think, on both sides, like with the lineups just innately like baiting you to barely live on Morph, barely live on heroes like Enchantress, turn with Centaur, like Lion. So when he casts all the spells on himself, that was one of the funnier high ground defenses I've ever seen from Spirit. But at the end of the day, games like this, they make Dota entertaining because it reminds you that at any point in the game, any team can lose any fight, and all it requires is like one little slip up and like punish from the other team. And that's what high-level Dota is. There's always going to be mistakes, no matter what tier of Dota you play, and it's what you do with them, and these teams showed that really well.
And for Team Spirit, I mean, we were going to talk about gaming, obviously, and hopefully get ourselves an interview with one of the winners as well. But for Team Spirit, it means that their score right now is 1-3. And I just checked their opponents tomorrow is going to be Shopify. Shopify is doing pretty well at the moment as well. But we're in the middle. This is the middle day of the group stages. We got 7 days in total, and obviously, potentially an extra day for tiebreakers. But 1-3, when you know only top 4 moves forward, Effie, that's scary.
Yeah, this is not a good score for them. They're not at the point in group stages where they can afford to lose in ways that can be avoided. And I really feel like... So yesterday they looked really good, and honestly they were playing against potentially the best team in this tournament in Falcons. So their games are respectable regardless of the loss. But a series like this, they can definitely look at it and say, we absolutely should have won that game, because to say that that game didn't have mistakes from either team would be a lie.
Yeah.
But the second game felt like much more mistakes were coming out of Spirit, to be honest. There were dives. There were choosing to take fights when you had a key hero down in the Centaur, for example. Like we mentioned, there was the dive back on Morphling with the final push with Aegis, just going in by yourself and dying back like that. There are definitely things to look at and reflect on. As for Gaimin, they looked better in game 1, but in game 2, their bottom lane, Brian, that was really suspicious. I don't think Troll plus Undying should lose to Centaur.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I feel like the entire game of the early game did fall apart because of that, because then we just saw like Undying glued to bottom while Enchantress is killing Quinn mid. But I will just say that like Gaimin somehow does this like every tournament. Like we counted them out a little bit. Group stage 1, they started that I think 1-3, 1-4 or something, and then they had a really rough start to group stage 2, and here they are. Like, they somehow managed to win these series. Such a consistent team. I think their worst placement in the last, like, 10 tournaments is 6th. And, it's so crazy to watch them somehow. They're just a team that somehow finds wins, and that alone is, like, what I think defines the top-tier teams is winning games you shouldn't, and I think that Game 2 was a perfect example.
And we can take a look at the scoreboards for that as well, because the first 2 days of Group Stage 2, Gaming Gladiators went 0-2, and then they found themselves. And this is 2 2-0s so far. I will
Clean
say, obviously, maybe not the cleanest. Also, I believe one of the 2-0s they had yesterday was also maybe not one of the cleans. But it doesn't matter because they're getting the wins on the board. Their opponent tomorrow will be Bad Boom, which is, they're working up the list. So they're saving their tougher opponents, in this case, for potentially when they are in better form. Because I do feel like, especially a series like this, they're just slowly leveling up and they're ranking up and they're trying to make my prediction that they would be in the top 3 this tournament. They're trying to make it a reality. It's a team that you can never count out. And as we are hearing the music, I believe, Effie, you have a very important message for us.
Oh.
Right on cue.
I was so confused. Everybody. Which camera do I look at?
This is a great question. I think it's that one.
Yeah, that one. The one you're pointing at.
Everybody, we have a very exciting tournament coming up in ESL Birmingham. I have heard great things about the city and the crowd, and I'm so excited to be there. So make sure you check out ESL.com and see what the ticket situation is like, because you don't want to miss out on this.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever.
Welcome back. You're watching Dream League Season 22, and it's in the group stages. We're in Phase 2 of group stages. That means that we only have the best of the best teams, the 8 best teams, going up against each other. But obviously, there's a little bit of a hierarchy between the 8 teams as well, and at the moment, there are 2 teams undefeated on top. And we got both teams going head-to-head. Let's get ready for Falcons versus Betboom. Here to talk about these 2 fantastic teams, I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and BSJ. Brian, these 2 teams have shown a great dominance.
Yes.
Tell me more about their dominant strides so far here at Dream League.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll start with Betboom. So Betboom and Falcons, they've both been dominant, but they've been doing it in very different ways. So an interesting fact is in Group Stage 2, Betboom has a different first pick in all 8 games. So the way they draft is not nearly as formulaic as on the other side. Falcons pretty much picks DK or Mars first. And so what we're looking at here is you know what you're going to get from Falcons in the early stages of the draft, but they often wamboozle you with a last pick support, put Tiny on core. They wamboozle you with a Huskar, a Bloodseeker offlane as the last pick. So Falcons, their games have been all over the place in regards to they're the ones with these crazy comebacks. They get mega. The scoreboard literally says the other team is winning at the end of the game when Falcons has won. On the other hand, for Betboom,
In 5 of their 6 wins, the other team is maybe ahead for a minute or less, so they're pretty much winning throughout dominantly. And then there are 2 losses, they were not ahead for a single minute on BetBoom. So I feel like BetBoom is a very momentum-based team. Whoever's ahead against them, or if it's them, will likely win the game, while Falcons is a team that can win at any point. So then the question begs, if BetBoom is ahead, what happens here? Because Falcons is known to come back, but BetBoom's known to never lose. So
Someone's got to lose, Brian.
Someone's got to give.
Someone will lose.
Someone's going to get wamboozled. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Well, hate getting wamboozled.
Me too.
Guys, this is where the coach and the prep comes in, because when they met in group stages, they traded stomps. Like Brian mentioned, when the BetBoom are ahead, they win. When they're behind, they lose. But they did trade stomps, and the stomps started in the laning phase. So if they can draft in ways that are more clever than the other team, because I'm sure they've studied each other, maybe bring out something new or different, that team will win.
All right.
That's
when we're talking about things new and different, let's start by talking about Falcons, because they are the team that definitely relative to BetBoom are new and different. You know, there's a different squad coming in, and they have been obviously together for now quite a few months, and they have also won a tournament. They're doing fantastic, and they have not dropped a single game. As said, they are 6-0 in games so far in the second group stage. The question is, how do you make a dent in their armor? And I think we're gonna be talking about that when we talk about our spotlight player, because in the past, whenever there was Amar on a squad, he was the one that got targeted because he was oftentimes the win condition purge. So it should be reasonable that maybe Amar should get focused in the draft, shut him down, or is that an outdated strategy?
I definitely think it's outdated. It was definitely the case when he was on OG and they were winning tournaments, because it felt like his hero pool was small, and they did often pick his hero in the first phase. So once time went on and Amar still retained his super high skill, he's developed more standard heroes that he plays. He always plays them a little differently than every other player. He buys slightly different items. Man loves buying Octarine, Core, and Centaur. No one else does that, to my knowledge. But his results show for it, and his MMR shows for it. So I just don't think he's like as addressable in the first phase bans as he was in the past. You just have to accept this guy's going to get a hero that he's going to play well. He's probably going to win his lane, because he wins almost all of his lanes, it feels like. And then you're just going to have to deal with him late game, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, that's a really good point. He's just been playing incredibly well. Like, we've seen him win lanes that he shouldn't be winning at all. But I also think Falcons have been drafting really interestingly around him the past couple of days. They've had some last-minute flexes to Amar's lane that have won them the game in ways that we didn't expect. Like, they flexed their Pango to offlane, and they got a surprise Huskar once. I think that was 2 days ago. And nobody expected the offlane Pango from Amar, but it came back. And then yesterday, they flexed their Tiny to offlane, and they won off of that too, because the teams that are playing against that just don't expect their last pick. So when they flexed Tiny to offlane, they picked Shadow Demon in a game versus Death Prophet and Luna. And that was a really pivotal hero for them. So yeah, Falcons definitely do cook up some interesting last round in the draft with Amar now.
Yeah, I know we highlighted Amar. I just want to give a shout out to Crit. Like, I think he obviously had a bit of a rough period on Shopify the last year or two, and just watching him on this team, he looks back to prime Crit. I highlighted him in his Shadow Demon Wisdom Rune steal yesterday, and he just, I think it was Jenkins that said he's the best Shadow Demon.
It was me.
It was you.
I said it earlier.
Sorry, it was a smart point, so I thought it was Jenkins. No,
I mean, of course, yeah. Watching some of the replays back, like his SD, he just does things on SD that I feel like normal people don't do with the hero. He like gets solo kills ganking somebody. He like disrupts somebody next to a tree. They get body blocked in. You see it occasionally, but like his impact in the early game, it just seems higher than other stages of other SD players. Not that there aren't a lot of other good SD players. So I don't know. I just feel like his threat is higher. Yeah. He makes it look like a good laning hero, like he said in the interview. He's like, I think it's a good laning hero. So yeah.
Now Crit's been doing fantastic. He's also been very vocal in the interviews, and not just that, he has a word for us, a statement, if you would.
I think for me, it's just interesting to see the good teams play. Like I think honestly, the teams that didn't make that many changes are more interesting, because it's just cool to see if they can keep their form from last year going, and see if anything happens that goes the other way. I always have faith in myself. You know, obviously when things are a little bit rough, you can doubt yourself for a bit, but I always kind of knew that I can win tournaments, and I've done it before. The biggest thing is looking at the good teams and not so much the new teams. Yeah.
And they had Bedboom's definitely one of the good teams. They did well last year. They did have a little bit of a change-up as we focus our attention more on their opponents here, on Falcon's opponents is Bedboom. And their change-up was Miero. And Miero was also brought up already by Snaking when he did a winner's interview as well, as this is a player to look out for. And in terms of play styles, the reason why Snaking brought it up was, Brian, the hero pool of both Miero and Amar are very similar.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap there. I will say that the hero I'm looking out for that Bedboom utilizes for potentially flexing to Miero that I haven't really seen Falcons utilize is the Enigma. I'm wondering if they're going to whip it out today because that's a hero they opened up one of their series in the group stage 2. And do you decide to break the tie by utilizing a hero they don't use, or do you try to beat them at their own game and steal their heroes from them so that Amar doesn't get them? That's kind of the 2 different approaches you can consider here.
I think depending on how the banning phase goes, there are some heroes that you should just take if they're in the pool. I know that Falcons value DK the highest out of all the openings that they can do because it's just, they mentioned how highly they think of the hero, but how they can flex it between all 3 of their cores. So you either take that for yourself, you ban it out, and if there's still a Mars or a Timber somehow in the pool, those are really good heroes for Miero as well. So I don't necessarily think they should give it away. But if those heroes aren't given away in the first phase of draft, and Sun Tower also doesn't make it through, I would love to see more of the interesting offlane heroes come out from Miero, like Enigma, like Brian mentioned, because while there is an overlap in Miero and Amar's heroes, that overlap is one-sided. It only exists on Amar's side of his hero pool. Miero has a really huge hero pool. He plays every offline hero in Dota. He plays Enigmas on Lycans and Beastmasters and Summons heroes, so there is definitely room for creativity there coming from Bedboom.
I just think I just don't know how to beat Amar is the problem. You have to beat his team as a whole. I really don't know if there's a way to shut him down individually. You can't tilt the guy. If anything, he's going to tilt you. So you should just play your normal game and beat his team, and he'll be there too and probably do well. That's it.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about Amar because he is and has been for a long time the player to target. But I feel like with Maureen in the squad as well, more and more, you gotta have his heroes on the radar pretty early on as well, Brian, because this kid, 19 years old, is absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, we were saying all those cheese picks from Amar, but it's also, Mira mentioned, they're flexing his heroes so that Maureen can abuse his heroes. So this guy is top, I think, 10 in pubs, all the time. Every time he's on my team, I always say, even if we're losing early, Maureen could carry this one, especially on a hero like Puck. Huskar usually is carrying, that's happening early game. We saw him hit these critical mass at 11, 15 minutes or something where the games already feel like it's over. So that's just the way. I feel like Falcons, they can punch you in so many different ways. They have so many different moves, and that's what Bedboom has to basically survive the draft stage so then they can then beat you in the laning phase. I feel like that's what I'm worried about if I'm Bedboom.
And there's the Huskar that always has to be in the back of your mind if you're playing against Falcons, because we've seen them force it into drafts whenever they can. They'll do weird flexes just to force these heroes. So you have to have an innate solution already built in your draft from the start so that the flex doesn't catch you off guard or the last pick doesn't catch you off guard.
Well, we are in the draft, and already the Enigma Falcons does not want to deal with the potential Enigma factor there. Yeah, there's a lot of respect. Also, respect, and I know Effie, you are a big fan of seeing GPK on this Storm, but they first phase ban it against them. It's pretty unusual to have 3 bans like that against a squad, but indeed, respect. We go open up with the Razor Centaur.
That's interesting.
Well, it's because they chose to ban the Storm out, and usually teams ban the Razor against Falcons, but Falcons just take the Razor instead, right?
The electric type.
You can't use all of the bans in the game. You can see which heroes are prioritized more heavily. I think the DK needs to be taken out. The Timber needs to be taken out. The trade-off would have been Mars or Centaur, because Falcons ban out the Storm Spirit. They can't ban out the Mars or Centaur themselves. One of these heroes is coming out.
This is the first time, let's see, when Bedboom played against Falcons in the first group stage, they didn't ban Razor the second game, and Falcons elected to take Mars that time around. So it's just like a weird meta that's probably developed between these two teams. You kind of pick your poison when you're against Falcons. You know what the early draft's going to look like. I mentioned that. Their first 3 picks are usually not very surprise or creative. It's what the cards they hold with these first 3 picks. This could be a mid Razor, could be an offlane Razor. You just don't know.
I think this Razor actually addresses this addresses this Betboom Nightfall hero very well, because suddenly these Morphlings and these Terrorblades they seem solvable on lane, so it might have gone up in value just because of that.
Are you worried about them matching up late game? Like if they pick some illusion hero, like Razor tends to suffer against those at least. I mean, obviously you could still do good in lane, but
That's the first round ban Naga, setting that up, because now they banned the Terrorblade second round, and PL's kind of underwhelming. So I think what you're saying, they've already thought that out, it looks like. Like, they agree with you.
It could also just be a try. Like, they want to try seeing if this hero in the first phase works versus Betboom's hero pool.
True.
Because, like, you can also flex this Razor to mid. We know Amar loves this hero, but this could easily be a hero for Malorine to shut down the GPK heroes that are lane dominators, right?
I wonder how much of that played into them formulating this team of this exact roster, because there is so much overlap in the heroes that these guys play, and there's just it's too much for me to consider it a coincidence, because there's obviously a lot of high skill players to choose from when you're formulating a team. So is that just coincidence? Are they fortunate in that way? Or like when the person who's constructing the lineup, I'd be curious to know. Malorine and Amar seem like they would work really well together, just hero pool wise.
Shadow's even still in the pool. I wonder if Betboom could be looking at it. I know that they have often prioritized their Maranas and their Vengeful Spirits and Crystal Maidens and whatnot, but the Demonic Purge versus Razor has always been a tool versus him, because he's a mobility-based hero and he gets skimped completely by it. But still, they love that Crystal Maiden. They won't give it up, because if they give it up, Falcons will take it. We know that Snake King said that him and Toronto Tokyo have a very big overlap in
6-0 with Crystal Maiden.
The heroes they
Falcons are.
And I looked through a bunch of their recent games, and the times they did have Centaur, a lot of the times they did have a Marana. So that being banned by Team Falcons means this is like their next best 5 option. So kind of forced into this one a bit.
Well, the fact that Falcons are undefeated with Crystal Maiden, I think they have to have raised the value of Crystal Maiden on their own side of Betboom, because otherwise Falcons is almost 100% taking it here.
The Shadow Demon also is still chilling, right, in the pool, and it would be good for either team, because he has looked very strong in the hands of Crit, but you also get the counterplay versus Centaur's initiation.
Radiant team pick.
There's a Rubik.
Helps deal with like a Centaur stampeding in. Basically, you can counter initiate sometimes. There are some decent spells you can steal. Let's go with Razor too. Just this move them.
I don't think it's the best lane duo though, like double range. So I'd imagine this makes Razor like less likely to go off lane, but you can also have Rubik be 5 sometimes. So once again, like the way I look at Falcon's draft is you can take their heroes at face value, but the roles that they're playing in the lanes that they're set up, like you just can't look into it too much.
Mira's favorite hero, Bat Rider.
You love a good Bat Rider. This hero is just really solid. He's always going to give you strong lane presence, strong gank threat, you know, a hero that stacks for you, a hero that can team fight. He checks every box, so it's no surprise Falcons go for it here. The Rubik poses some questions to me, because while I did value this hero very highly at the start of the tournament, I think that was when other teams were also valuing Doom very highly. So when you have Rubik in your draft and Doom isn't banned out, there's always going to be a solution for playing against Doom, but I don't think Doom is a good enough hero now after watching him play for the last few days.
Yeah, it has felt underwhelming. I like this Windranger pick so much because it's a flex between carry and mid, which counters the flex between mid and off lane of the Razor, and Betboom has overall last pick, so they'll know where this Razor is likely going, and so they can just put the Windranger there.
They've done a great job whenever they play Windranger in their games. GPK's played it. So yeah, I'm very confident with this hero.
He's also and I think the important thing here is she's very, very comfortable Lincoln Sphere buyer, which counters both the static link and the lasso, which are the two means of Falcons to play these fights.
Oh, Pugna. It's a Betboom normal pick, but hasn't really been as popular lately just because of some of the nerfs to the hero. But it is one of the best lane supports in the game, and this does look like it's going to be safe playing it probably is in the 4 position. So kind of cool with Centaur. You can amp each other's damage a little bit. It'll give them some nice tower push as well, which is something they're lacking a little bit with their first 3 picks. So pretty cool.
I love the little skeleton man. I think he's a great hero. Save is probably Save's best hero in terms of raw laning. I've seen him completely crush lanes on his Pugna. So if you pair this Pugna up with the Centaur, like you mentioned, Purge, that should be an incredibly strong lane, regardless of whichever hero comes out here. And also, the Decrepify versus Razor is really a huge nuisance for that hero. It's very hard to play into. The trade-off is, okay, maybe Firefly will do more damage, but if this is a support Batrider, he doesn't necessarily want to be putting himself in that position. Also, there aren't that many stuns on the side of Falcons. It's a telekinesis, which isn't that great, and a lasso, so Pugna should be able to stand in the backline and just heal his Centaur, heal his Wind Ranger. There's no hero that disrupts him from getting all of his healing off.
Except for Sven. Sven's gonna jump in like Superman and explode Pugna once he gets Axe at least. So that part's pretty spooky.
But even then, I feel like you need to be able to see the Pugna to be able to jump him, because if you're not, he's still going to be decrypifying and saving the primary target that Sven is going on.
Yeah, he has to make sure he's very careful with the decrypt, because if you use it before the Stormhammer lands, then it gets dispelled, so with the Axe.
But you can also die in 2 to 3 hits if you don't.
If he's the one
something.
getting stunned, he's gonna die because he's gonna get dispelled and die during the stun. But if he can hold it for his teammates, it'll be pretty huge.
And until then, until he gets Axe, it's still really good.
Yeah.
How do you think Sven will fare against this Centaur Pugna lane, Brian? Because
I think Centaur seems unbeatable in lane is what, like every time I think, Centaur's not going to do so well here. They're just like #1 net worth at 10 minutes, no matter what player is playing it. So I would say that part of what makes Sven nice here is that he does jungle. So if you can kind of just go even, just trade, let Centaur have his game, you get your game, and you let your supports not feel like they have to babysit you because you're stuck in lane against a Centaur with level 6 and a bunch of nukes. I imagine that bottom tower is going to go down, but Sven's going to be fine playing the Radiant jungle. Mask of Madness has the sustain from that, so I think that's part of like some of these heroes in the meta right now. You know, Cellular is complaining about how many of these offlaners are just on a total, like an echelon above everyone else, and I think what makes that, like, drafting into that, you just accept it. Like, that's what this hero is going to do. Let him have it.
I mean, Betboom has counterpick potential here, but Pango's not banned. Could be an option for the game. They kind of need some other like jump in, go in hero.
Well, they ban out the Huskar. Maybe that can tell us something. Traditionally,
wouldn't hate Ember here. Something like this.
I was gonna say traditionally you pick Huskar against Ember, but now no Huskar. A Spirit in general is good at jumping the backlines, but I guess so is Primal Beast.
Technically a flex, but I don't think I've ever seen Amar play it. So probably just Malrine, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
And this is a great hero here because they needed to address the issue of like Pugna hiding in tree lines and just making these fights hard to take. So now they have another target that can potentially jump him. They also, I mean, the BKB Wind Ranger is going to be nullified by this Pulverize. That's the issue. She's going to have BKB plus Lincoln Sphere to be able to fight into to Falcon's 5-man. Because we've seen Primal just nullify any kind of hero who needs BKB to do damage.
And then the problem if you go BKB Lincolns is your damage just isn't very high. So a lot of Wind Rangers like to shave off the BKB if they can afford to do so. But it's going to have to be a mid Wind Ranger, and they're going to do a carry Morphling.
Yep. Morph historically love playing it into Razor. It is going to be like a double range lane, so you're going to get poked a lot. So I think like the lane will go fine for Razor, but in game you love stealing his Link. Later on you have the waveform to get away from it. It's a good matchup against Sven because you go the Conda. It's all magic damage against like the Warcry. I don't know. I don't know whose draft I like better. I feel like I'm leaning towards Falcons a bit here.
I think both drafts are pretty solid. Like, I don't see any flaws in either side. I'm actually leaning towards Betboom only very slightly because, I mean, I think Nightfall is one of the best Morphling players in the world, and Falcon's draft does feel very countered by Lincolns. I feel like both GPK and Nightfall are comfortable buying Lincolns in these situations, and if they hit those timings, it may complicate Falcon's ability to take fights because the Rubik isn't really going to steal anything that's consistent enough for him to break it or start the fight. I mean, Telekinesis is not that reliable a tool too. So just because of the Lincoln Sphere, slightly towards Betboom.
I think I'm leaning towards Falcons draft because I just feel like they have so many good run at you heroes, and on the other squad they're going to need to be spending time running away rather than like fighting their opponents. Between like Crystal Maiden, Pugna, Wind Ranger, all three of those heroes need a little bit of stability in the team fight to do things. And I just feel like Primal Beast, Mallory's going to have a good game. He's going to get tanky. He's just going to run in consistently and make it easy for him and Amar to just chase their opponents.
And we said that for Betboom, Brian, you said that the games that they won, they generally have started winning from the get-go. They never really make a comeback.
And vice versa. And when they lost, it was the opposite, where they were always losing.
Yeah. That means there's a heavy emphasis on the laning phase potentially as well. Who's getting the upper hand here?
Well, now I guess
feel?
that you said that.
I know.
I'm kind of leaning towards BetBoom now that you said it that way, because I think their lanes are better. I think Wind Ranger will free farm mid, and then I think Morphling will have a decent lane top, and then we've always seen what happens with Centaur. So you know what? I'm flipping to BetBoom because of that.
All right, well, we'll have to see how game one plays out. My analysts can't agree, but perhaps our commentary team can. It's Tinder and Sunstein.
Yo, yo, yo. What's up, everybody? My name is Sunsfan. Joining me is that guy.
It's me.
Needs no introduction, as you can see. Very recognizable face, very recognizable voice.
The radio face. Yeah, so the panel couldn't really agree on who's favored, and then they said, can we agree? I don't think we can really agree on anything, so I think that was a bit of a long shot. But that's okay. You don't need to agree as long as you can put your differences aside.
That's very well spoken, Cinderin.
Thank you.
You should be a therapist.
Yes.
Perhaps you were one in your past life. Actually, that's basically what your role was as captain of all your teams in history.
Not wrong.
Playing both sides, always very neutral. As Miero and company will force out Falcons. So both of these squads come in undefeated in terms of series, but the difference between them, even though I don't think it matters for tiebreakers, but I could be wrong. BetBoom has lost 2 singular games, whereas Falcons have not. They are 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, which adds up, if you're from NA, to 6-0.
Very good.
So Falcons, and of course this is them coming off of a very emphatic tournament win at BetBoom, Dacha, Dubai, where they 3-0'd in the finals against Team Liquid, of course, who are not in this second group stage, in case you're just joining us and you've been living under a rock. They are out already.
They did not have a good group stage 1. DreamLeague has just not been Liquid's tournament.
But this series is gonna be really hype. I mean, the last series was extremely cool and unique, and I almost lost my voice doing so, which is why I'm trying to pace myself here, Cinderin. But these two, this was the game, this is the series I was looking forward to for this second group stage as a whole. I think this is going to be a banger. Both teams can be really exciting, and very high-level play has been expended from both of them throughout this tournament. BetBoom was, they were undefeated, I think. That's not true. In the first group stage, they were top, though. They were #1 rank.
Yeah. It's always going to be exciting when you're in a tournament format like this and you get into group stage 2 and both teams are 3-0. Like, this is always going to be such an anticipated match, because when these teams have beaten everybody else, are we going to see something new from them against each other? This is where you bring out the big guns, because this is likely going to be the match that decides if you can get first place in the group.
Yeah, could be.
At the end. Obviously, it doesn't mean the other teams are no pushovers by any means, the matchups that are left, but this should, on paper, be the hardest game for both teams. Doesn't really look like too much surprising has come out in this first draft. I think the most surprising pick is probably the Pugna, which I would say Save is the best player in the world on this hero, but it's not doing particularly well right now. I'm a big Pugna fan myself, and it's always nice to see this guy play it. But yeah, definitely has some shortcomings. In this game, it's okay. I don't think it's like outstanding as a Pugna game, but like Effie talked about quite a bit, it's manageable. I think the biggest threat is probably the Primal Beast.
Yeah, but speaking of the Pugna, a little trivia, Cinderin, since you brought this to my attention. Yeah, you asked me what is Pugna's int rate, and I knew it was the highest in the game. So I said 4.
Yeah.
It's 5.2, is that correct?
Yeah, Pugna's hint gain is absurd. When I read it, I had to do a double take. I was like, really?
I don't remember it being that high, but yeah, that's pretty
it's
shocking.
insane. Yeah. For comparison, the second highest is OD with 4.2.
Yeah, there you go.
So, quite crazy. Pugna is a very smart little skeleton.
But he's still the butler, so kind of weird at Skeeter. Getting gone on. Nice flame break, but the last right click is there from Save. They calculated that perfectly, so BetBoom with the first blood, and the butler gets the gold.
Yeah, gonna be cruising towards some fast arcane boots with that, which Centaur is going to be a big fan of. I think it's, in this lane in particular, I think it's much better that the Pugna gets first blood, as a matter of fact, because the arcane boots help Centaur so much with pressuring the Sven. The way you win this lane is by spell spamming. And as obviously, if you can't keep spamming your stun, the trades with Double Edge get way worse because of the counterplay Sven will have every time. If you have the stun first, you're only fighting the Bat Rider, you cast stun, Double Edge, and Nether Blast, and then you just back off.
Yeah.
You keep spamming that with the Mana Boots. So, see how fast Save can get his hands on those. He's got the boots now. Fighting Snaking off on the side. Mid lane. GPK on the Windranger against Primal Beast Malrine. Should be a good lane for Windranger. Don't really see Primal Beast getting too much of a foothold here. You can never really aggress the wind. She can just wind run away. She's ranged. She's universal.
Good fortification from GPK. Gonna get some denies now as a result of that, as he has a slight advantage right now in the mid lane. 28-7 versus the 23-2, which was expected. I mean, Malrine has had... who would you say, actually, if you had to pick one person that has been maybe the MVP thus far of this tournament?
It could be him.
Could be Amart.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I think for BetBoom, there isn't necessarily in the same way a standout. But it's also because of the way that BetBoom strategize. I think it's a little... and the way that they've won their games, right? It's more memorable, excuse me, the way Falcons have won some of their games because they've had some ridiculous comebacks and ultra late game situations. Most of BetBoom's wins have been, you know, pretty straightforward a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, BSJ was talking about it, and he's looked at the stats, and I haven't, but I've definitely cast a lot of BetBoom games, and it does feel like a lot of the games, they just come out with that laning stage advantage, and they just never relinquish it. Other than a few very notable giant throws, but that was in the last tournament. I don't think they've really gone down that road this time.
I assume they've stabilized it here. Whenever we have an interview with Nightfall, he always says their mindset is always, okay, we played this last tournament, we are going to come to some sort of conclusions. These are the things we figured out, this is what we're going to work on. It sounds very concrete when you interview them about what they want to do for their next tournament, what they struggled with. He doesn't necessarily go into detail with what the problems were, but he's kind of reassuring himself and the fans that we know what went wrong. We are going to work on that specific thing for the next tournament and show the improvement. And if that is exactly, that could be what you're talking about, that they just dropped the ball with the lead. They've definitely done better on that front this time around. Not throwing away too many one games, so to speak.
Yeah, they haven't really won tournaments, but they continually place pretty damn high.
Yeah.
And they are definitely, I would put them in the top 5 best teams in Dota right now for BetBoom. As the courier will be taken out by Snaking as the 7-minute wisdom is upon us. Save doesn't have any sort of a stun, but Miero is there just to ensure. It'd be very nice for BetBoom if they can get this kill. But Snaking,
yeah, I had a feeling.
I
was like, he's not making it across that crevice.
So it ends up being the kill for Miero, which for BetBoom is really nice because, I mean, it kind of forced 2 members out of the lane just to secure the Wisdom Rune, which is not ideal. But getting a kill out of it makes it not too shabby.
Yep. So BetBoom rocking a tiny lead here. The main reason it's not bigger than this is the top lane. Nightfall has been bullied quite heavily by Amar.
And GPK makes his first rotation. Focus fires there. Amar trying to fight his way through it. Static link onto GPK. But the waveform from Nightfall into the adaptive leads to the kill onto the offlane Razor.
Yeah, this is
GPK
big.
with a good rotation. I mean, Malrine, though, have to say, it's pretty much a dead even heat in terms of just the CS in the mid lane. Done a really good job.
Yeah. I think some of his CS might be jungle, so it's a little bit skewed. But no, actually, net worth-wise, they're also neck and neck, so I guess the majority of his lane creeps. But yeah, this rotation from GPK obviously does cost somewhere. Malrine will get the space in mid and find a lot of farm, but it was important to get Morphling online there.
GPK, Onslaught's coming for you, connects. Not even needing to pulverize. Big kill from Malrine.
Surprised he didn't even try to move when he heard it.
Yeah.
He just stood there and accepted his fate.
Maybe he does. Maybe they need to pause for their headphones. The Snake King trying to get to the high ground. The Centaur Stampede almost saves him. He ends up dropping to save, who dies right afterwards. And that a very elongated double kill for Malrine. And he is top net worth in the game and completely dominating. I'm a little surprised that GPK didn't go back to base or something. He was really low.
Yeah, it's just awkward because if you TP top to help, and then you run back, and then you have to run mid, like the amount of time you lose on travel is just way too much. I think if he wants to say, he could have maybe bought a salve and a clarity, just send out some regen to have some staying power around the mid area, but played it the greedy way, got punished.
Skeeter has the shovel. You don't see that very often on the
that is
position
very
ones.
rare. Wait, what options did he have?
It must have been really bad. He's going to shovel like 3 times and then never use it again.
Oh, it's a while until minute 17. But he will absolutely replace it. Maybe a little bit of an AUI thing. They looked at the item win rates. He did the math. He said, guys, if you dig up this many bounty runes per minute on average, your win rate will increase by 0.x.
You joke? That's probably a thing, though. They probably have
I
like
only
this,
said it half as a joke, actually.
they probably have like an internal tier list of everything.
Yeah, maybe.
And Trusty Shell. I mean, he probably didn't get some of the items that he would have wanted, but
dig.
Double definitely. Yeah, I mean that's
dig.
It's only good if you dig.
Oh, yeah, there's a kobold. That's very good. That's also gold.
Carry the kobold.
So how much gold is it you get when you dig up a kobold? Is it 20?
What? It's GPM.
Yeah, but how long does it live?
Oh, not long.
Okay, he let it die. Well, that's not a lot. He let it tank 2 hits for him that were irrelevant.
Yep. That's carries for you, always sacrificing anyone but themselves. Unless it's Doraccio. Very selfless being. Yeah, that was a little weird wording.
Absolute creature.
Tier 1 towers will be traded, but this one might get denied. Yes,
yep.
Peter.
So 2 towers for Falcons. One of them was their own.
That's right.
Well, it's a little bit of a gold injection into their team, of course, but yeah, the guy on your screens a moment ago, the Morphling has recovered. Not fully, I would say, but still looking all right. He would have liked to have some more CS in the lane, but Razor does what Razor does. Malrine here looks to be completing the Blade Mail. Not a particularly popular item on Primal Beast nowadays, but against Windranger,
oh yeah,
what can you do, right?
Very good.
It's just too attractive to pick up this item. Nice try from GPK, but crit with a good sidestep on the shackle shot.
Would you say it's... Oh, we're going to see the onslaught. Actually connects onto 2 into the double pulverize, essentially. Beautiful initiation from Malrine again. Toronto Tokyo's dead save will actually survive. Miera with an even more beautiful hoof stomp onto 2, but they can't follow it up with any damage. Amar now trying to back away with that Eye of the Storm. Still activated. They'll group back up. And Falcon's able to get out with everyone's lives, so it only ends up being the death of the CM. Tons of rotations came through.
Now crit with life drain. The butler that actually looks like a butler should be doing a very good job at this.
Yeah.
Let's see if he... All right, Malrine is not letting him drain anything. Malrine wants the heal, but he doesn't want to give anything away. No take, only throw, as they say. That is a dog owner reference. You wouldn't get it.
Thank you.
As you only like cats.
That's right.
And coffee.
That's right. You're finally getting to know me after 12 years.
Yep. If only I could go back in time, I would have met someone else.
Well, Thanks for the career, Synderen. Appreciate it. Hard carry, as always.
The courier.
And it will be the first item linked into snaking. Will take a tumble and into the pause. But it's, okay, I have to give credit to BetBoom. They had a lot of pauses early on in this tournament, Synderen. They've refrained so far.
Maybe they went on their own Discord.
That's true. Maybe they negotiated with the admins. Or perhaps the server was finally...
A trade offer meme. I get my own Discord. You get 0 pauses.
That is a pretty good trade, I have to say.
Good trade.
Falcons, though, not in on this deal, so we'll have to wait for Skeeter to come back. Yeah, we've known each other, what, 12 years now, Synderen? Is that about right?
Would that be 2012? Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's a long time.
Yeah, maybe I still had a British accent when you met me the first time.
You must have. I don't remember it, though.
Probably love at first sight from your side.
That's right.
Yep.
Love British people. You guys can buy your tickets now to see more British people at the Birmingham Major. I'm told it's called Birmingham.
ESL Birmingham.
I like Birmingham. Makes it feel closer to bacon for me, which I have to make sure is at every location.
Fair.
Sweden, I've yet to find it, though.
How about, was it Jenkins' idea, ESL Burning Man? What do you think about that one?
He does seem like a guy that would enjoy Burning Man.
Yeah.
I don't think he's attended, though.
Nice voice line usage. Smith says, thank you for putting the camera on, and Miero immediately says, back to hell with you to the admin. Like that. Skitter's camera is working for other people, hopefully. I can't see it, but I've had struggles lately, so.
Yeah. You have.
It's probably fine.
You have been getting shocked by every electric door.
No, by every door.
Just door.
Yeah. I don't know. There's something about this place. I just get electrified by things. Maybe that's why I'm being weird. Like, my brain gets reset all the time.
Your casting is electrifying, so it makes a lot of sense.
Look at you.
As we have another pause, so we can keep talking about electricity. There is a Razor in the game, so for those complaining about us not talking about Dota, this is actually related, believe it or not. Can we get the camera onto the Razor while we talk about the electricity? I think it's your shoes, though. Your shoes rubbing up against the carpet, and you get these major shocks that just make you enraged. I've actually never seen you enraged until you've been electrified, electrocuted.
Okay, you're making this sound like I'm literally just standing there like a cartoon character.
Yeah, you're like, you're pounding your fist on the table like a gorilla. Like, you just enraged like none other, Synderen. Never seen anything like it. As we're back into the game here. Power shot stolen. Power shot now good against Primal Beast, by the way, because it slows. So it's trample not nearly as effective. Nightfall being approached by Snaking.
Snaking is alone, though. This is just a power play. But obviously, Nightfall might not have all the information available to just turn on Snaking. If he knew he was alone, he would just bully him away himself.
Oh, yeah.
But he will yield to the lack of information. Snay will farm a bit. I feel like this has been talked about a decent amount with Tundra when this team was Tundra, now Falcons, that they are very good at being efficient around the map and just finding more farm. I think this little play from Snaking is a good example of what this team does. All of these things add up over time. They make sure their supports find a little bit extra around the map. That's something that, conversely, BetBoom are also very good at, compared to some of the other teams, like really making sure their supports find that farm and get the scaling going. But we see Snaking in that little instance trying to steal stuff away from the enemy carry. Now he's going to farm his top area as well. So
very patient from BetBoom. They were waiting for this Razor to show up. Amar's going to get some help from Crit, though. Is it going to be enough? It might be. No. He does fall, but 2 supports from BetBoom get taken out. Barely the onslaught reaches Nightfall, and now the God Strength will be put to the test. Nightfall now on the run. There's the slow from the stolen power shot. And the Flame Break back into the fray he comes. Double kill for Crit of all heroes. Great response from Falcons. They punish BetBoom pretty damn hard.
Such a quick reaction there.
And Amar, I mean, that was really close to him living as well.
Yeah.
Super, super close.
BetBoom messed that up a little bit, I think. They used Decrepify on the Pugna, so Morph couldn't attack. But then they didn't use the Decrepify to adapt him in, so it was a little bit...
BetBoom trying to turn this around now is Malrine. Onslaught will get canceled by the Frostbite. Amar showing up again. As Malrine looks like he's running away. There's the last one to GPK, but no follow-up for snaking. Amar does come in for the plasma field, trying to finish off Toronto Tokyo, but the Butler is there to save him a bit. But save now. We'll have to run away in shame or just go to the grave itself. Using a nice drain, though, onto Amar. It matters not, though. Double kill for Skeeter, who's getting very much so involved in this game on this position 1 Sven. He's still using the shovel. Kudos.
Yep. Digging up a nice little bounty rune for Malrine. And they dig up a salve for him. Anything else you would like? My goodness, this looks weird with a shield rune on.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's almost uncomfortable to look at.
Yeah, it's like a League of Legends character or something. A Snake King gets taken out by Miaro, apparently. Summer on the map.
That's so bright.
Yeah, let's keep following it. I like it.
It's like a spawn of the sun.
Looks like a Pokemon.
Yeah, actually, that's very true. It's like a...
Waveform right into Malrine.
Oh, he didn't get off
the pulverize. Do they have the damage, though? Trample is there, but now the attribute shift kicking in for Nightfall. That could have been an absolute disaster. Falcons already with a 3K lead, and that would have just compounded everything as the BKB now comes up for Skeeter.
So far, so good for Falcons. I feel like the game plan is coming together nicely. Snake King.
Should be able to get the lasso. Indeed, he does. Skeeter with the God Strength.
Yeah, he can transform this into a mid-push.
Malrine, not able to find a connection that he was looking for, but it'll still be the tier 1 for Falcons. What was that?
Was he waiting for something?
I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh, he was using his trusty shovel.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the animation.
No, me neither. Let's see what he chooses. What is better than the shovel? Oh, yeah.
Collector, wow.
There it is.
Okay.
The neutral.
Huh.
It's really good.
Radiant's top tower.
10% move speed, either mana or HP region depending on time of day. And you lose some of the bonus if you're next to a tree because it's a light collector and it's harder to collect light when you're under a tree.
That makes sense.
A little bit of a tip for you guys if you're looking to tan this summer. Should be out in the sun.
I haven't seen the sun in weeks.
Please tan responsibly.
Another light collector coming out, and this one's on the Razor, and that's even better, I would say.
Love that move speed. This item's going to get nerfed next patch.
Yep, Amar.
I didn't give it much thought at first when this item came up, and I feel like the pros didn't either. Like, this wasn't seeing that many pickups. And then one day, I think it was Tsunami that just showed me the neutral win rates. And Light Collector was the highest in the whole game.
By a lot?
Yeah, it was either the highest or the second highest behind, what's it called, the tier 4 that shoots lightning?
Stormcrafter?
Yes. I think those two. The Stormcrafter was surprising to me as well, but the heroes that do pick it up, it's very good on. But yeah, Light Collector was very high, at least. So that was kind of...
That is interesting.
Fascinating to see.
And you think it's the move speed aspect that is...
I think that's the biggest part. 10% move speed is just incredible. It's the little things, right? Move speed is such a powerful stat in Dota because it affects everything you do all the time. Every time you're moving to farm, every time you're taking a fight, every time you're retreating, it's just an efficiency upgrade, right, for every circumstance. So some of the other items, like some of the tier 1s, for example, that are like, this gives attack speed if you're within the range of an enemy hero, or this gives something if you're not. Well, only works some of the time. Oh, see you later, Toronto. You got lassoed and burst. 6k the lead. Bedboom not really finding anything, actually.
Yeah.
It's a very quiet game from them, and Skitter will continue to ramp.
Yeah, Nightfall with the early Lincolns now going Manta. Will this not be a Conda build? I mean, I guess the last game we saw Conda, it was picked up really early because they were owning.
I definitely think it will be part of the build at some point.
Okay, lifted up. Stormhammer is there, but the win run will give him some evasion. But the Primal Beast gets off the ult.
Wow, he BKB'd that.
And GPK will die. But yeah.
I don't think that was necessary.
They do get a BKB out of Skeeter. And now the Stampede to escape. Haven't really seen BetBoom really try to fight it all. As they're just getting picked off, it feels like one by one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Skeeter will be working on the Ags, and of course, panel talked about it against... Oh, he's actually done with it, okay. The Dispel for the Decrep, pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Of course, just the mobility aspect, it would be picked up regardless of the Dispel.
It's also just a flat-out S-tier item against Windranger, right? It just ruins her.
Oh, that's true.
You just dispel the Wind Run when you jump on top of her, so she can't protect herself anymore. It doesn't even matter whether you time the Wind Run or not. There is no timing. If you're the target of the stun, he's going to get the swings off and you're gone. So very concerning for the side of BetBoom. We'll essentially have to rely on if GPK gets stunned, they need to decrep after the Stormhammer lands. This is the only play they have.
Or they turtle until he hits 25 so he can get the undispellable talent.
I mean, he's also going to buy Linken's, surely. Miro was talking about this on the panel, that Linken's is just too good this game for BetBoom, so they should be buying multiple ones of them. They have the one on the Morph. Windranger maybe buys it after BKB. I don't know if that's a bit too defensive. It's like now you have a Morph with Manta Linken's, you have a Windranger with BKB coming up. Like where's the damage, you know? Do you actually have what it takes to kill these heroes on the Radiant side? And most importantly, what do Falcons do next? Do they force a Roche? Do they force a fight? Tormentor will go to Crystal Maiden. We'll get the Crystal clone.
Okay.
Oh, Master, please let me give you health.
Sorry. Okay. The Butler must live on.
Yep.
It's been so long since this hero's been a mainstay.
For the next, okay.
Okay, the onslaught will hit Toronto Tokyo. Does use the Crystal Clone. That will be taken out shortly after as the lasso. This is a bigger kill onto GPK. Gets off the BKB, trying to run away. Stormbolt will not stun because of the BKB. Stormhammer, god damn.
Could he not have Stormhammered him before he got the BKB off there? Was that on cooldown? Because I think Skitter could have actually just killed the Windranger on the spot there off of the lift.
Yeah, it's close.
But either way, they force the BKB, they force them out. Tower is gone. And on to the next objective for Falcons, which should be the bottom Roche. And with this being killed at daytime, it's a reasonable chance that we will see your favorite item in the game.
Not this time.
In about 10 minutes time.
That's right. It was called Stormbolt at some point, yes?
Yeah, that was the
Was it Dota 1 or was it still in Dota 2?
Dota 1.
God, what is wrong?
I think
How does that stick in my head after all these years? Dementia.
All right, what is Nature's Prophet's name?
Furion.
No. That's his name in Dota 1.
It's just Nature's Prophet.
No, he has a name in Dota 2.
What do you mean, a name? Like a lore name?
Yeah. It's called Tequoia.
Tree guy. Okay, well.
There you go. Yeah. Some names just stick. What's Shadow Shaman's name in Dota 2?
His actual name?
Yeah. What was his name in Dota 1?
I don't remember, actually.
Rasta.
Oh, Shadow Shaman, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you said Shadow Demon.
Yeah. What's his name in Dota 2?
I have no idea.
I don't either. Let me check.
Okay, very interesting subject.
There you go.
Skeeter. Now that he has the Aegis on Amar, that's actually interesting that
he's
they put
called
it on.
Rasta. Would you look at that?
Oh, that's nice.
I was expecting that, actually.
That's good. Malrine gets initiated on.
Oh,
that's
this
a lot
is
of
a big
burst
pick.
damage, and they'll find him.
All right, finally BetBoom gets something going. And that's a big one. Enemy mid hero, top tier 1, potential steal of the Tormentor, question mark?
Yeah. Looks like it.
They're scouting it with a power shot. I don't know if they have the confidence to just straight up go for this.
Oh, BetBoom always have the confidence.
Right.
Sometimes overly so.
This feels like Falcons could have possibly taken this fight 4v5. If BetBoom lose half their health to this and you show up with your Aegis on Amar and he just runs in, that could have been a thing, but they didn't want to take the risk, and that's huge for BetBoom. That's half the lead cut away there.
That was big.
Just that one kill on Malrine. Can go fast sometimes. But swinging the game back.
Yep, Malrine not opting to go BKB, which is interesting, as Miero will have to stampede to try to get away here.
Yeah, you're right. He's going Ags, isn't he?
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, we'll talk about his build just in a moment. Yeah, so he went Eternal Shroud, Blade Mail, and now Ags as Skeeter finds a CM.
I feel like, isn't he keeping his options open? Did his courier die with the other two components, or is this just... Okay, he has it. Yeah. It's complete. I'm kind of with you. I feel like BKB would have been very good this game.
I mean, is the break doing anything, or is it just for the damage? You break, retaliate, and Arcane Aura. That's a big one. That's it, right?
Yeah, he's getting it for the stats and the damage. And now he is going back for a BKB.
Okay, Amar and Snake King are going to face the force of the Gale Force. Hoofstomp finds him. That is the Aegis.
Skitter is really far away.
Yeah, Malrine has made his way over here. His GPK will focus fire Amar. The BKB is there and he TPs out, but you can see Malrine, his brother in arms, wanting to help out. And this might be a domino effect again in favor of Betboom. He uses that Ags, but another death to his name.
They're getting a little sloppy here from Falcons. I feel like they were in a position where these fights could have ended very well for them if they're a little bit closer together, but Razor overextending, losing the Aegis for effectively nothing. Malrine has to, I don't know if he has to come in and bail him out, but he did. And in the meantime, Skitter was too far away to assist, so got a little fragmented there. That was something that we were complimenting both Falcons and Spirit for in the series that we had yesterday, how consistently they were really playing tight as a team and not taking bad engagements with numbers disadvantage. This is a little bit more, little less tight from Falcons. That's not to say that you should 5-man all the time, like don't get me wrong.
Oh my, save, gets 2 shot.
Save yourself next time.
No, technically 3 because of the Echo Saber.
Yeah.
Now there's a butterfly though, or Nightfall. And Skeeter, I mean, Sven's not a hero you typically want to get MKB on. Do you think he'll be forced to do it? Is it required?
It just feels twice as good to buy because of Wind Ranger. I think it's okay then, right? Like, I know you have the Stormhammer for the Dispel, but you can't guarantee that you're going to remove it every time. So we'll see what the choice is going to be here.
Oh, and you can see Malraine's still not going for BKB. It'll be a blink instead.
Okay.
He's definitely dropped off. This felt like a game that he was just going to take over. We've seen it so many times before, but he's close to the bottom in net worth for the cores, as GPK finally overtook him thanks to these couple pickoffs. Now the smoke from Betboom.
Save.
Oh, they find crit. Hoofstomp is there. That is a dead Rubik. And Malrine will casually onslaught to the other side. Amar not interested in this fight yet. Has a BKB, SNY. And we'll be going for the Manta.
He's in trouble. This BKB is going to be forced at the bare minimum.
Oh, he's in the low ground though, so he can't react in time. He's dead.
Falcons are getting picked apart. Step by step, Betboom with multiple kills back to back at no cost, really. Starting to get a better grip on the game, and the lead that was starting to really mount for Falcons is, it's not, this 5K versus the 5K of 5 to 10 minutes ago is a very different beast. Like, Morphling is reaching a critical breaking point where it doesn't really matter that Sven is getting huge as long as Morphling is keeping up. I'd say it's inherently a Morphling favored matchup. So Betboom are feeling more and more comfortable with the game state they're in. As you said, Malrine getting shut down as much as he did. Definitely a big part of it. Skater will go MKB now.
It's interesting, he's refusing to buy that BKB.
I wonder what the mindset is, if he specifically wants to be targeted by spells so his teammates get to thrive, but since his other 2 cores of BKB, it's not like they're going to get the spells on them for...
I feel like if that was the case, then wouldn't he just go for like a heart or something?
Yeah.
Seems to be like the go-to for Primal when wanting to get mega tanky. As GPK finally going for that Lincolns of his own.
Malrine is visible. They're not gonna... They're pinging him out, but... His team are ready behind him, grouping up here as 5.
Yep, GPK. Looking to pop the smoke. It'll be Miero in the trees. Toronto, Tokyo, yeah. Goodbye, good sir. Although,
wait, what?
Actually force staffing away because they want to focus onto the Windrunner instead, and that is a much bigger kill. Miero will get off the hoof stomp and retreat into his base as Skeeter. Ooh, he was looking for it.
Yeah,
Toronto Tokyo. Okay, somehow will live.
I mean, he was deceptively tanky there because he's quite farmed actually. He's still below the enemy supports, but decently tanky for Maiden. And Sven didn't pop his ult for it. He didn't want to use that for the CM kill. He's saving it, and then they found the bigger target, so they let him go. GPK came in to cast the Gale Force to try to save Toronto Tokyo, and that got him exposed to a lasso. So Falcons will get the bigger one.
Bad boom.
I'm looking for a 4v5 here. Primal Beast is top, and he will be showing on the wave, so effectively a 4v4 if Falcons get caught. Amar
caught off guard again.
So quick burst.
Bet Boom have been on top of things this game in terms of just finding pickoffs.
Yeah.
Still behind in net worth, but the fact that it hasn't really gotten worse than... I mean, it was like 8K at some point, so...
Oh, another pickoff.
Yep, snaking. Dunzo. Roche, I mean, this could be Bet Boom's favor if it's a fast Roche. We'll find out now. Oh, God. Almost maximum timer.
Gaben confirmed Falcons.
Mira will be in the pit for 3 minutes.
Imagine.
We've seen it, but not at this stage of the game. Usually that's like a 60-minute type.
Yeah, and it's generally a 5, if anyone, that you park in there. Probably not your offlaner for 3 minutes.
GPK spotted, but no catch up here. He does have the Lincolns now, so that's going to be extremely good for the initiation from... I mean, it could be the use for Primal ult, Stormhammer as well.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
As Nightfall will get a shard to be able to attribute shift while stunned.
Dire are scanning.
Wait, did he buy it?
Yeah.
Huh. I want to say that's a bit unusual.
Is it?
Isn't it? Do Morphlings buy this very frequently? I feel like it's like a situational thing for them to purchase. I want to say most of the Morph games we've cast, they got it from the Tormentor. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
I feel like they buy it, but I could be wrong. I mean, considering the amount of stuns, and not just the stuns, but the duration, like between Lasso and Pulverize alone.
It is amazing, this game, so I totally get why he bought it. It's not like it's shocking, but just a... I didn't think most Morphs buy this, but in this game, it's too good.
All right, Roche not up for another minute and a half as Malrine trying to disrupt things. They get the Lincolns procced, and my God, GPK gets destroyed. And Toronto Tokyo in the corner of the map with the freezing field. Pretty tanky, but not enough to survive here. They keep finding the pickoffs onto GPK.
They didn't really have a cancel for that Pulverize, it felt like. We've talked about how Malrine still doesn't have BKB, but the only stuns you have are Strength Adaptive Strike and Centaur Stomp, and I guess neither hero was really in a position to protect GPK there. Looked a bit odd from my perspective that he can just get caught out like that and not get any help, but maybe the wrong heroes were close by. Falcons will gladly take 2 and cross to the top side of the map looking for another, and they will be rewarded.
Yep, the Butler will be gone for 50.
Skitter beyond godlike on the Sven. Feels like we're almost only seeing Falcons and Shopify prioritize this hero as high. Maybe a little bit of Aurora we've seen too, but among the higher, like the top echelon of the teams so far in the tournament, I mainly think about, I think Skater is probably the one who's played it the most. Falcons are having massive success with their Sven. Interesting to see why it isn't catching on more for other teams. It's not a particularly, complicated hero to implement in your strategy.
Yep, Skeeter showing. Bet Boom now. Trying the old wraparound smoke.
Dire are scanning.
There is a scan. I believe, yeah, that was Bet Boom. And Roche is up. So the Roche off about to be here. Amar a little bit disconnected from the team. As Snaking, he had a good position as Malrine will now swap places with him. Now they're going to be spotted. As Toronto Tokyo with a Crystal Clone. Will activate on nothing.
That sound effect is nice though.
Yeah, it's a good shard now.
I like that. Falcons looking for the backstab.
Yep. should be kind of expected. Toronto Tokyo in the trees is going to be spotted first. The Pulverize is there. Stormhammer. Skeeter, a little bit awkward fight. They do get him in the end, though. And you can see Amar convulsing as he pops the BKB and tries to run as Nightfall was being dragged like a dog. You can see the lasso come through as Skeeter just rips through save. Nightfall again being static linked. And Amar, they're going to be able to clean things up really easily. This was not even close. Falcons full team wipe. That static link shard is pretty insane.
Yeah.
It's just putting them in like these really weird spots.
That's such a random stun not connecting in there. But Amar, he's taking all of the focus and he's still not dying. And Skitter just gets a free fight here. He's going to Stormhammer in here, get off the massive lifesteal from the Satanic. Stabilize that fight immediately. Just nice and easy for him.
As we come back to a pause. Falcons, of course, with the bad manners pause. Probably Amar's idea, or Malrine. This is true tilt territory for BetBoom. So they give up Roche number 2. This will be Cheese and Aegis.
Oh yeah, it's a Cheese.
He roared really late there. That's really...
Sometimes I don't understand how it works.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be at 75% HP or something. Yeah, Rubik stole the attribute shift, so...
Nice.
Tanky boy.
Yep.
That's one of the more interesting ones that it doesn't reset when you steal something else.
True. And it's particularly good in this game because a huge portion of BetBoom's damage is magical. The trade-off is a lot worse on Rubik of getting this if the armor actually has value. I mean, you still want to get the health. It's still better regardless. But mathematically, in a game like this, it's even better. It's against the magic damage. Obviously, it doesn't matter that you now have 1 base armor.
For those that are relatively new to Dota, or even maybe not so, you should look up a YouTube video called Never Go Full Agi. You will not be disappointed. Rubik on full agility getting sunstriked on spawn repeatedly. Very fun to watch. So with the Aegis and Cheese in tow, the Aegis again on Amar and the Cheese on crit. Interesting choices.
He can use it. He has a big health pool as we've already covered. So
that is accurate.
Kind of a... When you look at his health bar, it looks like a farmed core.
Oh, yeah, you better be careful, Snake King. Okay. They, of course, could not get their own Tormentor because BetBoom stole it up.
Yep. But it's back.
It is back. They do grow back. Imagine if other buildings grew back, Cinderin. Imagine the possibilities.
Yep. Could have League of Legends.
That's right.
Snake will get the worst shard for this game.
Get that one out of the way.
Either team. Do you think that one's going to get changed?
Because yeah, I think so. It's always the worst shard in the game.
It literally only works for one type of build in one role, it feels like.
Yeah.
So very... It was popular for a bit when it was... First of all, I mean, it was also better then, but people were also playing core bat in a different way with, like, Witchblade, which hasn't really been popular.
Wasn't it a Flame Break related before this one?
Yeah, so even before now, it had... Flame Break gives 2 stacks of Sticky.
Yeah.
If it was that now, it would be amazing. But that got nerfed. It got changed to when you attack, you have a chance of putting Sticky on them. I believe, is it 50% now?
GPK. Skeeter is who they have their sights set on. He will retreat, though. Falcons always quick to react. And now Amar going to try to pull this around onto BetBoom instead. And let's see how Falcons use this Aegis. The high ground attempt from Malrine. As the Pulverize is there, was instantly canceled. You can see Miero kind of in no man's land. Crit, despite being very tanky, actually will live as a result of being that tanky. Very nicely done. Miero stuck on the cliff and left all alone. That'll be the death of the Centaur. That's a full minute on the deck. and save. The TP will be fine. But now they're left in a 4v5 situation.
So there is a timing where you can Ogre Seal Totem as you're getting Sven stunned for him to connect the stun and then you still jump away. That's what happened there. Skitter was jumping on the Pugna. He should have died instantly, but he managed to somehow create distance after the stun connected.
Oh, Malrine going in pretty deep, gets the Pulverize onto the CM. Toronto Tokyo getting healed up by Save. As Amar goes in even deeper, still has the Aegis, of course. Gale Force making things a little bit awkward, but now the Gale Force is stolen.
That's a great steal.
And now the fortification comes out. Malrine still trying to create space here as finally the CM, no, the Decrepify keeps them alive a little bit longer as Snake King gets the lasso, but the attribute shift was there from the Morphling, so Nightfall was going to survive. Finally, Toronto Tokyo dies, but he does have buyback. And Save with the Ogre Shield Totem bit, that's definitely not English. Either way, he dies. Telekinesis, Amar, still trying to use this Gale Force to their advantage. I think they're on top of each other, in fact.
Oh my god.
Peter heals up to full, destroys Miero. No buyback for him as Nightfall also getting gone on. That's the death of him. Triple kill for Skeeter. Toronto Tokyo's gonna make it an Ultra. And now the GGs come out as Falcons will take game number 1.
Goodness, this Sven owned this game. Skeeter just crushing it. And the front lining, you can definitely tell the mindset that Falcons had with this draft. The front lining of Primal Beast as well as Razor, just going in, giving vision, soaking spells, and the cleanup crew of the Sven just comes in right after. And on top of that, the two supports they have, I think both Crit and Snake King did a really good job just finding little moments of opportunity here and there, just grabbing a little hero, pulling it in, starting the fight. It's like a game of poke and prod, and as soon as BetBoom start committing, that's when the cavalry comes in. You see Skitter here, 38.2k damage, 17-1.
Yeah.
And these were not all just him I'm just going to kill some easy supports. He was slapping the Morph in fights, as you saw, multiple times killing him. He killed GPK a couple times. Last fight, he two-shot the Centaur with Shivas. Yeah. That's a
pretty dirty performance from Skeeter on his patented Sven. As Falcons takes a 1-0 lead to start this best of 3. Studio, what do you got for us?
We got a lot for you guys, that is for sure. Just like Falcons had a lot for BetBoom to deal with here in this first game of the series, we did see BetBoom having a decent start to the game, but a real solid lead purge they never were able to get their hands on.
Yeah, they played very, very well. A lot of these team fights are pretty complicated. Amar did his typical get things done with his slightly weird heroes thing. His Razor was basically just in the front, consistently low, casting his spells effectively. The Link Shard, very powerful, frankly. So yeah, as a whole, Falcons just kind of still look like the best team, and they proved it here.
Yeah, they played incredibly impressively, especially around the downtime when Morph wasn't ready to fight. Skeeter played an incredible game. He was still maintaining his net worth while also joining fights in the early game, and we saw that when Falcons were taking that fight near that mid-tier one. Skeeter brought his way over, got a double kill, they got the tower off of that, and then they had this nice phase where they could just farm up and they were comfortable because that 4v5 situation created a lot of map opportunities for them. Then as the game progressed, they just got so tanky. They had Halberds and Greaveses and Solar Crests, and it felt like BetBoom can never get on a target and kill it. We often saw targets just running away with very low HP, or we'd see the Morphling static link the Razor, for example, near that Roche fight, and use his BKB and try to kill the Razor, but Razor would just be very tanky and run away.
Yeah, and even the Pugna sitting there trying to save people by putting heals in them, but it just felt like a drop of water compared to the bucket that was being dealt out damage-wise. And if they did find the supports, they got exploded really fast. And on the other side, the Falcons side, Crit had Greaves at a really good time. So, I mean, they just had really survivable heroes as a whole. And fights, it just felt easier for them to go in because all of their heroes were so tanky.
Also, Crit had a really impactful power shot steal in this game. He stole power shot early on when the net worth was even and it looked like the lanes went fine on either side, but he made some really cool things happen with that early on.
Now, I did hear that supposedly Morphling later on in the game is supposed to outcarry this Sven, but are we saying that he basically could not because there was just too much effective HP on the side of Falcons? Is it just that simple, Purge?
I mean, you can, if you have enough items, then most agility heroes are gonna like beat the tank, because you can buy items that are more efficient damage-wise than defense typically. But it's just there was a lot of other things going on. It's like he can't really like Morphling doesn't necessarily like kill one guy in like a 2-second period thing like Sven does.
Like Sven does, yeah.
So Sven finds an opening on a support, it's a stun 2 hits, especially once he gets eggs because he's got the dispel. So Morphling, yes, the Conda build is really powerful, and yeah, you can jump in and get some damage, and yeah, he was pretty survivable against Sven because his armor's so stupidly high, but it just felt like Sven was far enough ahead in net worth that there wasn't enough parity in terms of items. So it's like Morphling never really is like the king of the battle, essentially. He's dangerous in the right circumstances, but it just didn't feel the same.
But you also have to look at the other players and the other heroes on the team and their net worth, and Falcons' net worth was much higher comparatively compared to Betboom's. And also, Sven is truly like the anti-support carry. He buys this Agnums and you can't glimmer yourself, you can't force stuff away, you can't decripify yourself. So if they can get the right jump at the start of these fights, then the supports will honestly just have no impact. They don't really have a clean or easy way to position themselves unless the cores on their team are having a great game. It would have been different if there wasn't that net worth disadvantage early on around minute 20 where Falcons were like 6k or 7k up, because if your cores can just man fight the enemy cores, then it makes it easier because the rest of the team is distracted by trying to kill that really farmed, really strong core in front of them, and the supports can kind of position themselves in the fight, but that just couldn't happen this game.
No, it felt like a pretty miserable game if you were a support on the side of Betboom, because indeed the Sven, Skeeter Sven, was just 2 hits, you're gone, and that's just the way it was. For our head-to-head Acer Predator matchup, we are heading over to BSJ.
Thank you, Sheev. For the 2 players I decided to select for this game, they were Crit on the side of Falcons and Save on the side of Betboom. As the first stat we've got here is the hero damage, and we see that Save was actually dumping it out this game, apparently, as Crit only with a 10.6k. But the second stat that I really wanted to highlight is the healing. Pugna, usually known as the healing sustained support, but Crit with that early steal on Pugna ult, keeping Malrine on the map, as well as going for those Greaves. We're going to see that play out in those late game team fights, as this is the first fight top where the game's pretty even at this point, and we're going to see Crit TP in, keep Amar alive for a significant portion of time that allows them to basically not only kill both supports, but also cancel Nightfall's TP, and this is going to be the first step towards blowing the game wide open. You see that stolen power shot that Mira was talking about, helping them catch Nightfall, and that's going to play a part in this second fight in the mid lane. And if we pay close attention to Crit, sitting in the back lines, buying time from Malrine again, just like he did for Amar in the top lane, we're going to see these stolen power shots chunking Toronto Tokyo as well as Miro. And as Betboom looks to get something for themselves, we're going to see them get power shotted once again by Crit, as that just looks painful even to watch it on the side of Betboom. And one more fight that we're going to see coming out in the late game from Crit is going to be the one on the high ground where he has the stolen attribute shift, so it is going to make him tankier, but you can see they realize they have to burst this guy down. And those Greaves, that armor and HP regen you get when you're low, managed to keep him barely alive, so it's really cool itemization by Crit, just really wanting to highlight him as a player based on that early game impact, keeping his cores alive, really giving them the momentum, but also just cool itemization moving forward.
Yeah, I feel many times so far in all the games we've seen Falcons play, Crit has been the standout player for the team and his Rubik. Very, very on point. Of course, we'll see what he brings towards us in the next game. But before we go to the next game, we're going to find out what Jenkins is up to, because he's told me that this is going to be good.
Shiver, we've been really keeping our toes to the ground here at the social media corner over here at ESL. Of course, we had a roughly 95-minute game earlier today, Team Spirit. And Dota is an emotional game. And you can see those emotions not only reflected in the players, but also in the Twitch chat for the game. So I want to take a look at the 5 stages of grief going on here in the Twitch chat. We'll start with the very first one. This is from, I can't read this guy's username from this far away, but it's, I'm so glad that we have a Roshan banner to break up this stalemate. So here we have the denial stage of grief that's going on.
Yeah, he's very happy with the banner.
Yeah, and to be fair, in Dota, a lot of people skip right from denial and go straight to anger. So we can go ahead and move on to the next image here. what these idiots doing? Question
Wait,
mark,
is this the
question
same
mark.
person?
No, this is a different
Oh.
person. And so this is the anger stage of grief. And we have a few examples of this, actually quite a few to choose from.
Yeah.
But I went with this next one. What the fuck? This capitalism. I can't read that from over here, but that's somebody's blaming capitalism for this 90-minute game that was going on. And we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. This is GG actually waiting for 10 banners. So this is the bargaining stage of grief that's going on, where it's like, listen, the game's going to end. They just need 10 banners, which they did try the 3 banner strategy. Didn't work out. Move on to the next image here. So this is another bargaining chip here, kind of except in his own mentality. Dizzy33 says, every football game is 90 minutes. So this is okay, guys. This is fine.
I actually really like his viewpoint, by the way, and it goes overtime sometimes too. So 95, nothing strange there.
Everything normal, bargaining kind of with the state of affairs of the world.
Yeah.
And then we'll go ahead and move on to the next one here. This is from, is this the patch waiting room, guys? Pros never finishing game until patch is out. Now, this is the depression stage of grief, because, of course, this is T Governor, a very depressed kind of guy. We'll move on to the next one here. And this is acceptance. This is when people started accepting that the game is going to continue forever. We're going to be here all day. I love you, Gaming Gladiators. And given what was going on earlier, obviously, people were not very accepting of what Gaming Gladiators were doing. And I think there's one more here. I have grandkids now, so this is full-on acceptance. We're just going to live here. I'm a grandpa. Congratulations. It's a wonderful thing. And then this is the final stage of grief, which they didn't talk about in these stages of grief. This is insanity. Ha, 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 ha. What the fuck?
How many examples of this one do you have?
There was a lot of that, but I just went with that one because there was about 10 different images there of all the different stages of grief. Really, Dota players perfectly are a microcosm for the most insane stage of grief you can experience in this world, Shiver.
Are you happy with the development, the personal development we have seen within a game like that? And are you hopeful for the future of our Twitch chatters?
No, absolutely not, Shiver. That was an absolute cesspool that I had to pull from, and those were the good ones. Those were the good ones. Looked through thousands of different messages to get those.
Oh, well, maybe some therapy lessons, needed to be visited, or a podcast to be listened to. Who knows? You only have a little bit of time to listen to those self-help podcasts, though, because it's just about 6 minutes until we jump into the next game here for DreamLeague. So stay tuned for Game 2. Welcome back. You are watching DreamLeague, and we are in the midst of a series. It is the top 2 teams here at the moment, and it's Bedboom versus Falcons. Now, so far, Falcons and Bedboom, they're undefeated in series. Big difference is Falcons has won every single one of their series 2-0, whereas Bedboom has dropped a game here and there. So far, it is Falcons that is on the best road of doing that here once again, because they are 1 game up, joined by BSJ, Effie, and Purge, and we are in the draft already. The opening band's already done. The first pick is already in. We are exactly the same, Purge. It's exactly the same.
It's exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, very good for the Razor. Yeah, wow. A run back. I love
run back.
All right, personally, I love run back drafts because one team lost, and they're most likely to say, okay, we know what we want to change. And they're going to change something slightly, and it's going to give you a little bit more insight. It's hard to get those nuggets out of the pros sometimes. They're afraid to share it. But
yeah, there's a respect ban on the Wind Ranger. I will say, obviously, they did change sides, Brian, so there's a change there.
I think it's also important to note that in the previous game, Storm was the second ban from Team Falcons, while Enigma was the first ban.
Oh, wow. Yeah, very important.
Yes.
This is definitely
Mira?
what people needed to know.
last time Falcons also banned TB Mirana, Mira. Brian, you want to take this one?
Oh, man. Where are we right now?
Their second round bans on Team Falcons
what?
were Mirana TV, and now this time they are Wind Ranger techies. Why do you think they did that, Mira?
You lost me completely with how much that flip-flopped. But I like that. I like that Falcons run back the Razor. It looked really good. Obviously, you have to take out the Wind Ranger because they have to respect how Wind Ranger just counters Razor's flex potential by being able to flex her to the same lanes. The Centaur, honestly, is a solid hero. Nothing to change there. But the difference is that you get a Tiny this time, which is a very high value position for both of these heroes. You get a very strong kill threat in the potential of position 4 Tiny. With the tossbacks and the hoof stomps, there's going to be a lot of damage in the early game. But also, let's not forget, mid Tiny is a GPK special, so the flex is always still open.
Yeah, and we see Crystal Maiden 20-17 for the tournament, 6-0 on my boy Snake King. So other than Snake King, it's 14-17. This is a bad hero if it's not in Snake King's hands, so you don't have to feel too bad that you have not been playing it in your pub, Chiefs.
Oh, but I will copy and channel my inner thinking, obviously, when I'm going to play Dota again, hopefully tonight.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And I'll let you know my results. It's probably lost, though, so...
Yeah, please level Aura if we're laning together, because I want to spam my spells.
I will level it at level 2.
Are you the Ame level flavor?
That's fine. I don't want the Aura level 1. That's fine.
I think that's a level 3 level because the Nova and the Frostbite together is such a big power spike.
I'm going to follow DY. DY said, if Ame wants Aura, I give Aura, and that's exactly... My carry says Aura, I go Aura.
I appreciate even being in the same sentence as Ame. Thank you.
Wow. But I think the CM Tiny interactions are quite interesting because Tiny is a hard hero for CM to play against in a lot of situations.
It's a rocky matchup.
Yeah, very rocky. On lane, if she gets tossed back, she dies. But in the past, CM would actually be considered a great hero versus Tiny if he were core because of the attack speed slow on Crystal Nova, and that really gimps this hero in team fights. So wouldn't be surprised if it's just a stereotypical position for Tiny.
Also, like, support Tiny goes stuff like Force and Yules, which is good against Crystal Maiden, while core Tiny goes like Echo Saber Ags, which not so much. Like, the CM lockdown will be very useful, so I like all the things you're saying about probably making it a support.
Good luck casting your ulti this game, SCM, though. I don't know. I feel like someone's going to catch you.
A lot of disables already, indeed, and on the side of Bedboom.
Yep. And Batrider, again, for Team Falcons, the difference here is it's going to be played on the offlane with the Razor, because, you know, CM is the Snake King hero. And I do like Flame Break into Static Link. I feel like there's a lot of ways for these heroes to aggressively run down whichever carry is in their face. It's a very hard lane to counter because it's double ranged. There's not really a game-winning carry in this situation. Obviously, you could pick something to disengage from the Static Link, but it's still difficult.
That's a ballsy TV pick. It's really good against Razor, but it's not so good against the 2 supports from Team Falcons. So I think it's going to struggle a bit in lane for the reasons you mentioned, Mira, but maybe we'll see like an early rotation from Save to save that bottom lane with this Tiny tossbacks. But I feel like this is going to be a lot of early brawling, a lot of low cooldown roaming from the support duo on Bedboom, really good Tiny toss into arrow combo, and then Falcons just have a lot of low cooldown. You have the mana regen from CM, so it enables you to do that.
If it is Tiny support, though, they can counter-initiate. When Falcons was playing against a Batrider, having Tiny for crit, he did a really good job counter-initiating a lot of lasso jumps. There are some counter plays you can make that can change the game, but once BKBs come out, it's a little different for sure. But
But I feel like for Tiny to counter-initiate any lassos, you have to be ready, and it has to be like isolated incidents where they're not setting up for team fights. Because when we saw Tiny counter-initiate it, they were basically just baiting it. They were pushing with one hero, and Tiny was hiding in the fog, and he just waited for the Batrider TP in. But that might not happen in more chaotic team fight scenarios.
That's true.
Will we see the wamboozling of mid-Tiny 4-position TB? What do you guys think?
No.
I think it's that's a group stage 1 strat. I don't know. Like, they know it's coming. You're just gonna stick to your bread and butter. I feel like they're gonna play that hero at least the normal way.
Because TV is just so valuable against Razor. I mean, Razor is the type of hero who, like, in the mid game, he just wants to get on top of a target, static link it, and run it down. But you can't run into this TB Metamorphosis plus Manta Style plus Conjure Images as Razor. You can only static link one guy, and TB's got like 4 guys.
He's gonna go Scotty usually as well, so it's like a ranged slow against you on Razor. Attack speed slow, movement speed slow. Generally, Scotty builders are good against Razor. I guess I'm concerned about like BetBoom's ability to, I don't know, like lock on targets. I guess like you have like the Tiny Toss Avalanche combo, but after that, there's like so much kiting ability, so much like potential, like drawing out of fights on the side of Team Falcons, and if you can like disengage from this meta. Like, I guess, how do they engage and then catch again? Like, once Falcon's, like, 4 staffs away, Glimmer Capes, all this kind of stuff, how do they continue that?
Higher movement speed? That's all I got.
I don't have the same concern because I feel like they have so many stuns and they have the chain stun to the arrow, and then if they disengage with force off boom, you press Stampede.
Okay, so you save the Stampede intentionally for that part. Okay.
That's a good point about force staffs because both Crystal Maiden and Batrider tend to build it as second item, and that way you can just, reposition the fight, which Falcons are very excellent at doing. They won't take fights if it's not in their favor. So you're going to have a means to follow up on that, I think, just through Centaur's innate spell kit.
I just look at TB this game and think he can't exactly frontline because they don't have the save. And then, like, if you get dragged back into Razor, it's a very different story than Razor running into you that we were talking about, because I agree that's something Razor's not going to want to do this game. So I guess it's like if TB can't be in front, he's going to follow up the initiation of his team. And so he's probably not hitting them the second they get stunned, which makes me think the Stampede has to come out at the start. It's all abstract at the end of the day. But that's like something rubs me funny about this TB pick. Like, it just seems like it's going to be hard for him to hit heroes.
So you would like for there to be a save on the side of BetBoom?
Yeah, maybe something that lets him frontline would be nice.
Maybe flex Tiny to mid and pick Shadow Demon?
Yeah, Shadow Demon. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all, actually.
Well, it is Falcons that still need their hero, and they can still flex as well. Obviously, they have to pick first. So any kind of flex they have, they gotta reveal early on. At the moment, I think we're thinking they need a Skeeter. We need a Skeeter hero?
Yeah, definitely.
Or will we be happy in getting him?
Razor.
Yeah.
I think when you have Malrine and Amar, like, there's just no way you play Razor on Skeeter. And it's not a good carry-to-carry matchup against TB.
Are there any carry-to-carry matchups left in the pool that are very good against TB?
Potentially Medusa.
That could be good.
I know the hero hasn't fared all that well this tournament, but based on like this whole peeling away strategy that I'm seeing from Falcons, I wouldn't mind Slark here.
There should definitely be a hero that's on their radar.
What about Luna? It's like one of the last he's played that is almost everything else is picked or banned.
I want a hero that can fend for itself because they have a lot of kill threat on the map on the side of BetBoom, and there's also no saves on Falcons.
Oh, how about an Alchemist?
Okay.
The concerning part about Luna is like your TV then double counters 2 cores because the reflection versus Luna is really good.
That's a good point.
I would consider TB pretty good against Alk in like a 1v1 vacuum as well. But if they might just think everything I'm saying, where like the bad CM deal well with TB as supports and Kunkka's going to mitigate the damage, so have Alchemist be responsible for having his own game, his own timing, that BKB blink timing that like nobody else other than the TB can deal with, and then the rest of his team's going to zone the TB. I think that's the idea behind the Alk pick, but yeah, I mean, it's also, he's going to utilize the mana regen aura nicely. Like, Alk generally has to buy like a Bassi or something, but with a CM, it's going to make his Radiance timing just a bit earlier, which matters a lot.
It's just coming online fast, right? That's what Alchemist is notorious for, and maybe they're looking to play on that Kunkka Ags.
Oh yeah, there's that window, like what, around like 15, 18 minutes or
so
something?
If your Alk is ready to fight, by the time you have this Kunkka Ags reveal, you can take like 2 really good fights in a row and take some really key objectives, because the Terrorblade is just going to be flying in the air and he won't be able to dish out the damage or even be ready to fight around that time either.
So if you're Bedboomer, you know that timing potentially is coming. What do you pick to slow down that timing of the Kunkka? Because that seems to be the hero that we're still looking for, unless you still want to put the Tiny in the mid lane. And you go for a Shadow Demon, as you guys suggested.
I mean, rotations from either Centaur or the Tiny could make a big difference if it's Tiny core or even Tiny support. Like, Kunkka is definitely killable in the early game if they land arrow combos. It's just not going to be simple is the problem. And most of the time you're going to run into like CM or Batrider on the way.
That's
and,
an OD.
Okay, it is sometimes picked against Kunkka for the obvious defensive reasons. If somebody gets lassoed, you can also save them a little bit.
It's actually an SD in the core role.
Yeah, and then obviously lots of pure damage means that tanky heroes like Kunkka or OD or even Razor can be vulnerable.
I have a counterpoint. It is not mid Kunkka. It is mid Razor.
Oh, they swapped it up.
Because Amar will be playing the Kunkka and Malrine will be playing the Razor.
Okay.
That's the better matchup, I think, for than the Kunkka. And it'll be able to force pressure to OD's lane. So, OD is a hero that really needs help from his support, to be honest, regardless of how his lane goes. And Tiny and Mirana may not be the two most qualified supports at saving, but they are going to be good at setting up for aggressive kills with the OD, because you're going to have the Astral into Arrow. You're going to have the potential Tiny roaming into the tossbacks. So yeah, all eyes on this mid lane.
It's going to be easier for Razor to lane against OD than Kunkka probably, because if you come up to try to do a Tidebringer, you get banished, he last hits, etc. Gets more free attacks on you. Razor actually can go kind of toe-to-toe. So
are you happy with the swap, or are you happier with...
the swap is fine. I like it. I have more doubts about the Alchemist than the TB, though, because I don't really see him being that effective as like a jumping carry, but it is good that it front lines, and it was one of the best leftover options, so it's okay. I do think Falcons will probably still win, though.
Okay.
I'm going to make my prediction before you sway me anyway, Cheever. I'm going to go with Falcons. Something just rubs me wrong about the TV pick. I think it's going to be really strange. Like, they have really good heroes to sit on lanes to enable the Tiny Mirana, like Mira mentioned, but I don't know who moves with the Tiny Mirana. Like, Centaur wants to sit his lane for like 15 minutes. Same with TB, same with OD. So I just think Falcons will be all over the place. Low cooldowns, consistent pressure, and they can... And like OD, we've seen struggle when the opponent can just jump him. And Alchemist as a carry does that pretty well. So, and you also have Batrider. You have multiple different threats. I just like Falcons a lot here.
Okay, and then if Bedboom is gonna win this, on the back of who
I'm
are they
sticking
gonna
to
do?
Falcons, Shiva.
Yeah, I know, but on the back of who would Bedboom
honestly,
win?
I think they scale better if they get there. Like, I think if they
Super
manage,
late.
if they manage to like, it doesn't even have to be like super late. I think if they manage to like hold off this Alchemist, like Ag's timing on the Kunkka, the Radiance timing on the Alch, like if that 15 to 20 minutes goes smooth for them, then I could see them taking it. But I just don't see that happening.
Scale much better on Bedboom.
Yeah, they do.
Very, very strong scaling.
Well,
compared
that
to
means
Falcons.
they have a shot here at
absolutely.
tying the series up. Will we see a game 3, or will Falcons once again have a 2-0? Let's find out with their commentary team.
Falcons versus Bedboom, game 2. Just in time for the pause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Falcons have yet to lose a single game in this second group stage. Pretty damn impressive. And I have to say, a lot of these games, they're down at some point as well. And this patch, it just feels like it's so hard to come back from a laning stage loss, but this team has been extremely consistent at being able to do it. And it's just their execution. There's some sloppy points in the last game, but against any other team so far, they have just looked better.
Yep. It's going to be a matter of what the panel talked about. It's going to be a matter of pacing here for Bedboom, which you could argue is a little bit of a concern based on what we saw in the game just prior to this, that Falcons, the time of the game that they really start kicking it up a notch is where Bedboom should, in theory, be having the hardest time this game, which is exactly around that Radiance, Alch, Kunkka, Ags timing, 15 to 20 minute mark that BSJ was talking about. This is where Falcons can truly bring themselves ahead in this game and then never look back. Bedboom's core combination here is the TB plus OD. I find kind of greedy. But we've seen duos like that work quite well some of the time. Nice arrow here from Toronto Tokyo will ensure the rune. They're actually going to do some decent damage to crit as well. Pulling him away here. So let's see if BetBoom can get across that point. Definitely, if the game goes late enough, I really like their chances. So.
Sorry, who? I wasn't listening.
That's okay. Try to guess.
Well, you sounded like you were trying to root for the underdog, which is BetBoom.
Okay. Nice arrow. By BetBoom.
Yep. Good call, Cinderette. Do you agree with BSJ that the TB feels a little bit out of place in this lineup? He is a TB master, of course.
I mean, not necessarily out of place, but I think the pairing with OD and then considering you are against this bat is a little bit concerning. I think the reason BSJ feels this way is because of the OD pick, right? I don't think it would look the same to him if this OD was, if it was a tiny mid and they ended up picking another 4, or if they picked a different pacing type mid than the OD. Because I think something, when you just look at this lineup, I can see why it feels a little bit off. I share the same concern, but I don't think it might just be a slightly outdated perspective as well, and we're just a little bit sticking to a mindset that might be, a couple months old here about whether this is likely to work. Because greedier lineups have been doing better in this tournament than I would say the last couple of months.
Other than Enchantress has a 4.
Yeah, she's not greedy though.
You don't think so?
I don't know.
She builds greedy.
Yeah, but the hero isn't.
Okay.
I think maybe part of the problem, we were talking about this the other day, part of the reason Ench's win rate isn't so good is that Ench is itemizing for herself instead of the team.
Yeah.
A lot of supports in this patch are buying team items like drums, Force Staff, Glimmer, Greaves, and a lot of the Enches we see buy Dragonlance, and they buy Mage Slayer. Or maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe you're just not... Because what if the enemy team just doesn't go on you then? Then what? You're not going to help your teammates. You can't protect them. They become the target. Your damage isn't significant enough for it to really matter. So maybe that's where they need to change
It does feel significant enough, though. Yeah, it's a strange one. I can't remember a time in Dota history that a hero's had such a bad win rate and we just can't figure out why.
No, it is really
odd.
bizarre. It's fair to say today that it should have won its game.
I feel like I've seen that game 100 times the last month.
And you would imagine some of the losses Ench falls behind and things just go wrong, right? It's not always doing great.
Yeah, not always. As Nightfall is getting burned by crit. Fairy Fire pops Torrent from Amar. First blood crit. Now Toronto Toki does have the 3 leaps, and it doesn't matter. The Tidebringer from Amar will snipe him out. And already the offlane going quite well for Falcons as a result of that.
I don't think I've seen Crit and Amar lose a lane this tournament.
It's quite the combo.
Have they lost a lane?
I mean, maybe, but I don't actively remember it.
This is even one that on paper isn't inherently obvious that they're going to find kills in, but they just double killed in the lane with Bat Kunkka level 2.
Yeah.
Right? Just finding the little moments of opportunity and absolutely maximizing it, and this already will lead to a great start for Amar, who... It's really been fascinating to see how fast he has improved. He was being criticized, I want to say half a year to a year ago, for having too small of a hero pool. Now at this point, he's playing a variety of heroes. He's not always only going selfish items, and he's just always finding very big impact in the game. So he has really improved, and I think he feels very much at home in this team with the teammates he's playing with.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it just feels like you can't really ban enough heroes
you can't.
Against this team.
And I think perhaps that is something that other teams need to stop trying to do so much, perhaps. And maybe a better way of targeting this team is to ban out other key heroes. I just don't know if you have enough bans. I think their hero pools are quite wide.
I think every team is still trying to figure out how the meta works in the draft phase against a specific team, because they're just so unique. And I mean, so far, Miero is doing quite well in his lane. That's the one hero for BetBoom that's definitely holding his own right now. And I know I brought it up before, but I do like the fact that Miero was picked up as opposed to Pure. Not that Pure was not good, but just felt like a lot of position 1s on the same team. A lot of cores. A little bit too greedy.
They maybe had too much of the same thing. Yeah, exactly.
And Miero just plays pretty much every offlaner, and he's extremely solid.
And it's also because I think the way you play position 1 in this patch, in this current meta, isn't well aligned with greedy offlaners. That doesn't mean that in a few months from now that someone like Pure, who's currently playing carry, if he plays offlane again, then maybe it's going to be outstanding, right?
Save with the Avalanche. Snake King gets hoof stomped now. Will die. Skeeter, though, coming in with the concoction. Toronto Tokyo. The arrow not going to hit. Save. Still dies. So results in a 1-for-1. And in terms of the Alchemist games, Cinderin, since you're known for that. Not playing it, of course, but commentating it. How does this game look for the old Alk boy?
Quite good, given that he has a good start, I think. We'll see if Amar manages to outrange
Avalanche is there.
This is a big kill.
Toss back, also there. Amar is dead. Nice pickoff from Betboom. Much needed.
For it, but they get it. Yeah, so Alk, I think, in a game like this, Alk, an Alk playing from ahead and with momentum can definitely play well into these cores. It's concerning down the line because Terrorblade and OD both do very well against Alk, especially when his BKB runs out. OD's gonna eat him. But the timing that Falcons are playing for actually works quite well against TBOD. So it's just a matter of pulling off executing the strategy, which has not seemed to be a problem for Falcons so far in this tournament, to be fair. It's been very much on point. GPK.
Rain.
Oh dear.
Link.
He already used his banish.
The OD. That'll be the death of GPK. Malrine takes it for himself. Of course, kind of an old school counter to OD. As he's going to go high ground and find himself a little Toronto Tokyo action. Riding on his little bunny rabbit. Be forced to use all his leaps.
Okay.
Get out with just a sliver of HP. That's funny, we were just talking about that interaction with Static Link on the Astral Imprisonment. Get to actually see it this time. Stampede, save. Gets off the Avalanche, but is frostbitten.
That arrow was not even really close.
Yeah, if the hitboxes were about 10 times as large, maybe.
Still better hitboxes than CS2, of course.
Yep, that's right. Actually, the hitboxes are fine. It's more the tick rate, like I've told you. I'm trying to educate you here on this Counter-Strike things.
It's fine. I'm just trying to appeal to my co-caster here.
Okay, appreciate that.
You really like when people shit on your favorite game of all time.
Miro, not quite done with the Helm. As Snake King doing a lot of work in the jungle with these stacks. That is going to be very juicy for Skeeter.
Yeah, Betboom, the question is if they're going to scout this out now. Save is going to walk up here, see it. Well, maybe try to steal some of it.
Yeah, he does have the Avatos to try to steal if he wants. Concoction's coming for him as Snake King coming from the south. So the Tiny ends up being just... Oh, wait a second. Actually, might get away.
Early
Blood
on the
grenade.
frostbite there. Still going to die.
Yeah, will end up dropping. So it ends up being a creep for Skeeter to farm up along with the stack. Worth a little bit more, though.
That's kind of even, though. He stole a decent chunk of the stack, and they needed to work for like 20 seconds to kill him. So that's time not spent farming after Skeeter could have cleaned up that stack. But still, the fight happens at a good time for Snake King to get in another stack here at 9 minutes. So
yeah,
that
it all worked out.
That is still going to happen for them. And another stack there from Crit. Skeeter, fair to say, it's going to get very rich this game.
Is there any... I personally haven't seen it yet, but is there any alternative to Radiance on the Alk these days?
Not really, I think. It's just too good. This item has been buffed a couple of times, right? So it's even better now than it was last patch, when everyone was also buying it. So...
Yeah, more evasion. Well, I guess it's not evasion, it's mischance. Not quite the same.
Mischance is much better.
Yep.
Because it also works for your teammates.
That is correct, Cinderin. Very good. So we'll see if Miro ends up wanting to actually finish off the Veil first, or if he wants to get super active. I think it was one game we saw where he went Helm of Ironwill into Blink. But not sure if this... You think that this is a game where they need to get active relatively early to give some space to the TB?
I think that's what they were hoping not to be necessary, but if Falcons are going to farm at this alarming rate, I think you're going to have to try to put a stop to this Alk play. And then, what's your combo? Centaur, Tiny Mirana, like maybe?
Malrain had an idea that something was coming for him. And it will be
got this one.
The 4 members of BetBoom.
It's a good kill, which is going to give them some momentum on the mid tower. This timing is particularly good at minute 10, so well planned out. See if Falcons even try to defend this tower at all, or if they're just going to keep turning this into farming time.
Well,
they will
these
defend.
TPs are coming. Amar with the X. Torrent connects onto the OD. Flamebreak back into the boat as well. Will also proc GPK. He's going to heal up a decent amount, but now gets frostbitten into the lasso and even a freezing field. So down goes the OD. So it will be essentially a trade for the mid laners.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now Falcons applying a little bit of pressure to this tier 1 as the arrow will take out the siege. And
Amar was thinking about tanking it, you could see, but he had second thoughts. He wasn't sure if he was actually going to die for that.
Seeds of Serenity does feel good to stand on. But the tier 1 tower will be defended for the time being as Nightfall jungling away. Crit trying to be a bit of a bother. Yeah, Mira able to get the tier 1 top though by himself. But that's of course going to be at the cost of essentially the Radiance now coming online.
11-minute Radiance.
Yeah.
Kunga completes his Blade Mail, which is really good this game against OD, against Tiny, Centaur. It's a very strong timing that Falcons are approaching here.
Almost 2 minutes faster.
Yeah, this is quick.
That's ridiculous.
And it's not like he hasn't got any build-up items either. Like sometimes this can be misleading if you have like brown boots or whatever, but he has a full wand and a raindrop, so he's like super far ahead of the curve here. Skitter, those stacks plus the 2 kills will do that for you.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna keep it rolling. Not too much in this triangle for now, but they made a lot of other stacks that were easily accessible early on for the Alk. 12, holy shit, what's this?
That is
that real?
Everyone getting in on it, huh?
They've stacked 31 camps minute 12?
That's pretty good.
Wait, did I do the math right?
I didn't even, I just assumed you were right. You were very confident. Do the math again.
How is this 31 camps minute 12?
22, 31, yeah. Good job.
Wow, that's incredible. That's next level liquid numbers.
That's probably a record for this tournament at least.
I would think so.
As we get the casual pause.
Yep.
Wait, who paused this one? Was it BetBoom? Man, BetBoom, they're being good boys today. Have to give them credit. Falcons are the ones having issues.
Interesting look there at the win probability. I don't know if I agree with that one. Falcons ahead by 5k minute 13. I know it's Alk, so it's a bit skewed, but the win expectancy is 61% for the Radiant right now.
Huh.
I think it really likes some of the core matchups and the expected outcome of the Dire not playing clutch and clean. But what we know from Falcons is that they are likely to convert this. But let's see if BetBoom can weather the storm and get there. What I will agree with the win expectancy on, if you can think of it that way, is if Falcons make a key mistake, I don't think the game will swing back in their favor. So definitely under the pressure of executing cleanly. So far, so good.
Recent history would disagree with you based on Falcons' performance at this tournament.
That they won't execute cleanly?
No, if they don't execute cleanly.
Oh, that they would then lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they haven't necessarily put themselves in this exact type of position in many of their games. I think in most of their drafts, they've had better late-game conditions than I would argue they have here. But it might also just be my old brain talking that this lineup will struggle in the late game against the Radiant. Perhaps like Razor is better than it used to be late game. Kunkka is better late game than it used to be. So
Radiant's middle tower.
The fact that Amar is second in net worth as the offlaner right now is a huge boost to Falcons. A save, gonna get caught off guard. Arrow splits the uprights. And with this blink on Skeeter, he's gonna look to get involved in all likelihood. As the tier 1 tower is relatively low. Well, we probably will try to take it out with this wave.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see how aggressive they actually want to be here. There's a counter blink though from Miero.
Has fallen.
The Centaur looking to get involved now.
Radiant are scanning.
Zamar has his Blade Melt in tow, and I would assume it's just the old Aghanim Scepter afterwards. He's already halfway if he wants to go for it. Lasso finds its target into the Frostbite freezing field. Stampede won't. Okay, Toronto, Tokyo. First to fall. Will be a trade, though, for snaking. So 1 for 1, but the X onto the OD. GPK dead. Double kill from Alreen.
Oh, my God.
And they're not done yet. Save gonna be the next
Did Skitter
with
just find
Miero, potentially the 4th. Skeeter, I assume, got the double concoction.
Yeah, I think he got a double concoction off camera there. Oh, boy.
And Falcons, again, doing what they do best, which is winning games.
And it's the little things there as well, right? GPK is coming in to try to banish the original lasso target, and then Crit pushes them away a little bit. Or rather, he didn't lasso, he just knocked them back into the freezing field. So OD had to walk that extra 200 range to try to get the Astral off. Doesn't get it off in time. Then he gets caught in limbo himself, and he ends up dying too.
Is under attack.
It's very, very good stuff from Falcons. You're going to see the replay here. So this is after, but he has already been knocked back here. The Mirana into the Maiden. And therefore OD, after Astraling the Razor, will just be pulled back by Amar. And there, those two heroes. You just move the camera down, and you're like, uh-oh. Out of nowhere, Skitter arrives with a double.
Yep, and with that, Skeeter farm amplifies even more, if that's even a possible thing. It's already close to halfway to his BKB. The smiles from Crit. Pretty cool to see Crit get back to this type of status. I mean, a lot of talk from his tweet from the beginning of the year, the Dota year, that is.
He's always had it.
No.
Yeah, but the fact that he has proven it so fast after the fact is pretty crazy. NA holding him back, as they tend to do. Crit gets the last
early
target.
concoction, but oh, nice flame break timing.
Skeeter with yet another kill to his name, as this lead has now ballooned to 9K. Like you said, it is an out game, so I mean, it's still, even if it was 5K, still pretty big at the 17-minute mark.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Gaben will concede and say, okay. Okay, Falcons, you can have 59% now.
Okay, good job.
I would probably give them a bit more than that, but let's see how this develops.
Top tower is under attack.
Gaben generally tends to be quite clever.
Amar almost done with his Ags.
Light Collector for crit. Great neutral item on Bat Rider, because it gives move speed.
Nightfall gets X'd in his own jungle.
No save
Boat
available.
Is there no Sunder?
Oh.
Because they have the perma-stun.
Malrine actually BKB'd there. I don't know.
He didn't want to get sundered, but yeah, there were still
He was
three
literally
targets.
next to another Sunder target.
Yeah.
So, oh well.
Better
They
safe
get the
than
kill.
sorry. Now Skeeter's got his golden item.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Miero. Save is in the tree. He's going to get the Avatos onto Crit. Not enough for the kill as Crit gets to the high ground. Flame break. Save just slowed to an absolute crawl. Stampede, but an instant frostbite from Snake King. Miero, counter initiation. Does find a pick off onto Crit.
Looks like they can't get the vision. Torrent
Torrent
Storm will not do it.
Not going to find any connection. Blind Torrent itself, no. Have to say, as Toronto Tokyo will die to Skeeter. I know not a lot of, it's not as flashy, maybe, but Snake King has played unbelievable this year. I know that he won TI relatively recently, but I feel like in this last few months, on this team specifically, he has really shined.
I mean,
picking CM and Mirana and actually having standout games.
I think on all of their positions in Team Falcons right now, they're top 3 in the world. Like every individual player in their position. It's just hard to really put a finger on one of them where like, okay, you know, they're just exceptionally good.
Yep, Hoofstomp was there from here, but it only hit the CM. It was very scary anyway, as we just mentioned. Mar there with a casual X-Torrent into Runaway, Taunt Away. Good stuff. Skeeter Concoction. They don't layer it properly as Crit's actually getting taken down by the illusions. Down he goes. There's the BKB pop to force, or to not allow Nightfall to get off the Sunder, and that leads to his ultimate demise.
Remember when that pierced BKB?
Yes, I did. It was very stupid.
Terrorblade was very good for those 13 years. And then they finally figured it out.
Well,
sometimes it just takes a while to get the right idea, you know?
I don't think there's been...
Toronto, Tokyo...
Thought, X, Toronto, Tokyo. They have just so many lockdown abilities. And just no way to get away. Anyway, back to my very important point. There's 2 heroes I have in mind that have flip-flopped ultimates consistently, but it's really old now.
Yeah.
That's the last time they did it. Can you name the 2?
Flip-flopped ulties.
Flip-flop.
What does that mean?
Means the ult became a basic ability, then back to an ult, and then back again, or something to that effect. There's 2 heroes that I have in mind. Going back, of course, since I'm an old, ancient, decrepit man, back to Dota 1.
Oh, that's tough just off the top of my head to think of that.
Well, one of them's in the game, so that should help a bit. Really?
Wow.
Hang
on, let me just look through the heroes.
Okay. I thought this would be really easy, at least for one of them.
Wait, am I stupid?
Yes.
Right, rhetorical question.
Too late. Can't say that after I've answered. Chat, you
can I just not remember this?
I guess so. Wow. It's really impressive because we were literally just talking about the hero.
Well, Sunder never used to be a regular ability.
Yes, it did.
What?
Yes.
When was Sunder a normal spell?
So, Metamorphosis was the ult at one point.
When was this?
Dota 1.
I remember
it
he
flip-flopped.
I remember before
he had a life drain as well.
Before Reflection, he had life drain.
Yeah.
That you could at one point you could cast it while walking.
I don't remember that part.
You could channel it onto an enemy and then run with the life drain.
Okay.
I don't remember Sunder not being the ult. Are you positive?
You're making me question myself now.
Genuinely
as we're going to
cannot.
find a connection, so shut your mouth as we get into a team fight. Miero spotted.
Nice team fight. 3v1. A true team fight for the ages, and the 3 will win.
It's the closest we're going to get here. As Bet Boom now on the run.
All right, what's the other one? Let's see if you got one right.
Man, I'm going to have to check this one up now.
You might be right, actually.
The other one is Clinks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Clinks is definitely true. Death Pact used to be the ult. And that has swapped
It's been
twice,
several times
I think.
now. Yeah.
Twice in Dota 2's lifespan, I think.
15K lead here for Falcons as we do trivia that may or may not even be correct. Just really impressive display from the casters here. That's why we're paid the big bucks. Skeeter working on a basher now to go along with his newly picked up Assault Kuros. Is it Kuros? Is it Kuris? Kuros? I don't actually know.
Courier ass.
Okay. Yeah, to buy Assault, I always type in ass in the buy menu.
It's okay. You can also write AC. It's a little bit faster.
Does that work now?
Yeah.
Didn't used to.
Always did.
That's a lie.
Even
Fake
back
news.
in Dota 1, back when Thunder was a normal spell, you could write AC.
Back when you couldn't type in the shop in Dota 1? Yeah, that definitely worked. Right, the Roche will go the way of Falcons as they are just continuing to display their dominance here at this tournament. I'm actually going to Alt-Tab on my computer just to see what their record was in the first group stage.
I think they were 9-5.
So 9-5 overall. They had 2 series go 2-0 and then 5 splits. And then since then, something has awoken the beast.
Yep.
If they end up winning this game, which they are definitely favored to do right now, it'll be 8-0 in this second group stage.
AUI looked at the games they lost, he looked what neutral items they took, and then he said, guys, I did the math, you need more light collectors and more rattle cages.
Yep.
And Falcon said, okay, boss. And since then, they've been winning their games.
Analyzing the neutrals for you. You gotta get the light collectors.
No offense to AUI, of course. That's just a general nerd impression.
That's just the Butler voice.
No, it's not the same.
That's pretty
The
close.
Butler is like, oh, wait, it is kind of
What was the difference?
Masterpiece.
Yeah, you're right. That's the same character. My bad, everybody. Aegis on Skeeter. His save is just trying to cut the waves, delay. At what point do BetBoom just force a fight? Or I guess they just have to wait for high ground, right? But the problem is, like, this first Roche isn't really meant, or this first Aegis isn't really meant for high ground. It's just to get to your outer towers, extend your lead as Miero is found out by Crit.
Damn, that's a lot of TPs. The whole rainbow's arriving.
Oh, he's out.
It's a very nice play from Miero to disengage from this. He's space created right there. Falcons looking for opportunities around the map, but currently BetBoom playing a good game of keep away. And it opens up for some farming time for the Terrorblade as well as the OD. But man, GPK, considering this was the overall last pick of the draft, they did not get much bang for their buck with this hero.
Nope.
They took a lot of time to pick it.
I feel like this hero has been a pretty big hit or miss at the tournament.
Yeah, it's
not
pretty
much
polarizing.
middle ground. And we haven't really been seeing the, I don't know what's changed exactly, but the Ags build, which was pretty popular a few months ago, is not really a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe like for extreme late game situations, but it was like second item pickup in a lot of the games from not that long ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty good too. Maybe not second item, but like third or fourth. But even then, the teams have not been necessarily rating it that high. Skater will start poking away at the tier 2 tower.
Malrine on the hunt, along with Snake King. Nightfall in the tree line. Yeah, he's out. Miero gets lassoed though. We'll use the BKB, and they don't have any Pierce.
X-Mark would not quite work there. The BKB is fresh, and it's a long duration, so Amar doesn't even try for it. Toronto Tokyo forced away. Moonlight Shadow. Is he? Yes,
he's out. This used to kill people in Fountain, by the way, based on how long it traveled.
Yeah.
A little trivia for people out there. Concoction's coming for him. Kaboom! Okay, Amar now. More bad manner pauses. Getting some revenge on BetBoom for their ridiculous amount of pauses in the first 2 days of this group stage. Minute and a half on the Aegis, so would expect this to be a tier 2 tower and maybe slightly poke the high ground, but probably just the tier 2 and retreat.
If you had to put this music to something that wasn't a pause in Dota, what would you put it to?
It would be like a trivia show, like
trivia
Jeopardy type thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Either that or like a really gruesome crime murder show. Either one.
For
They're
some
pretty
reason,
similar.
this really reminds me of like a Flash game where you're an agent and you're breaking in to steal something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that. Like a Metal Gear Solid type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know why I'm thinking Flash. I don't know if it reminds me of a very specific game, but it just came to mind. I really like this though.
That's good.
It's a good vibe.
How are you liking the Dota?
It's better when it's playing. Here we go.
All right. So BetBoom trying to wait out this Aegis. Kind of a lucky avalanche there.
Yeah. Stunning the wave.
I've done a lot of that.
Like
Blink
that.
into stun. Just happens sometimes. High ground ward from Crit. As you can see, the sentry though is placed. He's going to get Yules instantly. Skeeter, they're diving really deep.
Missing the arrow from the Yule, though. Uncharacteristic from Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, they get rid of the sentry now. Wonder if I mean, based on the fact that that was killed, they can assume that there is a ward here.
Skeeter very strong with this AC.
Yep.
You imagine he's going to wait for his next chemical rage and then do it again.
Well, but the Aegis will be down by then. We'll see how risky they want to get.
Oh, Nightfall's actually going to give up the Wisdom. So that's going to be a yoink for the Alk.
Okay.
Just walks straight over minute 28 and just takes it away. BetBoom quite defensively postured on the map. They're going to try to push out bottom at the very least a little bit with their OD. Isn't really... Is he approaching anything meaningful? BKB almost completed on him. The arrow is quite far away from the Shivas.
Invisibility.
A Terrorblade working on the Butterfly, which is also either that or Manta. We'll see what the order is going to be. Gonna take him a while. Haven't really seen BetBoom try anything.
No, not really.
In the entire game, I want to say, almost.
Okay, this is interesting. They don't see each other, but GPK is the big kill if they can... Oh, okay.
Didn't get the banish in time.
On to save. He will fall. Gets off a nice toss, but eventually Malrine will take him out. So 15k lead now for Falcons, and I think the story here, at least so far, it's not over yet. I mean, it's looking like it might be, but you never know. We've seen crazier things, of course, but the OD just hasn't paid off, and Skeeter just got a ridiculous amount of stacks. And that has snowballed things. Mira with the Stampede, but yeah, not able to find anyone. So a Stampede used for nothing.
Maybe they can get him here, but no, they're not going to go for it. Falcons are pinstering them.
Yep, and here comes Skeeter slapping away at the OD. GPK gets off the BKB, trying to run away. Flame Break, they have some magic damage. Any physical to follow it up? GPK actually survives a torrent. Ooh, just out of range. Looks like he will probably live, but has already used his BKB, which means he's in no fighting shape. Fortification from BetBoom, which means they'll have another once this tower goes down. So that will delay a little bit more, but you can see Falcons playing it a bit safe. No longer with the Aegis. There's a damage rune top as Amar. He's all alone right now. That is going to be a very good pick-off for BetBoom. So a little bit sloppy here from Amar. As the rest of his team was nowhere near. You can see they just spread the map. They got the hell out of Dodge.
Finally. When's the last BetBoom kill in this game?
It's been a while, for sure. And it was probably on a support as well.
Minute 19. So, been a good 11 minutes since they killed Crit with their Terrorblade, and that was a trade.
Yeah.
I think.
Sounds familiar.
So, yeah. Quiet times. Don't really blame them for it. I think it's really, really difficult to get out on the map against this Falcons team when you're at this big of a deficit. So I'm not going to sit here and say that BetBoom are playing too passively or anything. It is just a very difficult game after the first 15 minutes. At the very least for them, they haven't lost any racks yet. And you're probably going to have to defend your base another time against an Aegis. I don't think you can stop Falcons getting that one. Nice dodge from Miero here. Anticipating the rotation for himself, and will run south.
So we're talking about the Ags on OD, and that's actually what he's building next. So didn't actually go for the full Hurricane Pike, but has the Witchblade BKB Force Staff and then the defensive Ags. Which, for this game, you just got to survive. If you're probably going to be in your base for a good amount of these high ground pushes, unless you can contest Roche. Zamar will deward a bit. But this is a Falcons have a very scary Roche team, especially with the Kunkka in particular. But even Freezing Field in the trees or on the other side of Roche Pit, Bat Rider being able to terrain walk. Save. Use Moonlight Shadow just to get away, it looks like. Perhaps push out bottom just a bit. Toronto, Tokyo. Going for some aggressive wards. As the gem.
Yeah, I think what he's hoping with this ward is to see a moment where Alk is farming on the right-hand side so that they can smoke either to kill him or smoke across the map and kill his team, but Skitter with the travels too probably has to be the target himself at this point. Otherwise, he will be joining onto any play. As he is now building up an Ags.
I can't wait.
Probably going to just put on, I would imagine...
Well, Malrine would make sense to some degree, but it's not like the Refresher Ags build is safe. Going for the initiation, Miero not hitting the hoof stomp at all. They do pick off the Bat Rider, who buys back instantly. Malrine now with his BKB. Focus is on the TB. He's dead. Save will be next. Double kill for Amar. As the Boots of Travel 2 being used by Skeeter to join this fight. He's going to get the Abyssal Blade onto Miero. Gets off the hoof stomp, but completely surrounded and will eventually be brought down as well. So they get the 1 kill on the support bat, who buys back instantly, and they lose 3.
And Nightfall didn't get to play this fight. This Torrent into
Torrent Storm.
Concoction, into Boat.
Yeah.
Never got his BKB off.
That's rough. That's where an SNY would have been quite good, in all likelihood. Yep. And Falcons now looking to try to finish this game potentially. This is going to be a lane in bottom, and they will certainly go mid next. They cannot get Megas, though. There is a tier 2 standing on the top side. And I don't think they push fast enough to even try to go for Throne anyway. So they will back away with this monstrous lead that they've accumulated over the course of this game. He's only 1,000 away from that Axe. Do you think it's going to be the Razor? Could be the... I mean, we've seen them give it to Batrider before for that double lasso potential.
Yeah, that is definitely an option.
Probably will go to the Razor.
Could also give it to Crystal Maiden.
Is that the Frostbite in...
It's the last hero in their team that doesn't have an Axe.
What?
It's the last hero in their team that doesn't already have an Axe. So that is his last option.
Good point. That is technically true.
It gives you the moving freezing field that can also frostbite.
Yeah. Okay, this is a good move from BetBoom. If it gets punished here, this could just be the end of the game. And Amar, Torrent,
oh dear.
Boat is coming as well. Miero has to TP out with the BKB. He's actually going to cancel it as GPK gets caught out. He's dead for 60. And that is a huge punishment as Roche is not interested in this fight at all. Nightfall surrounded, bashed, and killed.
Well, it could have been a good play.
I think you do need to do something to this effect.
I mean, sure. You got to take a risk, but Falcons were ready for it. And Falcons will force out.
Well, Miero might live,
probably
actually.
The GG here. 30 seconds on OD.
That's Amar asking, are you going to GG yet, bro?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they finally do call it as the tier 4s are getting hit. So Falcons remain undefeated in this group stage number 2, and they just look like they're on another level, Cinderin.
Yeah, this was a series that people were anticipating a lot, both teams being 3-0. BetBoom actually won the group that Falcons were also in. BetBoom were 10-4 against Falcons is 9-5. So anticipating a pretty close rematch potentially between these two giants. Not today. I think it's just fair to say Falcons were just flat out better. They had their number in the draft, they had their number in the game. And as the panel talked about, BetBoom, when they win, it's generally very snowbally. They get ahead and they stay ahead. When they lose, a lot of the times they don't recover, they don't come out of the laning stage very well, and then they don't really have much to work with. And this was really one of those games. Like, the lanes just didn't go too well. They approached the mid game, they don't have the tools to fight. The OD fell completely flat, in my opinion. Felt like GPK didn't get any impact in this game, really, on its OD.
Yeah, and Amar got off to an incredible start along with Crit. That duo, like you said, has really taken things to another level as they dominated that off lane. But Falcons just looking incredible in this tournament, and this is coming off the back of a 3-0 Grand Finals win, where I think only 2 of the 3 games at the BetBoom Dacha tournament were even remotely close. But yeah, Falcons win this 2-0 pretty comfortably, honestly. And we'll see what Shiver and company have to say.
We have to say it was utter domination. It was Falcons getting another 2-0 on the board, and I think game 1 felt slightly, game 1 felt close. This game did not feel close, and we are going to break down why that was the case. And when I say we, it's myself, Purge, and Effie here to do exactly that, Purge. This game, we already said that there was a timing that Falcons should aim for where they were very strong. It felt like...
It was the whole game.
It was that, yeah. There was no point where we felt like BetBoom was the strong one.
I mean, they're 13,000 gold up at 20 minutes. Like, that's a gigantic advantage. They were just so far ahead. Skeeter was like 17-1 and something in his first game. Second game, he doesn't die. Like, if you are... Or, I'm sorry. second game he doesn't die. So he's just super far ahead the whole time as Alchemist, which is the best place to be. His team created space everywhere. They got the lane matchups they want. They have generally okay hero matchups in the game. Like, they just played so good.
Yeah, this team is frighteningly good. It feels like they lack for nothing. Their laning is incredibly strong, stronger than Bedboom's, as the series would appear to show us. Their rotations are good, their team fighting is good, their drafting is good. They honestly have no faults, and they're looking to be the scariest team of this year, potentially. They just might be the gaming gladiators of 2023, but for this year. I mean, looks like they're poised on their way to a DreamLeague win, and yeah, pretty scary. I think one of the defining factors for this team's success is just their unique hero pool and their ability to flex that between Malrine and Amar, because that Razor flex to mid proved to be so difficult for Bedboom to handle, because we talked about Mirana and Tiny's ability to rotate mid and potentially help, but if you're losing your other lanes and the game progresses and you're an OD, you have to buy BKB versus Razor, because if you Astral him, you get zapped by his what's it called?
Static something.
You get zapped by his static something as per.
That's exactly. Oh yeah, they changed it.
But you get zapped by it and you can't really run away, because we saw that often when Falcons hit their peak. They got that Blink Dagger on crit and they're running in for kills. When GPK tried to disengage, he had to Astral the Razor, and he just got very slowed by that, and it was really easy pickings for Falcons at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just really respectable win, honestly. They made it look kind of easy in their team fights. In a lot of cases, like, they lost some heroes here or there, but they always got the target they wanted. Amar always showing up at the right time to get kills, so yeah, very impressive.
I'm curious for these two games that we witnessed. Both of the games Falcons was first pick, and both of the games, in terms of bans, Falcons could just ban anything they want, right? It was very targeted towards the team they were playing. Enigma was banned, Storm was banned, and the Naga was banned for both games in a row, and it makes me wonder how much freedom Falcons get in a game like this in terms of draft because of their flex potential, maybe, Mira.
And teams think that, okay, we'll just ban the problematic Amar Malrine double flexes and we'll be fine, but then you have to worry about Skeeter, and you have to worry about Snake King's signature Mirana or his Crystal Maiden or super high impact. Then all of a sudden, if you're not banning the Tiny out, you have to worry about the crit Tiny. Then there's just the Bat Riders and the Rubiks and all of these things that come out when they're needed. To try to draft for this team honestly sounds miserable. And Bedboom's draft didn't look bad. They just lost in lanes and then they got outmaneuvered afterwards versus an Alchemist. Like the Terrorblade dying early on, when Terrorblade used his first meta, he was punished by the Batrider and Kunkka, and it's little plays like this, how they seem to win lanes that maybe they shouldn't win on paper, is what makes this team just a step above the rest.
Yeah, I mean, drafting is obviously very important, but like, you can't also let them outlane you and outgank you and out team fight you, and it's hard once you lose the laning stage. Like, sometimes those mistakes just feel so small. It's like you go for one last hit that you think you can manage, but then they run you down with like a blood grenade, and a long chase leads to you dying, which leads to just a cascade of effects. So it's like these small mistakes lead to the gold disadvantage that makes Falcons further compound on their advantages. So as does any top team, and they just keep showing it. Like, we're not losing yet, and it's very, very difficult to have this run, especially the fact that we're in a group stage too.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes it's like your group is a little bit weak and you beat like the other good team in your 8-person group, but the fact they're doing it after group stage 1 is really respectable, even though they've had some close calls.
Yeah, some close calls, but today was not it. And we got to talk to Amar here for our witness interview. Hey Amar, how are you doing this afternoon? Yeah.
Good and you guys.
We are doing great. I will say, especially game 2 from a viewer perspective, maybe not the most exciting game to watch. You guys were crushing it the whole way through, and it has been obviously all 2-0s, which is phenomenal. But my question is more specific to the games that Skeeter actually called robberies that you had earlier this week. Were you in any of the games ever worried? In, like, for example, the one where your former teammate BZM gets netted and lassoed in the fountain. Were you ever worried in those games, or are you mentally always confident there is a way to win?
I mean, obviously these games were like looking rough, like the way they went. But obviously, I played to the end. Like I'll die till I win. Like I'll make sure like I can give everything. I will not like hold back anything possible. And like people will do mistakes. Like obviously they should win these games, but that's when you like take advantage of some teams who like are impatient or undisciplined. So you just like get a free win for no reason, but yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how Dota goes sometimes, indeed. Who do you consider to be the best offlaner at the moment? And obviously, you could put yourself at the top, but if you put yourself at the top, who is the second place?
Best offlaner. Let me see. I'd say it's hard for me to say best offlaner because like from everyone I take like some things. So I would say like the best one currently now, I think it's Miyara because he improved like way too much and he fitted like Bitboom. Like I think Bitboom became way stronger, so I think probably it has to be him right now.
Okay, well, you did beat him quite handily just now, so he still has some way to go. I know, Amar, that when you first came into the scene, when you joined from Creepwave to OG, people saw you a little bit as a hero spammer. Obviously, there was a Dota Timbersaw included, and you have increased your hero pool quite a bit since then. How important is it for you to continue to try to discover new heroes versus continue to master the ones you already have under your belt?
I mean, I think like me joining professional scene, like when you join, like you're not gonna have every hero, so like it has to be steps. But I made like a name for them, so like people would scare them. So it's hard for me to like get the heroes that I barely play because I barely play much. But like the more I play, the more I should get. And I did get like many heroes, so like for me now it's easier and like they're like getting on like an A tier level, like they're like the 90% out of 100, like I can play them.
And how many games do you think it should take for you to, when you say there's a new hero comes out, is offlane hero, and you have to learn it, how many games do you think you feel like you need to be able to play the hero on the level that you're happy with?
I think it's like 5 games is enough. Like
5 games
like before. Like I think before like I was thinking that it's harder and you need like 50 to 100 games to play, but I realized like you actually know the spells, so like you just need to like copy some guy item builds and things, and you'll be able to play like 80% at least, and in a good game you will be like able to perform good. So like I would say you don't need much to play a hero right now.
Okay, fair enough. That's a very, very interesting answer for me. I also have Brian that would love to ask you a question.
Thank you, Shiva. Hey, Mar. So I would like to ask you about your tipping and high-fiving that I see you doing during games. I know you're newer to the scene, but you've been playing Dota long enough, I assume, to remember what it was like before the high fives and tips. What did you used to do back then in similar situations?
I used to drop Mantle of Intelligence, obviously. That's the first thing I probably did, Toxic. Like I wasn't even like I didn't even have like Dota Plus or Battle Passes to like use tips. And like I saw some guy does this Mantle of Intelligence, and then I realized what he meant, and I copied him, and I started doing it. So that's the first thing I did.
So did you learn how to copy builds from that exact example? Was that your first instance of doing that?
That was like way long ago, like 4 years, like when I was like in Ancient or Divine Bracket, like it was way too long, or 5 years.
Damn, crazy to think you've climbed that much since then. So, I've got a replay for you from the previous game, going off of the whole high-fiving and tipping culture that we just got done here. So, this is going to be you taking down GPK in the last one. I'm sure you remember this. What's going through your mind? Like, are you laughing throughout the course of the entire play as you proceed to tip him and high-five him at the end there?
I mean, I do want to look like I like to be clowny, and like it does trigger enemy when they see high five, and a clown like just running, like I'm like doing nothing, like I just run like in circles and it doesn't do anything, like just to like look cool in a way, and also troll him, I'd say, because he's like dead, I know it, and like why not like just do something stupid.
I like that, man. Is that a good way for you to like remain level-headed during these games? Like, does that keep the vibes up for you and your team, or does it like is it just to bring down the opponent, or is it mainly positive for you guys?
I mean, it's more for myself. Like I don't know. Like if I can do clown stuff, I would just do them. That's how. Like I don't care what enemy, but like I know that when enemy sees this, like some of them can get triggered. So like why not? Like, can maybe trigger some guy. We're seeing like some guy like doing nothing, just running around and killing you.
It's fun to see you guys have fun, man. Thank you.
Yeah, Amar, before I let you go, a quick question about your series tomorrow, because it's going to be Extreme Gaming you're up against. Of course, so far it's been, I mean, the records show itself 2-0s every single time. How confident are you that you're able to continue this track record in the games to come, and specifically maybe with relation to Extreme Gaming tomorrow?
I'm obviously always like ready and confident to like face enemy, whoever he is, like best, worst, like whatever the tricks they put on us. Like I'll always make sure I'm ready, and we'll make sure always all of us to be ready. And Extreme, they're always a good team, and I look forward to like see what they got for us.
I look forward to that as well. Amar, thank you for taking the time to talk to us this afternoon. Have a good rest of your day, and see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Yeah, Falcons, they're on an absolute tear right here in the group stages of DreamLeague. And it's a little bit spooky, Mira, because it's been 2-0s all the way. And, you know, we like a dominant team, but we also like teams that bleed a little bit. They've just been so strong.
Yeah, at least a little. Also, you know what's even scarier or spookier, Sheaves? How nice and polite Amar has gotten. I mean,
it's influence of good teammates.
Yeah, they've even gotten his temperament under control.
Seems like it.
They've ticked every box now. That now they don't have a loose cannon. It seems like everybody's getting along. They're just owning every single game, which maybe makes it easier to get along. But still, it seems like the honeymoon period, if it were to last, it would have kind of popped around now, right? 'Cause normally, a lot of teams will assemble and they'll play well together at the start, but then they'll lose that mojo. We've seen that happen so often, but they came off their Bet Boom Dodger win. They're continuing their dominance here, and honestly, they made Bet Boom look like a lower tier team, and Bet Boom completely crushed their group stage.
Yeah, they did. I agree with what you said about we'll see what happens when they start losing, basically, because losing is really where teams face adversity and they have to start arguing with each other or pointing out mistakes, and not everybody receives that criticism as well. So that's definitely something I'm on the lookout for. But they have to lose to get there, and they have full wins on the board in group stage 2, but they did have some close calls. They definitely had some really close calls. They weren't necessarily like, I'm going to lose this series close calls, obviously, but teams are getting closer, and I think they're going to keep learning from them and try to beat their meta, because they're definitely drafting different.
I think the longer that a team is having success, indeed, the bigger the bullseye on their back is. So teams will indeed start more and more just closely looking at and maybe copying what Team Falcons is doing. We'll see if the teams that we have coming up next will have learned anything from the games they've played so far. Probably they did. The lessons we'll see implemented in a bit, but of course there is a little bit of a break before our next series. Don't worry, we won't leave you hanging. We will go to a quick break, but when we're back, it is more DreamLeague Season 22.
Hey everybody, we're here today to rank ourselves internally who we think is the best and the worst at things. The worst are going to stand over there, where Sunsven is, and the best are going to stand over here.
Who was the most fun while playing Dota?
I play Counter-Strike, so...
Well,
I think it might over there. You're out of this category.
I'm
so you
really
put yourself
toxic.
where you want to be.
I'm really toxic.
You don't Cap, you don't frustrate me because you're better than me, and you do get toxic sometimes. Yeah, I get toxic. Just like, I'm disappointed in you, son. Which is like, it's like, you know, he's right. So I don't.
All right, I think this is actually perfect
and I think
arrangement already.
I throw, but
3 toxic
but
people
toxic.
and 1 pro player. That's true. Kevin is the farthest from toxic.
Can we add
that's
Slacks
for sure.
to the toxic list? He's on this, right?
I mean, Slacks is
yeah, we need
so
like,
far down there he doesn't show on
as
camera.
long as we know the
more
scale.
bodies.
God damn it, I hate you, Pip Squeaker.
Did you leave?
Fuck you.
Would we say Slacks is the most toxic of all the talent?
Of literally every human, I think.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd put myself above you personally.
I think you're fine.
I mean, yeah, whatever.
Who has the best hero pool? So worse than that?
Oh, I can stay here again. Centaur and Pango.
I mean, is my hero pool larger than your guys? Probably.
I mean, that's weird because you're just better than us.
Yeah,
so
better.
okay.
It looks like I'm gonna stand here
like
again.
relative.
All right, fight it out.
Do you play all heroes? Literally, are there any heroes you don't play?
The only hero I refuse to play is Pangolier.
Why? Why?
Because scum like you and
Why? Vector targeting is so fun.
No, it's a
great
degenerate
mechanic.
hero for degenerate people, made by a degenerate developer, maybe. I think we're in the proper order again, honestly. I don't think
All
we're
right, perfect. I don't have to move again.
That's actually one.
Pango players over there. Real players over here.
Alright, let's mix up the order a bit. Who's the most likely to destroy items on top?
I've never destroyed an item.
I've never
ever.
destroyed an item.
I've never destroyed an item.
I don't think any of that. Well,
Okay, we can stand back. I think I could create a scenario where you would delete your items, but I can't say it in front of the camera, so we'll move on.
You pay me money to delete my items?
No,
Sure.
it's just certain people would show up acting a certain way. There's definitely a scenario. It's
talking
very
about
niche.
slacks again.
Very niche. 4 slacks
that
is
you
on your
keep getting
team.
fed.
4 slacks on my team, and they grief my lane, and
That's
then
right.
blame me for it. Yeah, I might delete my items in that game.
Actually, yeah, I think maybe you're going over here, Kevin. I actually see that now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Plays a lot with slacks too.
Yeah.
There's some deep hatred in his heart.
Who does the most research before events?
Okay, I'll stay here. Man, this is a great spot to be in.
I see why I chose you for this.
I'm pretty sure I go here.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't
you
do
don't
any
think you do any?
I mean, I do research.
I look at the teams.
I mean, what counts as research, right?
That
That's
counts.
research. You know what teams are going.
I make sure I know what tournament I'm going to. Does playing Counter-Strike count?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for your
You stay
contribution.
over there. I think I watch about 60%.
I research memes, which is why I watch the NBA, sir.
There you go.
Steal all their memes.
Beautiful.
I play a lot too because I feel like you need to know what you're talking about. You know, patch-wise and gameplay-wise and heroes and builds and all this stuff. Almost 10k MMR.
Well done,
Top
sir.
100
Thank you.
NA.
Well
That's
done.
why you're on the end.
Thank you. Thank you.
Easy.
Not you. You didn't do anything.
What? I willingly gave you that spot. I could have fought you for it. Who was the coolest in high school?
Okay, I'll stay here.
Oh, you're really
I
uncool.
was definitely a loser. Huge.
Me too, though, so I don't know who's worse.
I was very awkward.
Were we all losers
I
in high
couldn't.
school?
He was probably a rock
I
star,
definitely
SVG,
was.
surely.
Wait, what was Kevin doing? What was Kevin doing?
I was like,
He had long
I had
hair,
like very
longer-
few friends. It took me like 2 years of high school till I found the other nerds. So the first 2 years, I was just like
Okay, but what about the last
completely
two?
Wait, so you didn't have any friends the first 2 years?
lost. More or less.
Okay,
yeah.
we can switch.
right,
I had like 3 friends.
I've got a story for
That's
this
something.
actually. I took Japanese class, okay, so automatically farther down.
Okay.
But also at Japanese class, the nerdiest of the Japanese classmates there found out that they played Dota. And I was like, I overheard it. I was like, oh shit, you guys play Dota? It was like the only time that I'd ever met anyone in North America who had played Dota before. And I was like, oh shit, me too. Like, we should play sometime.
Okay.
And they ghosted me.
Go ahead.
I got ghosted by the biggest weeaboos
In anime
on
club.
playing Dota.
See, in high school, Dota didn't exist for me. That's how old I am. I played Counter-Strike.
Look at you.
I mean, Counter-Strike automatically means you're farther up.
Were you even a nerd?
Like, I'll gladly get shoved down this so
I
that
mean,
you may fall.
this scale is
Do
incorrect.
you really deserve to be up there, though?
I don't know. You
there's
tell
no
me.
way.
All right, tell me what you're like in high
No,
school.
I think it's like the killing item thing. I think none of us ever killed our items, but there is a ranking. I think all of us were losers in high school, but there was still cooler
I was
losers.
the cool guy of the losers, apparently.
I don't think any of us are happy with this, but
I'm glad we didn't have to hash out too many details.
Oh, 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 Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna go to the end because mine would be microwave food.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you're at the end.
We keep moving too far.
How does every one of these all go to the end?
We all step forward.
Okay, who's cooking?
I can cook a little bit, but I'm not
Yeah, I can
super
cook.
experienced.
Okay.
I could make food.
I've cooked
and
like scallops and stuff.
That's
I can
better
cook
than me.
eggs.
I mean, if I had to host a dinner party, I would do it.
Get your ass to get your
I
ass
would
to
do it. I'm just saying.
All right, Perch.
It would
I mean,
get done.
I can cook, but I pretty much never have to cook because my wife cooks all the time. So
you're saying
I
your
think-
wife would hook you up?
I
and
mean,
make
my
your dinner
wife would
party
be
then?
so far over here on the left.
Doesn't that by design mean that you would make a nice dinner party?
No, I think
No,
the
'cause
question
the
insinuates that
responsibility
he is
lies
the
on-
one.
I'm not
Yeah.
even good. I'm like.
Yeah, but you would
We're like-
try, I think. You would try.
I would try. I think we're happy with this.
We're good. All right, perfect. You're all done.
All right.
That's it?
Great.
Welcome everyone to some more Dream League Season 22 action. I'll be honest, I thought that I was going to be strapped in for a very, very late night. I saw that 90-minute game at the beginning of the day, and I thought, wow, PogChamp Pandas, you're really strapping in for a long night. But lucky us, it seems that they got things right along and saved all the long matches for the second half of the day. So, Pandas, play me in. Thank you for joining me, friends, for an art class as I illustrate this incredible specimen of a human sitting across from me right now, carved from marble in the cliffs of Geneva. Porcelain god, right there, sinewy, vascular.
That's a really weird way to describe a human.
Sinewy?
Yeah.
I think that's an accurate term.
I've been watching you guys, by the way, at night. I'm usually on the morning shift. You guys do whatever the fuck you want. Like, it's completely unhinged.
That's why you're not allowed to be on our shift generally.
That's why I'm doing this, because I can just do whatever I can, sprawl across the couch that is about to be used. No problem.
Who's stopping you on morning? Is Shiver making sure that you keep your pants on during the morning shift?
She rules with a wooden fist. Not an iron one, because she's from the Netherlands. Iron is a little too intense for Netherlandians.
Right. But wood is more cultured.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that slow pan.
Maybe it's more of a German thing, the wood. Can we cut the part where my voice just cracked? Can we just cut that out and post?
We'll get our best VFX artists on it.
VFX.
That's right.
It has to be visual. Just distract the audience. Yeah.
We're going to CG in an explosion where your voice cracked.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Jenkins, how you been doing? Like you said, you've been on the morning shift. And as a result, you know what's funny? You won't see a single Shopify Rebellion game on your shift, because Shopify Rebellion's reserved for the night shift, so you know nothing about that.
I have been catching the Shopify games, actually.
Because you've been watching our broadcasts.
Yeah, I also, as much as, it's like a love-hate relationship, I think, that NA has with Shopify. I mean, you know.
What's the hate part?
The hate is that these guys always do well in groups and then drop out.
Correct.
And they give this hope. And yet you can't stop watching. It's like every single time I get tricked. And I'm fine with it because this is 2 group stages.
Are you ready to love again for this Shopify, though? Because I think the last time they did this well was probably Season 21, where they managed to get to Grand Finals, and then they got 3-0'd by Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And so Season 22, maybe this is the time. You know, Falcons is, oh my god, it's capitalist Dota! Bow, bow, bow. You have to put.
I wanted to ask if you wanted to be the big spoon. Or
Come on in.
Okay.
He's not going to do this. Yeah, I figured this would be a me and you sort of thing. Wow. Speaking of wood.
Whoa. Tsunami.
What's up?
Catch.
Finally, I was requesting one of these. All right, I'm going to proceed to illustrate this.
Oh.
Draw us
like one of your
French Jenkins.
This is exactly what I expected for the night shift. Actually, this is just great. This is going to sound with echoes, I think.
Yeah. W.
Ooh, the voice.
Is this why you wore the sleeveless?
This is not what I woke up today and thought I was going to do, if I'm being honest.
Tsunami, are you almost done?
Yeah, I'm doing a very abstract interpretation.
This couch is kind of small.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of big dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's abstract. Abstract is what I'm.
You done?
That's actually kind of cool, dude.
These are the curves that I see represented. Isn't it a feet?
Not
the bigger curve.
He likes feet.
What the? You come on here and you're just like, yeah, you guys are absolutely unhinged.
Yeah, I can just let it out on the night shift.
I see.
No, we take things very seriously around here. SVG, tell me about the Dota that's been happening here.
All right, Neil, I'll hit you with a real theory.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this on the way over.
Okay.
Is this season the deepest season of Dota 2 ever in terms of competitively viable teams? Austin.
Of DreamLeagues?
Of everything.
Of
So, like,
this year?
The run up to TI.
In Dota, right now.
Well, we just started the year, so it's kind of hard to say, but I would say it's pretty deep. Yeah. I think obviously last year was like Spirit Falcons, or excuse me, Spirit Gaming Gladiators and Liquid, right? Just that kind of trio.
Right.
But now Falcons is in the mix. That looks good. The Chinese teams are back in the mix. That looks okay. And then we just need C to start popping off, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd have a really exciting.
Well, Aurora. Where's Heroic at? Huh? We had the evil genius. If we look back to the last TI, it was Evil Geniuses of Beast Coast, and then those teams did so well that South America got 2 more slots at TI. And they seem to be completely off the map this
That's
season.
true. I feel like South America is on a downturn, which is shocking that it's shocking.
We stole all their players.
Yeah,
Whispers off an OG.
They all got poached.
Tomatoes off on OG, even though he was probably more NA.
I guess that's the problem when you have 2 teams that are just shuffling the same players that are both really, really good, and then teams just poach like the best ones from those teams, and then all of a sudden,
I mean,
there's one team.
I wanted to get Whisper like 4 years ago.
What happened? Jack
I was
didn't
told
close
he
the
didn't
deal?
speak English.
Oh.
That's what I thought. Which has been somewhat corroborated by Tomato. Or not Tomato, it was Ari, I think. He was saying that, like, in Overthrow, Whisper's very talkative and is, like, making calls and stuff
I
like
mean,
that.
I'll tell you what it was.
And then he gets to the game and he's
That
silent.
offer got to him, and he was like, Who is asking?
Who's
Quincy?
asking? No habla.
No, I don't speak English. You know, and then Seb messages him like, "Oh, I've been studying for like 2 years. Like, I'm pretty fluent now. I know. How
I've got a master's in English. Yeah, I'm ready.
I know how that works. I don't blame him, but it is what it is.
You do blame him.
I do.
Yeah, that's fair.
Then, yeah, South America is getting its players poached. Nouns showed up at Dacha for North America, but Now is kind of in a weird spot because they didn't qualify to Birmingham or to this DreamLeague, and Stormstormer is no longer being their mid player. So are we back to a one-horse race in North America? Is it just
No.
Shopify Rebellion versus the world?
Zero horse race.
I don't think so. I don't
It's
think
just
so.
no race. Well, who is racing?
It's like camels or something like weird, but still a race. Like people still watch it. You know what I mean? Like I would watch a camel race, wouldn't you?
I've ridden a camel once.
Did you race? Was it very
No.
fast?
I tried to outrace the camel.
They're very fast, but they lose focus quickly. And that's what the issue is with camels. That's why there are very few camel races that are competitively viable.
I don't know enough about camels to refute this, but it doesn't sound accurate.
My family owned a camel.
Really?
And yeah. It was,
In America?
Yes, in America.
That's probably the most American thing actually is to own something you shouldn't own in America. In America,
A random weird animal. Yeah, that's very American. Yeah.
Did you
and
ride it?
I remember it did not like the lawnmower, the riding lawnmower that my family had.
Well, how does a camel ride a lawnmower?
that's why I didn't like it. Like it was just jealous seeing Daddy on the
Why
John
are
Deere.
you making the camel do the lawn work? Like obviously it doesn't like it.
I'm not finishing that story now.
No, finish.
Well, now on the cliffhanger.
You've gone off the rails.
Jenkins, make him finish the story.
All it was is that my cousin was inside of the enclosure area.
I thought you were gonna say camel.
And the riding lawnmower was going on at the time. The camel was super irritated, and it got really pissed off, and it charged my cousin. And I watched him get kicked by the camel, and he flew like 5 feet forward. Yeah,
With
it was
the
super
hind
scary.
legs?
He could have died there. The camels, those kicks are dangerous, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
Is this like a game or something?
No.
Is this like a true or false? Am I?
Two truths and a lie.
No, this is all true.
He did own a camel. He did have a cousin. The cousin did not get kicked by
You're
the camel.
believing this.
Let's take a look at the schedule for today.
the story.
Pull up the games for Dream League Season 22.
If you
I thought we had
that,
to bill.
If you believe that, Shopify's got a 2-0 today. I got another.
I have a bridge to North America I can sell you. Extreme Gaming is going to be our first match of this second half of the day versus Aurora. Jenkins, prediction.
2-0 Aurora.
Oh.
Is this still you being on your train of trying to do the most absurd predictions possible?
Yes, I think Extreme's going to fucking destroy them, dude. I think they're going to destroy them. My boy Jin Q is just way too good. Way too good. The most interesting 4-position player, hands down, on the planet currently.
High praise.
Yeah.
Last series of the night is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus OG, of which Avery thinks that it's an outlandish proposition for Shopify to 2-0 OG here.
No, I was just baiting you, Neil. I think Shopify's going to 2-0.
Oh, really? Are you also on
Nope,
the Jenkins
I baited
train?
you again. I think it's going to be OG 2-0. Right, Jenkins?
That was good, Avery. That's really good comedy.
Yeah.
Two lies and no truth. That was a
Just
little
trying
game.
to uphold the co-host standards that we've set at this point.
Is this because of the OG series that we saw last night where they took on Extreme, managed to squeeze it out in the 3-game series? You're like, okay, well.
Yeah, I feel like the OG trajectory is going up.
And the Shopify trajectory
is like an EKG graph. You know, there's these spikes of.
So it's like.
So you think they're going to spike up really hard?
Could. Yeah, they could.
EKG graph. It's if you get like a heart palpitations, like a doot.
Yeah. You know, the lows are really low, but the highs are really
And then-
high. You just don't know what you're
And then when the group stage ends, it's like beep. Just
Okay, but what about
flat.
what about the beef though? Who's more powered up by the beef?
Oh, the Kittrack Seb beef?
Yeah, the Kittrack Seb.
That apparently doesn't
true.
exist.
Yeah.
It's another one-sided
That's
beef.
such a lie. That is such a lie. They're both in denial, bro. They hate each other.
I'm telling you, every beef in Dota is one-sided.
I mean, there's
One
Seb
guy
can't
doesn't
say
even
it-
know.
There's no way that Seb is in denial. He outwardly put that out there.
Yeah, but I
maybe
think
Kittrack doesn't care.
But maybe Kittrack just knows he's out of his league, social media-wise. Like, gameplay-wise, that's irrelevant, but social media-wise.
Or maybe he's just waiting until they beat their ass.
Ooh.
And then he goes out there. Because right now it's like, oh, I don't really care that much. They lose, whatever. Ego's guarded, right? But they win.
No, I think you're right, actually. I think Kittrack is the type of guy to keep his feet to the ground, stay humble. He will win. Why are you looking at me like that? I think
Your
he's going to
feet
shit
to the
talk when they
ground?
win. Yeah, he's going to keep the feet to the ground, keep the nose to the ground.
Right.
That's not the school of
That's an ostrich.
Saberlight shit talking, though. Saberlight says it before the matches happen.
think-
He's out there on the gram saying, I'm going to shit on this team.
Yeah, I think Saberlight's kind of got to keep the camel to the lawnmower. You know what I'm saying?
A
Yeah.
classic American expression that we all
The old
use.
John
No, the
Deere.
Seb tweet is the lawnmower, yeah.
Yep.
Is Seb the first 13K MMR tweeter in Dota? Thoughts on this statement?
He's definitely grinded his way up there. He's said a lot of outrageous
Is there a
stuff
higher ranked tweeter
over
in
time.
Dota? I'll phrase it that way.
That's a good question.
Jenkins is
You
struggling.
count Valve employees?
Yeah.
I feel like Wikram.
He's not a Valve employee.
He's not?
He's
No,
not.
he's just a random dude.
What the hell? I thought he was Gabe Newell's son this whole time.
I don't believe so.
What?
That might be the most socially media
There's no way that's
active Dota player.
There's no way that's true.
Yeah, I think he's I think he's rank 1 right now.
Oh, we really don't have people that are like that active on social media, do
The
we?
bar is set quite low.
It's very low.
There was that 1 week where the secret Twitter?
They're
Which
being,
also involves
The
Seb.
Meepo guy?
They're being
Meepo.
pretty mean to each
Just
other.
went
It was-
ham.
It was secret
What was that
and OG.
tweet? Like someone's in the dumpster or something?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think it was a secret Tundra and OG thing. There's the love triangle going on. Love and hate triangle.
Yeah.
It's always how it is. Relationships are complicated. The line between love and hate is truly blurred, Avery.
Well,
I mean, the impressive thing is that Seb, much like Puppy, has had a really lengthy career as an outrageous tweeter, right? Go all the way back. What was the OG one? The Arteezy meme, right?
I think he's a top player, but maybe not top enough to carry a. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, he doesn't compare to the likes of like Fada.
Wait, that was Seb?
That was Seb.
In an AMA.
That was
I thought that was a general meme.
No, that was the
My
OG.
God.
That was the OG
Man,
right
too
there.
good.
I'll let you refresh your memory on all of these crazy shenanigans that Seb has gotten himself into as we get into our first series of the second half. Friends, it's time for some Aurora versus Extreme Gaming. Now, you were saying, or rather Avery was saying the highest MMR tweeter, but if we're thinking about highest MMR Facebookers, well, then the Southeast Asian players have that market cornered. Because 23 Savage has definitely made a fair amount of bold statements.
Like the Morphling, or what are we talking about?
Okay.
That was
There's a few that we'll ignore here.
No, I only know about the Morphling one. What are the other ones?
Yeah.
His stance on how many Filipinos are optimal to have on a team.
Okay, that's the one that I was trying to just skirt over here. But anyway, Kezi, what do you think about that?
What about what he said?
Yeah, my tech analyst. Please analyze that statement. How many Filipinos is the optimal mix on a Southeast Asian team?
I wouldn't know, so I'll just have to take his word for it.
Perfect.
Surely everything 23 Savage says is of course true, because every Dota player is very smart.
Good cover.
Yeah.
I approve.
They threw you under the bus there, Kez.
I tried really hard to save myself, so we're good.
Very elegant. Now, Kezu, I'll leave you in your wheelhouse then. Tech analyst, why should I be excited about this series right now, Aurora versus Extreme Gaming?
Because this series should have a lot of team fighting, and I want to showcase their drafts, because there are a lot of similarities when it comes to, you know, the big bang mid-game spell usage and fighting against each other. So if I could have my little Jenkins segment of computer pull up my laptop screen.
Yeah, there you go.
What we have here is if we look at little Aurora's team fighting.
I would like to zoom this in a little bit.
Yeah, nice. Maybe one out.
Okay,
That's very nice. So we have, when we look at their team fight here, there's Mars Phoenix going on, Mars Winter Wyvern, Mars ET. So you can see a lot of Mars Phoenix. When that isn't available, they go ET Conquer. So that's also just straight up team fight. The only thing for Aurora that isn't working are, I would say their last picks are pretty garbage/cringe. They're either not good or they're not performing with them very well.
Okay, well, the one that they win, I saw that's Puck Sven. Those are good picks. And then the ones that they lose...
Let's focus on the ones I circled red.
Yeah.
The Lesh, Lina, Razor. But we'll get back to that later. So
green good, red bad.
Green is team fight, red is something else, Lacoste. Okay. Thanks for paying attention. As their opponent, Extreme Gaming, I feel there's a bit of a pattern here. Look at this. Void Phoenix. Phoenix again. Phoenix Centaur Mars. Also Mars Phoenix. And the most important surprise of all.
Sniper.
Dwarven Sniper.
It's the Cardell Sharp Eye, also known as Tank.
Exactly. So
Flex is not on this panel.
We need to fill in Jenkins on that after. So, but what we will see, a lot of mid-game team fighting and clashing. And if Aurora want to win, they really need to nail their last picks better than what they have been doing.
I liked how this was also alluded to in Seb's interview that we had, where he was likening Extreme Gaming to... He said reckless, but to me it was like Extreme's like a wild animal. He looks at these other teams and it seems like very structured how they approach team fights. And he said that Extreme goes for low percentage plays,
yeah,
high risk,
no reward type of play. My favorite type of a
player. Those are the best type of plays. Why aren't they playing Pudge?
Because Orb of Venom has been buffed.
Oh, they are. They did pick. They're the only team. They're the only team.
Correct.
Picked Pudge. That's good.
No, Extreme Gaming, they are different. Like this team has highest hero pool diversity, so they can pretty much play anything. They also don't care about like current meta, I would say, in terms of the picks. They are playing different stuff, opening up with heroes like Dead Prophet, which we will not see any other team do that. And one thing that I think we also need to compare is the number of stacks. We saw in the previous series, like probably some like gigantic, the biggest number of them all in terms of stacking when Falcons were playing. Jinkyu, he doesn't stack. This guy is like not about stacking. Aurora are definitely up there, top 2 so far at the DreamLeague, but Extreme Gaming, they're focusing on different stuff, killing the couriers and just being, you know, very annoying in the mid lane. So that's something that they could definitely work on. But I want to go back to your point about Seb in his interview when they were talking about, you know, Extreme Gaming. They could be punished. I think last series that they played yesterday against OG is a really good showcase of it, because first game, pretty clean execution. Second game, 2 Roshan attempts that were pretty miserable. A lot of question marks about those, and pretty much they lost them the game. And then in the third game, Ame also had no impact. Like they really knew how to counter him, and that's what I want to see from Aurora. Even though this team has lost 7 out of their 8 last games.
Yeah. Aurora's been on a rough go, and they weren't even in the tiebreakers to make it through the Group Stage 2. We saw their Group Stage 2 results, Group Stage 1 results, and we were like, oh, this team is somehow with the Lorinov factor back in the mix, because in Dacha got eliminated pretty early on.
They had Lauren on in the group stage, and now he's Lauren off, so you know they need to wake him up.
You use that one for analog also. That was my favorite one. Analog on, analog off. But
That's a
Jenkins,
good
you
one.
still think that even despite the performance that Extreme had against OG yesterday, you think their baseline level skill is just higher enough that they can beat Aurora even while going for reckless plays?
I think so. I don't know exactly what has happened to Aurora since the first group stage, but they went from being like clearly top 4 to losing 7 out of 8 of their last
top 4 to bottom 8.
Bottom 8. Maybe there's a bit of like a honeymoon period thing going on there where they just really enjoyed playing with Lornoff. People didn't have enough time to figure them out in their drafts when they, have this player. But oftentimes when a player joins a team, even if it's temporary, you figure out like the 1 or 2 heroes that you need to ban against them. You figure out that you need to focus this guy or go get the runes, like one thing like that, and it can sometimes like break apart the entire game. OG, on the other hand, I know they're not playing, but they seem to have like the opposite, where Tomato joins, people haven't really exactly figured them out. They've adapted as things have progressed. So it's a question of, can Aurora do that in this series? Because I think if they don't and they just stay at the baseline that they're at, Extreme Gaming, with where they're at, because their OG series was very close, they're just the better team.
Another thing about Aurora that I'm missing is I feel like 23 Savage in the group stage, he was kind of owning. In all the last games I've seen, I feel like he was very quiet. Maybe they can like change his hero a bit. Maybe some. Whenever I see a
less social media, less Facebook.
No, he's playing FIFA. That's the problem. He's
Is he
addicted
really?
to FIFA. Yeah, Bepum Dacha, the guy is
a footballer.
He's a footballer.
FC. It's called FC now.
Yeah, he's like competitive level at it.
Jeez.
He was like top 100 in SEA or something.
Doesn't that just mean you spend a lot of money? Isn't
Yes.
it like a pay-to-win game
This is
now?
where all of his TI and Riyadh money is going into is FIFA.
You have to like unlock the characters or what? Like the
Yeah,
players?
you have to
How
like
does it
get
work?
cards. It's like, I think people don't really
Well,
like
you can
play
easily
the
get a
million
card in FIFA.
Yeah, the
like,
David Beckhams and stuff.
The
you can
$1
easily get a
million
red
Messi.
card.
Yeah.
a holographic. Oh man, I don't know how to pronounce MBAPPE. How do you pronounce Mbappe? Is that how you
Mbappe.
pronounce it? I don't watch European
He would
sports.
know.
Kylian Mbappe, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That was
Probably not
cool.
the
Say it again.
French pronunciation, but yeah, it's good.
Say it again.
No, you say it.
I can't pronounce that. I have
course
no
you can.
connection to French whatsoever.
You're very romantic.
Let's
Ross.
dive into that.
Don't be so hard on yourself. There's no need to dive into it, Jenkins, because the draft is upon us in just 5 seconds. Will we see some terrible last picks out of Aurora yet again, Kazu? And also, the thing that you had talked about way back a few days ago was Aurora has, on average, the longest game time of anyone else in Group Stage 2.
Yeah, because they love their scaling. You know, they also love holding the high ground with their techies and whatnot. But to go back to the 23 Savage point, when teams aren't doing well, I think a carry that can make it a lot easier are heroes that can play the map. I really like Terrorblade. I feel like the hero stonks are rising. Sven, I think as well, he's just easy to play. He's stable. He can go in. So I'm just looking at Aurora to make sure they have a solid draft where they can help each other and make it easier. Because they've, like you guys mentioned, they lost 7 out of 8 games. It's time to show up because they have not been here.
Like from the games that I've seen, like Sven just feels like top 3 carries at the moment, because what the hero does, like he pops the ulti, you see him running, like no one is gonna square up and try to fight this guy, because a lot of these heroes that are like used as a traditional counters, like these BKB piercing abilities, like Beastmaster, for example, he's not picked. You know, he runs in, bam, one stun into another stun. So I think like these BKB piercing abilities, something that you have like a Batrider, I think one of the reasons why the hero is so popular, because scaling, Mage Slayer has been nerfed, of course, so the hero is gonna shine. Definitely a pick that we could see pop off in the first phase, but we could also see Dead Profit from Extreme Gaming, so nothing makes sense coming out from their view. But
They
there's a
did
Batrider.
lose that Death Prophet game, though.
They did, so they could just go Cardell, like right now.
Sure. I wouldn't put it past XM.
Oh, don't do it. Don't.
It's gonna get banned. If they, like, I think this hero is super strong, especially with the build that XM's
Yeah,
known
their
for.
build somehow makes it look really strong.
Yeah, Dragonlance into Aghanim Scepter, like 15, 16 minutes if he has a good time. Suddenly you lose like half HP on a support, you get stunned for a long duration, and there's the crowd's favorite hero, Mirana. We've seen BZM play it from the mid lane yesterday.
That's right.
Looked okay.
He did win. I don't know how
but
great
that
it
was
looked until the gigantic throw, but
Yeah, actually, you
I'll
came
credit
around on
them.
that, Lacoste. You said that you weren't going to talk about his core Mirana because
But
you
here
were
we are.
just so
It's
disgusted
so
by
bad.
it.
But they did win the game. It was more about the Batrider blinking in inside a Roche pit in that OG game, but whatever.
Why, like, what happened to Venge? I feel like some teams don't prioritize this hero anymore. Like, I see first pick bad, SD is banned. I could look at solid
Still
lane
a strong
or whatever.
hero, even though like the early laning stage got nerfed. But the hero is still super strong. This barrier damage that you do, having a save ability, still a strong laner. It's just not OP as it was before. Back to you, Jenkins.
A little surprised that Extreme picked the Mirana over Phoenix. They've been first phasing Phoenix. I mean, other than yesterday, they have been first phasing Phoenix like every opportunity that they have gotten to do it. So I just wonder what it is about Mirana that they think is better versus Aurora, or if their like idea of just what is good in Dota has changed, or something about Mirana they think is
Maybe
OP.
there's an element that they want to match, like map play. Like Bad Rider generally wants to like play the map, maybe pick people off. Maybe they want to match it. They can do it themselves.
Mirana with the ult can also
maybe
play the map.
I think Celery was on point. I'm following it on social media. He said the leap year. That's why Mirana is so
that
popular.
Makes sense. It's going to be her year for sure.
Back to you, Lacoste.
Back to me. So, hero for XXS still hasn't been picked. He usually doesn't have that huge of a hero pool. At least he didn't have during Bet Boom Dacha. Was about to mention his probably best hero besides Mars. This guy just owns on the hero. If he doesn't want to lane, he can easily creep skip. We've seen a lot of lifestealers as I'd say last 2 days, and the hero looked really good, at least from my point of view. I was very surprised how well the hero does.
Another reason I feel like Primal is pretty cool against Bad, no matter where you really go, is you have a Dispel talent level 15. Generally, that is how heroes get destroyed by Bad Rider later with the sticky stacks.
Yeah.
Back to you, Jenkins.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm surprised. This is the one team that doesn't or hasn't played Primal mid on XM. So the flex potential, of course, it's still there. It always is. You always respect your opponents. But I think Aurora is going to be fairly confident that this is going to be the offlaner that they're up against, which means they can pick a good carry matchup.
Yeah.
You were mentioning Lifestealer as a +1 to Primal Beast Lacoste, or you liked it against
No, I like it
Primal
against
Beast?
Primal. I feel you need to see more, definitely, but you know, been very impressed with the lifestealers that I've seen recently.
It can definitely go both ways, though,
It can.
because of the, you know, pulverizing him through the BKB.
Yeah. I don't know how you guys feel, but I always love, well, it depends if you can play Lone Druid, but I think carry Lone is very good against Primal because you're never really in danger of dying. I think you're one of the few heroes that can actually pressure him in lane. And if it's a Primal Mirana combo, you can't really get arrowed unless you're asleep somehow.
You can fear the pulverize with the bear as
And when
well.
he tramples on you, you can push him away. Of course, that's like foresight, but just generally throwing it out there.
It's a lot of talk, but Cardell is still in the pool.
Cardell is still in the pool,
Sharpeye.
yeah.
They're undefeated. I believe they're 5-5 with the hero.
You think against Bat Kunkka it's still good, though?
He doesn't care, dude. He's
I would
just
question
tanking
it.
up.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't like it so much.
Oh.
You called it.
I called it for the other
That
team,
is
but
still a
thanks,
call.
Tsunami.
Yeah, but I said you liked it as a +1, though, in theory.
Yeah, you're
Dude,
my
imagine-
+1.
Because it was.
You said I'm romantic. You're gonna be my +1 from now
Please
on.
take me to all your dates. You said that it was the most recent series, the OG series, where we saw the Lifestealer pick, and we were like, we don't really see very many good vehicles to get the Lifestealer into a fight.
Yeah.
But the Primal Beast ended up being very, very good at bringing Lifestealer immediately into a fight, and then Pulverize plus just Ghoul
Triple
Frenzy.
leap into Infest Bomb.
Oh, baby.
So good.
No, but
Sure.
the Primal Beast is a good one because he doesn't need an item to go in.
Right.
Like you might pick up a Blink Dagger later on, but looks really good. And this is something that also has been super popular. Kezu pointed it out in his graphic tech analysis earlier.
analysis.
Yeah,
it's very
good.
graphic.
And also, like it gives you a lot of because. If let's say they go on Primal Beast in this one, Sunray, Infest could come out easily. There's a lot of tankiness on their side, but very good Razor pick.
The classic anti-Lifestealer hero.
I'm a little surprised they didn't opt to go for a Morphling on 18, but I feel like Razor is also very, very, very good. He will lane well nearly no matter
He
where
already
he goes.
showed that he's the best Morphling player in the world. Now
Yeah, that
he
worked
Don't
really well.
remind me of that game. He got solo killed against, was it a Mars? Like twice.
in the lane, yes.
That was brutal.
At least it was not kobolds.
The Shovel Kobold cannot kill the Morphlings anymore, thank God.
But we did buff kobold camp, so he could potentially die to death. Plus 3 damage.
Yeah.
Cardell gets banned out. Aurora show A lot of respect to XM.
I'll take like 15 seconds to talk about the sniper.
Go ahead.
Okay, go.
I do think the way that he plays it with the going for the Ags and the Conda.
5.
It's different. It's not.
You're stressing him out, Lacoste.
It's not as greedy as you would expect Sniper to be. You know, like I actually think it's a different sort of vibe of the hero when you play it like that.
It tanks them up also.
It's an active hero.
Yeah. As opposed to the sitting in the woods peeping until 45 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Like what cost you say you like peeping?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the reasons why I play Sniper so much, because he does that, what you just explained. But it could also be because Aurora, you did mention that they play long games. And if there's Cardell, Sharp Eye, the tank on the other side, like he could also prolong the games potentially. So very good ban.
I feel like Aurora should look to... Well, the Kanka should go middle. You don't really want to put him against Snakes, so he's going to go mid. I would say Razor has to go off lane. You need a new mid.
Didn't
new carry.
Saberlight play into this exact matchup on Kunkka into Lifestealer, and he was top network because he was making all these moves? I think it was one of your videos.
Yeah, it
Kazu.
was. But does it make sense to also do it in this game? When you see these
when you
heroes?
have like this bad matchup, there's still an option, because I think these, like both of these offlaners are very experienced at doing like some really nice things when they can't lane.
Because like the problem is, like, let's say you think Aurora are doing this, it's a lot easier to counterpick some Razor going mid, in my opinion. But overall, if I'm Aurora, I would look for a 23 Savage hero that can kind of like speed up the game. I think your Razor is already kind of answering the Nakes in the game. You don't have to super hard counter it. I could see... I mean, I hate Lone against Nakes. That's pretty garbage.
Why not the Sven?
I could see some Alchemist. I think the tempo is good enough. You kill Egg.
But Sven?
What about Troll?
Troll, yeah, we're on the same page, Jenkins.
Troll is good.
I mean, you have an Egg hitter. Like, these heroes don't really hit the Egg. You could do it with Razor, but other three definitely not gonna do it in the middle of a fight. It's the hero that can square up against Lifestealer, but Lifestealer has this, like, fairly new Aghanim Scepter where Troll goes into like madman mode, like tries to kill people, you infest him, and then he goes to a neutral camp and starts hitting creeps.
I feel like Alk will just round out their lineup well because they don't really have the best jump. Like that's why I would maybe prefer Sven or Alk, even though neither of them have incredible matchups against Lifestealer, but I feel like his team is kind of covering it.
You know what? Ursa, Crystal Maiden against all of these heroes. I know it's not the most popular hero here.
Someone has played it and owned with it.
Could be a good game for it. Back to you, Jenkins.
Still just looking at the carry heroes that, I mean, a lot of them are bad against Lifestealer. Like Sven, it's not good against Lifestealer. TB, Band, Alk. Okay. Medusa. Well, what's Extreme Gaming looking for? They're looking for a mid laner.
There's Spango still available.
Yeah, there's a lot of Diffusal buyers in the mid lane.
I'm thinking Diffusal, yeah.
And you're going to be going mid against a Kunkka or a Razor?
But XM has not played Pango so far.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, this is too good of a Pango game. If you can at least somewhat play it, I feel like you should want to pick it.
Yeah.
I could still see Storm. I feel like just building a tricore that outplays Medusa in fights where you can always go on the Kunkka first, take out the team fight, and then you just kite Razor, Medusa, who are basically the same hero. They need to like latch onto targets. I could see that work.
Mid anti-mage.
Yep, that's good. What else has XM been playing? Because I feel like this guy, he's a lot about tempo controlling. Like, he does very well, but he stops the enemies at their tempo as well.
Oh my god.
Back to you, Jenkins.
Okay, dude.
So it's offlane anti-mage.
It's offlane anti-mage, okay. Mid primal.
Alright.
So XM didn't play it, didn't play Primal yet. There was this flex opportunity, and XX says his hero pool is just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love when my offlaner expands their hero pool to include anti-mage.
I will say this is the one scenario where I actually think offlane anti-mage is good.
Yeah.
Is against Medusa.
Well, so why would do you think it's a good idea for them to give it offlane instead of mid?
Yeah, I do because you destroyed in lane. You get like an Orb of Venom, you get Diffusal Blade, You can run her down in lane.
The counterspell against a Mystic Snake.
Counterspell versus the Mystic Snake. It's actually like an unplayable lane, and then you get a free anti-mage game from the off lane. Which, when I said mid anti-mage, I was kind of memeing because I didn't think that they would swap XM to be the Primal Beast, but this makes way more sense, and then it gives them the lane of the AM versus the Medusa, which
absolutely
I think is
loving this AM pick because it synergizes so well with Mirana. He blinks in, Mirana misses the arrow, and yeah, I'm gonna go with Extreme Gaming. I think they are the team that we talked about Aurora not being able to close out the games early on. You also go for different item builds from anti-mage, so you want to fight early on compared to like AM who needs like 4 items to join the fights a lot of the time. So yeah, I think they have this one.
I like the AM pick a lot, but I'll have to go with Aurora.
No.
I feel like his lane should not be good on the AM, like against CM Medusa.
Yeah, but
he's
Mirana 4.
It's a free lane against a Medusa, I thought.
Generally, yes, but there's also supports that play into it. I don't think it's necessarily free lane.
Mirana 4, Kezu.
I think the Razor mid is also very good.
Mirana 4.
It's
Think
really good.
about it. Use your brain.
The lane synergy.
Aurora.
Blink, miss arrow.
Blink, Orb of Venom, miss the arrow.
What more could you need?
It's a good question.
Jenkins?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely I'm going to go with my boy on the anti-mage. Come on. I have to. I don't even care if they win.
You just want to see it?
I just want to see them.
We're just here for
play
entertainment.
anti-mage. Yeah, I'll go Extreme.
I'll also go Extreme. I'm happy to see them. As Seb said, they're crazy. They do reckless stuff.
They do.
What's more reckless than whipping out an anti-mage for your offlaner who knows how to play 4 heroes?
running around in traffic.
That's pretty dangerous also.
You shouldn't do that.
Shouldn't do that. But what you should do is watch game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Avery, you have been calling for it every single time Medusa is picked up and there's an offlane position available. You have been yelling anti-mage. Now, I can't tell if you were actually memeing or if it was a serious suggestion / prediction, but it finally came true.
Anti-mage.
Anti-mage!
That's what he says. I think it's good. The irony here is you're doing the offlane AM versus the OG offlane AM player. In jabs.
Yeah, that's true.
If there's one player in the scene who genuinely likes playing these weird carries in the offlane, it's jabs. But now he is the one who's been relegated to the melee stun offlaner, normal hero.
Oh, he cannot be happy about that.
And XXS gets to play the dream, every offlaner's dream.
Now, XXS has played this a few times before. There was a streak of time where AM offlane was popular, and back when he was on Aster, they adopted that hero. They played it 3 different times, always against Dusa or Morphling.
Yeah, the Morphling one I don't know as much about, but the Deuce one, pretty straightforward. If you have anywhere near an okay laning phase and you get in a position where you can destroy this hero, you're going to be really happy. And he also has pretty good matchups. The AM Razor matchup's not that good for Razor. Bat, single target ult, you're trying to lock down. And Kunkka's control is okay, but it's nothing crazy. So I feel like it is just a decent anti-mage game, but you did sacrifice some draft integrity, right? I mean, you had Phoenix Mirana, you have one setup in the Primal, but you sacrificed getting another one, and it's safe lane anti-mage.
Yeah, they're going to swap lanes, trying to dodge the AM Dusa matchup, but Extreme just follows them through the portal.
The issue with this dodge is now you have a Dusa in the off lane versus AM, which is significantly worse than Dusa in the safe lane versus the AM.
Yeah, but you still have TP. So
yeah,
they might swap it back again.
There's gates now. You can't dodge these matchups. It just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So I feel like you'd rather just be in the better lane for your hero. I don't know. This feels kind of worse to me. We'll see how it pans out. Maybe they get a little bit of a boost from being on the lane first, and you somehow get level 2, use that to your advantage, but I think XXS is going to be pretty chillin'.
Who's not chilling is XM. Not going to be the most fun matchup in the world.
No.
Razor versus Primal Vs. Lornoff is just going to be walking the dog all the time.
Wonder if he does some lane pull shenanigans or just super early ganks. Primal's a hero that can get out of these situations. One of the better ones about it, because his spells are very powerful. Ooh, look at that CM aura.
He's got he's got the pay-to-win cosmetic too. You know about that? This version of Razor does a melee hit if he's close enough. So random things, most notably Mars arena walls you can hit through.
Really?
Yeah. It's legitimately it's legitimately pay to win. The cosmetic actually is beneficial as opposed to most other cosmetics which are pay to lose.
You're telling me if I buy Orb of Venom on Razor and I walk up near somebody and I hit them, it counts as a melee hit for the Orb of Venom?
I would not be surprised if it works, yeah. I know it works for the Mars Arena one.
There is no way that is true. That You're telling me Valve, when they made this Arcana, went in and specifically coded it, not so the animation looks like a melee hit, but that it's actually a melee hit. That's what you're telling me right now.
Yes, I guess. I don't know. I'm just telling you what's confirmed fact, which is you can hit through the Mars Arena wall because of this Arcana. If you are close enough to a unit, because it becomes a melee attack.
Okay, well, that is interesting.
Why do you doubt me so?
I don't doubt you. I doubt that is something Valve did when we still have the same courier bugs that have existed for 8 years. Not that I'm blaming anybody. I'm just, just throwing that out there.
I mean, bugs are hard to catch, you know.
That's true.
Can't do anything about it. XM's going to have to do some creep pulling shenanigans, just what you got to do as the Primal Beast in this matchup.
What I expected in this lane, but he'll get away with it, and he should be fine. Very even lanes across the board. But both these carries for XG are farming, so I guess you're happy with that. I mean, if you have 2 carries and 2 side lanes, both farming.
Shinkyu, not level 3 yet, just shy of it. You can actually see Ame was going for the creep, trying to help him out, get the experience needed to be able to leap away, but no luck there. Jabs and Q will claim first blood.
Now, the good thing about this setup for XG is Ame in the offlane means he will not run his courier above the tree line and instantly sacrifice 700 net worth at level 2.
That's right. It's impossible to feed it away in the offlane.
So they've got that going for him.
Shinkyu, I guess the upside of dying like this, he actually took the bottle with him. Got the refill for XM. In a matchup where he desperately needs it. This matchup, though, is not quite going... Like, he's doing well in CS, but we aren't seeing the AM put the pressure on the Dusa just yet.
Hard to man up into the Maiden with the Phoenix here. Oh.
Jabs is dead. Pulls it back, but a long-range swipe from Ame still goes through.
That's big. This wave's pushing in as well. Hard lane for Jabs to come back to. Both these side laners with early Orb of Corrosion, they're just looking for the chase downs. And they're going to get him. Ame is pulling quite far ahead now.
Racer is also not the best rotating hero. So...
Dire's courier has been killed.
Not versus these cores.
No.
You need the stun.
Jabs comes in, Frostbite into Torrent, and now hits the X. So he's controlled long enough that they will kill XXS.
Really nice. Trying to swap these lanes up. It's Jabs who wants to get out of his lane before 23 does. We all thought this AM Medusa was going to put some pressure on, but it's actually the Lifestealer causing them big issues.
Yeah, what are they going to do, though? Because they're not actually, like... Dusa's not TPing top or not going through the portal or anything. I mean, Jabs is still hanging out down here.
The equilibrium is still too bad on this lane for anyone to want to go to it. So I guess you just chill down here. Maybe kill the AM again. Go jungle a bit. This is a dead lane for Aurora right now. Generally not a good sign.
Yeah, forfeiting a lane at 6 minutes in. I would agree with that.
And XM has still found his levels in this game. In fact, he is just straight ahead of the Razor in terms of net worth, which is damn good.
What the hell?
It's the strength of Primal, baby. He's ahead in CS too. I mean, it's hard to stop this hero farming. Really hard. Razor doesn't have the best control for that. I guess you could buy like a faster boots and maybe chase him off some wave pulls, sacrifice some CS for it, but it's pretty wonky. This hero has Onslaught at the ready. Very awkward laning phase for Aurora, but still doing fairly okay, I suppose. The big question is that good enough going into this AM pick?
Are you high? Is he going to sneak it? All he's set up here. He spots DY. See if you can outclick him. Oh, think he might have done it a little bit too early there. DY actually takes a lot of damage from the Ancients, and yeah, he's dead. He's hoping the Ancients will take the kill instead, but it'll be the Torrent. No, Frostbite cleans it up.
More action for Jabs. Doesn't have to go back to that Lifestealer lane, so he feels good about it.
What's XM doing here? Hanging out?
Doing a little pounding.
Grounded pound.
Another quiet early game here. I mean, not a lot of kill action for XG in this lineup. Maybe you walk someone down a lane, but it's pretty much only the Primal who's going to set up anything, get anything done, enable the supports. And again, he's been relegated to this weird lane where he's pulling and he is finding a decent amount of gold, but no early power runes to use. No real damage threat into this Razor.
Yeah, Aurora making double support rotations, try and secure 8-minute power rune. That leaves Jabs alone against 3. TP out, though. Well played. Good read.
Too good. Now the next level plays you X yourself there, so you go full heal and then come back.
I was thinking about that, but there's no way that would. You would just come back and die, surely.
Yeah, but then you bring the whole team and you bait them in.
Oh.
Truly the next level play.
We're going to see a lot more of these slower laning phases. If Dusa starts getting picked up more and Lifestealer continues to be picked.
Yeah, this is going to be a farm-heavy game. It's going to be a slow build into that mid. There's just too many carries in this game. Razor, Medusa, AM, Lifestealer. This is like a turbo match or something. You know, I don't know, maybe Aurora trying to get out of low priority or something. XXS got relegated. We're all just doing each other a favor here.
Aurora's just trying to pull everybody else into the C pub meta.
I'm serious. If you saw these 10 heroes like 4 or 5 years ago, you'd think it was either a misclick or somebody's griefing or somebody got high before the match and like misdrafted a hero. Makes for some high octane pace though, I'll give him that. That's for sure. I mean, it's gonna come down to, I guess, to which supports get activated first here. You do have some fast supports, particularly on Aurora. This Batrider, we've seen it be explosive the whole tournament. If you just farm fast Blink, just start running around making lasso plays. What is XG really doing against it? Not much.
I think this is the worst for Primal Beast, surely. Like, that is an active hero that wants to go to side lanes and get kills, and there doesn't, so far, hasn't been an opportunity to do that. It's gone top once, ran into the Dusa, goes top again with the Invis rune, but lane's already pushed in, and Jabs is backing away, so...
Yeah, his windows just haven't been hit by XM this game. I mean, granted, there wasn't anybody top for a long time either, so... That also makes it more difficult. I'm surprised Jin-Q went Earn in a game like this, honestly. Not just Midas or something.
Just because you can't get any charges?
Yeah.
Going for Jabs now. He prelays a Torrent, but it doesn't actually land. XM sidesteps it, hits the Pulverize onto Jabs, and they'll finish him off. On the side, Ollie hits a pretty nice freezing field with the Razor coming in as well. A lot of heroes are low here. The Axe pullback onto the Primal Beast means Lorinoff can take advantage of this. He just needs enough. He's just going to follow him. Plasma Field will finish him off in the end. Ame. You can maybe get some hits in on Q. Arrow lands. They'll get that kill.
The combination. The Ghoul, Frenzy, Orb of Corrosion into the arrow. Into the, off the map.
Yeah, who said he didn't have arrows set up?
Puppy talked about the Batrider counter. It was Ame with Ghoul Frenzy.
What do you think you still build as offlane AM?
I mean, you can go the Diffu route. I think Vanguard's pretty dead. Would have been something a long time ago.
Yeah.
I've seen some Vlad's builds.
Can he get off Supernova? He tries to go for the dive first. And just ends up dying like that. Does manage to get the Infest before he's latched by the Frostbite as the Rage was running thin.
It's going to Hurricane somebody. Never mind. That would have been cool, though.
It would have.
And the anti-mage is here, so you need to run.
Run, Crystal Maiden. That's her greatest strength. Running.
Yes. A classic Crystal Maiden death. Right-clicked by a hero and her entire body shatters. I mean, Ame got fat off this laning stage, though. God damn, he's 7K net worth. I don't even know where. Can we see the gold income for Ame? The sources, whatever that graph is called.
Yeah, how much is from creeps, how much is from neutrals, that whole jazz.
Let's pull that up.
Radiance is going to be the build-up after the armlet, which is already complete. XXS is going to be going S and Y, it looks like. So no defusal. Oh, there it is. It's gotten 1,200 off of kills. Damn.
Yeah, so... Wait, but what is... Why is this a white font on yellow, man? I can't see this shit. So 400 off the lane and 1,200 off the kill, so yeah. Just the rotations, I guess. Everything else was pretty even.
Blink Dagger, Bat Rider, and Primal Beast. So both teams are probably going to look to make a play off of this, and we'll see who clashes where. While the carries continue to farm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aurora's probably loving this, man.
We say that, but honestly, they haven't won many of these games in this group stage too, so maybe they are enjoying it, but I don't know if it's been working out for them. And again, this game, are you happy farming Razor, Medusa into AM Lifestealer? Maybe.
Yeah, the Razor counter against Lifestealer only goes for so long. XM gets the jump onto the Razor. They have the boat coming in, though. Can that protect Lornoff long enough? The Supernova, they're trying to finish it off. They do manage to get it, but the Razor dies for it. Stonegaze now out from 23 as he TPs in. They got the Frostbite onto Ame, and he's dead. A similar story to Lifestealers we've seen before, Avery. They do the Infest Bomb. He uses Rage to kill a hero, but then he has no way out of the team fight. Oh, XXS going for it here.
Surprise.
Down to half health. The Mana Void.
I am the carry.
Just yet. Now they jump onto him. Deuce is low. Hit that Mana Void, and it's a giant explosion, but XXS doesn't get it. A Primal Beast just runs him down instead.
Quick blink into X, into Haste Rune for the Maiden.
Onto him. Q trying to finish up XXS with magic damage. That is a bold attempt, and it will not work.
XXS, too powerful. Reminds Aurora that maybe you took carry number 1. But we have carry number 2, and he went Sanj first.
Instead of the Yasha.
What I would have expected. Does give him some extra tank ability. I don't think this was a bad game for the Vlad's build or like Diffu Manta type itemization. Sanj and Yasha. I guess the status resist isn't terrible here, but
I kind of like it just because there's Lasso and X, so you're kind of in some ways guaranteed to get caught. As you said, the Vanguard build isn't a thing anymore, which I think would have been ideal, right?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Vlad's at some point would be nice, but they also want to itemize for the Razor, like 4 staffs, Lotuses at some point. Vessel for Jin Q, interesting. It doesn't strike me as a classic Vessel game. There's no big healing, but this item does just feel great on Mirana in almost any situation. Gives them extra single target damage, and he's pretty big, so I mean he's almost on par with Jabs, making this hero look very solid.
23 tries to hold the tower.
Oh, the infested anti-mage. You don't see that every day.
He jumps straight for 23, but the slows and the frostbite keep him at bay. Ollie's going to get run over here, no problem, but Jabs can get a return kill, perhaps. X pull back into the boat with Lornoff coming in. Lornoff, though, has both the carries on him right now. Leashes onto the Lifestealer, so Ame has to back away, but that's enough space. It gets the Primal Beast out. The Razor not able to commit the way he wants to.
XXS wants to go back in here, knows there's no Stonegaze control. Have to be careful of giving this guy the big mana ults.
So they got to clear through the stack now. They lost their mid-tier 1 tower, so Extreme could invade in the future. So as a group, they'll take this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is Blade Mail really necessary on Kunkka? Is there any reason we can't just go straight to the Axe?
You can, but Blade Mail is a pseudo farming item. It is pretty nice in those early fights. Nobody has BKBs yet. It means you can just run in frontline a lot more reliably. I think this build-up just feels a lot better. Also, there's something to be said about, okay, you rush some big item. It sounds cool on paper. You get this like first item mag, so let's go fight team, and your Dusa has like Manta. You know, does this Dusa just want to run with you at the 18-minute Torrent Storm timing?
Sure.
Like, what are you going to do with it, right?
Yeah, it's a team fight item when your team isn't ready to fight, so you might as well get something that, as you said, helps you farm better.
Just because something is good in Dota doesn't make it right. Here's your quote for the day.
With so much conviction. Also, he's trying to do some sort of like Sun Tzu of Dota thing.
That's right.
Is this your
having
new
an
branding?
Inspirational quote every series.
Okay.
So the viewers at home can learn and improve. That's what Dota's all about, helping each other get better.
Can we take these lessons to life as well as Dota?
Yes, for $4.99 on Patreon, you can take them home with you. You can treasure them.
This'll come in handy.
Big courier snipe.
Radiant's
Boom.
courier has been killed.
Q in shambles right now. He is not used to being on the receiving end of the courier snipes.
That's true.
Now he knows what it feels like.
Remember his crazy Monkey King game? Level 2 at 12 minutes or something like that?
I still think that shit's a grief, but whatever. If he wins with it, you know. Oh, I actually, there's people doing that in pubs now?
Yeah.
Shadows.
I played a game. I don't know how many people at home know who High Shaggy is, but High Shaggy's been doing it.
He's the guy who put that guide on Reddit.
Yeah, he's the guy who put the post on Reddit. He did in one of my games. I almost removed him from my friends list. I was so mad.
But he wins with it.
No, he doesn't win with it. That's the point.
Maybe he didn't win that game with it.
You know, when Jin Q does it, it's like, oh, that looks really good. But maybe Jin Q is just good. And maybe he's winning despite what he's doing. You ever think of that?
Yeah.
There are elements of it that are good. But you need to know when to be doing the courier sniping, when to do a little bit of laning, when to not do the courier sniping.
Okay, so he did the SNY, and then he broke apart the SNY to make Heaven's Halberd. Now he's going to go back to Manta. This all seems very nice. Heaven's Halberd, like the Sange is a nice replacement to the Vanguard for early tankiness. Then you have the Heaven's Halberd against the Razor.
And the Dusa.
And the Dusa.
It's good itemization in this game. It's less aggressive than I think a lot of other builds would have enabled him to maybe snowball the fights, but I guess there wasn't fighting this game, so there's not really the downside here.
Yeah. Not so much fighting and more so just kind of pickoffs randomly.
I mean, actually have been smoking and looking for these fights, but they haven't gone that well for them, so... And they're trying to fight before 23 gets Butterfly. That's a big timing for Aurora in this game. He's very high level off these Ancients.
They're going to move over for the Wisdom Rune. They want to take this tower. Then we'll see if they go for Wisdom.
Or we'll smoke back.
Are they going to try and get the lasso onto Lifestealer and blow him up? It looks like they almost
got the Stone Freeze.
Yeah, hey, Stone Gaze controls up all these heroes. Ame is getting run down so easily. Supernova, that is way too close to the entire team. Aurora take that out instantly, and XM is trying to trample his way out of this team fight. 23 just needs one more shot, whips himself, a little flagellation to get him there. Doesn't get there in the end, but still, Aurora clean up 3 in that team fight.
Really nice execution. They got the Stone Gaze on the Lifestealer and the Phoenix diving in, which delayed that Supernova cast. They got the cancel on the Pulverize after the second hit, and then the X on the AM to finish it off. Really nice team fight from Jabs, and nice initiation off the failed smoke from XG. They get both carries.
I guess what Extreme thought was going to happen there. With Ame very far forward, right? Like, if he gets lassoed and pulled into Razor, if you don't have Infest, you're guaranteed dead, I think.
I feel like we've seen this from XG in a lot of the recent games. Just a casualness, for lack of a better word. I go back to the OG series yesterday.
Yeah.
Casualness around the pit, right? Ame in these upfront positions, like, it seems like he can't die, but then, oh wait, somehow he dies, and it's just another bad fight, and the games are still close. XG are still leading this game, technically.
I mean, hey, at least they're not picking Gyrocopter anymore.
Well, yeah, that's probably off the menu. The thing is, even with those games, I don't think Gyro's like he's not a bad carry, but Gyro is maybe one of the more susceptible carries to that sort of casualness, throwing away your momentum, especially around those Aegises. That hero really suffers when you throw his advantage away.
Yeah.
Because he really needs to be ahead of the enemy, getting these Aegises, or having 2 other scaling cores picking up the damage slack. And XG lacked those in those games, and it just backfired very hard for them, and it felt impotent.
Oh, caught a mid-dive.
Another nice pickoff. So this is where I was saying the Batrider in this game, to me, is the most reliable source of catch initiation and forcing the team fight. There isn't really a clear answer to it on the map for XG. They have 3 cores that need to continue to find farm. They need to be split pushing these lanes, but there isn't any Manta Illusion out there yet. The Lifestealer is showing kind of spooky for him on his own. The supports can't save you from a lasso, so the threat from Q here is pretty large.
So I wanted to look this up. I was thinking about it. I was like, man, Batrider just feels so good. Every single time we see it in these games, even if it loses, I feel like you're never sad. You have that Batrider.
Wait, can I guess the win rate? Is that what you're...
Yeah. Go for it.
64%.
No, that's a little high. It is one of the...
Let me guess again. 58%.
Okay, that's a little low.
No, let me guess again.
Okay.
59%.
No.
Wait, let me guess again. 60%.
No.
I don't like this game anymore.
Yeah. Anyway, it's the 5th most picked and banned hero, so very high contested.
Wait, let me one more time.
God damn it.
62%.
No!
How is that possible?
61%.
How did I skip the only one? That's
You're
statistically
an idiot.
impossible.
You had like you were right there. You're too high, too low. You just need to do the happy medium.
Wait, give me one more.
Screw yourself, Goldilocks.
69%.
10-11, 1,000 net worth lead now for Aurora as we wait for them to ramp up to the next team fight. You know what's funny? All of these carries and none of them are good at doing Roshan.
Deuce is pretty good because she just guarantees the fight. You know, like I'm not saying it's fast, but she's a very good Roche fighter.
Sure, she's a good Roche fighter. She's not a good Roche.
By the way, Manta on cooldown here as those illusions were being used to farm, so he is... What? You got X tap? Okay, whatever. He's dead. That's the important part here. Another 5-man gank for Aurora. Using this Batrider. It's been a clunky game, but it is working for them. We have not seen a lot of anti-mage doing anti-mage things.
Which part? Like ratting or killing Dusa?
Both, honestly.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like XXS is creating the deep lane pressure. Like he's getting picked off on his safest camp on the map, right? That's just not good. You're going to lose a lot of net worth off this kill. Whereas if he was killing a tier 2 top, he gets picked off, okay, whatever. You can push out the other side of the map, you kill some mobs, get some wards.
Sure, you could say space for my real carry.
Yeah. This is a little too defensive, and they're going to get punished for it as Aurora swing this to a 4K gold lead.
Okay, he's got the butterfly. Surely you feel way stronger than Extreme.
Yeah, you do.
You just forced the Roshan, right?
You want to do it in the next 3 minutes or so here, yeah. You have that Torrent Storm as well. Like, their Roche fighting is superb.
Yeah, the only scary thing is Supernova, but if you're the one in the pit, I feel like it's easier.
The Supernova, though, the thing is, if Supernova goes off and Stone Gaze is still available or going off at the same time, you just man up and kill the egg.
Yeah.
And you're freezing everybody else. And there isn't really an interrupt for that. You can't go in and pulverize during the Stone Gaze. So that's sort of, I don't know if DY maybe has to play the egg a little slow, let the fight develop. He's been insta-casting them, as that's how XG likes to play around this hero.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's actually going to work out in most of these situations. There's enough attack speed on Aurora's side. If they pop the ults and run in with Torrent Storm Stone Gaze, this egg is gone. There's nothing you can do. I hate this taunt.
The push forward. You hate all taunts.
That's right.
What's Q gonna find? Oh, Jabs breaks that Lincoln's. Now it's an opportunity while that Lincoln's is down for Q to try and go for the lasso.
Almost arrowed the courier.
Staying within the ward sentry range. They see the AM, grab him immediately. Do they have enough burst damage? Not really. XM jumped in and did the pulverize. Immediately got Stone Gazed out. Now he's down to half health. Now the Supernova goes in. They're going to focus on it.
That's Sunray.
And it's so dead. The Sunray's doing a decent amount.
Mana Void.
The other carries are into the mix. They're on top of 23. 23, the Mana Void goes off. Not quite enough damage. What a beautiful torrent, though. XXS jumping for 23, who's now completely burned out of mana, but the Frostbite is stopping him from hitting 23. They're going back in on all of their cores, but they're all dying to commit to 23. He's somehow still alive. No mana. It's a problem. He'll die, but they get 4 in return. Primal Beast almost died there as well. That was insane how long 23 lived.
How did he survive so long?
I don't know.
I guess Bowrum, right? This Bowrum did so much work for them this fight. Torrent Storm, you have to go in. This Egg Sunray is nasty here. It actually lived a lot longer than I thought it was. But you don't have the Primal Beast in there while the Egg's going off. You did wait out that Stone Gaze, but the real tale here is Lornoff. He gets a full duration link onto this Lifestealer. He's hitting like a truck right here. That's 250 sapped out. He's just an absolute beast. And he would have got XM if he doesn't get fogged there.
Yeah. One part, like Ame, he got the Infest to get away from the link, but then he popped out. He still doesn't have any damage. So the couple of swipes he did to the Dusa just didn't really do anything. And he's facing up against Butterfly.
That's a tough fight for XG, honestly. I'm surprised they... I'm like surprised and not surprised they did as well as they did. I don't know how, but... I guess it's just Aurora living so long there, because the way that fight developed, I think, was not good for Aurora. They got the Stone Gaze out early, the Primal lives, then you're able to re-engage with your 2 carries plus the Egg. I think in theory that's the type of fight setup XG want, but again, you're doing it into this really strong Butterfly Medusa timing. The Razor with BKB is near invincible in that type of exchange.
Is he going Locket? Oh yeah, he is. He's going Holy Locket on the Phoenix, so he is going to play more around the Sunray like you were talking about.
I think the Sunray is very strong here. And again, this is not a game you want to just aggressively force the Egg. So it makes some sense, but that item is... That item is very weak. Now, it can be good in these situations where you're guaranteed to get value out of your heal, which I think he is here for the most part. But it also puts more emphasis on winning these carry man fights right now. And you have double Lincolns that just came out. This could be a big surprise factor for XM trying to charge in. Those Mana Voids later on. You throw a Mana Void on a Lincolns here, you're going to be a little sad.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You've got 2 of them to back it up. We saw how long 23 lived there.
XM completing his Ags means a lot more damage, though.
Definitely helps.
So even if he doesn't get the pulverize, he at least is contributing to the team fight in other ways.
Timely BKB finish for Jabs. Really strong on the front line right now. Again, how do you start these fights if you're XG? That has been the biggest problem for them. The fight starting for Aurora, super straightforward. Find a lasso, drag them, and you have all the AoE. On the flip side, you do not want to just charge this Primal in. It's pretty weird. Just land an arrow on the bat.
It's on the Bat Rider. They don't know who it is, though. They have to break the smoke. And so they're not going to jump. Playing for Radiant Roshan. I mean, the one way to start fights is if they can get to Ags on Animage, right?
Yeah, it's big.
Then the Dusa can't frontline as easily.
It's also a vision mechanism. Way to drain some mana, some long-range poke, something their lineup lacks.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one way to shift this back in your favor a little bit, or at least have some gameplay before that clash starts. He's just relatively poor. I mean, downside of no Battle Fury, right? You're just not clearing through as much. So maybe he's not as poor for this type of build, but where you're used to seeing AMs.
Sure. He's just 500 gold ahead of Jabs, the opposing offlaner, for a reference. Just gonna keep chucking, throwing arrows out. Somebody's got to go with somebody. Yeah, I was waiting for XXS to go up to top because why not? You're an AM. You can do this split pushing. It's not like Aurora is going to go and take Roshan really quickly. They do not have that kind of power.
They can push up, though. And again, look for the lasso. These arrows been pretty on point.
Aurora's going to look to take this fight because they have amp damage on Lornoff. So they want to make use of this.
They can use it to Rosh, too.
Force the Roshan and see what Extreme does in return.
I don't know if I mean, the split push play makes sense, but you gave Aurora a position around the pit, which is where their lineups are really happy. Arrow will help stun Rosh. So Moonlight Shadow is going to be the answer, but they have all the vision in the world.
Q sees the heroes approaching, makes the run for it, doesn't actually hit the flame break, gets grabbed. He's fine though, he has BKB, arrow comes out, actually hits the Dusa. Lasso's gonna pull back the Primal Beast, they're gonna start draining onto him. All that damage being soaked up, Lornoff getting bigger and bigger with the X pullback, they easily bring down that Primal Beast. Ame tries to get into the mix, but the Torrent Storm scares him back almost immediately. They stay outside of the range of the Supernova.
I mean, you're gonna have to try and steal the Aegis here.
It's only option. Team Line getting a little vision. Ame getting into the pit now. Oh, he got onto the Dusa and blew her up so easily. Roshan's about to die. Who's going to get the agent? It's going to be DY who managed to pick it up. Lornoff and Jabs. Jabs going to be left behind. He ends up dying. The Phoenix does lose that Aegis. Chasing after him, XXS, and he's got Ame inside of him right now, so he could definitely catch up to Lornoff, I think.
Yeah, they're going to catch him here.
Can he get the one hit that he needs to slow him down? There it is. Ghoul Frenzy slows him down, and they've got him dead. Aurora thought they had that, but XXS, how did he get into that pit and kill the Dusa so easily?
1,300 damage off that Mana Void. He just walks in. The illusions get pushed off, but he does not. And that is all you need in this game. That one connection does so much work. The BKBs are running out. Don't have that Stone Gaze for the end of that pit fight. Somehow DY is the fastest clicking hero here.
You know what? They need Shard desperately on Kunkka. Like, you need as many forms of disable against the AM in the AM versus Dusa matchup.
But that was the fight he just finished BKB for. So.
Yeah.
And now you have the Ags on the Anti-Mage. A lot more net worth on that Mirana as Jin Q continues to just build all the utility here. Greaves, Vessel, Lotus. So that Lotus is already done for the Mirana. An extra tool to throw onto these three frontliners, I should say. He's huge. He's got the Philly running. And this utility is nice versus lineup because you can just wear them out of damage. The only real scaling damage in the fight is the Deuce Razor here. All this magic is just going to get thrown into a lineup where you have Anti-Mage, you have Lifestealer with Rage, you have extra Infest HP, the highest strength gain hero in the Primal. Hard to win these fights off nukes alone. You need to connect the right-click damage, and that means the Razor Medusa being able to stay on their ground.
Now he gets the defusal.
This is a very scary period for Aurora to try and push through this and get to the next Roche, because they need these Aegises to try and end the game. Put an Aegis on the Medusa, you're not as scared about this Mana Void.
Infest gank. TP to bottom lane where Jabs is pushing it out. He's going to TP out ahead of them, but they might still get something. Looks like Q spotted. Primal Beast will grab him. No problem. So Extreme now up by 6K. They're going to get another Aghanim Scepter here. Another spicy one. I was wondering, Lifestealer versus Dusa, what do you really build up? And it's been kind of the normal stuff. Armlet, Radiance. They got a Lincoln's because of the Razor. But now, Aghanim Scepter.
And they already had two Halberds between the Primal and the Anti-Mage. So, yeah, this is a lot of evasion, right? You have double Halberd, Elven Tunic on some of these heroes. Then you add that Radiance Burn on top of it.
Another way to break the link as well. Like you're one-on-one against Razor. You can just hop inside the Razor.
There's a lot of disarm and evasion mechanisms going for Extreme right now. They've itemized really well to just make this Medusa's life as miserable as possible. And then as a byproduct, you're making the Razor's life harder as well. These things all overlap.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is
Time for some tier 4s. Time for XM. He can use his BKB and try and onslaught his way out of here.
Actually traded BKBs with jabs. Not even necessarily that sad about that.
Yeah, why did Jabs use his?
I think he was trying to run and get a follow-up X. Not able to connect it, and I mean, now XG are kind of cruising here. In control of the map. Their carries are getting big. Have the utility for the Razor and the Medusa. MKB for 23. That is absolutely necessary here.
The way things are going, though, it's going to be a while until he gets it. Gem pickup for the Bat Rider. I mean, there is a lot of aggressive vision that they're probably going to have to contend with the way that Extreme owns the map right now.
They're just farming, waiting for the next Roche. See what Aurora can get in that meantime to try and prepare for that fight. A refresher for Lornoff would be big. Would be really big here. He's the one hero that I don't think they can focus down that fast. So he should have a pretty free fight in terms of getting links off. You get that refresher, you get 2 links, 2 of these storms going. Might just carry that fight.
Radiant's middle tower.
Why are all games going late now? Right? Like, there was a general trend last year of, like, games were going a bit later, and then Gaming Gladiators came in. We're like, we're going to play, 25-minute Dota.
Dire are scanning.
And it worked for a bit, but we've kind of gone back to average game length being like 40, 45 minutes, right?
Oh, they found the Razor.
Lordoff is the perfect target for them to get first. Stonegaze goes out, trying to stop these heroes from going onto the Razor. It actually latches onto the Primal Beast for now. Can't really... Oh, the lasso comes a little bit too late. They had the static link on him, but now, without that, Lordoff doesn't feel strong enough to keep going. XXS goes straight in there, blinking after these heroes. They're still trying to fight. Lornoff comes in with another plasma field, but I don't think you want to keep taking this one. Refresh, maybe a second round of his ultimate. XXS is running low on HP. Onslaught's on out of there. They can't really fight into Ame right now. He's chomping on a jabs. Mana Void goes up and pops jabs in the process. 23 is totally out of mana. He's using that disperser and keep running, though. Even through the open wounds, they can't catch up to him.
That was an absurdly chaotic fight. All these carries just mashing into each other, and almost nothing happened as a result somehow. This Primal Beast is absurdly tanky without that MKB on the Medusa. There's the MKB. I think XM dies if they had that on 23 in that fight. With the lasso drag back, you had Freezing Field zoning some heroes. Egg zones Aurora away from that high ground. And Ame, he gets a decent amount of damage in, but can't really clean anybody up here. Just trading out the deeps. I mean, that's a almost 30,000 damage fight and you killed 1 hero.
Yeah, it's
pretty absurd.
I mean, it's just a draft thing, right? You run double carries on both sides of the map, and then you also have cores that are pretty tanky as well.
I do think this MKB timing is really important for Aurora, though, because your Medusa's not going to get too much stronger in this game. You can get a Divine later, you can get some Bloodthorn action, I don't know, whatever he wants, but in terms of changing how these fights are going damage-wise, this is a power spike. You need to make it work into this next Roche before this AM and Lifestealer both just get fully kitted in. I mean, maybe Razor can make up some of that scale, but the way these fights are going, it looks like it's just very dangerous. That AM goes in. If he finds the big Mana Void, that fight could just collapse instantly. Very spooky.
I mean, the Razor is going to hit a really big bump when he gets that 25 talent.
That is also true, yeah. This hero scales very hard. We're seeing this hero kind of surge back in the meta. And it's for good reason. His scale's still very solid. He punishes a lot of these melee heroes. His itemization is a lot better now. You were asking why these games are going later. Benefits heroes like Razor. Well, I mean, 2 big reasons, right? Aura's got nerfed, and Zoo got nerfed.
Okay.
The 2 biggest factors driving those games being really fast for the past 2 years was Zoo offlaners pushing the tempo really hard, They're also some of the best aura buyers, but auras also let you push objectives, go higher on it, and compound your advantage a lot more. 10k gold lead with individual items, not going to go high ground. 10k gold lead with auras backing up a Alchemist or Terrorblade, it goes high ground.
Sure.
So as some of these auras get nerfed, as some of the zoo is just completely gone, you're back in this meta where you have a bunch of single target damage cores, people itemizing a bit more greedily. It's not universally true, but on average it's slightly more true, and it just prolongs games. Because you're better at killing and fighting than you are pushing. As we see here, what is the path to victory for both these teams? It's killing each other. Killing the enemy carries. You're not just going to hit a timing and then, oh, let's go down a lane, guys. I have my halberd.
Arrow trying to get some vision around here. They got the Wisdom Rune. It's not enough for level 25 on Lornoff, but he is close. He is so close.
He wants it before the next fight. That'll also coincide with his refresher coming off cooldown. And you're kind of just praying it's a long Roshan spawn. Roshan is up, by the way. This is a situation where XG could just do it. They're instead going to force the fight.
Okay, they got the level 25 on the Razor, so they're good to go there. Level 25 is almost here for a couple other heroes, though. Ame being the one likely to get it first.
Well, they're going to smoke to the rune. They still have a bottle on the Razor. He's going to get a shield rune. He might be the strongest hero in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, with a shield rune,
yeah, I think he is. So damn tanky, does so much damage. And the damage that he's stealing, the attack speed he's stealing is debilitating for these heroes if he can land it on the AM or the Lifestealer here.
I mean, this is one of those games that is very decision heavy, right? Like the decision that Lornoff makes when he links and who he links is so important, because if he screws up one of those links, I think it just kills your team fight.
And you're going to have to rely on the refresh in the round too. Very dependent on who this bat grabs as well, because if you grab somebody, you pull them in, which was XM last fight, you do have to kind of link that target. Illusions getting thrown out. Very obnoxious.
They just don't have the damage to kill him quickly, so they are fully valuable. Want to micro that one? No? Okay. Except just charges into the trees, immediately pops. Lornoff is here on the front lines with the shield rune, so
Arrow
I don't think
on
he's too afraid of this one. Arrow is on 23, and the full duration. Oh, it's going to be a mana void. It's going to be a big one. He pops the BKB, doesn't actually quite die, and he managed to get off the Stone Gaze too. Somehow they weren't able to execute him, and now they're able to turn around. AM is dead. Ame's trying to make his way back. You try to get in there, but it's not going to work. They still have to back out, though, with 23 having no mana and Lornoff no longer having his BKB. The XM Primal Beast is a terror, and he is beasting down Lornoff right now, trying to Manta Dodge. It's not going to work for you. You can drain the damage, but it'll come eventually for you. A third hero in Ollie will close out the fight. A 1-for-3 exchange. Maybe they don't kill the Deuce Up, but it does break Aurora all the same.
I mean, what is there to say, right? Hit arrow, win fight. Jin Q, man don't need no setup. Makes his own setup. I'm just going to land a 5-second arrow on enemy carry, guys. Good, go win the fight for me, thank you.
What a monster.
That was just nasty. Now, some of that was set up by sending the AM illusions in, pushing Aurora back from that spot, doing a little vision scouting, but that is just a sick arrow. And this, even though you don't kill 23 there, the fact he's out of mana, that's good enough for the rest of the course to win the fight. Still a good turn by Aurora to make the most out of a rough situation. You're linking the Primal, not the best target to get the damage from, but it does power the Razor up here, and then you're able to turn all that damage into the Anti-Mage when he gets Lotus lassoed here. And at this point, the fight doesn't necessarily look so bad for Aurora, but 23 cannot turn. He does not have the mana capacity to fight these cores, and then you're just in a situation where you have to run. The Razor's already used everything, and man, XM has been a beast in these engagements. They just don't have an answer for him.
And he's only getting stronger, has a Shivas now. Oh my god.
Yeah, he took a Aesthetics cap. He has like 50 innate base regen, just running around in these fights, living forever off the uproar, defense capability, getting the damage out off the Ags. Like you said, now he has the armor and on top of the evasion to go into it. Hero is so damn tanky right now. I don't really know how you kill him outside of you have Eye of the Storms melting his armor and then 2 of your cores laying into him.
Yeah. I mean, that was the time that they kind of did it when he dove into the tier 2 bottom on Aurora. Right? Dove in. Lasso came a little late, but they did manage to basically Eye of the Storm zap him for quite a bit.
That's the type of situation you need. But I don't think, for example, you can lasso him first, especially with aesthetics cap. But even without it, I don't think you want to go on this primal. It's not going to end well for you.
I mean, they just have a damage problem. I think the only solution is Divine Rapier for 23. This guy is just not enough of a threat.
Maybe. Refresher on DY? Okay. 2 eggs. More protein than 1 egg.
What's the Q doing? He's got to cut
a
away.
little scouting. It's almost level 25 on the primal too. Got a lot of XP off that fight. Chasing down this level 25 Razor.
Three minutes with an Aegis. Can you go high ground against Batrider Kunkka, though? I mean, Batrider Dusa is also a problem, right? You hit the last, you pull them into tier 4s, but then they also get Stone Gaze stunned at the end of it.
If I'm Aurora, I'm not opposed to Lincoln's Break dragging this Lifestealer back. Yeah, if they want to siege it. I don't think that's a bad fight setup. They're going to try and protect him here, Lotus.
Lotus and Lincoln's. How you gonna? Oh, XM is just in like that. My God.
This might be a little too manly.
Now they're gonna go ahead. Yeah, if he's gonna dive in that deep, you could certainly lasso
Never
him.
mind, he's literally a god.
Yeah, Jesus, he is only down to half HP right now. Japs is still trying to chase after him. Now the Supernova goes down. Ame's chasing after these heroes. Looks like XXS got to the Dusa. Pops his BKB, full sends it, and kills Dusa. And that kind of kills the team fight for Aurora. Doesn't matter if they're fighting into your tier 4s, basically.
What a Giga Chat play. Just blinks past. Ame's like, yo, guys, I'm going to siege this tower. Throw a Lotus Orb on me now. Leroy Jenkins! It's Primal Beast time. Just hurls himself in there.
And he's doing it again because no Dusa, no Batrider. No problem.
They fed him the cheese as well, or he had it, so just insta refill.
They're just going to end the game. AC on the Mirana.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Add a bit more armor to this front line. If XM was unkillable before, he is showing us he is indeed unkillable in this game.
Well, you have a buyback on the Batrider. You're going to need some sort of lasso and tidal wave into Fountain to be able to hold this one. You've waited so long. A little bit of pullback there. Nothing major. Thrown down to half HP. They got to get in there soon. While Pulverize continues to slam down jabs. The rest of the team, Ame's just laying into the throne. He says this game is all over for you, Aurora.
That was a Lotus Ag lasso, by the way. So XM at the end, he gets 2 of them. Very happy about that ult going out. And XG pretty happy about that game. They got that last pick AM into Medusa. It ends up swaying a lot of those late game team fights. Yep. It put Aurora in a position where you just weren't outscaling them here. With Primal on top of it, I mean, XM just put these team fights on his back, honestly. He did so much work. He presented a target that you could not do anything to, and at the same time, he's killing everybody. So you have to throw spells on him. The second you link him, the second you pour all that damage into him, feels like the team fight's over, because he's not even dying, and then the fight is free for the other 2 carries, plural, to go in and get the job done. That game had to be a lot faster from Aurora. Get around these Razor timings, get those Aegises on Medusa, and push in hindsight. Or shut this Primal down earlier, but if neither of those things happen, that is a tremendous late game lineup from Extreme. to try and combat. And we should give honorable mention to Jin Q with that AC at the end. I mean, he is kitted here on this Mirana, and he landed probably the most important spell of that game, which was an arrow on the Medusa at that Roche contest. Just sealed their fate.
Absolutely sealed their fate for game 1, but Aurora can undo that. They just need to be able to win 2 more games to win out this series. We'll see if they can come back. First, we're going to head to the panel.
That's assuming that they aren't traumatized by getting a 24th picked anti-maged, as XXS adds another hero to his pool. Another winning hero, at least, as his anti-mage is able to solve the Medusa problem. But was it all him, Lacoste, or was it a team effort? Ame on the Lifestealer, XM being one of the most tankiest primal beasts I've ever seen.
Yeah, we did mention during the panel, these guys on the panel, they're really good in, just these pre-game segments.
Good discussions all around.
Absolutely. They're focused on the game, leaning forward. They're not talking about nonsense. But yeah, Primal Beast, he goes in, he gets infested. Sunray as well to keep him alive. So XM could go pretty ham in some of these fights. And we can see the big smiles from Ame for a good reason. That Ghoul Frenzy ability really on point. It's like they swapped the lanes. Mirana, like you're playing with either Anti-Mage or you're playing with the Lifestealer. It has to feel horrible. Like it's one of those lanes where you can't really do anything, but he still managed to get a lot done because he was landing those arrows left and right. Not so many in the laning stage, but he was also figuring out I need to play with the Primal Beast. Otherwise, like I don't have any kind of a setup. But
Nothing's
he was
gonna
also,
happen.
he was landing those blind arrows as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it definitely helps that both the supports were universal heroes, though. You can always rely on just having a shitload of damage, right-clicking people. It's always pretty nice. I think I would say the MVP of that game is definitely XM.
Yeah.
On the Primal Beast. Like that last fight that we saw, it was, the gut read is like, what the hell is he doing? But you can tell that Snaking said in an interview like a few days ago, first contact, this concept of like a hero that just maybe you initiate, maybe you run in and die and then you buy back. So it's not just like initiation, right? It's like some just idea of like somebody needs to go in, and it seems like teams are discussing this thoroughly these days. And you can tell that they were like, okay, the guy that's going to make first contact is XM, and he's just going to do it in any way, even if it's stupid. Because if he's the first guy that gets gone on, no matter how the fight progresses, we're going to win the fight. So even though it looks stupid, they win the fight because you go in, they don't kill you, you see where everybody is, you can go on the Medusa, she dies, no buyback, 100 seconds, you win the game off of that.
And also it's very difficult to look flashy on Lifestealer or Anti-Mage. Like you're like, wow, he blanked out and used Manta, then he pops his ulti, or Lifestealer, he connected right-clicking with the Ghoul Frenzy. But XM, he did his job. I think also Ame had a really good game because we, maybe harsh too much because on his performance when they were playing against OG, especially second and third game, playing in the same matchup, playing into Timbersaw twice as Gyrocopter. But this time around, it's a greedy draft that did work out because you're playing against Aurora. They can't really close out the games early on, so picking these late heroes that you can go post 50 minutes, something that they did so far. Like when they were picking Sniper, I think like first time they picked Sniper so far was Cardell, yeah, the tank. Sharp Eye, they did pick him with Faceless Void. It looked like it's a greedy, but the way he itemizes doesn't make it as greedy. Same goes for Anti-Mage. Like he's not building into Battle Fury. He wants to, just battle it without the Fury. If you want to call it with the S and Y, then
Albert
he
Manta Diffusal. That's good.
It was more high percentage plays coming out of Extreme this time. Because whenever I saw XM dive in during the high ground, I was like, oh boy, here we go again.
That's nice.
This is the reckless extreme gaming that I've started to become accustomed to over these past few days. But with that high of a net worth advantage and with that high of an HP pool, it was, I suppose, okay. But I wanted to see what else my tech analyst was able to extract out of that game. Kazu, what you got?
Thank you, Tsunami, for the Acer Predator head-to-head. I want to show the two supports in Jin Q and Q. I would say that Q did kind of own for his team in the early game. He gave them like all the kills, but Jin Q, I'm happy about the fact of how he built items this game and how they overall took their team fights, because they understood, okay, we're against Medusa, we need to drag out the fights, build some halberds, go back and forth, and we will see exactly all of these things in the clips because it's just very nice how they were dancing back and forth. So here we have this like very important fight, top area. Jinkyu first, like he greases his team, goes in, now he gets ready to also help Ame to like get him infested. He gets a bit of regen, goes back into the fight, and they win. So just like overall understanding really what they have to do. Alongside the Radiance, super good in this game against both the Razor and the Medusa, right, for the AoE added evasion. Here they started this fight with like a great arrow. Boom, straight on to 23 Savage, who's even getting clapped by Roche a little bit. But they're just kiting too, again, like they didn't fully commit. They're letting XM, again, tank a lot, then they keep running in, and then later on they take the fight where everyone, now they come in to overall just get a great mana void. They win the fight, because I think here, Aurora is still in like a pretty good position in the game. I wouldn't say that they're necessarily winning, but if they get this Aegis, they can really try to push it forward. You have another 5-second arrow from your boy Jinkyu, where it even starts to look a little bit bad because I feel like Aurora's turnaround was pretty good in this fight. But overall, the way Extreme itemized and played to just understand what do we need to do against Razor, what do we need to do against Medusa was really, really on point.
You didn't even bring up the thing that I thought you were going to talk about. What's up with the Phoenix build? We saw a Holy Locket on Phoenix. When is this a thing?
Yeah, I guess it's because he feels like maybe it's hard to play on Egg against these like kind of, you know, BKB heroes that will just stand their ground and kill it. I guess it's, you have AM, you have 3 tanky cores that go in, so you just help them out with the Sunray. Honestly, I really like that. I don't know if we ever saw the interaction of XXS when you build Shard. You can use Counterspell on one of your cores. Oh, yeah. So like when Ame runs in and he's like, I'm about to get linked, maybe, you know, you clutch it up, suddenly he returns the link. Don't know if we ever saw that, but that's also, you know, another added bonus of the offlane anti-mage.
Right, which is why we need to see more of it.
Exactly.
Offlane anti-mage potential has only been scratched so far. Kazu, thank you very much for the technical analysis. And now I've got some meme analysis with Pyrian Flex. Pyrian, my social media expert. What's been going on the World Wide Web?
Expert? Oh, Neil, you do spoil me with your titles. Well, I tell you what. I do remember a couple. Like I think it was yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
Game of Gladiators. I'm going to use the word through.
You don't need to put it in air quotes. It was
I'm going to use
kind
the
of a
word
throw.
through.
It was kind of a throw.
It was unfortunate, but what people don't know is we actually went into the files, as it were. And we actually have team comms from that game, which is something that obviously is quite rare to get. We got team comms from this game. This was the team comms from the pivotal moment. You all know which moment I'm talking about in that game against Shopify. Let's run the clip.
Quinn gets bumped into that one. He goes for the fight. They're going to buy back on Tarachio. He's going to try and get here in time, but Quinn is dying fast. The Bloodstone's not good enough. He dies as well. He also has a buyback. But Tarachio is coming into the fight soon.
Alchemist incoming.
Is this going to be good, or is this going to be bad? He got Telekinesis. He's got auctioned again on himself. Now, the Lifestealer goes on to him. He's dead. Quinn, he's trying to get here in time. He's fighting back, but Tarachio died back. Happening? Now Quinn, you know, it's his turn to suicide into Shopify Rebellion's lineup. Or maybe he'll live. No!
There's so much throwing when you can just shut up and play your hero. You don't have to use your awful mouth and just, like, play. I don't get it. It's so pathetic that we lose this game because you're just so garbage. It's crazy.
The stuff of legends writes another page in the book.
Yeah, I don't know if those are the
That's
comms.
not real.
That rant sounds vaguely familiar to me.
Sounds familiar. I love you, Quinn. We're just joking, but I could just... Apparently, he is genuinely... I've heard he is an absolutely lovely teammate.
Yes,
and a top lad. I just thought that was funny. Anyway, let's have a look at what the geniuses on Reddit have come up with regarding some of these games, especially the game we had this morning, one of the longest game of the tournament so far.
Oh, the 90-minute Spirit Gaming Gladiators.
The Suns fan and Silver Casting. Can you read these comments for me? No, I can't read that far.
I guess we need something similar to a 50 moves rule in chess, where after 50 moves of not taking pieces or a pawn move, the game is declared a draw.
Yeah, we can stop reading that comment there. Ridiculous.
Draw?
There are no draws in Dotes. A throne must fall.
That's the most European comment I've ever seen in my life.
Can't we just be friends? What's this comment?
5 blade mail plus heart on Gaiman would solve this fast.
It's the same guy replying.
Same flipping guy. All right, so it would solve this real fast. Yeah, they'd lose, mate. All right, what's this one?
Pathetic game by GG. If it's pathetic game by anyone, it's Spirit.
And so on. I'm not even going to dignify reading this thread. Listen, stop talking. Just stop posting. Please. I'm begging you. You know what? If you were in my pub game, you're like, guys, this PA's got a rape for. Let's all get blade mails and hearts. We'll win the game. You just lost me, MMR.
No, we could draw MMR, Ted. That's another proposition that we have on the table, perhaps. We can just have a draw.
Sure, let's chuck a draw in there. Everyone loves a good draw.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be satisfying? TI ended in a draw, everybody.
Everyone's
it's
so
a draw.
happy. No, I demand winners in my Dota 2, which is why I need to see if we're going to get a winner out of Extreme Gaming and make it a 2-0, or Aurora going to push us to a 3-game series. Find out after the break.
sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and throws her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl.
God, I love the air horns, bringing us into game number 2 of Extreme Gaming versus Aurora, where you were very critical about Aurora's last phase picks in the pre-match segment, Kazu.
Yeah.
How did they stack up in this game number 1? Would you have given a Medusa a red square or a green square?
I would say it's maybe on the fringe. I feel like there's probably better
It's
ones.
orange.
where they
It's
could have worked.
orange. It's a caution one.
Like, I still feel like in the last game they could have also laned different. If you put the Kunkka mid, Lifestealer doesn't really have any good matchups in the side lanes because then he's against either Medusa or Razor. This
Okay.
way your Kunkka kind of, took the L because he's going to lane against Lifestealer.
That's true.
What if they played Medusa on a mid lane?
That very good.
Medusa, just so that we can call her that.
Medusa?
Yeah.
Maybe tank it up hard first. Sounds very good, yeah.
Tank Cardell?
Yeah.
No.
Cardell probably gonna get banned in the second or third phase. This hero will not see any play
I think
unless
second. I think you got to get it out on the second, especially with the Mars. It's a great little. You force people to just play in an area. Sniper just peeps away. Against Undying, kill the Tombstone. It's just already too good of a Cardell game, and good lord, XM is just obsessed with picking himself this shit, isn't he?
Yes.
He's 100% win rate on it. 5 games.
He knows.
100%. He knows.
He knows his own worth.
He does. Know your worth, friends.
Yeah.
And adding some worth in Primal Beast as well. I would have guaranteed that would have been an XXS hero because we were saying XXS, not very many heroes, and the ones that he does play, he's very good at, like
he
Primal
did
Beast.
play a bunch of heroes at the Dream League. He played like 5 heroes during Bet Boom Dacha. I'm like, this guy I know he can play more heroes. You know, he's been always playing these like Legion Commanders, Bat Riders from the off lane.
Legion, where's that hero been?
I don't know, not even picked. There was one game where I wanted to suggest it, and I'm like,
Don't do it.
Nobody picked this hero for a good reason.
It's not good.
Yeah, first phase of bans and picks have filtered through the Bat Rider, the Shadow Demon, the Naga Siren, and the Morphling, and now the Medusa taken out. Aurora, they ban out the Chen, the Centaur, the DK, and the Timbersaw. The first pick, Mars, responded by Undying.
Guys, I know you really like this strategy. I think this is a Medusa ban, so that way Aurora doesn't expect the sniper pick to come out. I think you said the other day that this is a very common strategy in drafting.
Yeah, very common that you ban something weird to like... Yeah, people sometimes think that drafting is like super complex because what Jenkins is saying is stupid, but it happens.
Throw them off the trail, Kazu. Isn't that how it works? It's all mind games.
Haven't you seen Scooby-Doo?
Yeah, I have.
Think.
Now, if it happens now, Jenkins, I will never disagree with you ever again.
Yes, you will.
No, I will not.
You just did.
It hasn't happened yet.
Oh.
It's not how it works.
Back to you.
Back to you.
Back to me. Yeah, Aurora. With this Undying pick, focusing on strong lanes, that's what I want to see. Like 3 of the most successful teams here. We've seen Shopify Rebellion, heavily focused on the laning stage, Bet Boom, and also Falcons. So you want to have that advantage from the early stages of the game. And you also want to secure 23's lane. I want to see him play something more aggressive. There was an option to pick up, I'd say, Sven Ursa in the previous game, something that wants to join slightly earlier than Medusa. And I like this already. I think Techies, he's probably one of my favorite heroes in this patch, top 3 in terms of position 4/5, because it's one of the few ones that can be flexed. And it also brings ton of damage. It also protects Roshan, gives you vision, reveals enemy smokes and stuff. So high value from this hero and a strong laner.
I think I can predict the future here.
Okay.
Extreme Gaming, they're going to pick like some CM or something.
Yeah.
Rana, whatever. This is also going to be a support. Then Aurora is going to pick Puck because they really desperately need a hero to lock down both of these supports that are going to come out, and they need a hero to run around with the Techies and the Undying. They don't have a douche-shitter right now. And then Extreme Gaming is going to pick Cardell, and this is going to be the biggest stomp that we've ever witnessed in this
But
tournament.
isn't Cardell not good against
this little fella doing?
It's great against Puck.
Let him out.
Puck, yeah.
It's a new hero. That's the announcement.
Yep, there's the Monkey King that I talked about.
Yeah, that's Crystal Maiden, aka Monkey King.
New skin. I mean, Bet Boom at least have a good setup. Like, it looks like Aurora looks like they have a Bet Boom lineup with the first 2 picks.
Okay, good cover.
Because like there are 2 lanes, just solid. They're gonna have good team fighting too. I would agree with Jenkins that they need someone that kind of brings it together when it comes to like the team fighting, but also moving around the map.
Radiant team pick.
Terrorblade, a famous do-shitter.
Yeah. If it's a position 4 tech is mid, position 4 tech, I don't know if I like it, but you need a stun. Like, you need blink stun on this lineup.
Yeah. It can come from a mid or off lane.
It's like Storm or Puck, right?
It's a good Puck game. It's really good.
I feel like if you Puck, you're getting Cardelled. If you Storm, then the Cardell is not at... Okay, this is not at all what I was expecting.
I'm really worried for them. Like, you doom somebody, and then what? They're like, okay, see you guys later. We're gonna walk off. The only stun you have is techies, maybe reflection. But yeah, it's a top tier Cardell game. Just pick it right.
It's already good. Yeah, it's already good.
10 seconds remaining.
Like Doom TB is good together, like in terms of how they play the map, but picking it here, 16, 17, and like the same spot is very. You're very susceptible to getting your.
Would you say this? Would you say this is cringe?
No, it's slightly up. It's not cringe yet.
Is it scale from base to cringe? I say
it's on the sussy bussy.
Okay. Yeah.
Took that one from Arteezy, didn't you?
That's a very old one, but we can give him credit.
Haven't heard that one before.
That's a Quinn from like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm also fine with them taking Puck because there's literally nothing against this hero.
Yeah.
Wow.
The PL, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All
here.
according to your plan, Jenkins.
Yeah.
Phantom Lancer,
right.
3-3 right now.
All right, let's justify this hero. It's the best win rate hero in the game versus Terrorblade, just based on how both of these heroes like to play fights. TB mans up, he commits to you. PL never does that. He sits from a distance with the Aghanim Scepter, shoots spear after spear, takes these very slow fights. Really good against Undying. You can doppelganger and kill the Tombstone. You can also doppel out of most of Techie's stuff. You can quickly kill his mines. You don't have good lockdown for the PL.
If you're not getting
it's hard to doom as well.
If you're not getting initiated on, which they don't have, it needs to be some like blast off. You're never gonna get doomed on this PL.
I mean, Aurora need a hero that helps their cores. Currently, like they're gonna beg for help in the mid late game for anyone to start the fight.
Cardell ban, there it is.
Which may mean that they're going to pick up Puck.
It's Storm Puck. Like, these heroes have to come out for both of these teams. Because who has the first pick in the... Extreme. So they could leave Puck and then choose, because you don't necessarily need to ban the Storm. They're not going to pick Storm into Puck anyway.
You don't need your mid laner to deal with the illusions. That's why Extreme banned out the Leshrac to protect the Phantom Lancer.
Zeus, I suppose, is a hero that does that.
A lot of
well.
stun on the hero to control the team fight.
Well, you can only solve one problem, Lacoste. Which problem is more important, the stuns or anti-Phantom Lancer?
I think Pango could work for Aurora as well, something that deals well with the illusions and you have some like semi-initiation going, like a follow-up. Let's say Doom gets a Blink Dagger, and then you can roll, and you also can roll out of the arena, which is always nice.
I actually think one of these teams is going to pick Zeus. It's good for both lineups. Like, it's good against Mirana. You can see through her invis. Good at Monkey. You can against Monkey. You can catch him on the tree. Oh, that's banned. Okay, never mind.
Okay, here we go.
I'm wrong.
They were more afraid of it, though.
I think it's honestly very good.
It was good for Extreme Gaming. I didn't like it for Aurora.
So maybe just a Puck for Extreme out of phase?
Yeah.
Pretty solid.
Seems fine. The block pick is really nice.
I feel like
too.
Storm is also very good for Extreme.
Yeah, I mean, they
don't
get banned.
see anything wrong with it.
They get banned one, pick the other.
Yeah.
I mean, it was coming. Like, you know what was coming. I don't know if this Cardell needed to go. I think it should have been the other way around. Puck, when this hero is not addressed, he just goes ham. You have, one Doom? That's it. Stun from techies. You're not getting caught by these heroes. So you need a hero that can like either build into Orchid. And this also blocks the Pango pick that we talked about. So I don't know how they can
Tiny.
fix this.
Tiny is...
Yeah, I can see Tiny.
It's fairly good against the rest of Extreme Gaming. It's not sick, but it's very good against the Puck.
Maybe
some Kunkka.
Kunkka with Orchid Rush, maybe. Those would be two good options. I think Tiny is chill.
Kunkka's pretty good too, because you can get a Radiance against the PL, which is nice.
What are they cooking?
Orchid Radiance.
Yeah. I hope he goes Orchid, because I feel like if he doesn't, then XM is just going to go 20-0 and 1v5 this game. Because long fights for Extreme are going to be better in this game. Like, you have Puck, you have PL, you have Moonlight Shadow, you're going to dance around trees. Whereas Aurora, they need to, like, doom someone, get them killed, take the fight right there. And if Extreme gets to run away, they will lose. I prefer Extreme's draft this game.
I think this is a massive outdraft. This is like 80-20 in my book. Like, this puck is unaddressed even in the previous patches when the hero wasn't as good. Now you're one of the strongest late game heroes in the game, not just from the mid lane. I think overall this hero is insane once you get to like 5-6 slots. It's very difficult, so you need some kind of a catch. You did mention Orchid build. I feel like it needs to be done.
I think so
Otherwise,
too.
like, you're
Yeah.
not going to be able to catch the hero, and he's just going to go pew-pew.
Yeah, I agree with all the things you just said. I was definitely listening, but I also think that the PL versus TB matchup is extremely good for the PL.
Yeah.
It's like the one time where picking this hero doesn't feel like dog shit, and then the puck coming out, and that also having to be answered, and then not really being answered is kind of like there's too many problems for Aurora to deal with in this draft. So I'm going to say 2-0 Aurora.
You also gave XXS his signature Mars. Like, him and Amar are the best Mars players in the world at the moment. Collapse is up there. I would put XXS above Collapse at the moment because I've just been very
Right now,
impressed.
I agree. Yeah, right now I would agree too.
So the final pick Kunkka was more to solve the Phantom Lancer issue than the puck issue. You're trying to split the difference, but like
you're like riding the line, kind of right in the middle, and we'll see. Maybe that's fine to ride the line. Maybe it wins them the game.
Which is why you'll be the only person making a prediction. Because the rest of us will be riding the line.
I said 2 Aurora. Yeah, but 2
Aurora.
2 Auroras there. Not just one.
Give us some more Auroras.
Give us 2 Aurora.
Can we give us 2 Auroras, please? Computer, load up the Auroras.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lorinov has to pop off for them to do it for sure.
I'm sorry, Jenkins.
All right.
1 Aurora.
The record.
They took my prediction away.
To hide your shame.
Production for too much. Yeah, well, what can you do?
What can you do? Maybe get 2-0'd by Extreme Gaming. Or maybe they'll turn it around. I hope that they do because Aurora are currently fully defeated right now in this group stage 2. Will they be able to pick up their first series win? Let's just start with a game win right now. Let's get into game number 2 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Extreme versus Aurora. Terrorblade versus Phantom Lancer. You know what that means, Avery.
Oh, yeah.
Easily going at least 50 minutes on this one, boys and girls.
Oh.
Strap in. It's going to be a long game, too, I'm sure. Normally, I would say, oh, well, I mean, one lineup as Terrorblade. You can, like, actually end the game quickly as Terrorblade, but that's their Aurora side, so...
30 seconds to battle.
End the game quickly. Good one. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a slow burn one. Maybe Extreme can play a bit fast. They do have the Jinkyu Monkey King, so he's going to kill a bunch of couriers.
He's already set up for it.
I mean, surely you're prepared for this, right?
No, because we've talked about pro players don't care about couriers. Hops in, tries to get as much of a slow. Q gets the bounty rune and gets away, no problem.
Thompson?
Huh?
You said Thompson?
Did I? I don't know.
Oh, Hobson.
Yeah, Hops in.
I thought you were talking about Thompson killing couriers.
No.
I thought you had a good point. Well, this game will probably go late. They have a lot of scale on both sides. The couriers are going to die. The Doom is going to get fat. The Terrorblade's going to get fat. Then you have Phantom Lancer. Does this lineup address Phantom Lancer enough? That's a big question. I don't know, man. Looks like a pretty good PL game. Outside of the Kunkka, I guess. Could see like some Radiance Kunkka. That'd be cool. Radiance Shiva's Bloodstone Axe Kunkka.
Yeah, I could dig it.
Yeah, maybe you're killing you're killing the PL at that point. I could see it. XXS is already getting really low. Jeez. And we're seeing more Undying in this meta for this reason. Zero just dunks
trying to get a
lot of the
reflection
offlane
on
meta.
Him. It's not enough. Tango regen will outdo that damage pretty easily.
That's still big lane win for Aurora. They are going to punish this double melee offlane very hard with the Dirge. And this is the downside of this monkey strat. What? This strat only works if you can leave the guy alone. Otherwise, you have to lane it. And Monkey, he's an okay laner. But this lane is not that playable.
I mean, with Jingo, can't you kind of challenge the Undying to fights?
It's tough. Like, the tombstone timing kind of just messes you up. If you had a ranged core, I'd say it's doable. With another melee strength core, it just sounds way too hard. I think Aurora are going to be really happy with this laning setup. They have the better. They have a free matchup mid.
Goes.
Radiant's courier has been
I'm going to lose my mind this game. They have the free matchup mid. The Doombringer is going to mainly free from the off lane because he's Versa Phantom Lancer. It's just not a hero that can extract too much aggression. Mirana doesn't help you do that at all. And 23 is just going to be chilling down here with Undying to zone the double melee out. It's just 3 free farm lanes for Aurora with heavy scale. Should be something they're quite happy with.
I mean, surely you looking at it that way, you must feel that Aurora outdrafted Extreme. Right? If you're winning, like if you win all 3 lanes and you scale, isn't that like kind of like 70% of the way there?
It's a decent. I mean, I think they are probably favored in this game, but you do have Phantom Lancer Puck, which, you know, if you mess up a little, if something goes wrong, Aurora have not been super crisp this tournament so far.
No doubt.
In the second group stage.
Yeah.
Then these heroes just make that late game incredibly chaotic. And Puck is probably the hardest scaling hero in this game. You know, if this game goes ultra late, Puck has 5 or 6 slots, he probably wins. So when I say they have a decent amount of scale, it's not just an ultra free late game.
Sure. It's just more of the fact that they're not going to run out of steam very quickly.
Yeah,
right?
they go for a long while, and they're going to use this start pretty well. You know, you could even go Midas Doom here. You can spread out the Shivas and maybe a Radiance, maybe Crimson on like any of these 2 big tanky frontliners, and Terrorblade Undying come in and help you take objectives. This honestly is a lineup for Aurora that could push at a decent pace if they have as good a start as they're having here. I don't really see any issue with it. Undying Terrorblade's classic combination of early Roshan into high ground, drop the tombstone, walk up the hill with meta. Oh, sounds pretty good to me.
Lornoff got his courier sniped in the mid lane, but it won't really stop what's happening. He's got double bracer, fairy fire. He's going to continue to dominate this mid matchup. So no real problem there.
Yeah, sniping the courier of double bracer Kunkka is probably not the most influential, but the gold adds up. That's what you're doing it for. The gold and the mental warfare. Quick hit into the trees. Mind games continue here.
Jinkyu just refusing to get level 2.
Well, he's trying to give as much soul XP because XSS is getting a lot of his regen burn. So you can make up for it with some extra levels here, but...
Yeah, I get it. Just get to level 2 and then the Undying can't bully you as much as he is, right?
Yeah. But it helps a little bit.
No.
The thing is,
you don't want it.
You get stuck in some man fight, he drops Tombstone Blood Grenades you, then you have to TP out. Like, ultimately, it's not going to change the course of this lane. You're not going to stop Terrorblade farming. And he's probably going to play for the courier snipes mostly. Still has that base ward. So he's seeing a lot here. And if I'm Ollie, I want to play up on XXS. That's the way you punish this roaming monkey. Just start smacking the offlaner in. Completely zone him. This is a matchup you can do it in. There's no counterplay. Every time Jinkyu leaves the lane, XXS should get nothing. And that is how you punish this strategy. And so far, Aurora doing a pretty damn good job. They are winning 3 lanes very hard. Nice courier security.
It's not good enough against the monkey.
That's so, I mean, that's just silly.
What I don't get is like why he's even at that bottom lane. He's practically not there. He's effectively not a presence at all. Okay, pulling away, that's fine, but you didn't even really need to be hovering around. He might as well just be kind of sitting in the Radiant base.
Well, that's basically what he's doing now. Looking
yeah,
for the Doom
I'm
Courier.
almost more okay with that.
Yeah, see, this is all you have to do. Just put it off the map. Guaranteed unsnipeable. You run it off the map. If you run it off the map.
Dude, I mean, there is a point where the courier has to come in at the gate area, right?
No. It can go on off the side of the map for the entire lane. Ooh. You just have to manually do it. There's another courier on the... Whose courier is that? Oh, that's his. I'm getting I'm getting messed up by this. Now he's going to make his presence felt. Surprise!
Yeah, Jab's going to cut over, though. Scorched Earth is going out. He tries to hit the blast off, but the leap easily dodges it. They'll trade out kills here. TY gets the first blood first, though, thanks to the arrow landing.
That was sick.
It was really nice.
A little boat action. And the monkey goes down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This looks like a very rough game so far for Extreme. He's going to have to kill a lot more couriers to make up this difference.
He really is.
Get the sniping. He lost his ward too. That ward timed out, so he's got to get back there at some point. Yeah, this was almost really bad. You get that rune denied.
Yeah, that would have been killer.
He's still level 2 after the wisdom rune, by the way. That is... Whew.
I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know you could level 2 pick up wisdom rune and not level up.
That's sad, man.
Q cutting over, hits the blast off. 23. Only needs a couple hits, but Boundless Strike will stall him up. Last hit from Q will get it instead.
Aurora's punishing this exactly how you're supposed to. Just keep the pressure on the lane. Don't react to the monkey. Okay, he gets a couple couriers, whatever. You run some off the edge of the map, but the biggest thing is to punish the offlaner. That is where you make up for this. And you make Jin Q feel bad.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Then it pulls Jin Q back in the lane, but he's not really doing much. His presence there doesn't win the lane.
Exactly. You put him in a position where he has to react to the pressure you're creating.
I like that Ollie is even moving to the top side of the map sometimes here, as the Tombstone is out to try and chase down DY. Little zombies chasing after him. They know where he's going, so the blast off does land. Ollie is in some trouble, and he'll die to the coil. Thought about throwing out the Doom, but there's no real follow-up here. Actually landed the torrent, so maybe they can do it now. Pull him back in. No.
Close. Very close. Nonetheless, it's another okay rotation for Aurora. Ame did not get that Tombstone last hit. It was denied by Ollie, so heads up play there to deny him the gold. And they'll pressure the tower. Keeping the lanes occupied. Taking all the waves. And Jin Q has not gotten back to Radiant base, so the courier sniping has died down a bit.
Not sure what they're going to do to stop Jabs. It feels inevitable he's going to take this tower. Phantom Lancer losing his tower early. No real off-lane presence from your Mars. It's going to have to be...
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, XM's just going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in this game. Hit the ensnare into the blast off. Nice combo.
Yes, Net's done some decent work. Arrow for that catapult? Think he got it.
Jin Q, that final hit is not quite enough. That's okay. It's still free farming Terra Blade. 4K net worth up as we approach the 10-minute mark.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
XM's got to be looking at this game. He's just like, guys, what do I even do here? Like, you put me in a Kunkka matchup, Puck versus Kunkka matchup. That's an auto loss. And you lose the side lanes, at least that bottom lane, so hard that I can't even confidently rotate down there to threaten the TB.
It's getting power runes, though. That's something. Not the greatest one, but you get a DD or haste, you can make something happen. Ooh, nice play here off the vision.
Blast off lands. Really well played. Ward is probably going to get de-warded almost immediately, but well worth it if you kill the enemy carry.
It wasn't even a ward, right? It was just Q scouted him for that brief second.
Oh, it was.
Yeah,
Sorry, I thought that was air ward because it was so... That's such a defensive ward.
They just played it nice. Like, Q pops out. Ame only sees the techies. He's not thinking he has to instantly doppel.
Yeah.
Gives the vision for the Doom. 6K gold lead at 10 minutes. Jin Q is still running around.
This is why you don't listen to High Shag.
I mean, sometimes the strat works and sometimes it doesn't. And when it doesn't, it really doesn't. And XG are in trouble in this game.
doesn't really have the damage by himself to kill Xingqiu, so just kind of throws in a lot of mana for no real return. I guess XM did rotate up here.
I guess the part I don't really understand is there are certain games you can get away with this monkey. I think the two offlaners that do the best with it are like Dragon Knight, Timbersaw, these types of heroes that are really independent. You get level 3, you have a huge amount of regen, you can always make something happen on the lane by yourself.
Yep.
They didn't have that. Mars is a hero that wants a strong ranged forward to fight with and get him to like the double bracer, and then he's independent. But XXS could never get there because you can't fight this Undying lane. And you saw the Undying early. So you knew that that lane was innately screwed.
Maybe that's the reasoning. If it's already screwed, then just kind of like give up on it. Big Orchid reveal, but not enough. How, what?
Boat
that
did
was
not
just, what,
land.
raindrop?
Just didn't land the boat.
Yeah.
Just misplay here from Lornoff. Cost him on that Orchid reveal, but it's still going to be strong here. You can just push. And this is that Terrorblade Undying push that can accelerate this game.
Yeah.
Not an inherently slow lineup from Aurora if they choose to just use their advantage.
Good rotation by 23 to put some pressure on some towers. So they take the mid-tier 1 nice and early, which makes that whole Puck Kunkka situation a whole lot more dicey. And somewhere around the map, there's just a wandering tree that's searching for more couriers. Almost got him on the blast off. You landed right on him. It knocks down the tree.
Got the Centaur.
And he got the Kobold.
Later.
So stupid. This is the dumbest gameplay. Xingqiu is such a talented player.
I mean, he got him there, though.
Yeah, he did. Oh, nice Thunder usage. All he gets a chance to be able to get off the Tombstone with the Doom now being placed on the Mars. They can run down some heroes.
Really heads up Sunder play. Give XG nothing. As Xingqiu watches on.
Look at this goddamn voyeur just sitting there, watching all the action go down.
Debate. Successful.
You just had to have that courier, huh?
I mean, what else is he doing in this game? I mean, Aurora have been really good at punishing this strategy, though. They've done almost everything fundamentally correct. Which is punish the offlaner, don't over-focus the monkey in the early game.
Yeah.
Just win the lanes. Don't feed too many couriers, run them off the side of the map. And then later on, if you want to bring one hero to kill him or something, do that. But you don't overcommit chasing this monkey. You don't let him ruin your game. Go to the enemy side of the map, pressure them. You have a 5-on-4. That's exactly what they're doing, and they are being rewarded for it currently. 7k gold lead, 2 kills for XG here. And I don't know if they're going to get much more until the big fights that they decide to take happen when they get forced into that position.
Yeah, item-wise, XXS is going to go Yules, so if he's not rushing Blink Dagger, then I don't really know when you can fight. Like, I could see some sort of, like, Blink, Coil, Spearback, you know, sort of that kind of initiation. But just kind of walking in does not seem like Extreme can take anything. Not with this net worth lead.
I also just think doing this type of strat where you stack your offlane, who's your tempo creator in this Mars, when you have Puck Phantom Lancer, is also just way too greedy. Even if it worked here, like...
As in, you're just too reliant on your offlaner for early game action.
Yeah,
so
it's too reliant for the damage and the fight. You know, you're already playing a Phantom Lancer game, which means you want your other 2 cores to be as enabled as possible so that Ame has space and time to get to the 3rd, 4th, 5th item for the Phantom Lancer. And then you sack your offlaner. You know, it's counterintuitive to me, I guess. I don't see where these pieces line up. We'll see if they can pull it back in the mid game. They are down some gold, but nothing's over until the throne explodes.
They're about to
Learned
get
today.
that first item. Oh, Jabs finds Jin-Q again. Somehow the Centaur Stomp doesn't land.
Yeah, I just want to doom him because
it's a monkey.
Yeah, he might end up doing him, but
Blink. Ooh, guessed wrong. He thought Jin-Q was gonna try and juke him there.
But again, it's only one hero. Like, that's the important part, right? You don't want to give up map control. They're pushing top while this is happening. So it's not as if you're losing a huge amount of net worth to chase this monkey around.
Yeah, Doom is showing on the map, and Extreme have no way to be able to contest this. They are finishing up their first item on the Phantom Lancer. That's the Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
And Aurora do not have the best source of initiation, right? It's kind of like Blink Centaur, the Centaur Hoof Stomp, whatever.
They do have the Orchid Kunkka, which helps.
Yeah.
Makes the X's and the Blink Centaur Stomp a lot more reliable.
I guess I'm just saying that I think that the Phantom Lancer can somewhat reliably, like, throw, just kind of poke at Aurora, right?
And maybe you feel a little pressure in terms of if this game turns into a ratted game where Puck, Mirana, Ulti, Monkey are cutting waves and you're having trouble catching them. Could get weird. What is this?
Yeah, trying to go for this TP, and they do have a 23. They actually went for the high ground, or what?
What is he doing there?
I don't know, but he didn't have all of his team, and also why are you trying to get
I don't see any reason that the Terrorblade's there unless you're going high ground as a team. And we were looking at Ollie and Roche. You know, I think Roche is the next play with another meta. If you want to force an early high ground to get XG to come back, I actually don't think that's necessarily a bad play in this type of game, but him just being there is very strange. And XG, you can find a huge kill. They take the hero that was pressuring the lanes off the map. That's a lot of breathing room. It's going to force Aurora to try and make another smoke to regain control here.
Radiant are scanning.
They do scan out the Phantom Lancer, so they're going to try and jump Ame.
Find the real one. Hit it with the hoof stomp. Found the real one. He can't get the Doom off in time, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How did he know that was the real one?
Sometimes you just know, man.
Wow.
If you know, you know. It is a weird thing, though. I've played with players who just know. And then there's other players that never know.
I'm one of those players.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some people just good. Oh, nice little D-ward.
Oh, caught the vision barely. Really fast reaction there from Lorinoff. Got the X onto the monkey thanks to the Torrent Vision. Nice little two-man connection to get the kill on the monkey once again, but they're not losing any progress on lanes. Even without 23 out on the map for a little bit. Just jabs himself. Even Lorinoff, like even that little play, orchiding the creep to draw the aggro to not let the creep wave push out. I love little stuff like that about Dota.
Nice. Just let Jabs find the pickoffs, right?
Yeah.
He's such a big solo threat. That's the nice part here. You got the Midas Devour running. He's going to solo kill some heroes with Doom. You're still able to fight with that Doom on cooldown, so it's not costing you map control. Continue to assert dominance here while you have the advantage. 9k gold lead. Working towards Torrent Storm. Think about Roshan soon if you really want to force it. XG, they're smoking out. Mirana down doesn't dissuade them. They're still missing that defusal for Ame. It's kind of the big piece for this PL to come online. It's interesting they're choosing this moment. Maybe thought they would catch him on the triangle in a situation where they wouldn't smoke because the Mirana's dead.
May also be a little bit about the timing here. We've seen so many plays, 21-minute Wisdom Rune, but 23 Savage backed away, back to the Roshan. Take that, Extreme. Not going to be contesting this. They'll just spread out all over the map. You can see everybody's in a different part of the map right now just to try and gobble up as much farm as they can in this little window. And take the enemy Wisdom Rune. Or try to anyway. Jabs is... Oh, yeah, they know. They know Jin-Q is going to try and steal it. They're going to bait him on it. Oh, he managed to jump away into the trees. No way. How did he get that so quickly?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That was kind of cool.
That was pretty cool.
I mean, it didn't do anything, but it was kind of cool. Still gonna look for the play. They'll get the TP out. Diffuse will finish for Ame, so could take this fight if it comes to you. I don't think you're gonna go looking for it if you're Extreme.
Certainly going to be annoying sitting on the high ground. Jin Q almost getting caught by Jabs once again. Even Q fishing with his bombs.
Bait is successful. Space is created. Monkey King doing work. It's not glorious work. It's a 9 to 5. It's a grind. Somebody's got to do that in this game.
Somebody's got to do it.
What was that panel? He's a mortgage man. Jin Q's paying the mortgage right now, you know? It's not pretty. It's not fun. But he's getting the D wards. He's making the space. Working towards that Mage Slayer.
They fetch a reasonable price.
See if Aurora can break the high ground. They do have the Terrorblade Undying. I think forcing this is 100% the correct play. You want to bring them back regardless. But there is a world where you can just take this fight. There's not a lot of threat here outside of maybe the Spearback and like insane Lancer spam over the long run.
Yeah, it's like after a few Lances, maybe you're starting to get in some trouble, but
you have Aegis.
Arrow. Oh, he speared into the arrow.
Okay. That's nice.
Wow. That was pretty cool. Now what? They cut the wave. That's what. All right, that stops the push.
Almost had him. Oh, nice wave cutting. That's what Puck can do for you in this game. He can stall it out. Make this game very annoying.
Yeah, Meta's going to go on cooldown, and
I don't know, man. I feel like XG is going to win a team fight somehow. I don't know how.
Axe is almost done for Lornoff. I don't know how they win a team fight into Torrent Storm.
I feel like Aurora's going to get annoyed in this game, and they're going to run up some hill. And it's going to be some massive arena Wukong.
Jab's going to go hunting Monkey King and run into 5 heroes or something. Actually hit the silence onto 2. The arrow goes out as well. Lornoff is in some trouble, but he got off the BKB, and now he's okay. They have to reset. They leave the Monkey King behind. Extreme had a poke. Got a reaction. Not the worst. I mean, frankly, I would trade 2 BKB charges for a Monkey King life.
I mean, Ame's happy about that. He just transformed his Monkey King support into 200 gold off the tombstone. That's a Midas right there.
23 immediately going to the pressure of top lane, even without meta. Sees an opportunity to pull Extreme out of their position back into the base once again.
He has this butterfly timing. This is where Terrorblade's really happy versus the PL. Kind of slowly goes downhill from here a little bit, depending on the net worth differential, but this butterfly is when you're just a god. You can take it to the Lancer, push the objectives super fast this early. You have that wave going in. Meta up in 15.
Getting behind 23. Do they want to spear him back?
Yeah, they'll get it.
Attempt, but it doesn't really do much, and he still has Aegis for a minute.
Missed the barracks.
He does have meta, low on mana, though.
Getting burned by the illusions. And there aren't that many sources of mana here. You got Q with the mana boots, but that's it.
So maybe he's going to save meta for... Well, I was going to say second life, but I guess they're just not going to go high ground. Which... I don't know if you just want to chill out and wait for second Roshan.
Well, you might not want to, but Aurora might want to.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's in Aurora's best interest to just sit around and wait for a second Roshan. How about that? They already are looking a little stumped by the split pushing that's happening right now. Go and take the enemy Tormentor. That's always a nice touch.
Yeah, I get the second mana boots up too. That's pretty important here for the push. Techie shard, not too bad. I mean, you look at the dots on the map though. XG are out. Very deep, getting both sides in. So it's back onto Jabs to find the catch. And it's tough. You don't have much vision back here. In fact, you don't have much vision in general.
Yeah, they just got these two very far forward wards.
Yeah, this is the game where you almost want to ward your side of the map because you know they're dodging you.
Yeah.
DD in the river, nobody sees it. Xin-Q is back into the enemy base.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's XXS killing couriers though. Xin-Q not happy about that. Says, that's my job, sir.
Radiant's top tower is
Next
under
time,
attack.
please tell me where it is. Ame's just farming Ancients right now.
Dire's top
He's
barracks
chilling.
are under attack. Radiant are scanning.
This is the classic Phantom Lancer gameplay in his element. And they will doom a puck.
Perfect catch for Jabs. I mean, screw the Monkey King. The puck is the one who's doing all this crazy split pushing right now. They'll get the top tower. Ame did manage to take that one, so a lot of extra gold for him. Certainly not enough to catch up to all three of these cores from Aurora that are Giga farmed. But if he gets to Manta, adds up even more split pushing power.
And we're going to get to see what everybody's been longing for this tournament.
Yeah, everyone's been asking for it.
Where is the Phantom Lancer high ground defense? Where is it? We need it in this patch. And Ame says, shh.
Here you go, little child.
I'll give you
It's
a
like a more
Phantom Lancer.
janked-ass
high ground
version
defense.
of the PA high ground defense that happened earlier today. More cursed version of that.
I mean, yeah, this is the scuffed version of that game. I don't think we're going to see Ame deleting heroes from the game.
No.
But we can see Ame deleting Sanity.
He's going to delete their mana pools.
That's right.
Now you have to go back.
Is there a hero more frustrating to lose against than Phantom Lancer? I don't think so.
Like you're winning the game and it turns into a lost game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, this hero is so toxic when he wins. It feels like you don't get to play Dota. It feels like you're just battling illusions. And then you're dead.
There's smoke behind him right now. Extreme trying to make a play, blink forward, going on the Undying. See if they can burst him down. They got the TV underneath the arena and managed to hit him too. He does have a Sunder. Can he get it off? Ame, he's in the mix. He can somehow find the real one, throws it on Illusion. That's good enough. Ame quickly deals with Tombstone. Got hit by a blast off. Too much AoE damage. Where was his team?
They bailed instantly.
No, yeah, that's your carry, guys. That's not Xin-Q. That's Ame.
Yeah, Xin-Q's the carry.
Okay, Xin-Q's going to try and carry with his ultimate that does absolutely no damage to 23. I think 23's healing every single time.
Massive Wukong to command. He gets the courier. Lornoff, you fool.
Did he lose any items on the courier?
No.
Like
He lost some pride. And that's what Xin-Q's here for. He does not care about wins or losses. He cares about dignity and respect. I feel like he has gained some. Look at this donkey off to the left. Boom! Massacred. What a team fight replay there from production. Thank you.
I mean, if Xin-Q doesn't get MVP at the end of this game, I will be severely disappointed by production.
Yeah, MVP for Aurora. He is really pulling his weight for Aurora.
I mean, think about the number of curries he's killed compared to his net worth.
He's only killed like 4.
That's not true.
What are you talking about?
It's like 8.
No, he killed. I'm adding it up. Hold on. I think he's killed 5 this game. I think that was the 5th.
Do we have that production? Surely we have.
Because he didn't even get the one mid. The Doom killed him. I'm convinced it's less than 6 for sure. Okay, let's start scrolling.
Yeah, we got
no.
plenty
Actually,
of time.
you know what you can do?
We
You
just count through.
can go to the chart that has the kills, and that shows you courier kills, right?
Oh, right. That one.
All right, let's go through this. So, Radiant courier killed. One of these courier kills was XXS, so that's 2. 2. 3. Keep going. Keep going.
There's so few red dots.
Keep going. Keep going. See, I'm telling you, there's not that many.
Oh my god.
Keep going.
Is this real?
Keep going. 4.
4?
5.
Oh my god, it was actually 5?
And the 6 is XXS who killed that courier in the jungle.
Yeah.
The math is on point, ladies and gentlemen. The photographic Dota memory comes in the clutch. Boom.
That's the dumbest use
Boom.
of your powers.
It's perfect. It's perfect. How many people at home would have gotten that? How many?
You're a perfect fit for Jinkyu.
Oh! He strikes again. You know what? Give MVP to me after this game. I'll take it. I'll take it for the man. And I'll deliver it to him.
Okay.
On a courier.
Hey, 23 Savage has gone high ground and he's got
That's
an
right.
Aegis.
He's got Scotty. He's got a BKB being built, but he doesn't need it. Level 16, and he's getting the job done. Daring them to go on him right now, but Ame has other plans. Ame has creeps to slaughter.
Okay.
Has fallen.
He just pushes out the top lane. Lane of barracks. Is there, like... He's building a Linken's next. He's not really close to it. Is anything going to change in the next, like, 2-3 minutes? Aurora just go high ground again?
What will change?
Yeah.
My respect for one of these teams.
I thought you were going to say 7th courier pickoff.
Just admit you were impressed by that.
I was impressed.
Okay, thank you.
I was.
That's the most exciting thing that's happened this entire game.
Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. I feel like you're using your power for the dumbest way possible. Just like Jinkyu and his Monkey King. All this great playmaking power in him. And he's using it to slaughter couriers. Lowly beasts.
Well, they still have the high ground defense to fall back on. That's where Phantom Lancer shines, you know? On the brink of a precipice, when you're about to lose the game, sometimes a Phantom Lancer rises up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And he prolongs it for another 20 minutes.
Yes.
And that's a victory.
He's not rising up, though.
That's a victory for Lancer players everywhere. Yeah, but look at his CS, 313. Glorious.
Yeah, he's almost caught up with Jabs' Doom.
Look at the farming speed. This is intimidating. The Bloodstone is out for Lornoff, so the AoE magic damage is just compounding here. Jinkyu chasing his own courier.
Maybe this is some sick fetish, man. he's just a courier chaser, you know? Now he is a courier.
He's embodied his target. He has become one with the foe.
If I want to kill the courier, I have to think like a courier.
Dude, that's what I would do. If I were still in competitive and I played this monkey strat, I would just give out the loudest moan on comms after every courier I would make sure I have a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Guys, watch me. On me. About to kill courier.
Oh, he got the spear back. No man to dodge.
Arrow.
Didn't watch the BSJ.
Into the Wukong's command. Oh. Nothing happened.
They have successfully kited this Wukong. As 23 just walks into the tail end of
Another one.
Second spear
Round
back.
2.
Into the arrow.
Into the arrow once again. Now the puck is in the mix. Unfortunately, too many heals, so they can't commit to the kill. After all, he still has the Aegis for another 30 seconds. Use the Sunder.
Big Boundless on 2. And another spear, but he dodges that one.
Not this time. Wind Waker back.
That is a Wind Waker. Holy crap.
Yeah, look at him.
And the Phantom Lancer high ground defense is too much. They're going to try and turn with Coil. Is it time?
Lornoff is holding on to his BKB. He snapped it.
Into the arrow.
Oh, no, he snapped it, but they went on the Aegis. It was going to expire in like 5 seconds.
Phantom Lancer players everywhere. Standing up right now.
Pumping their fist in the air. Let's go.
That's my boy.
Lance him again.
A successful defense for XG. Honestly, pretty well played. Was that 4 spearbacks on the Terrorblade? 1 got dodged. And 2 of them were into an arrow. And this puck is starting to deal some damage. Are Aurora even favored at this point? Like, they are favored, but are they?
Yes.
Are they mentally favored?
Are you insane? Are they favored?
I don't know, man. That did not look very convincing. Q's thinking about it right now. He's like, this game doesn't feel so good anymore.
Pull
they don't have,
please.
They don't have
Pull
Shivas. They don't have Radiance.
Are they favored?
Bro, I'm telling you.
Single digit.
I'm telling
with
you.
probability for extreme.
I got a feeling.
Are they
man.
favored?
I got a feeling in that fight. Phantom Lancer games don't care about win probability.
Okay, I'm not discounting that Extreme can make the comeback here. I agree.
I'm arguing.
The puck is building up some damage.
I'm arguing that comeback might have already been made.
Oh my god!
We just can't see it yet.
It's a delayed
It's
effect.
a latent energy buildup. We'll have to see how this game progresses. They are finding some items. Remember, I still think Puck is the hardest scaling core in this game.
Wow.
Now this is how you know you are in a Phantom Lancer game. The scuffed cosmetics. When this hero's cosmetics bug out, you know you're playing him to his full potential. The double lance here on Ame. A true cosmetic classic. This does indeed give him an extra 50 range on the melee attack.
Don't just make shit up now. Come on.
Octarine for Lornoff. So no Radiance, and they still don't have the Shivas?
Another courier about to die. This time it's Jin-Q. Wait. Trying to get away. The coil cannot protect him, though.
This is not a base defense fight. This is
you're
way harder to take.
I mean, they used a lot for it. If they only lose those 2 supports.
Get out of there.
Problem's going to be his 23 is just going to go with the high ground now that he's popped meta.
And Ame will be waiting.
He's got to get out of the fountain first.
Another spear back. They buy the Marana.
Oh, that torrent! He jumped into a torrent! No way! Oh, that was an unbelievable read by Jabs.
That was incredibly fortunate at the same time.
Oh, that was a read, man.
Another spear back.
Another spear back, but there's no puck. They have no damage.
There's no way to win this fight. How much are you going to get out of this if you're Aurora? Jabs. Read him like a book. Hit him on the frame. Arrow lands.
Arrow. He's got BKB coming back up, though.
Spear back.
Nice. Got the Kunkka again, but again, he has the BKB, so as soon as that stun wears off, they just don't have any burst damage, not without the puck. They actually back away. 30 seconds left on the puck. Felt like maybe they could have committed, but I guess the range barracks was still there in mid. Roshan is coming up, so this was probably a wise retreat. Don't want to throw a fight and then just randomly have Roshan spawn early and Extreme gets back in the game that way.
And just like that, the Phantom Lancer wins another fight. Another team fight dub here for the Lancer clan.
He lost that fight.
No, my friend, that was a victory.
How?
Because you're still in the game. And as long as you're in the game, there's hope.
Wait, is Phantom Lancer not about winning the game? It's just about playing Phantom Lancer for as long as possible.
That's right. That is entirely accurate. Yes, Austin, I'm glad you see it now.
If you just play, if you get to play, like, what is considered a win? What is the timer? Like, is it 45 minutes, 50 minutes? What are you looking for here?
You're looking for level 25.
Okay.
And you're hoping that level 25 doppelganger talent is still as broken as it used to be, even though you don't take it anymore and it doesn't exist.
I thought people don't go there.
That's right. But you need to channel the Phantom Lancer lore. The history of great games, such as the Ana PL at TI, with 4-second doppel.
God, that was pretty disgusting. Never-ending illusions.
The old Shard Phantom Lancer where he turned invisible.
Well, now he has that again.
That's right, and they brought it back.
Got the Aghanim Scepters.
That used to be a Dota 1 spell.
Yeah, it sure did.
Dire's middle barracks
Just
are
thinking back on the many iterations of this hero just brings a tear to my eye. So many fun memories. Full disperser done for Ame, so he is buying out for this fight, and he has got to get something done.
Radiant are scanning.
Arrow does not land.
A little bit of scouting.
I mean, if Aurora really want to play this safe, they just sit here and they let the creeps push in. And XG is forced to make a move. They're probably going to lose that mid-range tracks regardless here.
Yeah, I think so.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Lornoff even
Heads
using
up
the
play.
X to TP in.
Yeah, really
That is
heads up.
nice.
Create a little extra pressure, accelerate that clock. And XG have to make a move.
Running into some mines.
Shiva's
Jazz
up line.
hunting for the Monkey King, and he found him. He's immediately going to be able to kill him. Drop
Is he?
the Doom. What did he drop it on?
I mean,
Okay, they do get the Monkey King in the end. Mars throws out the arena.
well, it caught Ame in a
23.
torrent.
Yeah, Ame gets hit by a torrent. They're trying to find
And
the
they
real
got
one.
the
Torrent
puck.
Storm. Boat is coming in as well. So many AoE spells. Dodged a little bit, but he's been pushed back in. It's just too much, man. That's Torrent Storm just ruins this Phantom Lancer in the fight, and they just call it GG.
And
Shit
just
Q.
like
Decide
that.
it's over.
It's another dub for the Phantom Lancer family. Another victory of the Aeons for PL players everywhere. He fought his heart out. That's all. That's all we can expect. A very one-sided game here. Almost 3-2-2, by the way, but that ends up being a 21-3 kill score. So we are denied even there on the level of the memes. Phantom Lancer robs us. 3 kills for Extreme.
When was the last time that Extreme got shut out this hard?
I mean, Aurora, I think they had a much better draft in terms of they had some tempo creation with the greed. They can go and take the buildings with the Undying Terrorblade. They can go and push the Roshans. They can use that strength while still having the scale that they like to have. But damn, did some of this game feel like XG just shot themselves in the foot right before the race started. Like,
Yeah.
they tried this monkey strat, but again, I think there were fundamental flaws with trying to run the monkey strat in this game. You know there's a Mars Undying lane that's going to get absolutely obliterated. Maybe you get some couriers, but at the same time, you're playing a Puck Phantom Lancer that don't want to play this game where like the offlane tempo sacked. I don't know. This was not the game for that strat for me. I think the strat is kind of viable in certain scenarios. This one was not it, and they just got rolled.
Got rolled. All that for 5 couriers. Shin-Q. Don't think we're going to see a repeat performance as we head into Game 3.
Well, for Extreme Gaming's sake, yeah, you better not get a repeat performance of this. Whatever this was. What even was this? What was this, Lacoste?
Lacoste, you were saying it was a complete laughing stock backstage. Why were you saying that?
What was I saying?
It's a complete laughing stock.
Yeah, this attempt of trying to kill the couriers over and over again. Let me just take out my phone real quick, because I was messaged by legendary member of Dota community, Jack Chen, now general manager of G2XIG.
Yeah, KBBQ, right?
Yeah, so he messages me and says, if I told you that the next time we play Dota together, I'm gonna cosplay Jin Q, how fast would you unfriend me or destroy your items? So that would happen, and I told him game would be over in 10 minutes because I would have 0 items or 6 branches, but yeah, it leaves Mars alone. Like, he's playing into TB Undying. He's not going to get the farm. Like, if they try to kill him, he can TP out. That's very nice. But he's also not getting CS. Well, he's trying to go for the couriers. And I think this got slightly figured out. When he first showed this during Bad Boom Dacha, he played 15. He killed 15 couriers. A lot of the times it got banned. But then they played against Team Spirit, and they figured it out. And I think a lot of players, a lot of teams who are playing against Extreme Gaming will look into it, and they will be much more careful, except, of course, the carry players, because they still don't know how to use the courier.
I think they'll look into it and be very excited that they're going to have a completely free farm safe line.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're going to get out
But
of
did
looking
he,
into
like,
it.
I know that he loves to do this, but I don't even feel like he had to do it against an Undying. Monkey trades fine against an Undying in the lane. If you want to, just do a lane. But if you want to screw over XXS, then you can do that.
It's just way more fun to play the mini game of sniping couriers. That's what it is.
Did he have fun 30 minutes later?
No, but it doesn't matter because at that point your dopamine's already shot, right? All the chemicals have gone through your brain. Those neurons have been activated. You're good at that point.
And that's also what Ame was apparently fishing for, because according to SPG, the point of playing Phantom Lancer is not to win. It's just to play Phantom Lancer for as long as possible in a game. You're not actually trying to get the dub, otherwise you wouldn't be picking Phantom Lancer probably.
Yeah, they were a little disrespectful with their draft. They were fishing for dopamine. You know, we obviously predicted the draft was not good from Extreme. We all didn't unanimously say how great of a draft it was.
Check the VODs, check the very bottom of the
there
overlay.
Was one Aurora.
I saw no evidence to the contrary.
3-0.
There you go.
You know, can Aurora even make it into the top 4 at this point?
They can.
I think if they lose this series, then it becomes very hazy, because this is the halfway point of Group Stage 2.
If they win here, yeah, they can.
They can, but it might end in a tiebreaker, best case.
No, if
Not
they win
necessarily.
here, then I think they're still good. But if they lose here, then I think they're in tiebreaker scenario.
Okay. So vibes I'm sure are very good for them after that. I have high hopes for a very competitive Game 3. Maybe we won't see the Monkey King coming in
I hope not.
from Extreme. But
we might see Cardell. Cardell Sharp Eye in the second
I think
picking
you're right.
phase. He might pop off.
It has to be in the second phase. Nobody's going to give it last pick. It's not happening.
They won't. Everyone knows Extreme plays it. I did at least like for Aurora that they open up with the Undying Techie, solid lanes, last pick on the Kunkka like we talked about. I'm still not too sure about the TB Doom, but if they have 3 lanes together when you pick it like this,
if you're not playing against heroes in the lanes,
it's pretty good.
it's pretty nice if they're all jungling. Like, this is the problem with Phantom Lancer. Every single time I see this hero, he just like loses the lane, and he's like, okay, guys, I need extra 35 minutes. You do whatever, but the problem is you also have Monkey King, who's level 2, 9 minutes into the game.
He was level 2 after picking up a Wisdom Rune.
It's pretty ridiculous.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that.
So kind of hard, very difficult. It's a lot about Puck, his rotations, and he got countered. Like, you're playing into Kunkka matchup, you're not going to be getting that much farm. And also, he did build into Orchid, so did shut him down in terms of his elusiveness. So pretty difficult, I would say. And coming into Game 3, I want to see some stuns. I want to see some stuns on both sides.
I want
so
to
you
see
can actually
fighting.
play Dota. Yeah.
Like Aurora, they had 2 kills at some 50-minute highlight. They ended the 40-minute game with 3 kills.
Yep.
There was a 25-minute window. They killed 1 hero. I'm not sure the last time I saw something as slow as that.
I feel like their lineup was probably better at fighting early too.
Probably, yeah.
Like Mars, Mirana, Puck.
Yeah,
Like,
you can go around and press some buttons.
That's a pretty good trio of pressing buttons. I mean, the Monkey King, whatever. He's not going to do anything. Like we were worried for Aurora that they weren't going to be able to press buttons in the first 15 minutes. And it's like, oh yeah, if they go late, sure, they're good. They got a Doom, right? If he can get the Doom on the right targets, which he was. But we were worried for them.
Because we're stupid.
We didn't have to worry. Yeah, we are the dumb ones here.
I'm not one to tell Jinkyu how to play a Monkey King, but what if he just lanes?
What if you just play normal Dota?
Yeah, what if he just... it was a Monkey King and against 2 melee safe laners. Get Jingu or something.
To go back to Jenkins' point also, you said, they have to worry. We don't have to worry. Like, no matter what happens, we're still going to be in the playoffs. Like, it doesn't matter for us as much, but they need to get the top 4. But, yeah, I think you should just play normal. It's Jinkyu's style. Like, I think something is really weird with position 4 Chinese players at the moment, the way they are doing. And I think Seb also talked about it yesterday in an interview about how greedy they are. Sometimes it seems like they're griefing, but...
Well, you think Terrorblade position 4 is greedy?
Yeah, no. That's pretty standard.
Like hoodwink position 4 trying to farm rapiers is greedy?
I don't think so.
No, it's just because it's about the balance. Sometimes it's good, but like in this case, don't be like a
Don't overdo it. Don't do it 100% of the time.
Why is he just queuing up for a custom game every time he's Monkey King? You know, like sometimes he can play the actual game.
I think that was an instance that maybe it was the cart before the horse. They picked the Monkey King. He went into it being like, this is how I'm going to play the first 15 minutes. XXS sucks to be you, but I'm going to tank your Mars win rate.
I think this was a car before the engine type scenario where, you know, when you're in a draft, sometimes you want the enemy team to ban out and then not want to play against your little mini game thing that you're doing, right? Like lots of teams have this stuff. Amar kind of does the same thing with his like 4 heroes that he picks, or at least he did. And then but at this point, it's like you're picking it to get people to ban it so they don't want to play against it, etc. But then you get it in your own head that it's actually good. When you're doing it, you're like, this is just really good. We can just do this first pick, whatever, we're going to own. But then it's like, wait a minute, we were doing this to get people to be worried about it.
There's no world in which anyone is going to watch this performance and be like, Monkey King on Extreme Gaming, we got to ban that.
They're going to do the opposite.
Lesson was learned for Extreme Gaming. And as a result, we get treated to a 3-game series. Stick around, everyone. We'll be back with the last game of Aurora versus Extreme. That's strange. I thought we were already treated to around 30 minutes of farming and chilling in game number 2. We gave you a commercial break full of it again for a second helping. Game number 3 of Aurora versus Extreme Gaming is now upon us. And are Aurora finally going to be able to get their first series victory? Maybe.
Maybe.
Lacoste was saying he doesn't think so.
Yeah, I said I don't think so, and I'm gonna back up that statement by saying, some of the stats. Because I was really curious, because every single time I watch Extreme Gaming, I'm like, these guys are doing really good in Game 1. So far they played 11 series at DreamLeague, and 9 out of those 11, they won the first game.
Really?
It's like these guys just get bored of Dota. They're like, okay, we're too good, we won Game 1,
Oh,
and
no.
then they start picking some shitty-ass heroes.
That's not good because it's game 3 now. They're probably really bored.
We've seen that against OG. They're like, okay, so game 1, we're very creative. Second game, we're too creative. Third game, we're going to do the same thing that we did in game number 2 because, it's kind of late, it's boring, we want to go to bed, we
Just
want to
do the
watch
same
some
thing.
anime. Yeah.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Back to you, look.
Back to you, Jenkins.
I think you're right. I think they're gonna get bored. I hope that we can see the Jinkyu Pudge coming out. You were talking about
Orb of Venom.
You were talking about Extreme, right?
Extreme, yes.
Yeah, of course. Well, we have a draft, so we'll see if the Orb of Venom Blood Grenade Pudge does come out here. Tsunami.
Back to me. Chen, Dragon Knight, Timbersaw, and Techies moves up to a first phase ban from Extreme Gaming.
This hero's good. I don't mind if you sometimes take it out. I think Aurora played really well on their 4 and 5. You want better lanes. They also have second pick this time on Extreme. It's good.
This may be the least offlane ban heavy first phase I've seen yet. Naga and Phoenix taken out by Aurora.
We've seen 4 bans of support when OG was playing.
Yeah, we saw 5 bans.
5 bans.
Yeah, second phase they also started with 1. So seems that these bans are now being more catered to the opponents that they're against rather than just let's just ban the same 4 heroes every single time. Other than Chen. Chen will be the universal ban no matter what.
Yeah, unless you want to lose, then you give it away.
Pick Marana.
When you say universal ban, does this mean
Not universal heroes, I mean ubiquitous ban.
Aurora with the Centaur?
I think
already have more stuns than they had in the previous game.
I think Extreme Gaming is gonna pick Marana
as a first pick.
Yes.
I don't think they should. I think this hero, it's good, but it's not like, yeah, let's first phase this hero no matter what. Love this already.
Yeah, there it is.
Does Centaur being on the field immediately discourage Cardell? Are you not allowed to pick Sniper anymore?
It makes it a lot worse. I think if you have enough, if you have enough heroes that go in or protect, like if enough heroes can protect it,
Vengeful
it's still
Spirit
okay.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, you
get
can
the sniper.
save the guy. You can play against like Aghanim Scepter Centaur with the Cardell. He can also, easily get out of trouble with the grenade of his own. He's like, yeah, I don't want to board your train.
Okay, I will reserve,
Get away from you.
Reserve hope then that it will still come out. But yeah, Slardar emerges as the offlane pick for Extreme. Not a hero that we see particularly frequently. And last time we saw it, Kazu, it was Gaiman, right? And it was Ace who went for kind of a weird item build.
Yeah, he had it was the Mage Slayer Rush while being top net worth and didn't really do anything with it. But I like Slardar as like a conceptual answer to Centaur because the hero, he goes in, has low armor, you pop the haze on him,
Goes
he can
in,
kind of
goes
die.
out, yeah.
Yeah, but you make sure he doesn't go out.
He does the hokey pokey.
You just mess him up.
It's also a flex pick. Like, this can be played as a mid if necessary. Setsu from LGD during Bed Boom Dacha played it. If he's playing into like some melee matchups in the mid lane, it is doable.
Mm-hmm. It's just something that Extreme have to, I guess, try to abuse. The flex you're talking about and also banning properly, because picking Slardar this early on, the problem is this hero's laning.
You can see what Aurora's banning. They're banning out these heavy physical damage heroes. So Amplify from Slardar. I always get confused by this Amplify damage, Amplify
Corrosive
rune and stuff.
Haze.
Corrosive Haze,
Amplify
there we go.
damage is a
Everything
rune
is
now.
fancy nowadays on Slardar. Slitherine Crush, Slitherine Sprint.
Bash of the Deep.
Yeah, very deep.
Very deep.
And I would love to see maybe Cardell to come out because he synergizes nicely.
I don't know. Aurora has done the same. Teams are picking SD into Centaur. I'm not fully on the train of what the hell is going on.
I was gonna say I don't like that. I mean,
I think it's fine if you manage to get a disruption during Stampede. Like you have stun already, so you can like easily set up by a little bit more time. We don't know how many stuns they're gonna pick, but
it just nullifies the ult. I mean, I guess that goes to show how little teams are playing around the SD ult these days. Like that it is more about the disruption than anything. But I don't know. That's not what I felt as like reflected in the games. There's always like a Bat Rider, some hero that you need the purge against. Like they're getting buffs put on them, and the purge is like actually pretty effective.
Maybe half the purpose is also that likely Aurora could have picked it. It's pretty annoying for Slardar. Like you just get your sprint removed. But yeah, Aurora looking for good lanes, just like last game. Centaur's pretty good blind off laner. You have Undying, solid laner.
Now you're saying that Slardar's shortcoming is laning, but don't worry, Kezu, I got just the idea. What if I paired him up with the 4-position Monkey King?
That is sick.
That's what I'm thinking.
Sounds hype.
I like that Aurora is not banning it, by the way. They're just like, please pick the Monkey King.
That means that your strategy wasn't true, Jenkins. They didn't get intimidated enough. So pick it again.
They're not stupid. Good job, Aurora. They have a
You know
brain.
what I would like to see?
What would you like to see?
Q didn't play that one. I was suggest a different hero, but we can go with Hoodwink. I wanted to say Muerta. I feel like these two heroes together have a lot of AoE control. You can easily fight. Great lane. Surprised we don't see that hero, because it's a skill shot. I think that's the only reason, because if you can look very bad, you can look like Herald if you miss your spells. But if you hit those, you're going to be like immortal top 10.
I think Tofu is the only one who's running 4-position Muerta these days.
Pretty much. But the lane is scary if they had picked it here. But Hoodwink, good replacement. Lots of spells, lots of damage. It's chill. I'll say it's a decent like techies replacement. Just good laner.
I can see Camera Guy suggesting to pick Mirana here.
I was going to say, I'm really shocked that it's made it all this way through. I know people don't think that it's like the sickest hero in the world. The pros do. We don't.
That and Pango has gone completely ignored this entire series as well.
Yeah.
It's a unique meta that these two teams have. Terrorblade as the carry of choice, another physical. Oh, they're going all in on the armor strap.
I could see the Zeus coming out here just because it got banned in the previous last phase of bans, and it's very good against TB. It's fine against SD, the illusions. Good against Slardar. He's a high HP hero.
You'd like it more than Puck?
I like Puck a lot here.
Puck is good too. There's not much to lock down a Puck, which is nice.
Didn't matter in the previous series. A lot of saves. You have Sunder, Swap, Disruption, so you can choose where to take fights. So Extreme Gaming will be looking at these prolonged team fights. Sieging high grounds is going to be relatively easy. SD illusions, Venge with potentially Vlad. You're building into auras for your TB. All that green damage extra will feel very nice. So a lot of illusions. They need a hero that can clear those illusions, because right now you have Puck, you have Centaur. It's not enough. We've seen a lot of Hoodwinks going for more like carry-oriented build, getting up the Maelstrom, banging out the Gleipnir. So that's definitely the build that I want to see on Q. And Cardell will be banned out one more time. Like so any AoE that could work for 33. So what are we looking for, Jenkins? Back to you.
AoE for 33. That is not a guy that's...
why is 33?
No, he's
23, sorry.
20, okay.
My bad. There was nothing behind it.
PL.
Look good.
Looked really good against the Terrorblade. Nah, that really, I think, dissuades you from going for the PL in general. You see a bad PL game, and you're like, oh yeah, I understand why nobody plays this hero anymore.
It's not that easy to find, I feel like, this pick for Aurora. Like, I'm thinking of this hero that does lane with the Undying. You want kind of a guy.
Morphling?
It's like...
Sounds good.
I feel like.
I mean, there's a lot of those, because like there's still Faceless Void, great against DB, but then you'll be picking Faceless Void into SD, Venge, that doesn't feel great. You're also playing into Slaughter. I think it needs to be ranged, semi-ranged. What about, like, Troll also gets kited, but...
Radiant team ban.
We have seen Troll against TB do extremely well. Like, the Troll ulti versus Sunder this is a 100% Troll favored matchup.
It's not an easy pick, by any means, for Aurora.
Yeah, Troll destroys Slardar too. This like has to be Troll,
I
right?
like Troll.
This
I
has
liked
to
your
be Troll.
Morphling suggestion, but that got banned. You're onto something today, Jenkins.
You are.
You're okay doing Troll if you're getting demonically purged by Shadow Demon?
It's not easy. Like, any carry will get demonic purge in a fight, so I think it's going to be pretty difficult. You have Stampede, that's nice. You have Grab Ally. Maybe.
Probably.
Eventually, yeah.
Why do they ban the TA?
I mean,
maybe just because it's good against Puck.
TA goes mid against Puck, yeah.
Goes mid, gives them another way of like dealing with the buildings. This could be very speedy Extreme Gaming lineup.
I don't see anything else that's incredible. Maybe Wind Ranger. I know it's into SD, but you have Stampede to cover you if it does ever get purged. And
Was
you would
thinking
also
about that
lane
one,
well
but
against
nothing
Slardar.
feels good into SD. That's the problem.
Yeah, I can't find his pick that wows me. I feel like Troll is probably the one we mentioned that would feel the best.
That's like the best one. I mean, there is like Alk, and you could try to out-tempo, but then you're picking Alk, and you can't do that.
Yeah, I don't want to play it into Slardar, I
Gets
guess.
destroyed by Slardar.
I'll
and
give you
TB.
something spicy for Extreme Gaming. Husk.
Husk. From the Husk.
Give him the Husk.
Assassin gets picked up as the carry of choice for Aurora. Suppose, actually, what's the plan here? Is it the Revenant's Brooch build against a
It
high
should be,
armor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You lane with Undying. I think it's good, but I would say it's a volatile pick. It can easily go wrong into the lane you will play into, or like in the mid game.
They have a lot of options, I would say, on Extreme. Void Spirit also feels nice. You can also go for Kunkka, great against Stampede, so you'll have something in that department as
That's
well.
the PA as well, from super far away.
Very easy. You give, like, if you manage to get the boat off, that's going to be a lot of protection against the burst damage from PA. I think there's a lot of options for Extreme Gaming that does look good at the moment.
What, were I hearing my casters yell off in the distance? Casters, did you say something?
Team Mage.
And Team Mage?
Yeah, Aim's really good against PA, so that we'll see that one. It is
Void
the Void
Spirit.
Spirit.
I like the matchup against Puck. I like that the two supports, like if they are getting jumped, they're gonna die. You'll build, like the new build, you skip the Mage Slayer, so you're basically just going for the Aghanim Scepter pretty much. You can throw in like one or half an item, get some Yasha, whatever. But it feels good. I think I like Aurora's draft the best out of 3 so far, but I'm still gonna give advantage to who's playing Extreme Gaming. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Extreme Gaming for Lacoste. Jenkins, who you like?
This is a 15-0 for Aurora. Of course, I really think the PA last pick, Revenant's Brooch build. Before people would say, this is Terrorblade, this is a high armor hero. He can't be bursted, he can get off the Sunder. This is a counter. Bullshit. Things change in Dota Tsunami. There are patches. Nobody knows what beats this Revenant's Brooch build on PA, and I'm starting to think
it's the new
not much
Tier
other than
5 neutral item.
Other than Gaming Gladiators.
Then he turns
earlier
it off.
today.
He turns off the Revenant Brooch, deals physical damage.
And you're dead.
Dead.
I will go with Aurora just because I want to see the PA do well, and I feel like he will be set up by the Centaur Hoodwink. They're gonna destroy Ame's TB in the lane.
And of heroes, or of carry picks to get abused by Shadow Demon, PA can probably tolerate it the most.
Yeah, I guess you can hide, you can kill him.
Toss some daggers.
You better not show.
Better not show.
Yeah.
Better not choke, yeah.
Better not choke.
Jenkins, what do you want to say?
I just want to make it seem like that's what I just say. I got nothing.
Give me an Aurora, because I want this group stage to be competitive. I don't want us to already have one of the eliminations on the table and be like, all right, well, all these games don't matter anymore because Aurora's already eliminated. No, keep it competitive in this group stage too. It's only the halfway point after all. Friends, let's get into game number 3 of Extreme Gaming versus Aurora.
Here we go. Game 3 of Aurora versus Extreme. And Phantom Assassin's about to drop some sweet hot justice on Extreme Gaming. Pew, 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 pew. What? It's dagger time, baby.
Just enjoy the moment. That's giving me vertigo. Thank you for that intro. I enjoy those a lot. I do not enjoy that a lot. High ground hold from Aurora.
Oh, Ame. Oh,
he knew.
He knew.
He's
Man, it's too good. Reading you like a book.
This guy's a good player.
They're gonna still fight for it.
Smoked.
The late smoke.
The trap's been set.
Disruption into not crush, instead into a bushwhack.
The reverse trap.
He does manage to get the crush off, and they manage to get the first blood onto Ollie instead. 1-for-1 trade up, but now Jab's gonna get low. That's gonna be a second kill going the way of Extreme Gaming. All of that without their mid laner.
It's a bloodbath. But the real winner is Ame, ladies and gentlemen. He reaps the most of all those rewards.
Yeah, him and the Shadow Demon, damn.
Yeah, those blood grenades did work. Also, it was a stick on the Slardar that allowed him to survive, which meant they get the first blood. Itemization pays off, Austin. I think that is the lesson of the day.
Also, later smokes.
Yeah, that was a weird smoke. I guess after the reveal, they just go for it. They feel like they have the stronger level 1 all-in off the Shadow Demon Disruption. But honestly, that's a scary fight into Undying Centaur with a bushwhack behind. I think Aurora's draft looks pretty damn solid. This is one of the better ones I've seen out of them. It has everything, and the scale's very scary with PA Puck late game. And their lanes look really good. PA Undying on one side, Hoodwink Centaur on the other. Those are some scary side lanes. Mid's going to be more of a wash, I think, but I don't think either team really cares about it. It's more what these heroes do in the mid game. But I'm pretty confident that Aurora are going to have solid side lanes here. Maybe that first blood skews it a lot, though. It's a lot of extra gold for Ame and then the Shadow Demon on the other side to play around with.
What about the synergy of Extreme, though? They got some big physical damage minus armor combo.
Tombstone, level 2, TP out.
Shin-Q just TP's away. He's good, he's good.
Yeah, very heads-up play. Boots first as well, so buys a little extra cap. Yeah, their synergy is pretty nasty. They have Shadow Demon into the Remnant. SD Void Spirit is pretty nice setup combination. You throw the nuke on him, huge amount of burst damage. You have Venge Terrorblade, speaks for itself here with just the physical mitigation on top of the physical amp. And then you have Slardar on top of all of that. For both these heroes, the Jonathan from the Void Spirit and the Terrorblade hits going through. It's a lot of just physical synergy, for lack of a better word. And they're going to use it to slay heroes and slay Roshan. So if you're Aurora, you need to get some armor going ASAP.
Yeah, and you're talking about, I mean, one of those heroes, Centaur, is like the lowest armor in the game, so...
Yes. Jab's getting armor in this game. I don't know at which point he'll want a Shiva's, but he will want one, right? That's going to be a big timing. If you can get Lotus Orbs on Aurora, they'll also go a long way. Greaves will go a very long way in this game.
Bushwhack and a Stomp will secure the Lotus for Aurora here. Probably going to need to give that one away to the Centaur, man. Jab's taking a beating. This bottom lane seems to be doing pretty well, but again, it's probably what you were talking about. The early kills.
It helped a lot.
Yeah.
The Jin-Q got a really fast boots plus regen, which makes a world of difference here. They both have sticks on the lane, another big amp up. And they got pretty good equilibrium. I mean, their lane's not weak. Slardar Shadow Demon is a pretty strong lane. Shadow Demon is also very good versus Undying in the side lane trades. Just good versus hero in general. Very hard for Undying to trade. You get outrun. You can all in him with stacks later. If he tries to, man up with Tombstone, it doesn't work. You can turn around against him. So I'm unsurprised to see XSS doing well here, but I think 23 is still doing okay over the long run. We'll see how it pans out.
It's bad. He's going to take a lot of damage here. Still has a Lotus, still has a healing salve, so he has plenty of ways to continue to play the lane, but XXS will push him back to secure at least one of those denies.
He's going to try and cancel us out.
Boom! Ooh, got him.
Jin-Q on his revenge tour.
No courier sniping this time.
He's got level 2 poison here. Yeah, you have to watch out.
He's going to be able to get all of them. Now, he still has Lotus, still has stick charges, but XXS can come in on the other side. He has to drop the Tombstone, but yeah, the poison just adds up. Now they're going to try and kill the Tombstone. They get that gold.
That's so much gold. And really dependent on that rune fight, giving Jin-Q a lot of extra resources to play with. They bypass that level 2 Undying kill with the smart TP. And then they get to pay it back with the level 3 timing. Just beautiful support play from Jin-Q down here, making up for that Monkey King game already, as he puts XG in a solid position. 3 lanes, pretty solid for them. In fact, XM is doing very well mid.
Nice bushwhack pull back in onto Ame. You need every little bit of distance here. Oh, the acorn shot bounced back to Ame. They can get another double edge, but he wasn't quite low enough to actually die from that. Plus, he's got a raindrop.
Close kill. That raindrop definitely paid off. And look at the pressure XM has created just off the regen. It's showing up, starting to reflect in the levels and the gold here. Level 6 online for XM.
Lordoff really needs the power rune.
I don't think he can get it here, though. You're just gonna get dash killed.
Yeah, he's got a ward, so as long as he goes wherever the puck goes, should secure it, and it ends up spawning top.
Oh, that's a juicy one right there.
Yeah,
really juicy. If you can get a rotation in this PA lane, you just 2-shot 23, you're gonna be really happy about that. You also have tower threat. Okay, yeah, he's just gonna pop with the tower because that catapult's still alive. And this puck never went to base. He never got a refill. You're missing resources on mid lane with a catapult hitting your tower and a DD Void Spirit, one of the better early game DD users because his base damage is so damn high.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That was an awkward glyph as well.
Tower is under attack.
Is tower just dead? I mean, you need to rotate heroes.
Maybe I thought Jin-Q would maybe.
Yeah, I thought they would maybe summon illusions, tank it a bit because he knew the puck was going to base. But they're probably happy with it regardless.
7-minute wisdom runes coming up. Looks like nobody's gonna try and contest. Nobody's invading.
Nope. You are getting some stacks on the triangle. Shadow Demon will set up something for Ame later. They don't have the best stack clearers though.
Lost sight of him. Good timing for Jebs to disappear into the trees.
Honestly,
First rotation from the Void Spirit is a miss.
This laning phase is going a lot better for Extreme than I thought. And I mean, a lot of that is probably due to that level 1 fight helping them, but they're just playing the lanes pretty damn well mechanically. Putting themselves in a very solid position because their lineup wants to accelerate into early Roshans off the starter. So the stronger XXS is, the better everything's going to come together here. He's going that Orchid. So he will have some shutdown potential on the puck in that early mid game, though you do have Stampede to bail him out. Something to consider in those fights.
Jabs really going for it. Ollie came out the wrong direction on the gate. He's going to drop the Tombstone now, but he's not close enough to hit that decay, or is he? He's going to try and run him down. Hits the decay. It's not enough damage.
Shred swapping for the one on Ame's going back in.
Try and right-click him to death, but Ame is tanky enough initially. Another decay, though, might do it. It does. What? Ame?
That was very aggressive.
Why did he go back?
Well, he tread swapped.
Tread swapping doesn't give you a clearance just to run into melee range of the Undying.
I'm just saying, he was feeling himself, you know. Like, they ganked him, he killed the Centaur. He's like, oh my god.
Well, it does throw a little bit of gold back to Aurora after what should have been a failed gank.
We'll go back into the jungle. What is 23 doing here?
Not sure. Ollie's going to join him. They're going to go for the kill on Ame because he teleported back in the lane. They want to just throw everything they have at him, so he has to do the walk of shame back. And
nice rotation.
Well.
They will abuse Ame as much as possible here, and they get it out of him. That is a rough second death.
Stampede running at him. Coil from behind. Beautiful sandwich from the team here. Oh, he gets popped like a grape. My God. That was so much damage.
Popped like a grape?
Yeah, like a fat, juicy grape.
Is that actually a saying?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
What? You can't just say why not. Is that a
Okay,
state?
pop like a balloon, but it's empty on the
he was
inside. Pop like a grape makes more sense.
Taken for a ride like a camel on a lawnmower. Is that a thing, will you? Why not? Why not?
Dying is a being with juices inside. He gets popped.
Whatever. Nobody pops grapes. Pop them in your mouth.
Don't. I know where you're going from there. Stop. Stop. I'll give you a moment to compose yourself. I know there's...
I genuinely didn't think about it.
Okay.
I just say these things, man.
Uh-huh.
Look, I get paid by the word, so I gotta get as...
that's why you don't...
I gotta say as much as I can every cast. It adds up.
Dire's structures are
I'm on a very different contract than you. In fact, I'm on the Jenkins contract. It's a very good one.
Let's see.
Another Ollie kill. This is a good position to be in Void Spirit. And when you win your lane, you're getting power runes. So happy on this hero. It's not common we get to see the Void Spirit in this position, but when you are,
Radiant's bottom tower has
you still scale pretty damn well. You become a monster with the universal change, so he's just going to rush Ags. First item Ags. God damn. This man is a Giga Chat.
They're really focusing on the sounds. First item Orchid, first item Ags. Oh, missed the Bushwhack. Well, somebody's going to have to die to this rotation, and apparently it's not Q because XM whiffed.
Got the puck TP, though. Pretty valuable. We saw how influential that puck was in the earlier fight. He is the setup for this lineup. Get the Stampede in, you drop the Tombstone, throw an Acorn. That coil's there, it makes everything better. And yeah, that's probably why they're focusing Lorne off. If you shut down the puck in this lineup, you can kite out the rest of it pretty decently. Just make the puck's life as hard as possible. Orchid plus Ags will definitely do that. Also, a lot of extra spell damage to throw into the PA.
Yeah, if you're the puck, how do you even itemize against this? An AoE silence and a single target silence. It's going to come back into the Remnant. They're going to drop the Tombstone to try and save him here. Lornoff, he's okay for now and actually gets the coil in return. That's going to lock down this Void Spirit. Little hard, though. Stomp onto 2. Buys the time for a retreat for most of these heroes. Not for the Undying, though. Ollie will get popped like a grape. Big, fat, juicy grape.
Orchid done.
Is this really the build? Why not Blink Dagger? Then Orchid.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Blink isn't that good on this hero. Like, it's good when you have other items and you can kill people, but first item Blink on Slardar I think is just the biggest bait. Doesn't do anything. And he has some setup, right? You got Swap, you got Purge. Look at this.
It does add in the much-needed damage to finish off Jabs there. They wouldn't have gotten that kill otherwise.
And Ame from behind with that amp. Ooh. He hits hard.
Yeah, Slardar Terrorblade is always such a scary combo. Now 23's getting run down at the same time on the other side of the map.
Swap away
goes
from
out.
the Blink target on the creep wave.
Oh, and he's going to be able to get a jump away. That was not the swap you wanted it to be.
Cool idea, though. Because he would just blink to the creep wave there and he's gone. Interesting. Missing some jaunts on XM2. And he is closing in on that axe. He is 700 off pretty much. It's going to be ridiculously fast here. Normally you can't rush this item because the build-up's kind of bad and your early game isn't good enough on this hero to justify a bad build-up into a first item that you get behind other people's. But when you're ahead like this, it's terrifying. And he will get the second item blink, so I like this build-up a lot more. You have the Orchid for those river fights. You're going to farm the blink faster because the Orchid's a farming item as well. And then when you have that blink, you're a really big threat on the map. All these cores for XG are getting big.
Radiant are scanning.
And their draft is going to be scary in that mid game because they're going to accelerate their Oshans. They're going to have a huge amount of physical amp. And you're just not going to get to the survivability before they're ready to offensively use it here.
Yeah.
You could lose a lot of this map in the next 6 or 7 minutes if you're Aurora with just a couple pickoffs.
Also, if you're not winning some of these early fights with Undying, don't usually compare scale of supports, but the impact that Venge 5 has compared to Undying 5 past 35 minutes, you know?
Venge Shadow Demon are pretty hard in scale. Like, they are about as good as you can get. All of their spells are anti-carry spells or carry synergy spells.
He's going to get a early shard. He's going to buy it for himself. That's cool. That is for, what, the silence? So he throws it on the Void Spirit? He could just go in?
Yeah, I guess so. Remove some of the lingering slows. It's not the best Shadow Demon Shard game, but the spell is just generally good.
And I guess everybody, like, they all have a shard that is really good to get at some point in time. So he bites the shard, they take the Tormentor, then maybe the Slardar gets a free shard as a result, which is really good when you have this, you already have all of this, like, physical damage minus armor synergy. So early, you know, Corrosive Haze, the earlier you get it out, maybe the Void Spirit comes in at the right time.
I really like that Slardar shard, by the way. I think that thing is... That thing feels amazing.
Yeah, agreed. Oh, they spot him. Can they stop him in time? What?
It's going to give an opening for Aurora if they can get the backstab here, but that Ag's got delivered. This is a hard target to fight into right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be... Oh, both supports got spotted there. I mean, you start a team fight by killing both backline of Extreme Gaming. That is perfect for you.
Yep. You want to look for that every time. We'll see if XM goes in, and of course he does.
He hits the silence, doubles it up on the puck with the Orchid. On top of that one, he is dead, and they managed to get the Undying too. Now, this Tombstone is still out, but... Oh, he does actually go for it. Nice Sunder turnaround from Ame, though. Returns the pleasure right back to 23, who made a nice Sunder play last game.
That was ambitious.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little bit. But if he kills the Slardar, I don't think he dies, to be fair. It's not like the team's going to be able to beat you down very easily.
We'll see at the end of this, but that Void Spirit had the silences back up, and that Orchid, but they needed all those silences to take Lorne off there. It pays off in this fight alone. Jumps the Slardar, barely lives. Like, Slardar didn't... I mean, okay, you get a couple hits in with the amp, but... That looked rough for him regardless. And that was his Battle Fury timing where you want to, you know, get this Battle Fury, get some stacks. That hurts. Another setup here from Jin Q. They will get the crush. That was ambitious TP from Jabs, but I guess if the Bushwhack hits, maybe you can get out.
That's another reason that Orchid Rush is pretty damn good idea. You have Shadow Demon Disruption set up. So it's... When he didn't have the Blink Dagger, they still had a way to be able to start fights for him. Yeah, I'm with you. This looked really good.
Radiant are scanning.
Wonder if he's going to go Ags at some point in this game, just to give them some sort of front line. He wants BKB next, which is more than fair.
I don't think the Slardar Ags does much. They have Flesh Golem, PA. You'd rather just either have armor or more power on the jump in to just kill somebody.
Sure.
Like, you don't want to just be sitting somewhere, there's a tombstone, you're getting daggered. Too much investment, not enough payoff for me. He's still top of the net worth chart, which is crazy.
Yeah, Slardar is not the fastest farming hero. The fact that he's ahead of a TB who has all of these illusions to farm up for him.
Yeah, he's having a really good game. If you go with a Mom or Midas build and you just spam Ancients, I would expect it, but that is not what XX has done this game. He has been hunting.
And he's going to kill Squirrel.
This build has just worked really well. They came out ahead in lanes a little bit, got these snowball items, and have made them work. And now they have an 8k gold lead. It feels like they got 8k off of just the fact they had that Orchid and the Void Spirit Ags because the laning was 10% better.
Right, and that all happens because of the First Blood, you're saying?
Not entirely, but yeah. I mean, those First Blood fights, they matter a lot at this level.
These incremental advantages that just build up become larger and larger overall net worth lead.
And now you're getting pushed at 19.5. Whew. There's some pressure. Making 23 sweat right now. Looking for anything, and he's stealing some enemy ancients. That's pretty good. These are the games where PA feels...
This might be too much, though. They're going to try and do Tormentor, and look, they're smoked up for it.
Nice Remnant. Blocking a lot of this off.
This is so dangerous. Oh, the Bushwhack. It missed, and it kind of reveals their positioning and stuff. They weren't able to get the jump in there that I thought they imagined they would get.
XM just destroys Ollie. Solo, basically.
I was imagining some situation where they just dump a bunch of AoE spells on top of a Tormentor. Well, 23's already setting up for it, man. He's going to go Revenant's Brooch second item. I mean, I get it. TB has super high armor, for sure. It's a good item, but is it worth second item?
I mean, let's think about this for a second.
Okay, thinking.
Is there a higher damage item he can build here?
Yes. Against the Terrorblade, no. Against other heroes, yes.
I don't think there is. So if your idea is we're going to have to kill TB because he's going to push our base, we're in a losing game. We need the highest damage burst possible. It's Brooch for the gold. Unless you want to go second item, Divine Rapier. I mean, that would be something.
Hell yeah.
That would be something.
Okay.
I don't know. We'll see if he commits to it. The thing is, let's say he goes BKB here, or Deso, or whatever.
Deso, yeah.
Do we see him going in this fight and killing somebody? With Disruption, with Swap?
Yeah,
with
if he
Mech on
gets
SD
to
now.
jump to the back line or something.
Glimmer Cape? I mean, you're about to lose this game in like the next 3 minutes, man.
Yeah, I mean, if they're really going to just run the Terrorblade up to the high ground this early, then yeah, you kind of do need that second item Brooch. And he may not even have it fast enough.
They came to play in this game 3.
Look at this chase down. They're going high ground.
Look at the illusions. What do you do?
A whole army of Terrorblades.
Just ain't no Phantom Lancer.
Ame just said he wants to play another illusion hero. This one
actually does stuff.
This one ends games rather than delays them.
Rax down without a fight at 2250. And they're not even done. What is the answer here, Aurora? The Brooch is completed, but the Aegis is still up for 30 seconds.
I mean, how? Okay, he daggered the wrong thing.
Another Bushwhack miss.
Thinking about Tombstone, but he got silenced.
And he's gone.
Can't get it off.
XM has had his number. Another Rax. Butterfly delivered. Aegis running out.
Damage, man.
And you like have to chase there, but you can't get it. And they're re-goosing the smoke back. XM says, I'm not done.
Just a blind jump in.
Jumps the ghost.
Yeah, that was because the blur. They thought somebody broke their smoke on the left-hand side. Not the case. I mean, half of these daggers aren't even landing. Disruptions, Glimmer Capes, Manta Dodge. And when they do land, they look pitiful.
Yeah, that did not do anything. That also did not really do anything. And a second lane at 24. XGR cruising.
Are we sure this Revenant's Brooch is working? You want to turn it off, turn it on again?
I mean, it amps up your damage, but he doesn't have any damage, so I mean, what do you want the man to do?
Well, you said this would be the best damage you get.
He's a Phantom Assassin. He's losing his base at 22 minutes. You know, stuff went wrong. What do you want from the man? He's gonna shovel up a Divine Rapier? Like,
doing a replay for this?
There's
It's like 100 damage.
That was a push. Arcane Rune on the Void Spirit. He is even more powerful as Jin Q is about to surpass Lornoff in this game. He must cut the waves. Not even gonna wait for the next Roche. Greaves done on Jin Q.
They smoke just so everybody behind has a better position for when they try and stop Ame. How will they stop Ame, though? How can you jump into this? There's remnants all over the place. You don't have the poke to get them low. They're going to be pretty much full HP.
Yeah, that Arcane Rune, he's just spamming remnants. Highest building damage. I am not surprised. He's about to Megas them at 25. You got to jump into this maze and make something happen. Okay, a little opening.
A lot of Atos into nothing. All right, finally Jabs goes in. Immediate swap back on the Terrorblade, though. No chance to take him out of the fight. He can run forward, kill Jabs, and still has the Sunder to boot. They'll take the Megas. There's nothing you could do to stop about it. They managed to get the grab onto 23 as he tried to jump in. The Remnant pulls him to his death.
What a game from XG, honestly.
Seriously, man.
Where did this game come from?
Just over.
Well, if I've learned anything about Extreme Gaming today, it's that this team makes absolutely no sense to me. Some games, they look like the best team in the world. Some games, it doesn't even look like they know what they drafted for themselves and everything in between. But when they look good, they look damn good. This game just looked easy for them, man. I think their draft had a huge amount of inner synergy, particularly with the Slaughter Revenge amping up these big physical cores going in. But they really took that game to another level. Like, really crisp execution on the lanes led to these small victories around the mid power runes for XM. He has a perfect game 3-0 and 6. Even got the Grove Bow. You have the neutral item for XXS buffing up the physical even more. Early Orchid, early Ag, shut down the puck. There's very little other playmaking. Jabs eventually gets the Shivas for that last fight, but by then you've already lost 2/3 of your base, and that net worth lead is just way too big. Beautiful game from XG. Showing you the power of Terrorblade as well, right? People consider this hero a late game farmer, but you just get this butterfly, you run down lanes. If the enemy carry can't fight you, none of these matchups matter. He just takes everything. And Aurora get caught off guard. Another very slow game from them. Something about the first 10 or 15 minutes for this team is it's just very slow compared to the rest of the pool. I feel like they're constantly getting outpaced in the laning phase, and they're just on the back foot, and man, it's hard to recover in this patch when you start getting down and you're losing Roshans.
All right, well, that was a fast closeout to a Game 3. Extreme will take a 2-1 over Aurora.
I guess that means that Extreme Gaming were no longer bored, right, Lacoste? They woke up after that game number 2 and they're like, all right, fine. I guess you've entertained us enough, Aurora. We'll give you a fair shot in game number 3.
We'll show you how it's done.
I'll show you how it's done.
Pretty much. Good stuff, good draft. I did like Aurora's draft much more than compared to the first and second game. It's just that something that Avery said, they're super slow in terms of getting out of the laning stage. One of the reason why BetBoom, why Shopify, why Falcons are doing good at this tournament is they are focusing heavily on the laning stage. And Extreme Gaming in this one, I really like the Void Spirit as the last pick. Love the itemization as well. Something that we don't see is Slaughter with an Orchid. They wanted to really speed things up. You also had Void Spirit from the mid lane going for that Aghanim Scepter straight away, so whoever gets jumped is just gonna die. Like, maybe there's gonna be a stampede to try to save that guy, but also Remnant could pull you in, gives you enough for Vengeful Spirit to come through, or just a disruption to buy a little bit more time. Overall, great execution of the draft, and this is why Extreme Gaming are always scary to play against.
I think Orchid, generally, is a good offlane item. I think the last patch, it was like Shiva's Mage Slayer, right? These were like the two obviously just broken, like overtuned items. I think Orchid is that, and a lot of offlaners are figuring it out. I saw Collapse go DK Orchid first item. It's 3k gold. That's all it is. It gives good stats. It's a good build-up. It's pretty much Mage Slayer, except
that it isn't.
Except that it is.
Well, Mage Slayer, you're slaying mages, and this one you're silencing mages.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mages in this patch because Mage Slayer was nerfed. So they're not being slain all the time.
I'm sold.
There you go.
What about the second item? You think like
Whatever,
Orchid
doesn't matter.
Haven's Halberd should be the offline duo of the items?
That sounds really good, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of silence,
disarm.
Yeah.
What? Then the hero just
I can
can't
get
do
behind
anything.
that. I do want to talk about PA for a second.
Sure.
Because I do think if you go to 80 minutes, this is the strongest hero in Dota because she abuses the Revenant's Brooch rapier tactic the best. Now, the issue is when you're not at 80 minutes, it's complete dog shit. This is why it has a 40% win rate in pro level pubs. I do think Aurora, of course, they could have played better. Anytime you're losing a game, you can say that and be pretty sure that that's, possible. But it is PA. Like, this is still this, even though there is this build that exists on her that's very flashy and very good in the late game, she still needs a Battle Fury. She still needs to farm. If there's any amount of, tempo in a game, she feels borderline worthless. There's, not a good build for her to just show up and fight on.
Similar to Phantom Lancer in the second game. Like, this hero needs to have all the stars aligned so he can get out of the laning stage and be like, okay, I'm very happy. These Phantom Lancer players, they're never happy what they get from the lanes. They're like, okay, 30 more minutes and then I'm gonna, join. Same goes for Phantom Assassin. She joined slightly earlier, but compared to some other tempo lineups, definitely not up there. And this time around, Jin Q, he did go for normal items. He was also playing the lane, so all things considered, one of the reasons why the game lasted for 25 minutes.
Maybe. Because it should have been 15 minutes if he was sniping couriers, right? It should have gone even faster.
It would have been way faster.
Yeah, it would have been...
Think of the courier bonus gold and the free XP for XXS in the offlane.
Mm-hmm.
He probably would have gotten that Orchid about 40 minutes into the game instead of 14. But think of the couriers.
In regards to your Orchid point, do you think that there are incentives to go Orchid over Blink Dagger for the traditional Blink stunners? Like, would you ever go it on a Mars or a DK?
I think so. I mean, maybe not Mars because, the way that I see most of these Blink stunners is that it's that nobody just rushes Blink Dagger anymore. Like, we have put to rest the patches of age old where Sand King has tranquil boots or brown boots into Blink Dagger.
Sure, okay.
That's not really a thing because by the time you get the Blink, if you do that, if you're playing well enough, you don't even need the Blink at that point. It's like laning is still happening.
Well, I know
That's
one person who doesn't like laning at all, who we will be interviewing for our championship, well, not minute championship, winner interview. It's the Jin Q of Extreme Gaming. Jin Q, congratulations on the win. And I believe we'll have Jin translating as well. I wanted to know how you spent your, 8 months in between LGD in 2022 all the way to Extreme and then Azure around September 2023. What was that off period like for you?
首先，心情，恭喜你们，好不容易战胜了这个 Aurora 战队。然后第一个问题就想问你，当时那8个月时间，就是在你转会之间，你是怎么过的呢？
就是
具体做了些什么事情？
每天在家里就是放松，然后出去旅游，然后偶尔直播一下。
Well, it's mostly just relaxing at home, streaming, and then, going out to have fun with my friends.
I had a feeling it was streaming. So, Jinkyu, how do you enjoy streaming? Because I know that a lot of Chinese players, they'll take a break and then there'll be a huge fan base for their streams. Are people missing your streams right now that you're back to playing?
那你当时直播，你感觉就直播时候感觉怎么样呢？就因为他知道很多中国的一些职业选手，可能他们会退役一段时间，然后专门做直播，而且直播当中也会算是挺成功的吧，通常会有很多粉丝去看他们。你现在有没有会想念你直播时候的生活呢？
没有吧，因为我直播都是比较放松，我一般播的比较少，就是比较没有把它当做我的一个主要的事业吧。
I don't really miss streaming that much. Honestly, I didn't stream so much for like as a source of income or as a professional streamer. I mostly did it just because it was a relaxing thing to do for me.
Nice. Good to hear. I've also got Kezu standing by for a quick question for Jinkyu as well.
Hello, Jinkyu. Do you think in the Monkey King game that you should have laned, or did your team just suck?
所以就问你第二把你选大圣的那局，你觉得那把有没有可能你在线上打了效果会更好一点呢？还是你只是认为是你队友太菜了？
没有，我一开始知道，我一开始有说，如果他们选 TB 的话，我就打不了了。然后，但是他们确实选 TB， 所以他们把我们逼爆了。
Well, I did inform my teammates that if they were to pick Terrorblade, it would ruin the game for me.
Okay.
And they did. So they pretty much just won in a draft.
All right, so that game's over when they pick TV. Fair enough. And question number 2. How do you decide to build Gleipnir Manta on Hoodwink and then other games Mage Slayer and Greaves? Like, how do you find the balance?
第二个问题就是关于小松鼠这个英雄，就是看出装有时候可能会选风铃锁，有时候会出那个叫什么卫士靴加上那个法师克星，然后就是你是什么东西让你决定哪一套出装呢？就是你这个平衡点是什么呢？
就有时候打那个小当家会选择出风铃锁吧，然后打那种 Park 什么的，就法系英雄会选择出卫士金甲加法师克星。
Well, against heroes like Naga Siren, I would lean more towards the Gleipnir, you know, illusion-based heroes. Whereas for heroes like Puck or other magic output heroes, that's when I would go the Mage Slayer and the Guardian Greaves.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Jinkyu. Congratulations on the victory against Aurora and Xie. Bye-bye. Are they frozen? Goodbye, my friends. I will never see you again. But I get to see you all for one more series of Dota. That's right. That is the conclusion of Extreme Gaming versus Aurora, which I think Jinkyu was still maybe a little bit bored from game 2 in that one because his team griefed him.
Yeah,
Why'd they pick
he said
Terrorblade?
one
ban
thing,
Terrorblade.
ban TB. The rest of the team is like, you know what, we're gonna let them have TB, so you can play this game 3, and you can shine on Shadow Demon.
The most flashiest hero you could possibly shine on, Shadow
Yeah,
Demon.
he definitely enjoyed himself. Definitely a Jinkyu standard hero, where you can create the illusions of your carry. 10 out of 10.
Tale of
in terms
redemption
of fun.
for Jinkyu. Jenkins, closing thoughts as you are going to get kicked off my panel after this.
I want to see Jinkyu play more Pudge Blood Grenade, Orb of Venom. Get that going tonight.
Get that going, my friends. But not tonight. Maybe another night. Because the only thing left for tonight is OG versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you there right after the break. What's up, everybody? It's time to get into our final series of the night. It's OG taking on Shopify Rebellion. And you're going to see nothing but Shopify Rebellion on the night shift because we have all of their matches from Group Stage 2. And I can't wait to become experts on North America's best and brightest. Potentially, Nouns may be still in the mix, but for the next two events, or at least this one in Birmingham, it's Shopify carrying the torch for North America. And I've brought Pyrian Flax on board. Welcome.
He's here.
Hello.
Glad to have you.
Cardell the Tank. Is
Oh my god,
he's back.
Cardell.
Dude, we were Cardelling it up on the past panel.
Were you really?
Every game.
Yeah.
Because Axam Sniper was in the mix. Oh,
It was banned.
he was
3
banned
games,
every time.
But,
Yeah, because they've heard this
They
track
understand.
now. They know it.
Unbeatable.
This is ridiculous. You couldn't possibly do this. Some interesting games today, I thought. Going back, I watched them back at the hotel before we came in, of course. The 90-minuter, that was insane. But we had the right guys to cast that. No flame to cap an SVG. But I like to see Cinderin lose his mind. I think that's always fun. In those long games. I saw a funny comment saying they like it when it goes from Cinderin as the sane one at the start of the cast. As the cast goes later and later, he becomes more unhinged. And it's like his brain melts and the facade comes down and the English accent comes out and he just likes the secret Dota.
That's what Dota does to you.
Yeah.
It does.
But a new game is upon us, and now it's OG versus Shopify Rebellion. And I've got a tech analyst by my side, Kazu. It's a new
Pick it up,
series.
Kazu.
Yeah. Do you guys want to know why this series is exciting?
Yes, please.
Because first of all, both teams need to win, obviously, but there's beef on the menu. These two
Really?
teams,
Oh, tell us about the beef.
They
Is
have
this
been-
like the kind of beef they'd serve at a fancy restaurant or the kind of beef you'd get from a place?
These are steaks.
These
that's all.
are-
yeah.
This is
This-
that Kobe marbled beef right
this is
here.
heavy beef.
Okay.
Because if we go back to the start of the season, Kitrek left OG. There's
Okay.
some rumors. He tried to take people with him.
Okay.
So Seb wasn't very happy about it. Now, the qualifiers that happened for DreamLeague Birmingham Bedboom Dacha. As soon as Shopify didn't make it, Seb tweeted, karma never fails.
Okay, so this was them qualifying to the Dodge tournament, the first one.
Exactly, where Shopify failed.
Okay.
Then later, last qualifier, Shopify makes it. OG doesn't. And then Saberlight with the retweet of the Seb tweet. For real, for real. And ever since then, they have been tipping each other. I've even seen it in pubs. So we'll see a lot of fighting, but also a lot of tipping in the game.
Yeah, they better prep some of the voice lines.
Yes.
Some of
It
you
will be on
better
point.
prep those tips because it's gonna be spicy one.
Wow, all right. There's something more on the line than just placement. Although the placement is very relevant, especially for Shopify Rebellion. Let's take a look at our wisdom rune for the day, presented by the U.S. Air Force, because Shopify Rebellion, with one L, Rebellion, they are actually quite good when it comes to DreamLeague. In all DreamLeagues attended, they are currently 54 wins, 37 losses. This is a Shopify Rebellion. This is they've only existed for about 1 year, so it's about 2023 to 2024 DreamLeagues. However, if you look at all other Tier 1 tournaments, love the Mets. Go Mets.
I love the Mets.
I
They're
know
my
you
team.
do
Let's
that.
go Mets.
You're a New Yorker. They are 40 and 57, unfortunately. So DreamLeague, they have a pretty high win rate, but
They're-
you send them across international waters on land, they kind of fall to pieces.
They're a DreamLeague team.
They're a
What do you-
DreamLeague team.
What do you make of that, Lacoste?
They're gonna do well here. So far, they are sharing the third place with Gaming Gladiators. So we've seen them at DreamLeague Season 21 going into the grand finals. They were my favorites. We were drawing on the board behind us.
I
I'm
remember.
Like, yeah,
Oh,
this
that's-
was the
yeah.
hot take. Like when they started, I could feel something was popping off with this team.
Yeah.
In the end, didn't happen. Team Spirit was just too good at the time. But yeah, Shopify Rebellion also showing the strength. New team. I'm really glad that the team is doing really well in terms of not just the score, but also sometimes these teams, when they form, they need a little bit more time to figure stuff out. This is honeymoon. Honeymoon.
I'm in a honeymoon.
There we
right
go.
now.
I was the one who made the graphics for the previous one, apparently. But yeah, honeymoon period is going on, and everybody's happy in Shopify. Like, we've seen them in the interviews. They've been praising each other for a good reason. Sometimes changing your environment could be really good for Dota. Like
Yeah,
just
I mean-
playing with different players from different regions as well.
Yeah, they had the same team for so long, maybe
Yeah.
one of the longest
long.
rosters ever. So I think your point is great. They're a new team, but they're already doing well. It looks like they're trusting each other. And yeah, I would also say that looks like a bit of a honeymoon period. They're doing very well. Of course, they did lose to Bad Boom, but they are one of
You
the
don't
best
have
teams.
to show off, Kezu. You said honeymoon from the first
Without-
try. Yeah,
That's true. My bad.
Do you know what I think is funny? Where for the interview we saw last time with Artur, he was saying, and this is something I don't know. I didn't really think of this because Artur has always seemed to me to be like Kid Dota. You know what I mean? Even though he's been around forever, and he's definitely not with the youngins anymore.
Yeah.
No offense, Artur. He was like, these young guys came in, and it kind of gave me a boost.
Yep.
And he wanted to kick their ass about some stuff, and like, no, you've got to do this, and like the kind of shit you'd learn as an experienced pro. But he also kind of, I think it maybe reinvigorated him a bit, made him think of the game as, actually, you know what, this is fun. And I need to treat it like that and have fun. And his playstyle, I would say, lately has been looking like he's having more fun playing Dotes. Even just simple, effective stuff. Getting involved in fights early, rotating early, not just farming, but getting in there and playing. And some really nice plays as well on his lifesteal the other day.
Yeah.
You know, some classic Artur lifesteal stuff.
It's I feel like it's hard to keep your motivation like always like all the way at the top level for however many years Arteezy has played. It's a lot of years. So just having a change, having some new people, maybe some young kids on the block who are like, they want to play Dota like 15 hours a day, you know, like fire your ass up. Because I know that Arteezy had some motivation issues like 1 or 2 years back. So it's good to see him perform.
He's been reinvigorated. And why don't we take an opportunity to hear from the man himself?
The new team definitely has a fresh breath of air around it. A lot of the things that happen, it just feels like new. So that's like the intended effect is there. Yeah, it just feels good. I think an easy way for me to say it is like the daily, everything is kind of, every experience in every single day, every scrim, every match, I feel like it's kind of a new experience. Because in the previous team, I think eventually all of us felt was like, all the things that have happened already. It's kind of like deja vu. Every experience just feels different than how it used to be for me. Because I was on that team for like 5 years with the same group of people.
It's a long time to spend with the same players, especially in a Dota context.
Oh yeah.
I mean, even just in real life, spending 5 years with the same group of people, like your grade school maybe is the only other situation that happens. So those relationships have to be pretty rock solid to maintain, especially when you're competing.
Yeah. I don't know if you checked the prices of the cryptocurrencies lately. Like, I don't need to be here anymore. I don't need this job, but I decided to stick
Because
with
you're
you guys.
a millionaire?
Yeah, you know, I'm still going to stick around with the people that I like. So, you know, we're going to do great things together. Yeah, I get it.
I can imagine.
this guy.
These guys are also doing great things together in terms of getting reinvigorated. We got a chance to talk to Seb during his winner's interview, and he was mentioning how Tomato was actually keeping him on his toes, how bringing in a new carry player and Seb being the support, this was the lane setup, and seems like it's been a match made in heaven. Them two are in a honeymoon period, it feels.
Doesn't everyone love the honeymoon?
I love
I
the
do feel
honeymoon.
like they played against Bad Boom. Yeah, they lost 1-2, but they looked pretty good. Falcons, again, 0-2, but they humongously threw the second game, so we won't talk about it. They won against Extreme. I feel like, you know, OG, they're on the up, even though I like Shopify as well. I actually feel like this is a very even match, Mr. Ted.
No, I agree. I would think, I mean, I would put, I think we'd all agree on this. You go Falcons, Bet Boom as the top 1 and 2.
Yep.
Not really, it's difficult to separate them in a best of 5 or something. It would be very difficult to separate them. And then I would personally put Shopify and OG in that sort of third, fourth, maybe with Extreme in there as well.
Okay.
As being that next group that I think are the best teams. And this is going to be close. We saw some good results from both these teams, but obviously I think they struggled. I think Shopify lost to, was it Falcons? That
It was
they lost
Bet
to?
Boom
Bet Boom that
yesterday.
they lost to. And did OG lose to Falcons? Did they play Bet Boom or Falcons?
OG lost to Falcons and Bad Boom.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they played basically all the best opponents.
Right, so they struggled against the like S tier.
Yeah.
So these guys are the A tier to arm it up a little bit and do that. That's how I would do that.
Although we may be able to actually delineate between Falcons and Bet Boom because Falcons got the 2-0 against them.
true.
So
That's
Falcons
true.
might actually be SS tier.
They could be S tier plus.
S
or
double
whatever
plus.
you
S
That's
double
what I
plus.
like
There
to
we
call
go.
it. Yeah.
SS tier, we'll steer clear of that one.
Relax, Frigan.
Oh, yes.
Moving on.
All right, we got a draft on our hands, friends, and it's already into the first pick. Chen,
That's it.
Timbersaw, DK Mars taken out by Shopify, OG, ban out the Centaur, the Kunkka, and the Doom.
OG getting that IO the first time that's happened in a while. I think we did see it once already this tournament. Maybe at least that's on the broadcast.
They
we
played
saw
it before,
once.
but
But it
it's-
lost. I think they got it to answer the Mars.
They did win one game with it. I don't know if there was another, or maybe there was another team that played IO, but OG at least did win. And yesterday, Extreme, they didn't even let them have it. So this time today, Seb is like, no.
First, didn't even have to do any research because the stats did stay the same, 50-50 on that IO so far. But
out of 2 picks?
Out of 2 picks.
Okay.
Very easy math. I think you can speed the game up by quite a bit when picking up this hero.
Yeah.
So want to see what the response is going to be. Maybe, like, Mirana's okay, because if it's a position for Mirana, you build into Spirit Vessel, so that's fine. But I want to see something else. Doom is gone, so healing reduction is not going to be there. Also, like, you can play... Sometimes we've seen, like, BZM run into middle of 5 heroes. There was this, like, Leshrac game that you said that we're not going to talk about, but we're still talking about this game. Yeah. IO could be a good pairing for these type of the plays, and a nice pairing with hero in general. This is something that Gaming Gladiators did run throughout the whole 2023 for a good reason. And now that the Mage Slayer is... not gonna say dead item, but it's very situational. I could see them pairing it up with the Leshrac if it's a good game for it.
I feel like Naga should be on the radar for both teams in the second phase. Maybe more Shopify than OG. I mean, you can play IO Naga too if maybe the IO goes somewhere else, but if you're Shopify, I have Mirana against IO. I feel like if I don't help enable the map more, like relocates are just gonna kill me. So I'm gonna want these type of heroes like TB, like Naga to like make sure I can get to use my Mirana pick and, you know, dodge these relocates around the map. Back to you, Ted.
Well, I'm thinking, dude.
Okay. Back to you, Tsunami.
I want to see Rubik on Shopify Rebellion. I think Theolacore has been knocking it out of the park on that hero. And while I have not seen very many other teams bring it to success, I don't really know what the shortcomings of Rubik are. Why aren't more teams picking Rubik?
Not as strong in the laning stage. Like, he used to be so much stronger. Like, in terms of, like, level 1 Rubik is kind of meh compared to what he was before, where he could, like, easily zone out the heroes, sometimes even both heroes. Now you deal, like, you reduce their damage by, like, 2 or 3. It's really not that good at early levels, but... yeah, I think Rubik is still fine if it's a good game for it. I'm not a biggest fan of, like, Rubik IO as a pair. Maybe if you have, like, a mid laner that
No,
jump
for
in.
Shopify.
Oh, for Shopify, sure.
Also, it takes a while to farm up that Dagon 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
that's
an
true.
offlane
If
hero.
you're talking
for
about
them.
OG Rubiks, then we're talking offlane Whisper Rubik.
So I'm just looking. We've seen Timber, DK, Mars, Doom, Kunkka, Centaur a lot as offlaners in this tournament so far. All banned. So I'm just trying to think, what are they going to go for?
Magnus?
I mean, we have seen Axe. I think, who picked it up? Was it Spirit? It didn't work.
I feel like Tidehunter is also underplayed, but it's not a hero you'll really pick in like the middle of the draft. But you know, when all the other ones get banned out, use
Is
an
that
option.
because you're basically inviting like something like an Ursa or something like that if you do? Not that
Maybe.
anybody's
If you see
picking
the
Ursa.
matchup, then like Tidehunter can be good, but you know, he has a couple of these heroes that he doesn't like to play into. I could see Luna being contested heavily from potentially both sides. Luna Venge seems nice. Io Luna, very good. You can like really push the tempo.
Well, I just get Sven, baby.
Yeah, Sven is just too good of a hero at the moment. That's why I wanted to see also Luna, because this hero can match Sven in terms of farming.
We saw Artur hit 1,000 creeps in a game the
he
other
had
day.
a giga performance on Sven that game. I mean, this is a really cool slot if you're the second pick team, if you can find a hero that now flexes between mid and offlane. So that you hold it until the very end, then decide, okay, this is where I go.
I think on this like 17 pick, a lot of teams would pick Puck, but after seeing a lot of these bad matchups for Puck, after people started to pick Husk and also play Sniper against it, we don't see it as much. Like, you need to be able to pick it most of the time on 18th and then just be able to protect it.
So is this tiny? Is this probably going to be a tiny mid Kez? And the idea is you blow up the IO. Is that a reasonable?
Most likely it's going mid. I did see Saberlight playing it offlane, so there's a very small off chance if there's like some gacha mid pick, like the Husk or Mr.
Or
Gapoy.
Yopaj gives BZM a taste of his own medicine with mid Mirana.
Oh yeah, that's a banger.
Can't wait.
Can't wait for that one either.
At least this Mirana has infinite setup. Avalanche, Stormhammer, and Magic Missile.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about lack of stuns in a draft the other day. There's no lack of them here at Shopify Rebellion.
This is very easy. This is like 648B Dota happening at the moment on side of Shopify Rebellion. Everybody has a stun.
Yep.
So pretty easy to set up things in lanes. I want to see, some because they already have. I think this Tiny is going to go mid, and they will save something for the Saberlight, but flex potentially, as Kezu said, because Amar did play it a few times and it looked okay. Like even Bad Boom Dacha, the game that he lost, it looked very good. Kanda has been buffed, some extra damage coming out, which is your core item on Tiny pretty much. So yeah, I could see that happening.
I'm looking for a hero that can play with the Io and then like stand its ground versus Sven Tiny. Something is telling me there could be a life stealer, but I feel like Tomato had kind of an off game with that the other day. I think you mentioned Luna. I feel like that could work. You guys seeing anything else?
You don't like the Naga that you had brought up earlier anymore?
I feel like there's something off about it. I would prefer a hero that aggressively uses... I was thinking of that hero, but didn't mention because I'm stupid. But Gyro is pretty good because he tanks. He can kind of man-fight Sven if he has the buffs and the net worth.
And a classic IO pairing.
Yep. So I'm pretty cool with it.
I feel like you need to have, maybe I'm influenced by Ame's performance in the last series that they played, the one before yesterday.
Yeah.
Because Gyro just didn't feel like a hero, but they also played it in the same, played it in Timber, played it into Lifestealer, so two difficult matchups, I would say. Sven is also fine because you have this burst damage, you have a lot of stuns, you can find Io in the back lines, but much better game, I would say, than compared to what Extreme Gaming were playing into the other day.
I also feel like they fell flat a little bit with the gameplay. That could have definitely looked better, but let's see, OG, they need to decide where the Primal goes, whether it's mid or off lane.
And they need to figure out where this Tiny's going, because they're expecting it to be off lane. An Invoker banned out by OG.
It might be Invoker into an off lane ban. So you just want to protect some of the strong stuff that you don't want to play against. Because if you have Sven with all these auras, Venge aura, maybe a Drums, maybe Vlad's coming out from Venge, plus you put Alacrity on top of him, could be too much for you to sustain. Even if you have Satanic, healing coming out from Io, might not be enough. You just get bursted from 100 to 0 in one stun.
And I guess he's a Vessel buyer as well against this Io strat.
I feel like right now a lot of the game could come down to which team can help enable their carry more. I feel like right now between Sven and Gyro, when they man up and fight each other at the 30-minute mark, it's actually very close. So taking out a steroid, like the Alacrity for the Gyro that could tip the matchup, or the Slardar the other way, I feel like these bans make a lot of sense. So even for OG, I'm not really looking for a particular hero, but maybe you can find an offlaner that loves building Vlad's and the mid-game AC just to tank up your team against Sven minus armor, against the Sven physical. I feel like anything that falls in this category would make a lot of sense for that draft.
Who does that?
I'm not sure. I mean, generally there's Lycans, but Lycan kind of sucks against Sven. There's also not many heroes that give you bonus armor through spells anymore nowadays, other than maybe Sven and Dazzle.
And she's banned 100% of the time.
Well, in terms of the steroids that are on the boards right now, Wave of Terror versus Overcharge, who do you think is winning the man fight right now? The Sven or the Gyro?
Really hard to tell.
Okay.
We're talking mid, team fights?
You said at the 25-minute mark when both these heroes are ready to go.
I would say about around the time where Gyro has 3 items, I think he's stronger. He has this 2 items plus Satanic. I think he will stand his ground with Overcharge at this point.
And with the IO as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
It's going to be big. Is there anything that Shopify Rebellion could pick at this point that would shut down a Gyro?
You could... I wouldn't put it past them to maybe want to last pick something like a Magnus. I feel like breaking the position of an IO draft is very annoying. It also gives more damage into your Sven. I could see that. They ban out the Whisper Bad Rider. That could have been a pretty cool idea. We did have Venge to cover it, but that just goes to show how good this dude actually is with this hero.
Shopify did, when you see a draft like this, you don't need any kind of stuns. I don't think you need much fixing. This is very easy at every single stage of the game. You will be fight ready. You have a good high ground defense.